Chapter 1. The System of Life Choices. In the grand hall of the Yi residence, a middle-aged man of imposing stature exuded an air of authority without raising his voice, delicately cradling a teacup in his hand, his gaze unwavering. Beside him sat an elegant and cultured lady, clad in flowing white garments, her demeanor cold and aloof, as if a hint of sordid intent lingered in her eyes. Below them stood a young prodigy, his sharp brow and bright eyes reminiscent of a steadfast pine, radiating youthful arrogance. As he withdrew his gaze, Yichio felt a wave of confusion wash over him, suddenly inundated with a rush of memories that spilled forth from his lips. What the hell? Had he traversed realms? Images flooded his mind, frozen in a moment on an elevated highway during a torrential storm, where speeding Maybach raced past beneath a tempestuous sky crackling with lightning, as if divine beings were offering prayers. In an instant, the careening Maybach skidded, colliding violently with a delivery scooter that was tirelessly braving the storm. The unfortunate deliverman was hurled through the air at a speed of 180 miles per hour, soaring several dozen meters away. The out-of-control Maybach plunged from the elevated highway, sealing the fates of both. It was painfully apparent. Yichio was that ill-fated deliverman. Is this really how one travels through worlds? Such a method of transition was indeed quite unexpected. However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem entirely implausible. All right. After years of indulging in exhilarating tales, has it finally come to my turn to play the protagonist in one? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, with peculiar vessels occasionally soaring through the skies, Yichio was resolutely convinced that he had indeed crossed over. Furthermore, it appeared he had stumbled into a remarkably extraordinary world, where ships sailed through the air. What the hell? Who still rides a little electric scooter for deliveries? I should be piloting a spaceship instead. As a seasoned aficionado of web literature, Yichio was well-versed in the tropes of transmigration. In the stories he had read, a single word, exhilaration, seemed to encapsulate the entirety of a protagonist's existence. Whether it was the inception of an ancient sacred body or possessing an unbeatable golden finger, with an incredible background to boot, they would effortlessly flaunt their prowess, amassing countless beauties, reveling in unbridled joy. At this moment, he found himself harboring less animosity towards the fool who had sent him flying. After all, in his past life, he had been akin to a beast of burden, toiling away at multiple jobs each day, yet earning nothing but accumulating greater debts. Now that he had traversed realms, surely his fate could not be worse than before. Let's put it this way. I do not seek an ancient sacred body or an invincible background. I merely wish for a simple system. My demands are modest. At the very least, grant me the identity of a wealthy and hedonistic scion. I'm not choosy. A fly rubbed its hands together in the oppressive silence of the hall. Yichio meticulously digested the memories of this new body. With each fragment of memory assimilated, the smile on his face gradually faded. Wait a moment. A slight furrow of his brow revealed a flicker of surprise, as though influenced by the emotions of his predecessor. Yichio lifted his gaze to the imposing middle-aged man seated above. His father, one of the 7 kings of the untamed northern lands, the current patriarch of the Yi clan, Yijin. He was one of the mightiest beings of the age, a figure both revered and feared by all, including the otherworldly beings lurking on the other side. Once, he single-handedly thwarted the invasion of a 1,000,000-strong army from a foreign land, achieving legendary status in a single battle. Deeply cherished by the populace, he was hailed as a great hero, a remarkable figure, and a pioneering spirit of humanity. He was indeed a globally recognized entity. However, the image of him that lingered in Yichio's memory was far from that of greatness. In his recollection, he had been abandoned on the streets of Liang at the tender age of 3, only to be taken in by a benevolent farming couple. He lived a life of profound solitude and deprivation, often enduring hunger and cold, grappling with his suffering. The elderly couple who had adopted him passed away, bequeathing all their savings to Yichio, urging him to journey to the sacred land of mending heaven to seek enlightenment. They imparted to him that in this world, the only path to alter the fate of one's humble beginnings was through cultivation. With their hopes resting upon him, Yichio embarked on the pilgrimage to the sacred land, ultimately proving his worth by successfully passing the entrance examination. Thus, officially entering the realm of cultivation. However, due to his impoverished origins, he frequently faced exclusion and bullying within the sacred land, leading to an arduous existence. Often, to avoid the torment of others, one had to either join them in their cruelty towards the weaker or become even more despicable than they. Gradually, Yichio's mindset transformed amid this haze of despair. Just as he believed his life would pass in this manner, a fateful day arrived when a young couple approached him, revealing, "Child, we are your parents." The revelation filled Yichio with astonishment. He was not an orphan devoid of kin, he had a mother and father. They explained that due to the turmoil of war at the border, they had been compelled to leave him and venture to the North Sea to resist the encroaching foreign beings. His father was one of the influential figures of the North Sea, with many enemies watching closely should Yichio's identity be revealed. Those adversaries would undoubtedly take action against him at that time. They were preoccupied with the battle against the foreign tribes and could not provide care for him. Reluctantly, they left Yichio in Liang, entrusting him to the elderly couple while secretly watching over him. They had not anticipated that 20 years would pass without a return, and Yichio remained unaware of his true parentage. Upon hearing their explanation, Yichio expressed understanding, recognizing that under such circumstances, they had no better options. Yet, upon gazing at his younger brother, who bore striking features and an air of arrogance, Yichio felt that the suffering he had endured for over 2 decades seemed almost laughable. I see, he mused. No wonder I've been thrust into the life of this unfortunate soul. This lad truly is a pitiable figure. Was this so-called protection merely the silent act of abandoning him in an unfamiliar Liang? 20 years of hardship, with not a single visit or inquiry made. Meanwhile, his younger brother was lavished with immense resources, molded into the most renowned genius of the North Sea. He suddenly began to grasp the emotions of his original self. Had he never harbored expectations, perhaps he would not have felt such profound sorrow and desolation. Ultimately, he found himself in a state of melancholy, drinking himself to death. He did not experience the care from his parents or the respect from his younger brother as he had imagined. Instead, he was met with cold glares and disdain. Bang! Just as Ichio was still processing the memories swirling in his mind, Yijin's cup was abruptly smashed to the floor. The sudden loud noise startled everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Nearby, several servants were trembling in fear. "You scoundrel! Kneel before me!" A thunderous shout echoed, releasing a terrifying aura that ruffled Yichio's hair, slowly bringing him back to his senses. My Yi family has guarded the borders for generations, resisting foreign tribes and upholding a legacy that spans eons. Which of our ancestors was not a renowned hero or a great figure of their time? Look at you now, with your shabby demeanor, idling away your days, causing trouble, and associating with those of questionable character in such disgraceful places? How could I have such a worthless son? You have brought nothing but shame to the Yi family." Upon hearing these words, Yichio's brows furrowed as he suppressed the fury bubbling within him. For reasons unknown, a surge of anger welled up inside him after listening to this tirade. Just as he was about to retort, a strange voice echoed in his ears. "Ding system activating. Activation successful. Entering life choice interface. Please hold on." System, forcefully repressing the imminent eruption of anger, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yichio's eyes. "Finally, you've arrived. If you had come any later, I might have lost control and challenged him to a duel." Upon hearing the system's activation sound, Yichio managed to rein in his inner rage. Beginning life choices. Choice 1. Apologize to your father and explain your circumstances, gaining his understanding. Promise him to turn over a new leaf and start anew. Unlock the life of the exemplary child in the eyes of your parents. Reward supreme sacred body. Yichio was taken aback. Choice 2. Endure silently, bearing everything without retaliation or counterargument. Unlock the life of a meek man. You shall be the most tolerant turtle in this world, gaining indestructible body. How can you insult me like that? Hearing this second choice, Yichio's lips twitched to the turtle here. In my past life, I was constantly berated by customers, receiving an endless stream of negative reviews. For the sake of a few coins, I endured time and again. After finally changing my identity, you want me to endure for a lifetime? There are limits to what one can tolerate. He dismissed it outright. Choice 3. A true man lives between heaven and earth. How can one remain depressed beneath others for long? Tear the facade and sever ties with your parents. Unlock the ultimate demon god life. Reward: bloodthirsty demon god aptitude. After making a choice, you will receive a life choice gift package. Please choose wisely. Staring at the 3 life choices before him, Yichio fell into a moment of hesitation. Ultimate demon god life? What on earth is that? Currently, the only choice he did not comprehend was this third option. As for the first 2, he had grasped their essence. The first choice was merely about becoming the pride of his parents, gaining the enhancement of the supreme sacred body. Regardless of what one learns, mastery comes effortlessly, and the pace of cultivation is astonishingly rapid. However, this comes with a drawback. One must heed their parents' words and be the obedient child they desire. As for the second option, well, it's better left unmentioned. Yet, this third option, after a moment of contemplation, Yichio resolutely made his choice. Damn it, I refuse to suffer in silence. Anyone who wishes to endure this indignation may do so. After all, I have not enjoyed the benefits of the Yi family for these past 20 years, and I stand justified in my decision that I choose 3 beep. Congratulations. Your choice is successful. You have unlocked the ultimate demon lord life and acquired the bloodthirsty demon god talent. You have received a life choice gift pack. Please check your belongings. A gift pack? This must be my initial capital, Yichio thought, suddenly filled with anticipation as he prepared to examine the contents. However, Yijin's furious voice interrupted his thoughts once more. Brat, do you still not repent? I sentence you to a month of solitary reflection in the ancestral hall. You shall not emerge until you have genuinely contemplated your actions. Chapter 2. Am I now inferior to him in every way? Upon hearing this voice, Yichio finally withdrew his focus, lifting his gaze to meet Yijin's above. There was a newfound coldness in his eyes. Since their return, they had never inquired about his life, how he had endured these years. They only perceived Yichio's meager cultivation and the air of the common folk that surrounded him, their expressions brimming with disdain and contempt. His father's scornful reprimands and his mother's disregard made Yichio truly grasp the essence of tragedy. Haha, with a long laugh, Yichio glared angrily and retorted, Repent? What should I repent for? For the so-called face of the Yi family? Do those outside know that I am your son? Since your return, have you ever publicly acknowledged my identity? He continued, and you speak of being bound by circumstances, yet you keep him close, showering him with the finest of everything and nurturing him for years, all while claiming it is for my benefit. Yichio posed a series of questions, leaving Yijin speechless. Yijin never anticipated that this child would defy him to such an extent. He was even more astonished that Yichio would exhibit jealousy towards his own brother. Just because his brother possessed what he lacked, he harbored resentment and wallowed in self-pity. The flames of anger within him reignited. Brat, this does not justify your indulgence. Had it not been for our efforts to quell the chaos of the times, the entire world would have been in despair. Do you comprehend the weight we bear? Yijin exclaimed. I, Yijin, have lived my life with integrity and transparency. How could I have spawned such a selfish and self-serving wretch? Selfish? Haha, very well. You are great. You are magnificent. Whatever you say is absolute. Yichio shrugged, feeling the absurdity of the accusations. If he were truly the selfish individual they portrayed, he would not have welcomed them back without a trace of resentment, nor would he have been unable to sleep out of joy. Each day, he would greet them with warmth and concern, having long since set aside the pain of their past abandonment. However, all of this, they seemed to disregard, lost in their own indulgences and idleness, along with that jealousy toward his brother. How utterly absurd. I do not deny it. Consider me selfish, if you will. What Yichio resented was never their abandonment, but rather their actions over the past month. If such were his parents, it might be better to have none at all. After all, he had traversed into this world bearing little emotional attachment. Unlike his previous incarnation, he no longer harbored any hope for this so-called familial bond. As the father and son continued to argue vehemently, Su Wanxin could no longer contain herself. Chioa, this matter indeed reflects our lack of consideration, and we have overlooked your feelings. However, you should not address your father in such a manner. Upon finishing, she fixed her gaze upon Yichio, her disappointment evident. She had never anticipated that the son she bore after 10 months of pregnancy would turn out in such a manner. After the turmoil of war had subsided, she had eagerly returned to see her son, only to find not a righteous and kind-hearted youth with great potential, but rather a scoundrel. Reviled by all. To claim she was not disappointed would be a falsehood. Her youngest son, who had always exhibited extraordinary intelligence and integrity, had once been hailed as the most talented individual in the North. At the tender age of 18, he had been crowned as the Holy Son, his future resplendent with promise. Yet her eldest son stood in stark contrast, embodying a completely different extreme. Apologize to your father, vow not to repeat this mistake, and this matter shall be put to rest. You're already an adult and should behave accordingly. As for your status, we will provide you with a satisfactory answer in due course. Later, I will speak with the Grand Elder of the Patching Heaven Sacred Land to ensure you are allowed to enter the trial grounds for cultivation, granting you the finest resources. As compensation, she patiently urged, her tone gentle. Haha. Yichio suddenly erupted into laughter after a prolonged period of suppression. The laughter instantly silenced the atmosphere. Yi Jin's brows furrowed in displeasure as he demanded, "What is so amusing? Look at yourself now, reeking of rogue charm, spending your days mingling with a band of scoundrels, and yet you wish to vie for attention with your brother? In what way do you compare to him?" Yichio offered a bitter smile, glancing at his brother, Yiqing. "You are right. I am inferior to him in every aspect. How precious he is! He has never known want, attended to daily by others, his every need met seamlessly, with esteemed mentors guiding his cultivation and a wealth of celestial treasures at his disposal. He has never had to worry about what to eat tomorrow. On any outing, he is accompanied by a retinue of guards, commanding respect wherever he goes, free from the fear of being bullied. Yet, if your son is so remarkable, why come seeking me? I am living my life, well, how does my existence interfere with yours?" Upon uttering these words, Yi Jin's expression darkened, and Su Wanqing was taken aback, unable to fathom how Yi Chio could say such things. "Scoundrel, which sacred text have you read that teaches you to defy your parents in such a manner?" "Defy my parents? Huh, I am unworthy to be your son. As you can see, I am merely a lowly street ruffian, and your esteemed family is beyond my reach." At these words, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Yi Jin's breath quickened in anger, clutching his chest, unable to contain his fury. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing turned pale, utterly shocked that Yi Chio could utter such rebellious words. "Wretch, who permitted you to speak to your father like that? Kneel before me," before Yi Jin could react. Yi Qing's expression turned icy, a wave of murderous intent locking onto Yi Chio. Observing the arrogance in Yi Chio's gaze, Yi Chio smirked derisively. "Kneel? How amusing. Look at this cold family. A brother without respect, parents devoid of love. Even some servants cast scornful glances. It is utterly ironic to contemplate. A brother demanding his elder to kneel? Is the world truly mad? Or is Yi Chio simply too conservative in his thinking?" Haha. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Yi Chio burst into laughter, then continued. "What are you? Even if I am a rogue, I am still your elder brother. Is this how your fine upbringing teaches you to address your brother?" At this declaration, Yi Qing's countenance darkened. He never anticipated Yi Chio's audacity could reach such heights, attempting to leverage his brotherly status to intimidate him. To be frank, since the beginning of their rivalry, he has looked down upon this useless brother. Yet, such sentiments could not be voiced in front of their parents, leaving him momentarily speechless, his face ashen. Observing his pallid features, Yi Chio pressed on. "You, who merely enjoys the fruits of comfort, what right do you have to chastise me? What right do you have to disdain me? You are simply riding on the favoritism of our parents and the support of the family to achieve this status. Do you genuinely believe you are exceptional?" These words outright denied Yi Qing's 18 years of effort, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Yi Chio's remark struck at his very core. "You are seeking death." In a flash, Yi Qing erupted in rage, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. He was desperate, and this was precisely the scene Yi Chio wished to provoke. In an instant, Yi Qing launched a fierce palm strike against Yi Chio's chest, a terrifying force sending him flying. A violent pain coursed through Yi Chio, feeling as though his very organs were being shattered. "Qinger, stop!" The sight of the brothers brawling shocked Su Wanqing, prompting her to rush forward and intervene. As she moved to help Yi Qiu to his feet, she was taken aback to see him struggle to rise unaided. "Qiu, are you all right?" Observing Yi Qiu's agonized expression, Su Wanqing felt a pang of sorrow within her, yearning to approach him. Yet, when she met his cold gaze, her heart trembled, and she halted. That gaze was akin to viewing a stranger, an indifference she could not bear. Clutching his chest, Yi Qiu's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware that he could not contend with Yi Qing. After all, Yi Qing had benefited from the Yi family's years of nurturing, receiving guidance from esteemed mentors, and being nourished by various rare treasures. How could a mere ruffian like Yi Qiu ever hope to compete with him? He withstood the blow, yet simultaneously, he discovered a concerning truth. After spitting blood, it seemed that the scent of his essence had triggered a surge of turbulence within him. Is this the effect of the bloodthirsty demon god's talent? This sanguine effect amplified his power several-fold. However, even with 100-fold increase, he remained no match for Yi Qing. Suppressing his fury, Yi Qiu forced a smile as he gazed at Yi Jin, Su Wanqing, and Yi Qing. With a grim chuckle, he remarked, "Haha, is this truly the fine son you have painstakingly nurtured for years? His strength far surpasses that of a mere ruffian like me. Now you can rest easy after your years of devoted guidance. Your precious son can now torment me at will, and in a fit of rage, could even strike me down with a single blow." As his words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. "No, Qiu, mother and father have never thought this way," Su Wanqing stammered, her mind in disarray as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Over the years, due to her obligations in Beihai, she had been unable to return, thus transferring all her hopes for Yi Qiu's well-being onto Yi Qing, wishing for his smooth growth. Perhaps every mother desires nothing more than for her child to flourish joyfully. Yet, she never anticipated that it would culminate in such a situation. Yi Qiu spoke the truth. The current disparity in strength rendered Yi Qing's position exceedingly awkward. He had never regarded Yi Qiu as a brother, much less felt the inclination to sincerely call him brother with pride. Just moments ago, Yi Qing had unleashed his attack without hesitation, spurred by Yi Qiu's disrespectful remarks, a reflexive action that betrayed his true sentiments. If he truly acknowledged Yi Qiu as his brother, he would not have struck without a second thought. Chapter 3. Severed ties enough. No more pretense. Your gaze cannot deceive anyone. From the moment I stepped into this household, you have looked down upon me from the depths of your hearts. Now, you feign the guise of a great mother for whom? Nonsense. You wretched beings. Facing each other, Yi Qiu pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Jin and declared, "If you are dissatisfied, you may as well end me here and now. I have no means to resist, but spare me your airs of parental authority. Are you truly deserving of the title of parents? Have you ever fulfilled the duties of a parent even for a single day? Since your return, a month has passed. Aside from scorn, disdain, and abuse, I have never heard a single word of concern from you. You never inquire about my life outside or question my reasons for my actions. You only know that your son should conform to a standard that does not include me, a worthless failure." As these words escaped his lips, Yi Jin's face flushed crimson, his anger surging within him. The entire hall was engulfed in a profound silence. The servants trembled in fear, and Su Wanqing's complexion paled as she vehemently denied the accusations. Yet, Yi Qiu's words echoed in her mind like the relentless toll of a bell, resonating deep within her heart. She fell silent, at a loss for how to respond. Once Eugene regained his composure, he began to analyze the situation before him, succumbing to silence as well. Gazing into Yi Qiu's cold eyes, the fury in Eugene's heart appeared to waver slightly. Yi Qiu's proclamation had struck a deep chord within him. A sigh escaped his lips as a wave of defeat washed over him. It seemed he had indeed neglected the care of his eldest son over the years, leading to this unfortunate state. Perhaps Yi Qiu's current predicament was not entirely his fault. The true blame lay with himself, though guilt gnawed at him. He refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, much less admit it to his son. He was acutely aware of the validity in Yi Qiu's earlier words. Upon his return, he had contemplated publicly recognizing Yi Qiu's identity. However, upon witnessing his son's dismal condition, the disparity between that reality and his ideal image of a son was too great for him to accept. As a powerful figure, Eugene could not come to terms with the fact that his son was a failure. Thus, he intended to bide his time, hoping to guide Yi Qiu back onto the right path before revealing his true identity. Yet, he never anticipated that this would become the final straw that broke the camel's back. In truth, every word Yuchio had spoken was devoid of exaggeration. They were mere facts. Otherwise, Eugene would not have remained so silent. After a prolonged silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the hall. Casting a cold gaze upon the three individuals before him, Yuchio endured the pain coursing through his body and managed a bitter smile, exclaiming, "Ha! Why the silence? Is it that your hypocritical facade has been stripped away, leaving you speechless? In light of this, you and your family should cherish your reunion. My presence here seems to only bring you discomfort and disdain, as if I have tarnished your reputation. Your suffering mirrors my own. Thus, I have expressed all that I needed to say. For the past 20 years, I have not partaken in any of your kindness, and I carry no guilt in my heart." With a deep sigh, Yuchio severed the last thread of affection within him. "Let this be the end. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with the Yi family. Henceforth, we are as strangers, destined to live out our days in silence and separation. The preceding strike was merely a repayment to you. All that needed to be articulated has been laid bare." Silently, he turned to leave this sorrowful place. Upon hearing his words, Su Wanqing was taken aback. She had never anticipated that such a trivial matter could escalate into a father-son rift, just as she intended to intervene. She overheard Eugene's anger reigniting, fervently exclaiming, "This is absurd. You would sever ties with us over such a triviality?" He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Let him go. I want to see how far you can get without my protection. If you possess any courage, do not ever return. In this vast world, where can one not call home?" He continued, "Rest assured, I will not perish upon the mountains of the Yi family, nor will I ever proclaim myself as your son, lest I tarnish your noble name." With a long, mocking laugh, Yuchio turned his back and departed. Just as he reached the door, a few individuals entered. Among them were two elderly men and a stunning woman, exuding an aura of icy aloofness. Their eyes met, causing Yuchio to furrow his brow. "Step aside." The woman's cold voice resonated, her gaze brimming with an utmost disdain. To be candid, Yuchio despised such looks, akin to condescension. Her haughty, lofty stare regarded him as if he were a wretched beggar. Taking a deep breath, the fury within him surged, seemingly beyond his control. He was unsure whether it was due to awakening the bloodthirsty demonic talent or his inherent nature. He struggled to suppress the rage coursing through him, for at that moment, he lacked the strength to act. He recognized this woman. She was Lian Feng, the little princess of the Liang family. A renowned maiden from the sacred land of the unaging mountain, celebrated as the most exquisite beauty of the imperial state, the center of countless gazes wherever she went. Together with Yi Qing, they were hailed as unparalleled prodigies, the twin stars of the unaging mountain, a match made in heaven. Perhaps she herself believed in this notion. However, her bond with Yi Qing was merely one of childhood camaraderie, while the true betrothal lay with Yuchio. This engagement had been arranged by their parents long before they entered the world. With a cold stare fixed upon this arrogant woman, he recalled the disdainful glances he had received over the past month. Yuchio felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, letting out a cold laugh, deriding their false sense of superiority. Having expressed his disdain, he chose not to entangle himself further with them, slightly turning his body to escape this nauseating place. Upon hearing his words, Lian Feng felt a flicker of panic within her, caught off guard. From the look in his eyes, she perceived an inexplicable aversion, as if he were merely a stranger to her. What was happening to him? It seemed her pride had been wounded. Her complexion turned pale, leaving her at a loss. Historically, she had treated Yuchio in such a manner because, for the past 2 decades, she had believed that the one she was betrothed to was Yu Qing, not Yuchio. However, when she discovered that her future husband was indeed Yuchio, that moment felt as if her entire existence had crumbled. She began to resist him, choosing to ignore his various attempts at kindness, responding with indifference and even mockery. How could she, the saintess of the revered Mount Bulao, possibly what a mere ruffian from the streets? Yet, no matter how harshly she scolded him, Yuchio remained unfazed, like an unwelcome yet persistent leech, always clinging to her, showering her with concern, impossible to shake off. However, today, everything felt like a dream that had finally dissipated. "Sister, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Lian Feng, who appeared lost at the doorway, the proud youth shed his usual arrogance, a gentle smile gracing his face as he approached her. The families of Yi and Lian had long-standing ties, and the two had grown up together, naturally fostering a closer bond. Lian Feng slowly regained her composure and asked, "Shaoqing, what has happened to your brother?" "Humph, do not mention him to me. That scoundrel has defied our parents, shown disrespect to his elders, and insulted them. He even dared to sever ties with us. One day, I shall teach that wretch a proper lesson." As she spoke, A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Qing's eyes, especially recalling the words Yi Qiu had just uttered, his murderous inclination becoming increasingly evident. What? Lian Feng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The two accompanying elders nearby felt a surge of joy at the prospect. Severing ties? Did that not imply that their little princess's engagement to Yi Qiu would be annulled? Clearly, in the eyes of these elders, they favored the second son, Yi Qing, over the unremarkable eldest son of the Yi family. His excellence was well known, and marrying Lian Feng to Yi Qiu, that useless individual, would not only fail to benefit their clan, but would also tarnish their reputation. They evidently preferred such an outcome. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. The furious roar echoed. And once Yu Qiu had completely departed, Yi Jin's pin-up rage erupted. Everyone watched him with bated breath, none daring to approach. His wrath was uncontrollable, save for Su Wanqing. Even the beings of the other realm trembled at the mere mention of his name, retreating in fear. After a fervent outburst of rage, Yi Jin finally managed to regain his composure. He could not fathom how a once promising child could devolve into such a state. Was his authoritarian style of education truly misguided? No. How could I possibly be wrong? This ungrateful wretch is selfish and utterly oblivious to the sacrifices of his parents, only knowing how to take without giving. How could I have produced such a worthless offspring? He seemed on the verge of being driven mad by Yi Qiu, and in his fury, he shattered numerous pieces of furniture. Yi Yang, Your Highness, I am here. Dispose of everything that belongs to him. Let it be as though this son never existed. He is never to set foot in the Yi family home again. At these words, the steward Yi Yang hesitated, his tongue caught between thoughts. What? Do you wish to plead for this ungrateful child? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately knelt in fear, hastily explaining, No, Your Highness. I was only thinking that the young master has no room in the estate. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to fall into a profound silence. Chapter 4. He had never asked for anything upon hearing these words. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively believing she had misheard. It seemed utterly inconceivable. He did not possess a single room of his own at home. How could this be? Su Wanqing found this statement preposterous. After all, he was their son. How could it be possible that he lacked a personal space within the family home? Was this truly a home? Yi Jin furrowed his brow in disbelief. If he did not reside at home, how could he come to pay his respects every morning at the break of dawn? Moreover, he had not missed a single day for an entire month. It is worth noting that the journey from the Yi family to the Sanctuary of Healing would take over an hour, at least, given his meager cultivation level. Unless he set out before dawn. At this thought, Yi Jin's anger surged. What nonsense are you spouting? He has been back with the family for a month. How could he possibly lack a room? If he were not living at home, how could he have come every morning without fail for the past month to pay his respects? Have you perhaps accepted some favor from him and are now spinning tales? Yi Yang broke into a cold sweat, hastily clarifying, Your Highness, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Every word I speak is the truth. Fearing Yi Jin's disbelief, he continued, Have you forgotten? It was you who said to temper the eldest master's temperament, to suppress the bad habits he acquired over the years outside, lest he become extravagant and cause trouble. For the past month, the eldest master has been shuttling between the Sanctuary of Healing and the family home, often arriving before dawn and returning alone after dark. He has never uttered a word of complaint and has followed your instructions diligently. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin recalled having made such a statement. When he had taken Yi Qiu in, the lad had been mingling with a group of ruffians, displaying a carefree demeanor that lacked decorum. Yi Jin had intended to temper his disposition before taking him back for proper guidance. However, due to various matters, he had forgotten. And this issue had lingered unresolved until now. As Yi Yang's words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Had Yu Yang not spoken up, no one would have known that Yu Qiu had, all this time, lacked a room of his own in the family home. It was uncertain whether to feel sympathy for him or to mock him. All of his fervent efforts had ultimately yielded nothing. At that moment, Yi Jin, Su Wanqing, the servants, and even the guests, including Lian Feng, found themselves in an unspoken agreement of silence. Lian Feng was particularly taken aback. Although she was aware that Yu Qiu was not favored within the household, she never imagined it could be to such an extent. He was, after all, a member of this family, yet he lacked even a place to call his own. A chill swept through her heart as she recalled Yi Qiu's indifferent gaze earlier. It struck her that her own past actions had not been dissimilar to theirs. Su Wanqing was overwhelmed with tears, finally realizing why her son had grown increasingly distant from them. From the very beginning, they had never truly accepted him, in fact, at home. He did not even have a room of his own, as if he were merely a guest. He arrived in the morning and departed alone at night. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Su Wanqing questioned, her voice trembling with suppressed sorrow, while Yi Yang, faced with her inquiry, broke into a cold sweat, utterly anxious. Madam, this command came from the prince. We are unaware of how long the prince intends to test the young master. The only thing we can do is silently watch over him and ensure his safety. Struggling to hold back her tears, Su Wanqing shot a cold glance at Yi Jin and exclaimed, Yi Jin, is this how you fulfill the role of a father? Or have you never regarded Chiou as your child? Yi Jin, caught off guard by her words, quickly attempted to defend himself, saying, Madam, Enough. You once insisted on leaving Chiou in Liyang City, and I was against it from the start. You claimed that everything you did was for the sake of your Yi family's sons, asserting that if he could not endure this minor hardship, he did not deserve to carry the blood of the Yi family. It was because I believed your deceitful words that my child suffered for 20 years outside. In this past month, has he not shown enough resilience? It is precisely your indifference and suppression that have extinguished his hope in us, compelling him to seek solace in drunkenness at the Zui Xian building. With each word Su Wanqing uttered, Eugene felt his face flush with shame, rendered speechless. As her anguish reached a peak, Su Wanqing reflected upon her own shortcomings, letting out a bitter laugh. Hey, I too am at fault. Over the past month, I failed to notice that he was not living at home. I was so preoccupied with managing family affairs, so busy that I neglected the daily concerns of my eldest son. Even my attempts to show him care were met with silence. The realization struck her as ludicrous. She had always claimed to treat both her sons equally, yet regardless of her busyness, she could always find time to assist her younger son, while her elder son remained overlooked. It was no wonder that Yi Qiu had erupted in anger today, choosing to sever ties with them. For he had come to the painful realization that there was no place for him in this family. Deep down, she questioned her own worth. Why had she ever looked down upon her son? Why had she felt the need to compare her younger son with her elder? Their beginnings and experiences were fundamentally different, rendering such comparisons unnecessary. In this moment, she finally recognized her errors, feeling utterly heartbroken and full of regret. Seeing Su Wanqing's fury, Eugene found himself at a loss. Hastily stepping forward to offer comfort. Madam, this matter is my fault. Do not blame yourself. I never anticipated that the child would endure for a month without bringing it up with us. I wonder what use that mouth serves if he does not speak up. Would I treat him unjustly if he had voiced his concerns? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she lifted her head to look at him, forcefully pushing him away. Eugene, now that we have reached this point, instead of seeking our son, you continue to shirk your responsibilities. You are the root cause of Chiou's current state. He is right. You are unworthy of being called a father. Today, I have finally seen through you. In your eyes, there exists only your so-called reputation. You have never genuinely cared for our child's growth. As she spoke, a tear trickled down her cheek. With a heart of ice and a tone devoid of warmth, she continued, Go ahead and play your great hero. I am leaving. From this day forth, I do not wish to see you again. With that, her graceful figure transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from everyone's sight. Madam, Yi Jin was utterly flustered. He had never anticipated that this seemingly trivial matter would escalate to such a degree. In a single day, he had lost both his son and his wife, and he felt as if he had aged significantly in an instant, sitting despondently on the steps. All eyes were fixed on this scene, breaths held in a tense silence. For they understood that if Eugene were to unleash his wrath upon everyone, blood would flow in Liyang City, and none could halt it. Dad, I will go comfort Mother. Do not worry, Eugene finally spoke, unable to contain himself upon seeing his father's disheartened demeanor. Perhaps he was the only one left who could speak with Eugene. Having witnessed this profound upheaval, a chilling sensation grew stronger within him. It was all that wretched Yuchio's fault. If it weren't for him, their parents would not have turned against each other, and their home would have been harmonious, devoid of such distress. Ever since his return, peace had been a stranger to their household. Gazing up at his once proud second son, Eugene felt a flicker of solace in his heart. At least he understood, showing empathy towards his father. After hearing his suggestion, warmth enveloped him further. The only place Su Wanqing could go after leaving the Yi family was her maternal home, Tingqiao Sword Pavilion. Finding her would indeed be easy. However, Eugene was acutely aware that even if he were to soothe his wife, it would not resolve their predicament. For as long as Yuchio remained absent, Su Wanqing would never forgive him. But could he truly humble himself to seek forgiveness from his son? It was unthinkable. He had been proud all his life. Aside from Su Wanqing, no one could compel him to yield. Moreover, this person was his son, apologizing to his son? Such a notion was a marvel of the ages. With a long, resigned sigh, Eugene felt an overwhelming wave of defeat wash over him, his spirit crushed. Well, let her have a few days of peace. Once her anger subsides, I shall personally go to her. The grand talent competition of the 3,000 provinces was approaching swiftly. Chinger, you should prepare yourself and focus on your cultivation. There is no need for you to concern yourself with family matters. Tomorrow, you shall return to Mount Bulao. Having spoken, Eugene offered a faint, sorrowful smile before quietly retreating towards the rear hall, his silhouette tinged with desolation. Gone was the imposing aura of the once invincible sovereign. Observing his father's forlorn figure, Eugene clenched his fists in silence, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ichio, you scoundrel! I shall never let you escape unscathed. Chapter 5 The Art of Positive and Malevolent Cultivation. My lady, let us return, urged the elder from the Lien family, observing the turmoil within the Yi household. Eugene was clearly in a fit of rage. Who would dare approach him at such a volatile moment? Lien Feng, feeling utterly lost, nodded faintly, her gaze dimmed as she whispered to herself, so, this is how lowly his position has always been at home. In that instant, she began to comprehend why, as the legitimate eldest son of a prominent family, he had rejected the heir of the Northern King. Why did he lack the confidence and grace that should be inherent in the sons of noble families? Instead, he bore an air of inferiority, a tone of submission. It dawned upon her that it was not a lack of confidence, but rather a deficiency of substantial backing that rendered him insecure. With a father who showed no affection, a mother who offered no love, and a younger brother who showed him no respect, even the servants cast him sidelong glances. In such a stifling environment, how could he possibly stand tall? Uncle Su, do you think I may have been a bit excessive in my previous actions? Reflecting on her past transgressions against Yuchio, Lien Feng could not help but question herself. This feeling of guilt did not stem from any burgeoning affection for Yuchio, but rather from a place of compassion. Perhaps, upon learning of his plight, she suddenly recognized that she was not so different from him. She too had once regarded Yuchio with cold indifference. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix. The memory of Yuchio's indifferent gaze left her feeling hollow, and she found herself uncertain of her own feelings. Observing the forlorn expression on her lady's face, Su Zhenong sighed, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, having departed from the Yi residence, Yuchio wandered aimlessly along the streets of Liang. Gazing at the city he had inhabited for 2 decades, he felt an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Much like his experience within the Yi household, he sensed that he did not belong to this city, lacking the sense of belonging that should accompany such familiarity. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to reconcile with his past. Gradually, a barely perceptible smile curved his lips as he mused. One cannot remain shackled by the shadows of the past. It is time to bid a dignified farewell to what once was, is it not? I have already accomplished this for you. May you find peace. I shall live on in your stead. After bending low for 2 decades, it was high time to stand tall. Do not resist. I do this for your sake. Heed my words, truly. Disregard the parents who abandoned you. For I am a survivor and will not betray you. Rest now, for it is all in the past. You have borne enough burdens. You deserve respite and should not dwell on such troubling matters. Allow me to shoulder these sorrows for you, and do not struggle. Murmuring to himself, no one knew to whom he spoke. In just a few words, a certain obsession within him finally dissipated. Yuchio felt an unprecedented lightness wash over him, a sensation of liberation. A sigh of relief escaped him, and he resumed his confident stride, feeling invigorated. A glimmer of unique self-assurance sparkled in his eyes, dispelling the despondency that had once clouded his spirit. From this moment forth, the world is poised to welcome its new king. Haha. The notion of traversing realms was something Yuchio had only encountered in novels, yet he never anticipated it would manifest in his own life. It was utterly fantastical, and simultaneously he felt an exhilarating thrill. It is essential to recognize that this is an exceptionally perilous wilderness, rife with myriad races and incessant warfare. From ancient times to the present, conflicts and calamities among various factions have left this land in disarray, awaiting revival. At this moment, we find ourselves in a phase of truce, a time of recuperation following the last upheaval, where all celestial sanctuaries and noble clans are discreetly gathering strength. This period serves as an optimal stage for development. Having traversed to this realm, he certainly does not wish to meet an untimely demise. He intends to savor life to the fullest, does he not? After all, in his past life, legal constraints hindered many of his desires, yet in this world, devoid of such laws, one can act freely, provided they possess strength. If one were to inquire about Yi Qiu's ambitions, he would undoubtedly seek to pursue those aspirations he once dared not entertain. Otherwise, what would have been the purpose of his journey across realms? Upon regaining his composure, Yi Qiu began to analyze the current situation. Having departed from the Yi family, his only options were the dilapidated farmhouse or the sanctuary of the Sky Menders. However, the latter was not a place for prolonged residence, as he had chosen the path of the ultimate demon god. Its very name implies instability. Remaining at the sanctuary would significantly diminish Yi Qiu's power and impose constraints on his actions. Conversely, departing would grant him the freedom akin to a fish in the vast ocean, unbound and unfettered. Moreover, should he confine himself within the sanctuary, various troubles would inevitably ensue. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to leave this place, to break free from the shackles of fate. System. Open the Life Choice Gift Package. After a brief contemplation, Yi Qiu spoke. The ability to alter his current predicament hinges upon the contents of this grand gift package. According to the system's description, each life choice comes with a corresponding gift. As the system's cold voice echoed, it announced, "Ding. Opening the Life Choice Gift Package for you. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Supreme Demon Codex, Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. Congratulations. You have received one Blood Weeping Pill. Congratulations. You have acquired the Celestial Sword, Heavenly Evil. Congratulations. You have obtained the Supreme Sword Art, one sword to slay immortals. Congratulations. You have received the Supreme Divine Technique, Carefree Wind Control. Gasp. As the system's series of announcements unfolded, Yi Qiu was rendered speechless. His gaze fixated on the first reward, Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. Would you like to learn it? Learning. Ding. Congratulations. Learning successful. The Devouring Heaven Demon Technique has been successfully cultivated to the entry level. With a flash of crimson light, a peculiar scripture soon merged into Yi Qiu's consciousness. In an instant, it felt as though an earth-shattering transformation had occurred within him. His blood began to boil, as he sensed the crimson radiance raging within. Yi Qiu felt as if he were being baptized in blood, his very essence emanating an aura of vitality. Moments later, the sanguine energy nestled deep within his organs erupted forth, exuding an unparalleled purity. What a domineering force! Wait, system, have you made a mistake? Am I a demon? What is this you have bestowed upon me? Still reeling from the shock, Yi Qiu suddenly recognized something amiss. Something was profoundly wrong. Host, the system never errs. This is indeed the effect of the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. No, is this not demonic cultivation? Yi Qiu was bewildered. This was rather different from his preconceived notions of demonic arts. In his mind, demon cultivators were typically steeped in malevolence, shrouded in dark mist or bloodlight, reveling in bloodshed and cruelty. How had he, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a paragon of righteousness? Seemingly attuned to Yi Qiu's bewilderment, the system promptly provided an explanation. Host, the Tao is not divided into good or evil. Righteousness and malevolence reside within a single thought. True demon deities are not confined to their methods of cultivation, they prioritize absolute power. The demons you envision are mere lowly fiends, unworthy of regard. The world's perception of demons is merely a reflection of their biases. It is not worth heeding. Those who cultivate demonic arts are not necessarily true demons. And those who inherit the supreme orthodox lineage are not inherently virtuous. The system's response was remarkably straightforward, and Yi Qiu grasped its meaning. A faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, a demon imbued with righteous vigor. How delightfully paradoxical. He found it appealing. This Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, cloaked in the guise of demonic arts, was, in fact, cultivating the righteous aura of the Tao. This revelation caught Yi Qiu off guard. The system was clearly challenging his worldview. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that, after delving into the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, Yi Qiu suddenly realized his innate talent for bloodthirsty demon divinity seemed to have been activated. Currently, he only knew that upon tasting blood, the power within him surged with ferocity, resulting in monumental enhancement. Previously, after being struck by Yi Qing and spitting blood, the instant he savored the taste of blood, his strength had multiplied several times over. This talent might warrant further exploration. It remained uncertain what its ultimate limits could be. Furthermore, upon studying the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, Yi Qiu discovered that this supreme demonic tome encompassed a plethora of knowledge, not only covering the Tao, but also delving into various esoteric arts and alchemical wonders. Upon scrutinizing its contents, Yi Qiu gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Using human blood to concoct elixirs? How utterly deranged! After just one glance, Yuchio felt that his imagined demons were somewhat conservative. This, indeed, was the true harbinger of death. The treasures unveiled in this grand gift package, aside from the devouring heaven demon technique, included several worldly marvels, such as that supreme divine art. The sword of exterminating the celestials and the carefree wind. The sword of exterminating the celestials? What an audacious name, suggesting invincibility beneath the celestial realm. Is it a one-for-one exchange above the celestial beings? Upon choosing to learn, Yuchio envisioned the breathtaking splendor of that incredible sword, taking a quiet breath in awe. Thus far, the sword of exterminating the celestials comprises only 3 swords, with the third being the magnificent sword Yuchio had just envisioned. Under the might of that sword, boundless righteousness flows. Even a celestial descending to the mortal realm would fade into insignificance. Such is the sword of exterminating the celestials. Its power is immense, once unleashed. It guarantees either death or grievous injury. It resembles more of a conceptual sword technique, and given Yuchio's current cultivation level, it remains challenging to master. Presently, he can at most comprehend the might of the first sword. The sword chi Great Wall? That also sounds quite promising. The carefree wind pertains to movement techniques, and according to the scriptures, it seemingly evolved from the ancient 10 fiends, the Kuanping's sacred arts. Additionally, there is a blood-weeping pill, a celestial sword, and the heavenly evil. Chapter 6. Today, I can no longer endure in the midst of a long, endless night. Upon a secluded cliffside loft, a faint candle flickered. Within the tranquil confines of the room, Yuchio closed his eyes, acutely attuned to the surging power coursing through his body. After consuming a blood-weeping pill, an overwhelming force of sanguine energy surged within him, igniting every drop of blood in a fervent boil. Excitement and restlessness enveloped him, an unprecedented sensation of agitation. In that moment of astonishment, Yuchio was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the blood-weeping pill was crafted from the blood of formidable human cultivators. Remarkably, after ingesting the elixir, he ascended several realms in an instant. He had transformed from a mere 7th-tier mountain shifter into a 5th-tier earth shaker. A tremor coursed through his heart. In the span of a single day, he had evolved into a 5th-tier earth shaker, a minor cultivator. And this was merely the inception. The effects of the blood-weeping pill had yet to fully manifest, and Yuchio was still in the throes of an exhilarating ascent. According to his recollections of this world's hierarchy, the realms were categorized as follows: mountain shifter, earth shaker, mysterious finger, cave heaven, will see, boundless, divine abode, slay me, and sovereign king. These delineate the 9 great realms known to humankind, typically referenced in a simplified 1-9 format. For instance, Yi Jin was a formidable practitioner of the 9th realm, while Su Wanqing, an 8th realm sword cultivator, bore the title of Sword Immortal. It is widely accepted that upon reaching the Sovereign King realm, one stands at the pinnacle of human potential. The arduous journey to transcend that final threshold and attain the legendary 10th realm, or even the 14th realm, demands an unfathomable expenditure of time and trials. Throughout millennia, such an individual has rarely emerged. Upon reaching the 10th realm, commonly termed the Great Emperor of the Mortal Realm, one gains the opportunity to shatter the shackles of the world and ascend to broader horizons, in pursuit of ultimate truth and the path to eternal life beyond the 14th realm. After meticulously organizing the memories in his mind, Yuchio accurately assessed his cultivation level. Following a night of relentless meditation, his power culminated at the 2nd realm, 9th tier. As the invigorating rays of dawn gradually illuminated the world, Yuchio languidly stretched while gazing at the distant, billowing mountains amid a sea of clouds. After a day and night of cultivation, he had completely mastered this body and the power within it. Furthermore, he had adeptly acquired the skill of floating on the wind, achieving minor proficiency, while the first sword technique of the immortal slaying sword art had been refined to mastery. For reasons unknown, Yuchio sensed a remarkable enhancement in his comprehension. Scriptures that once appeared esoteric now seemed remarkably accessible. Could it be that this was the effect of the bloodthirsty demon god's innate talent? It appeared that his transformation was entirely a consequence of the activation of this talent, triggered by consuming the blood-weeping pill. Contemplating inwardly, he pondered, blood. So, this talent activates as long as the condition of blood consumption is fulfilled? Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yuchio was deep in contemplation, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door, reminiscent of a hurried funeral procession. Yuchio, open the door. The familiar shrill voice made Yuchio furrow his brows, and an exceedingly displeasing face materialized in his mind. You little brat, I know you're inside. Open the door. Do you think you can evade me and escape unscathed? Once I get in, you'll wish you hadn't. Zhang Yu's furious voice persisted, prompting Yi Qiu to take a deep breath, which was soon accompanied by a faintly meaningful smile. He promptly swung the door open, but before Zhang Yu could react, a hand swiftly came crashing toward him. Sensing the powerful gust of the approaching hand, Yi Qiu instinctively reached out and gently grasped it. Have my reflexes become this quick? He marveled inwardly, astonished at how his enhanced strength had accelerated his reactions. The speed of Zhang Yu's strike appeared to him as though it were unfolding in slow motion. A wave of elation washed over him. This sensation was exquisite. In the past, he would have undoubtedly been struck by that slap, but today was different. Zhang Yu's customary tactic was effortlessly thwarted by Yi Qiu, igniting his fury. You little brat, still daring to resist? You seek death. Enraged, Zhang Yu kicked out. But in the next instant, Yi Qiu slightly raised his knee to block the attack, as if Zhang Yu had kicked a steel plate, causing him to yelp in pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Zhang Yu was taken aback, staring incredulously at the familiar figure before him. He was a practitioner of the second realm, yet previously, dealing with Yi Qiu had been akin to handling a mere chick, no matter how much Yi Qiu resisted. It had been futile. For the past 3 years, Yi Qiu had endured Zhang Yu's torment. Whenever Zhang Yu was short on funds, he would come to extort Yi Qiu. If he refused, the result would be a barrage of fists and feet. Many others within the sacred grounds, like Yi Qiu, had also suffered under his oppression. Even those who could overpower Zhang Yu dared not retaliate, for he was a direct descendant of the illustrious Zhang family of Liang, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. But what was happening today? How had this brat suddenly become so formidable? Moreover, what was that elusive aura surrounding him? Why was it so impenetrable? A sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Yu's heart, but he quickly shook it off. What am I afraid of? Just a lowly commoner. Gazing upon the face he loathed deeply, a slight smile involuntarily crept across Yi Qiu's lips, and he sighed. Ah, this is the feeling. The pent-up fury of 3 years seemed to have found its outlet, and a glint of murderous intent shone in Yi Qiu's eyes. Zhang Yu. Hiki, shouldn't we settle some old scores? Settle scores? With you? Zhang Yu scoffed at the icy words, rubbing his aching leg. Let me tell you. You had better kneel down and admit your mistakes. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. I am a member of the illustrious Zhang family of Liang, and you, a mere insignificant figure, cannot hope to offend me. Do not delude yourself into thinking that a modicum of skill can alter your wretched fate. The disparity between us was predetermined from the moment of our births. No matter how fervently you struggle, you shall never escape this confinement. The arrogance and disdain reflected in Zhang Yu's gaze were palpable. Even after suffering a setback, his haughty spirit remained unbroken. Attracted by the commotion, several disciples in the vicinity emerged from their quarters, eager to witness the spectacle. Faced with such a crowd, Zhang Yu felt compelled to press on. If he could not assert dominance over a single Yi Qiu, how could he hope to navigate this realm in the future? With an even more arrogant tone, he declared, In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant that I could crush at will, or perhaps a mere plaything. The crowd gasped at his words, astonished by the depths of his arrogance. Among them were many who had previously suffered under his tyranny, murmuring in indignation. How infuriating! Zhang Yu, that scoundrel, is bullying us again. He thinks he can act with impunity, flaunting his wealth and power while disregarding us ordinary disciples. It's one thing to grumble privately, but be cautious not to let him hear. Watch your words, lest you invite disaster. It seems another unfortunate soul is destined for misfortune today. No one in the crowd showed any inclination to intervene. They had witnessed such events far too often. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Zhang Yu's smugness grew more pronounced. Boy, don't say I didn't warn you. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize, and hand over this month's spirit stones. Perhaps I might spare your life. He was confident that after uttering these words, Yi Qiu, unless foolish, would not dare to defy him. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Qiu replied, What if I refuse? What did you say? Zhang Yu's expression shifted instantly, his murderous intent ignited. Yet, in the face of his fury, Yi Qiu merely smiled with amusement and said, Do you truly believe yourself to be something formidable? Boy, you are courting death. Before he could finish, a sharp sound rang out. Yi Qiu, having endured for years, decided he would no longer remain passive. With a single slap, he unleashed the fury of 3 years. The blow sent Zhang Yu hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing over 10 meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yu felt a searing pain across his face. Upon touching it, he discovered a significant swelling. Aha, young Master Zhang. Today we shall settle old scores alongside new grievances. With a maniacal laugh, Yichio radiated an overwhelming aura of righteousness, swiftly closing the distance to confront the arrogant Zhang Yu. Such speed. It's impossible to discern his movements. How can this be? His strength has remarkably surged in such a brief span. Within merely a few days, he has consecutively transcended several realms. Such overwhelming power. Do you not sense a familiarity in this aura, a haunting sense of DJVU? I understand now. It is the boundless righteousness of heaven and earth. Hiss. What did you say? How could he possibly possess such strength? Is it not the privilege of the contemporary Confucian sage alone? At this moment, the audience was astounded. All those acquainted with Yichio displayed expressions of sheer incredulity. Chapter 7. The Falling Peach Blossom Shadow and the Flying Divine Sword in a startling display. Yichio pressed Zhang Yu beneath his foot, rendering the latter powerless against his grasp despite his desperate struggles. You seek death, don't you? Zhang Yu seethed with rage. Incensed at being humiliated in front of so many onlookers, his fury surged, and he vowed that Yichio must perish, and in the most brutal manner imaginable. Before he could utter his threats, Yichio retaliated with a swift and forceful slap, leaving one side of Zhang Yu's delicate face swollen and bruised, transforming him into a sight reminiscent of a plump pig. Scream. Let me hear your cries. Yichio, indifferent to the onlookers' astonishment, decided to unleash his wrath before departing from the sacred land. Those who had once humiliated him were now due for retribution. Huh, you think I'm made of clay? I can endure? I can endure you, old man. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Yichio dragged Zhang Yu into a room, slamming the door shut behind them. The air was soon filled with the sound of agonizing screams, sending chills down the spines of those outside. Heaven above! Has this lad gone mad today? How dare he beat Zhang Yu to such a degree? If the Zhang family learns of this, there will be no place for him in the sacred land anymore. He has lost his mind. He has truly lost his mind. He is now recklessly attacking Zhang Yu, and if he goes too far and kills him, the Zhang family will surely come seeking revenge tomorrow. The atmosphere was electric with tension among the crowd. A few of Zhang Yu's usual sycophants sensed impending doom and discreetly edged back behind the throng. Meanwhile, within the Tingqiao Sword Pavilion, my daughter. What brings you back? An elderly man with flowing white hair held a sword box in one hand, though the sword itself was conspicuously absent, seated alone in the pavilion. He listened to the tumultuous waves outside, a surge of sword intent emanating from him, seemingly filled with a myriad of killing thoughts. This man was none other than Su Wanqing's father, Su Chafeng, the master of the Tingqiao Sword Pavilion. This kind-hearted elder, who once swept through 14 states with a single sword, had become a figure of terrifying legend in the vast wilderness. Even ruthless characters like Yi Jin would respectfully address him as father-in-law. However, in recent years, he had devoted himself to the path of the sword, vowing never to leave the Tingqiao Pavilion until he achieved supreme enlightenment. For centuries, he had remained within the confines of the pavilion, causing tales of him to gradually fade from memory. Upon seeing his daughter return, Su Chaofeng was momentarily taken aback, noticing her reddened eyes, clearly indicating she had been crying. His demeanor shifted, growing serious. Has that scoundrel Eugene bullied you? After many years apart, seeing her father's white hair brought tears streaming down Su Wanqing's cheeks. Father, your daughter is unfilial. I have come back to see you. Ah, silly girl, why are you crying? Father still has a long life ahead. At least several more thousand years. Now, tell me, have you been wronged by the Yi family? What suddenly caused you to think of returning to see your father? Su Chaofeng softly comforted Su Wanqing, yet a sense of unease grew within him. As her father, how could he possibly be oblivious to his daughter's nature? After all, he had raised her single-handedly and was well aware that she had always regarded her husband's family as more important than her own life. For centuries, she had diligently managed the Yi family, consumed by her responsibilities, leaving little time to visit her elderly father. Each time she returned, it was invariably due to some grievance she had suffered at the Yi household, seeking solace in his company. Su Chafeng welcomed these moments, for only when she was wronged could he catch a glimpse of his beloved daughter. Father, I was wrong. I should have heeded your advice back then. Eugene, he has cast my Chiao away. Upon hearing this, Su Chafeng furrowed his brow, a chill swept over him, and he erupted in anger, exclaiming, Nonsense. This scoundrel has become increasingly audacious, daring to bully my daughter. Wait, who is Chiao? Is she some young male pet you've taken in? Suddenly, Su Chafeng realized something. He had no knowledge of anyone named Chiao. All he remembered was his grandson, Yi Qing, who used to visit him frequently and whom he had guided in many matters. He held a fondness for this grandson, who was intelligent, well-behaved, and perceptive. His talent was remarkable. With just a hint, Yuqi would grasp the underlying principles swiftly. As a father with no sons, Su Chaofeng naturally showered all his affection upon Yuqi, even contemplating passing the sword pavilion to him in the future. Hearing her father's words, Su Wanqing's lips twitched in irritation as she retorted, "Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I the kind of person to be so frivolous?" "Ah, I was merely jesting, my dear daughter. Do not be upset." Su Chaofeng chuckled heartily, and indeed, his playful banter managed to stop her tears. "Now, tell me, who is this Jiao? How did Yi Jin cast him out?" Upon this inquiry, Su Wanqing ceased to withhold the truth and recounted the entire saga. As Su Chaofeng grasped the full extent of the situation, his expression darkened. "Scoundrel! Has that fool Yi Jin lost his mind? And you too, in following him? Leaving a child in Liyang, entrusted to the care of common folk? Not once in 20 years did you even inquire about him? How could you be so reckless?" After absorbing the entirety of the narrative, Su Chaofeng, who had previously been protective of Su Wanqing, was now enraged. He could hardly believe that his once clever and astute daughter had become so foolish after aligning herself with Yi Jin. Had she truly lost all capacity for rational thought? To fear the machinations of others and abandon her own son, in Liyang? What if Yi Qiu had not been taken in by a kind-hearted soul? Did that mean they would simply discard their child? Despicable. Hopeless. If you had no time, why not entrust him to me? To leave a mere 3-year-old child in Liyang, what were you thinking? And to justify it as a means of toughening him up? Are there parents in this world who act in such a manner? For the first time in centuries, Su Chaofeng's fury erupted, leaving Su Wanqing trembling in fear. Unwilling to respond, he was truly furious. In the past, he held a disdain for Yi Jin, yet that disdain has only intensified. What sort of wise individual could arrive at such a decision? "Father, please do not be angry. I have acknowledged my mistakes. It was only after this incident that I realized how much I have wronged Qiu'er over the years. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. This child now wishes to sever ties with us and no longer recognizes me," Su Wanqing lamented, her heart shattered. What can be done? The child has wandered for 20 years, and resentment has long taken root in her heart. After much effort to bring her back, she has chosen to release her bitterness and accept you, yet instead of seeking to make amends, you continue to belittle her, casting her disapproving glances daily? How absurd. To express such a sentiment is almost laughable. Her decision to sever ties was forced upon her. The blame lies not with her. Su Chaofeng suppressed his anger. After 2 decades, he has come to learn that he has a granddaughter. This couple has successfully concealed this from him, causing him immense distress. Years ago, when they eloped and roamed the world, Su Chaofeng was not nearly as furious. Yet now, they have neglected to inform him of his granddaughter's existence, leaving her unattended for 20 years. Observing his daughter in tears, Su Chaofeng, for the first time, raised his voice at her, stating, "Leave. I do not have a daughter who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Father, I recognize my mistakes. I truly do. Please forgive me this once. I regret how I treated Qiu'er. I am despicable, and I am filled with remorse." As she sensed her father's intent to cast her out, Su Wanqing hastily admitted her fault. Following the occurrence of this event, she genuinely recognized her errors. With a sigh, gazing at his daughter, who was sincerely repenting, Su Chaofeng ultimately could not bring himself to fully turn away. After all, she was his only daughter, and as a father, how could he not assist her in mending the consequences of her actions? Nevertheless, even as he forgave Su Wanqing, his internal fury remained unabated. With a gentle motion of his left hand, a thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, the entirety of Tingqiao Lake trembled, sending forth countless columns of water, fierce and unyielding. After releasing his pent-up emotions, he regained his composure and said, "Now that you recognize your faults, you must lower your pride and seek him out personally, imploring for his forgiveness. He is, after all, your own flesh and blood. As a parent, even if one cannot achieve complete fairness, one should not display such blatant favoritism." Taking a moment to reflect, Su Chaofeng felt an unease. It was evident that Yi Qiu had completely lost faith in his parents. If she were to approach him directly, not only would it fail to bring him back, but it might also drive him away entirely, leaving them without any trace of him. Contemplating this, Su Chaofeng found himself in turmoil, as if grappling with a challenging decision. Enough. With a resigned sigh, Su Chaofeng continued, "Who could have compelled you to be my daughter? I shall personally pay him a visit. However, my dear girl, I hope you understand that you are now a wife and a mother. Sometimes, One must act with conviction and not solely focus on one's own matters while completely disregarding the feelings of the child. Father is not an omnipotent deity, nor can he always rectify the mess you create. It is high time for you to comprehend this reality. At this juncture, Su Chafeng felt a twinge of melancholy at the corners of his eyes. He had lived for several millennia, having attained the 9th realm for a millennium. He found himself perpetually unable to take that decisive step forward. He was acutely aware that he was reaching the end of his strength. Observing his daughter, who still possessed the innocence of a child, stirred an undeniable concern within him. Had he been more resolute in the past, confining her to the sword tomb, perhaps she would not have recklessly eloped with Yi Jin, nor would such calamity have befallen them today. Father, are you about to emerge from your seclusion? Or else, rely on you? You will never see your son again in this lifetime. Coincidentally, I have not departed from the sword pavilion for centuries. For the sake of my yet-to-be-seen grandson, what does it matter if I break my vow? With a playful demeanor, and under the astonished gaze of Su Huaqing, Su Chafeng waved his hand, and the lake's waters surged tumultuously. A magnificent sword soared from the depths of the lake. At the moment this sword revealed itself, a melodious resonance echoed for hundreds of miles, and an overwhelming surge of sword intent filled the air. Within caves spanning 100 miles, numerous ancient beings, who had not emerged for centuries, opened their eyes in astonishment. The peach blossom shadow flying divine sword, the emerald sea tides summoned by the jade flute. The peach blossom divine sword has emerged? How is this possible? This old monster had sworn an oath never to emerge unless he comprehended the supreme sword path. Why has the peach blossom divine sword been drawn today? Could it be that he has indeed grasped the supreme sword path? Chapter 8. Zhang Jia's wrath and the midnight escape. At this very moment, within the sacred grounds of the Butian, in the humble courtyard of Linshi, Yi Qiu meticulously carved into Zhang Yu's body with exquisite precision. In but a fleeting moment, he was drenched in crimson. And as he felt the surge of vitality coursing through him, Yi Qiu was astonished to discover that amidst this unending torment, his strength was rapidly escalating. The heaven-swallowing demon art. A surge of realization struck him. He had not anticipated that this dark technique possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Within mere minutes, he had ascended to a new minor realm, achieving the pinnacle of the second stage. Alongside his augmented prowess, his other mystical arts experienced a remarkable enhancement. It hurts so much. Yi Qiu, I will not let you off so easily. If you have the audacity, kill me. If I do not perish today, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. Amidst the relentless agony, Zhang Yu had been driven to madness, his anguished roars echoing through the air. His body bore hundreds of wounds, all inflicted by Yi Qiu, and he was on the brink of bleeding out, emaciated and frail. He was bewildered, sensing that the figure before him was siphoning away his lifeblood. Suddenly, there was a resounding crash from outside the door, and in an instant, the once closed entrance was violently shattered. Turning to look, a strikingly handsome young man, radiating an aura of menace, stormed in. "Vile peasant, how dare you harm my brother?" In a fit of rage, Zhang Lingyu swung his sword, unleashing a formidable aura of the third stage. Yi Qiu, taken aback, swiftly retreated, narrowly evading that lethal strike. "Zhang Lingyu? I was just pondering how to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself." Upon recognizing his adversary, Yi Qiu felt an even greater madness take hold of him. "Very well, let us settle both old and new grievances today. It is high time for you and your brother to repay the debts owed to me over the past 3 years." Whether it was the influence of his bloodthirsty demonic heritage or simply Yi Qiu's inherent nature, he had become exceedingly frenzied. Zhang Lingyu had just forced Yi Qiu back and severed the bindings on Zhang Yu. But before he could utter a word, Zhang Yu bellowed in fury, "Brother, kill him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." At his words, before Zhang Lingyu could act, Yi Qiu charged forward with ferocious speed. Such swiftness. A wave of astonishment washed over Zhang Lingyu. He could hardly fathom that Yi Qiu's speed was so incredible that even his cultivation level could only perceive a fleeting shadow. In a heartbeat, fueled by 3 years of pent-up resentment, Yi Qiu's palm struck fiercely against Zhang Lingyu's chest. Pooh! The tremendous force propelled him backward, crashing against the wall and creating a gaping hole. As the wall crumbled, the onlookers outside finally glimpsed the scene within, and chaos ensued. Heavens! This boy has truly lost his mind. He dared to strike Zhang Lingyu. Is he courting death? That is the next generation heir acknowledged by the old ancestors of the Zhang family, a figure of noble status, even respected by some elders within the sacred grounds. Astonishing. It is hard to believe that even Zhang Lingyu, a formidable figure of the third realm, was vanquished by a mere strike from him. To what pinnacle of power has he ascended? The audience was left in utter shock. At this moment, having reached such a critical juncture, Ichio could no longer afford to dwell on anything else. He sensed several formidable presences approaching, and he understood the necessity of a swift resolution followed by a hasty retreat. The deed was done. There was no turning back. In this vast world, where could one not find a place to call home? Rather than enduring this incessant humiliation, he resolved to embrace recklessness. You are not so formidable yourself. With a single devastating blow to Zhang Lingyu, he roused Zhang Yu, who had been lost in dreams of vengeance. Zhang Yu's expression turned frantic as he beheld Ichio advancing towards him. The cold, malevolent aura emanating from Ichio instilled a deep-seated dread within him. Did he truly dare to kill me? He repeatedly questioned himself. Unable to fathom the depths of Ichio's madness, had he truly begun a reckless campaign of revenge without regard for the consequences? There is a saying, when an honest person is driven to the edge, their true nightmare begins. For 3 years, Ichio had endured the humiliations inflicted by the Zhang brothers, maintaining a facade of patience and submission, for he knew that without connections or support, survival necessitated such restraint. At times, to avoid further bullying, he had even willingly lowered himself to become their lackey, performing their bidding. Yet, even this subservience could not halt their relentless torment. The privileged scions of powerful families regarded the lives of commoners with utter indifference, akin to squashing an ant beneath their boot. In moments of joy, they might toss a scrap of food, but in times of displeasure, one became merely a punching bag. Do you have any last words? As Zhang Yu trembled in terror, Ichio drew nearer, his gaze as cold as that of a merciless executioner, causing Zhang Yu to swallow hard. I refuse to believe you would dare to kill me. If I die today, you will not survive to see the dawn, he declared defiantly, but before he could finish, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in horror as a bloody gash appeared on his neck, and his body fell straight down, lifeless. He could scarcely believe that Ichio had truly acted. Brother, the resurrected Zhang Lingyu watched in astonishment as Ichio had indeed slain his brother before his very eyes. Moreover, after dispatching Zhang Yu, Ichio showed no intention of halting his onslaught, turning his gaze upon Zhang Lingyu himself. Sensing impending doom, Zhang Lingyu, heart racing with regret for having underestimated Ichio, attempted to flee. He had presumed Ichio to be merely a novice cultivator of the first realm, not worthy of his concern, and thus had failed to notify his clan to arrange for his protection. Yet, before he could soar even 100 meters, a blade of sword energy surged from below, striking its target with blinding speed. With a sickening sound, he spat forth blood, plummeting from the sky like a severed kite. His life extinguished. The second level of the profound finger technique. At the moment Ichio took Zhang Lingyu's life, he gasped sharply, realizing that his cultivation had unexpectedly ascended. In a remarkable leap, he shattered his limitations, transcending the confines of the earth-shattering realm to reach the mysterious finger realm. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the true essence of the swallowing heaven demon art. It was far from a mere cultivation technique. One must not be deceived by its ostensible righteousness. It harbored malevolence, quietly siphoning away the strength of both brothers from the Zhang family. Boom. Before he could revel in his newfound power, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared deafeningly across the heavens. The powerful auras drew nearer. Without a moment to ponder, Ichio hastily searched the bodies of Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Yu, plundering them thoroughly before leaping into the abyss behind him, vanishing from sight. He had fled. However, the chaos at the scene was far from over. Alarmingly, a life had been taken. Someone quickly rushed to inform the elders. Madness. This man had truly lost his mind to dare employ lethal force. Gazing upon the two bloody corpses, the atmosphere erupted into turmoil, leaving everyone in shock and disarray. Within 5 minutes, the air twisted, and an elder from the Heavenly Restoration sect arrived first, surveying the lifeless bodies on the ground, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Fury surged within him as he bellowed. Who did this? His thunderous roar quelled the chaos, an overwhelming pressure rendering everyone breathless. A quivering voice finally spoke up. Elder of Law Enforcement, it was Ichio. Ichio. Upon hearing this name, Li Chongfeng's brow knitted slightly. He was all too familiar with it. Over the past 3 years, Ichio had frequently found himself in the law enforcement hall facing punishment. Yet, Li Chongfeng knew that Ichio had committed no true offense. The sanctions he endured were merely a scapegoat for others' misdeeds. This world was cruel. Without connections or support, one was destined to be bullied. Even if Li Chongfeng could exonerate him, he dared not, for such actions could endanger Ichio further. If he pursued the matter and penalized the true culprits, Their wrath could lead to an even graver fate for Yichio. Boom. The sky crackled with lightning as several figures clad in black appeared beneath the ominous clouds. Moments later, they approached Zhang Lingyu's corpse. An icy killing intent enveloping the entire Lingqi. Who dares to slay a scion of the Zhang family? Step forward. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Chongfeng's brow furrowed deeper. A silent realization dawning within him. It was over. The arrival was none other than Zhang Lingyu's protector, Zhang Xiyuan, a formidable peak-level expert of the Fifth Realm. His notoriety stemmed not solely from his immense power, but also from his ruthless methods. Over the years, he had navigated the shadows, handling countless unsavory affairs for the Zhang family. With Zhang Xiyuan personally present, no matter how Li Chongfeng wished to protect Yichio, it was clear that he could not safeguard the young man's life. In the midst of the crowd, Zhang Yu's sycophant, who had witnessed the entire incident, immediately rushed out upon the arrival of his master, eager to elucidate the events that had just transpired. Yichio, what audacity! I shall ensure he meets a fate unworthy of burial. He bellowed, pursue him. I demand to see him alive or dead. He must be captured. So he understands the grave consequences of offending the Zhang family. With a furious roar, several shadowy figures surged forth, darting in the direction Yichio had departed. Simultaneously, within the Zhang estate, the current head of the clan, Zhang Dongxiu, received the grim news of his son's brutal murder in the sacred land of Mending Heaven. With a resounding crash, the table was shattered under the force of his wrath. For centuries, Zhang Dongxiu had remained composed, but at this moment, his countenance darkened ominously. Yichio, a mere child, an ignorant commoner, dares to slay my son? Initiate a city-wide manhunt. Bring him back to me. I shall personally exact my vengeance. His voice, nearly hoarse from rage, echoed through the halls, stirring the very foundations of Liyang. With his fury unleashed, the entire realm of Liyang quaked in response. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as the night quietly approached and the lanterns flickered. The citizens of Liyang remained blissfully absorbed in the festive spirit, oblivious to the impending tempest that loomed on the horizon. Chapter 9. Has Yichio been pursued? By the shores of Liyang Lake, flower boats rested alongside the bank, where talented individuals from far and wide boarded amidst a chorus of laughter and merriment. Some raised their cups in joyous revelry, sharing tales of their journeys across the 3,000 states, while others recited verses, showcasing their artistic prowess. The lanterns floated along the water, drifting towards the horizon, symbolizing their hopeful aspirations. Yet, an inappropriate clamor shattered this enchanting ambience. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. It is not our intention to disrupt your leisurely enjoyment, but duty compels us to seek your understanding. Amidst the din, an elderly man clad in black emerged from the crowd, flanked by a group of vigilant companions. Witnessing this tense atmosphere, many young nobles aboard the vessel were instantly displeased. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt my refined enjoyment? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression faltered slightly. He was well aware of the formidable backgrounds of those aboard the boat, yet the family head had issued a directive. They were compelled to dig deep and uncover the culprits behind the murder of his two sons, leaving them with no choice but to act. Young Masterling, I truly apologize. I am left with no alternative. It is the decree of my master. As we pursue the murderer, should we inadvertently offend, I hope for your understanding. What do you mean? The crowd aboard the boat fell silent, puzzled by the elder's words. Murderer? What murderer? In a nearby private compartment, two stunning women sat gracefully, their gazes directed towards the commotion outside. One of them was none other than Lian Feng, who was in less than high spirits that day. Coinciding with the annual Lantern Festival at Liyang, she had come to enjoy the festivities with her close friend, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this incident. What is happening? Why are the Zhang family members acting as if they've lost their minds, searching everywhere? Who exactly are they looking for? With a cool tone, Lian Feng furrowed her brow slightly, her already sour mood further dampened by the unfolding drama. Beside her, Lu Ji appeared contemplative and remarked, I overheard some servants mentioning that the two sons of the Zhang family in the sacred land of repairing the heavens were murdered, and Zhang Dongxiu was furious, determined to unearth the murderer at any cost. Is that so? Yan Feng's interest was piqued. She had indeed heard of the Zhang family, which was considered one of the more powerful families in Liyang. The current clan leader, Zhang Dongxiu, was a formidable figure, a seventh realm powerhouse known for his deep cunning. Having navigated the complexities of Liyang for many years, he had elevated the Zhang family to an alarming prominence. Regardless, it has nothing to do with us. Let us focus on you, darling. What is the matter? You seem so listless since returning from the Yi family. Did you have a quarrel with Yi Qing? Lu Ji's curiosity was insatiable. The Yi family lad she referred to was, of course, Yi Qing. As a longtime friend, Lu Ji was well aware of Lian Feng's betrothal to the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Qing and Lian Feng shared a childhood bond. Their relationship celebrated as the unparalleled couple of the unaging mountain, admired by all as a divine pair. As a devoted fan of their relationship for many years, Lu Ji was filled with an insatiable curiosity upon witnessing them argue for the first time. Lian Feng's lips twitched slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at her, saying, "You seem to be quite eager for us to quarrel, don't you?" "Hee, how could that be? I'm still waiting to celebrate your wedding." Lu Ji promptly denied it. However, Lian Feng had long grown accustomed to her whimsical nature. Yet, recalling the events of the day at the Yi family residence left an inexplicable sense of disappointment within her. Throughout the day, she felt a disconcerting disorientation that made it difficult to focus. Was it perhaps due to Yi Qiu's penetrating gaze? Shaking her head, slightly in a daze, she continued, "We didn't argue. It's just..." She hesitated, uncertain whether to confide in Lu Ji about the matter, wondering if sharing it might elicit some advice from her. Bottling it up was hardly a solution. "Why don't you tell me? What is it?" Seeing Lian Feng's strange demeanor piqued Lu Ji's curiosity about what could have transpired to transform her typically composed friend into someone resembling a distressed wife anxiously awaiting her husband's return. After much deliberation, Lian Feng chose to share the story. Upon hearing the full narrative, Lu Ji's mouth fell open in astonishment, so wide that one could fit an egg inside. "Wow, Uncle Yi actually has an eldest son? My goodness, I had no idea. Don't even mention it. I only discovered this recently after over 20 years. So, Uncle Yi's eldest son, what was his name again? Yi Qiu, right? He was just recently found? But due to various circumstances, he harbored resentment and had a fierce argument with Uncle Yi, leading to his departure from home?" As she pieced together the information, Lu Ji was rendered speechless with shock. For a moment, she could not discern who was right or wrong, though her sentiments leaned slightly towards Yi Qiu. How bold! He actually dared to confront Yi Jin? Remarkable. He is the first to do so in all these years. It sounds exhilarating. Wait, does that mean the person you are betrothed to is not Yi Qing, but rather Yi Qiu? Suddenly struck by a realization, Lu Ji was further astonished. No wonder Lian Feng had appeared so listless and despondent these past few days. The man she had believed to be her ideal partner for 2 decades was, in fact, not her fiancé, but an entirely unfamiliar individual. The most infuriating part was that this person, in terms of character, upbringing, and capabilities, paled in comparison to Yi Qing. The disparity was simply too immense. Which girl hasn't he fantasized about marrying a remarkable man, especially someone as exceptional as Lian Feng, whose pride would never allow her to accept Yi Qiu? Yet, this engagement had been a betrothal arranged by Yi Jin and Lian Feng's father years ago, one they could not alter. The only alternative would be for Lian Feng to follow Yi Qiu's example and leave her family, breaking free from their control. But was that truly feasible? Upon contemplating this, Lu Ji could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lian Feng, beginning to comprehend her current state of mind. In response to Lian Feng's query, she merely nodded helplessly, remaining silent. Observing her despondent demeanor, Lu Ji's eyes flickered with inspiration, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, dear one, why not marry me? I shall whisk you away to far-off lands, and you can bear me a few plump, cherubic children. Go to hell." At these words, Lian Feng was instantly amused, her previous gloom dissipating. Whenever she felt down, she would seek out Lu Ji. This mischievous girl had a knack for lifting spirits. Playfully poking Lian Feng's pretty face, Lu Ji continued, "However, it seems you need not fret. From your earlier description, I surmise that this fellow named Yi Qiu possesses a certain resilience at his core. I have a hunch that he shall not return." "Not return?" At this, Lian Feng's heart trembled slightly, a sudden emptiness washing over her. "Indeed, my intuition is quite strong. Once he departs, he shall undoubtedly become like a fish in the vast ocean, free from all constraints. Moreover, when your families arranged the marriage, it was merely stipulated that you marry Yi Bofu's son. Now that Yi Qiu himself has claimed he is not Yi Bofu's son, you are no longer bound to marry him." Listening to Lu Ji's astute analysis, Lian Feng found herself torn between joy and sorrow. Her emotions were a tumultuous storm. And just as she was grappling with her inner conflict, a familiar name reached her ears. "Have you heard? The Zhang family has mobilized to hunt down an ordinary disciple from the Butian Shengdi. I overheard them speaking and caught a glimpse of a name." "What name?" "Yi Qiu." "Who is Yi Qiu?" I've never heard of him. Is he perhaps a scion of a prominent family? Impossible. If he had family backing, how could he be so pitifully pursued across the world? Downstairs, several voices were engaged in discussion, and in the otherwise silent private room, Lian Feng felt a slight shiver run through her. It seemed that Lu Ji had also sensed something amiss. The two exchanged a glance. Could it be? Is it truly him? Lu Ji murmured, adding, just after severing ties with Yibo Fu, he goes and kills a scion of the Zhang family? Goodness, how reckless. What is happening? Suddenly, I find myself admiring him. At this, Lian Feng's lips twitched, but she had no time for playful banter. Anxiety surged within her. Yi Qiu is being hunted by the Zhang family? Where has he fled to now? A sense of unease settled in her heart. This turn of events was too sudden. It was crucial to note that very few in Yang City knew of Yi Qiu's true identity, and should he be captured, he would undoubtedly face certain death without any support. Enough. Let us find him. In an unexpected turn, Lian Feng, who had always preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, took the initiative to propose a search. Under Lu Ji's astonished gaze, she swiftly set forth towards Butian Shengdi. She needed to visit the sacred land of supplementing heaven to verify some matters and inquire about Yu Chou's whereabouts. A few minutes later, two streaks of light pierced the sky and descended upon the summit of the sacred land. Who approaches? Several disciples swiftly emerged at the mountain gate, their voices stern and commanding. Just as Lian Feng was about to step forward, Lu Ji spoke first. Do not be alarmed, young sirs. I am Lu Ji from the Lu family of Liang, and this is Princess Lian Feng of the Lian family. We come with no ill intentions, merely seeking to inquire about a matter. The gentle and soft address of young sir by Lu Ji left the young male disciples blushing. Having lived over 20 years as novices, they were utterly unprepared for such charm. Ah, so it is the two young ladies from the Lu and Lian families. My apologies. What do you wish to know? Where is Yi Qiu at present? Lian Feng, disregarding all else, inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. In the dead of night, how could such stunning beauties have come to seek Yi Qiu? And both were young princesses from the two prominent families of Liang? This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Why were they not here seeking me instead? Chapter 10. The Great Escape. In search of the enchantress Yi Qiu, I sincerely apologize, but we currently have no knowledge of Yi Qiu's whereabouts. During the day, after he killed his senior brothers Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Yu, he fled down the mountain. No one knows where he has gone, and the Zhang family is still relentlessly pursuing him. In the afternoon, the Grand Elder personally issued a command for all disciples within the Holy Land to mobilize in search of him, emphasizing the necessity of retrieving him before the Zhang family could find him. Upon hearing this, Lianfeng's gaze instantly turned icy as she murmured, "It must be him." Lianfeng could hardly believe that Yi Qiu, who had just severed ties with Yi Jin, had returned to the Holy Land of Tianbu only to offend the Zhang family by killing two of their young masters. Had this transpired merely a day earlier, even if he had slain the patriarch of the Zhang family, no one would have dared to act against him. Yet now, with Yi Jin still in a fit of rage, Lianfeng could not guarantee that he would intervene to save him, especially after having proclaimed their severance of father-son relations. A flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes as she pondered whether to inform Yi Jin of this situation. Beside her, Lu Ji contemplated for a moment before saying, "Don't fret. My dear, always look on the bright side. Perhaps this fellow has already fled to the ends of the earth. Moreover, it is not only the Zhang family seeking him. The disciples of the Holy Land are also on the hunt. It remains to be seen who will find him first." Lu Ji was astute. From the earlier disciple's description, she could discern that the Grand Elder was evidently intent on protecting him. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched so many disciples to search for a wayward disciple who had breached the sect's rules, stressing the urgency of finding him before the Zhang family did. "No, I must go find him myself," Lianfeng instinctively declared. Upon seeing the astonished expression on Lu Ji's face, she quickly clarified, "Our families have been friends for generations, and over the years, Uncle Yi and Aunt Su have treated me with such kindness. I cannot stand idly by." "Ah, very well. Since you wish to search, I shall accompany you," Lu Ji replied with a knowing smile, casting a deep glance at the flustered Lianfeng. Curiosity suddenly stirred within her. Who exactly was this Yi Qiu? She yearned to witness his prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side, across the desolate plains, a figure darted through the night, as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, shrouded by dark clouds. An exhilarating and perilous contest of life and death was fiercely underway. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the ground beneath Yi Qiu, who, with an ethereal grace, deftly evaded this deadly blow amidst his leisurely stride. After a day of frantic escape, the pain within his body intensified. Damn it, he cursed, unleashing the full force of his agile windsurfing technique as he continued his desperate flight. However, his condition was far from favorable. Earlier, he had sustained a blow from Yi Qing, leaving him severely injured, and before he could recover, Zhang Yu had come knocking. Now, pursued relentlessly by Zhang Siyuan throughout the night, his body was on the brink of collapse. Curse it all. I have come to a realization, this dogged system. It is far from the ultimate life of a great demon god. It is undeniably a life akin to that of a stray dog. As Yi Qiu sprinted with fervor, he cursed under his breath, having run tirelessly throughout the night. At this moment, he could no longer discern his direction. Behind him, Zhang Siyuan relentlessly pursued, while to his left and right, he was encircled by the elders of the Zhang family. He had no choice but to forge ahead, with no other route available. However, there was a silver lining. His swift and agile technique, the carefree wind, enabled him to move with remarkable speed. Even when 10 individuals banded together, they could not match Yi Qiu's pace. The only lament was that his spiritual power was insufficient, limited to merely the second tier of the Xian grade. As time wore on, his dwindling spiritual energy would inevitably lead to his capture. The thought of being caught filled him with dread, for he had slain Zhang Dongshu's 2 sons, effectively extinguishing their lineage. The vendetta of a slain offspring knows no bounds, and should he be apprehended, endless torment awaited him. No matter. You have forced my hand. Now in a dire predicament, Yi Qiu paid little heed to the consequences. He produced a bowl of fresh crimson blood. The blood of Zhang Yu. Gritting his teeth against the metallic tang, he downed it in one gulp. In an instant, his eyes glowed a fierce red, and the power within him began to surge, becoming wild and tempestuous. Bloodthirsty demon god. His innate talent was triggered, and in that moment, his strength skyrocketed to a terrifying 3rd tier of the 4th realm. It truly worked. Initially, it was but a fleeting thought. Yet he had not anticipated the blood would yield such miraculous effects, directly activating the bloodthirsty demon god's gift. In this moment, Yi Qiu's aura transformed dramatically, as if a demon god had descended upon the earth. With a single leap, he evaded a bolt of lightning, and suddenly, a celestial sword appeared in his grasp. How could this be? How did this young man's power surge so dramatically? Wait, the weapon in his hand. It is a celestial sword. Zhang Siyuan abruptly halted, his heart quaking as he beheld Yi Qiu, who had come to a standstill. A celestial sword. Is that truly the legendary celestial sword? Such divine artifacts he had only heard of in tales, never before had he witnessed one. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this lad supposed to be of humble origins? How could he possess such a treasure? Could it be that all the rumors were mere fabrications? It was inconceivable. Celestial artifacts of this caliber were not easily found, even among the most illustrious families, let alone bestowed upon their younger generations. This young man must have stumbled upon this extraordinary sword by sheer misfortune. It had to be so. With this thought, Zhang Siyuan's gaze turned avaricious, clearly. He had set his sights on the sword. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him, and with a fierce shout, he declared, Yi Qiu, you have committed egregious crimes. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape death. If you surrender willingly, I may allow you to keep your corpse intact. Keep your threats to yourself, you old fossil. If you have the guts, come at me, and let's settle this once and for all. A bowl of fresh blood coursed through his veins, and at this moment, Yi Qiu was engulfed in madness, feeling the surge of myriad sword intense within him. The first sword of slaying immortals seemed to have reached a profound synthesis at this very instant. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. I now feel an overwhelming strength coursing through me. Under the extreme frenzy of the bloodthirsty demon god's talent, he was already beginning to stir restlessly. Instead of fleeing in terror, it would be wiser to fight with abandon. If he could slay this old man, perhaps he could ascend to a higher level of cultivation. However, even with the enhancement of the bloodthirsty demon god's talent, there remained a vast chasm in strength between Yi Qiu and Zhang Siyuan. He could not afford to be careless. This strike must be executed with all his might, leaving no room for error. Should his opponent detect his state, mere exhaustion could spell his demise. Moreover, numerous members of the Zhang family were hastening toward him. He had to resolve this swiftly. Aha! Come forth, old man. Let me witness your true abilities. With a wild laugh, an overwhelming righteousness erupted in an instant, much to Zhang Siyuan's astonishment. The heavenly evil sword was unleashed. At that moment, the heavens transformed, dark clouds gathered, and a formidable sword aura suddenly cleaved down from the ninth heaven. What? Zhang Siyuan's pupils widened in shock, his face a mask of terror. What kind of sword technique is this? Its power is truly terrifying. Even their family's inherited sword techniques lack such grandiosity. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Siyuan's eyes. He had never anticipated that Yichio not only possessed a rare treasure but also wielded such a fearsome sword technique. The greed in his gaze intensified. If he could seize all these treasures, wouldn't he soar to unimaginable heights in the future? Kid, since you were so intent on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. In an instant, thunder rumbled fiercely, and Zhang Siyuan unleashed the aura of a peak fifth realm powerhouse, an oppressive force crashing down upon Yichio, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, with the sword momentum unleashed, there was no turning back. Come, slash with a full-powered strike, he suddenly cleaved downwards, as if tearing a rift in the heavens. 100-meter sword aura descending from above. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, sending tremors across dozens of miles, the air itself warped by this force. Only after withstanding the full brunt of this sword did Zhang Siyuan grasp its true terror. Puff in disbelief, he watched as the sword aura effortlessly pierced through his defenses, striking his arm. He could only watch in horror as the arm he had relied on for years was severed from his body, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. I will kill you. Enraged, he summoned the fury of the heavens, unleashing a torrent of thunder to crush Yichio into dust. With the wind and fire of freedom fully unleashed, Yichio frantically dodged the relentless onslaught of lightning. He felt a surge of astonishment within. Is this the power of the sword, Qi Great Wall? Truly terrifying. Alas, my strength is still too feeble. If only I could elevate a few more levels. Perhaps a single stroke would suffice to conclude this battle. Though unwilling to accept this, Yichio soon found his spirits lifted once more. Had he broken through again? After severing one of Zhang Siyuan's arms, the swallowing heaven demon technique surged forth, its malevolent energy attaching itself to him, drawing upon the power of the extracted blood. Yichio's cultivation swiftly ascended to a new minor realm, achieving the third tier of the mysterious finger. However, despite this breakthrough, the moment he unleashed that sword strike, the spiritual energy within him was entirely expended. As he sensed the encroaching presence around him and realized his escape routes had been cut off, Yichio leapt into the abyss behind him. Whoosh! As he plunged into the depths, several figures appeared at the cliff's edge, undoubtedly. They were the assassins dispatched by the Zhang family. Damn, that brat has jumped into the abyss of the undead. What now? Should we follow him? Go down. Do you wish to court death? That abyss is notorious as a forbidden zone for life, teeming with vengeful spirits and overwhelming malevolence. Not even a peak ninth realm cultivator would dare to tread upon this cursed ground lightly. Chapter 11. Abyss of the Undead. What should we do? Return just like this? It would be difficult to explain to the clan leader. The clan leader has issued a death order, demanding that we be seen alive or as corpses. If we return in such a dejected state, a few individuals debated among themselves. The consequences were too dire to contemplate. Having followed Zhang Dongshu for many years, they were well aware of his temperament. How could he possibly endure the thought of his two sons being unjustly murdered? Zhang Siyuan cast a complex gaze at the others, as if grappling with an internal struggle. After a prolonged silence, it appeared he had made a harrowing decision. You shall send someone back to report to the clan leader, informing him of the situation here. The rest shall remain to guard this place. I will descend to find that boy. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will unearth him. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Are you forsaking your life? That is the abyss of the undead, filled with countless vengeful spirits, and a fearsome sky-swallowing bull python lurks within. Are you not aware of the dangers? They could hardly believe Zhang Siyuan's unwavering loyalty to Zhang Dongshu, willing to risk his life for vengeance against the murderers of his sons. His gaze was resolute, embodying the spirit of a warrior willing to die for his cause. What of it? Today, even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I shall brave it. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the mist of the abyss. Madness, sheer madness. A mere few hundred spirit stones for a month. What kind of life is this? Enough. Since he is determined to court death, there is little we can do but let him be. Old Gu, return to the clan and inform the leader of what has transpired here. We shall remain on guard, in case that boy emerges again. Understood. The group briefly conferred before proceeding to set up a net of traps at the entrance of the abyss of the undead. Should Yichio dare to emerge from within, he would find himself utterly ensnared. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the undead, The chilling cries of despair echoed around him, sending shivers down his spine. Clutching his painfully aching chest, Yuchio awkwardly navigated through the crevices of the misty valley. Upon entering the abyss of the undead, his consciousness had been shrouded, rendering him unable to perceive his surroundings or ascertain whether pursuers were on his trail. Damn it, you insidious system. I suspect you are toying with me. Look at the other transmigrators. Every one of them is thriving, flaunting their prowess. Why has it come to pass that I have turned into a stray dog? Cough, cough. If this word spreads, how shall I ever navigate the world of transmigrators again? Host. The path of the demon god is fraught with obstacles. These mere hardships are but a passing storm, which you can surely overcome. Indeed, that may be true. A grim smile graced Yuchio's lips. He felt no regret for his choices. It was a matter of two possible outcomes. Rather than living a lifetime as a coward, he would rather embrace a single moment as a warrior. These past 3 years, he had endured the torment, humiliation, and oppression inflicted by the Zhang brothers. Just as the system had stated, these were merely trivial hardships, hardly worth mentioning. He could not help but wonder what the situation was like over at Liyang now. Yuchio paid little attention to the reactions of the Yi family, nor did he harbor any expectations for a sudden awakening of their conscience to come to his aid. He had no need for such charity. Having dared to create such chaos, he was unafraid of retribution. His concern lay in whether the Zhang family, unable to locate him, might unleash their fury upon a few of his friends who had previously associated with him. For powerful aristocratic families, extinguishing the life of an ordinary person is an exceedingly simple task, requiring no justification to decide one's fate. This world operates on such principles. Without the protection of a family or a formidable background, one is left to endure humiliation and live in subservience. However, he could not afford to dwell on them at this moment. The dire predicament before him remained unresolved. The abyss of the dead? What a heavy presence of malevolence. Yet, why was I not affected by this aura? Instead, I feel an inexplicably pleasant sensation. Gazing intently at the unfathomable depths of the abyss, Yuchio hovered in midair. He dared not descend recklessly. The mystery of this place was overwhelming. During his time in the sacred land of the heavens, Yuchio had read numerous accounts of bizarre world phenomena, including records of this abyss of the dead. It was said to have once served as an ancient burial ground, where the vengeful spirits of beings who perished during a great calamity lay buried beneath. Their resentment was potent, and among them resided many vengeful spirits of formidable strength, thus earning the title of a forbidden zone of life. After clarifying the situation before him, Yuchio exhaled deeply, with his back against the wall. He had no avenue of escape. Reluctantly, he plunged into the abyss of the dead in search of a glimmer of hope. What perplexed Yuchio was that the overwhelming malevolence within the abyss had a profound impact on the soul, yet he seemed immune to its corrosive influence. Was it due to the bloodthirsty demon goddess innate abilities? Or perhaps the effects of the devouring heaven demon art? Contemplating this conundrum, he considered that perhaps he was inherently a demon, rendering the malevolence not only ineffective against him, but rather a source of nourishment. Cough, cough. No. I cannot linger here. Those old foes have not yet been completely evaded. I must find a place to recuperate my injuries. With a heavy cough, Yuchio pressed onward through the depths of the abyss. Suddenly, from the crevices of the canyon, a chilling malevolence locked onto him. What was that? Snapping back to reality, he found himself under the watchful gaze of pairs of eyes glowing with a blood-red hue, all fixated on him. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 100, 500, 1,000. Hiss. The spirits of the dead. Gulp. The moment he laid eyes on these spirits, Yuchio swallowed hard, exclaiming in disbelief. What the hell is this? When faced with uncertainty, one must embrace freedom. A wave of goosebumps surged across his skin as he dared not pause for breath. He unleashed all his energy and turned to flee. Hee. The echoes of the spirits' mournful laughter reverberated through the dark abyss, sending chills coursing through Yuchio's entire being. After running for several dozen miles, he stumbled into a narrow crevice. Initially extremely confined, it eventually opened up after a few dozen steps. Before Yuchio's eyes, a hidden paradise unfolded. Here, though equally eerie and frigid, lay a rare sanctuary beyond the world. The depths of the cave led to unknown realms, yet Yuchio's attention was captivated by several peculiar plants flourishing within. The 9-leaf heavy building, the soul-whispering grass. Images of these two extraordinary treasures flashed through his mind, precisely as chronicled in the Tome of Devouring Heaven. At the sight of these two precious herbs, Yuchio's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the Tome of Devouring Heaven, these herbs were toxic flora from the netherworld's dark abyss. imbued with formidable power. Consuming them could lead to a deadly fate, but if, combined with other elixirs, they could be brewed into an exceedingly potent liquor. This drink would not only enhance one's cultivation but also be a rare spirit in the mortal realm, given its ingredients, all derived from the most lethal poisons. Each component was a deadly toxin. How could it not be fierce? Chapter 12. The Great Plan for Wealth. Evil breeds courage upon beholding the expansive cavern, which was abundantly adorned with over 10,000 stalks of 9-leaf heavy tower and spectral grass. Ichio could no longer contain his excitement. If he were to utilize all of this for brewing liquor, would it not directly resolve a significant portion of his livelihood? It is worth noting that having severed ties with the Yi family, he was now penniless, and surviving in the vast wilderness without wealth was an insurmountable challenge. Surely, he could not rely on dining and dashing indefinitely. That would be utterly impractical, for one who frequently treads by the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted from within the narrow crevice. Ichio turned slightly, his gaze icy as it fell upon the entrance. A celestial sword materialized in his grasp, its aura radiating with intensity, the essence of the blade surging forth. So many malevolent spirits. It would be a tremendous waste not to exploit this opportunity. If memory serves correctly, there exists a magnificent treasure in the realm of cultivation known as the Soul Banner. No, wait. It is referred to as the Human Sovereign Banner, is it not? With my elevated status, I must acquire one, surely. Fortuitously. The method for crafting the Human Sovereign Banner is indeed documented within the Tome of Devouring Heaven. Ichio had stumbled upon this sinister grimoire, which contained all manner of deranged and esoteric knowledge, encompassing virtually every conceivable subject. It is no wonder it is a product of the Tome of Devouring Heaven. The essence is unparalleled. If he were to present these artifacts to the world and declare himself not a demon, few would likely believe him. Yet, paradoxically, the most unnerving aspect is that it is also a pure cultivation technique for the righteous heavenly path. Can you believe this? It claims to be an authentic method of the Xianmin, urging others to cast aside their prejudices. Suddenly, from the shadowy depths of the cavern, a chilling scream pierced the air, and shortly thereafter, a malevolent spirit burst forth from the narrow crevice, barely peeking its head in to assess the situation. It was met with a swift stroke of the celestial sword descending upon its skull. With a resounding crash, the intense sword energy cleaved the spirit in two, leaving a deep scar upon the wall. In that instant, Ichio discerned something extraordinary. The righteous energy within him proved to be the nemesis of these wicked entities. In his frantic bid for survival, he had entirely overlooked this critical detail. No wonder he had narrowly escaped several attacks previously. They had suddenly halted, revealing the truth of the matter. Moreover, Ichio's Tome of Devouring Heaven technique exerted a soul-binding pressure upon these malevolent spirits, rendering even those stronger than him defenseless under its influence. To his astonishment, the once depleted spiritual energy within him began to rejuvenate upon vanquishing these spirits. The sword in his hand felt akin to a bloodthirsty blade, voraciously absorbing the power from their remnants. Ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. If I am not mistaken, the number of spirits residing within this abyss must be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. If I were to eradicate them all, would it not elevate me to new heights? Ichio chuckled. This was no forbidden zone of life, but rather his ultimate sanctuary for cultivation, a trial ground uniquely his own. In that moment, he ceased to hold back, brandishing the celestial sword and charging forth into battle. At the moment when that overwhelming aura erupted, all the undead were taken aback. This damned human, has he gone mad? Is he actually charging towards us? Kill him. Countless undead revealed their grotesque visages, frenziedly rushing towards Ichio. Suddenly, as they approached within a meter of him, they were halted by a peculiar force. The protective barrier of righteous energy. As the devouring sky demon technique reached its second level, an energy shield formed abruptly around Ichio, repelling all the undead. Taking advantage of the narrow passage, Ichio embarked on his relentless journey of slaughter. He seemed to grow increasingly frenzied, his cultivation rapidly surging. Half an hour later, his cultivation had ascended directly to the 5th rank of the profound finger, breaking through 2 minor realms. Furthermore, Ichio discovered that his mastery of the sword had deepened significantly, although he could not yet unleash the second strike of the exquisite sword that slays immortals. The power of the first strike had been elevated to a new level. If he were to confront Zhang Xiyuan in his current state, bolstered by the bloodthirsty demon goddess talent, Ichio would no longer be in such a precarious position, even if he could not slay Zhang Xiyuan. However, a slight drawback remained. Each activation of the bloodthirsty demon god talent required either expelling his own blood or consuming blood. This was somewhat disgusting. No. He needed to devise a solution. He couldn't possibly vomit blood before engaging in a fight, could he? Moreover, drinking blood in front of so many people would be rather repulsive. Others might think he was some great demon. This wouldn't he do? While dispatching the undead, Yichio pondered the proper utilization of his bloodthirsty demon god talent. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind. Wait, I've got it. I can brew wine. Simply infusing human blood into the wine during the process would suffice. When the time comes to fight, he could just pull out the wine and take a sip to fully rejuvenate. Hiss. Startled, Yichio gasped. He meticulously recalled the method of brewing demon wine in his mind, and his heart surged with joy. If this idea could be realized, not only could he trigger the bloodthirsty demon god talent indefinitely, but he could also amass a significant fortune in spirit stones, achieving financial freedom. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Within this cave, there were precisely the lethal poisons required for brewing demon wine. Although some materials were scarce, if he could successfully concoct it, it would prove the concept feasible. The prospects for this endeavor were immense. However, where would he find human blood? Another problem surfaced. The blood of Zhang Yu had already been consumed by Yichio, and he currently had none on hand. Was he to resort to his own? That seemed rather insane. This matter, it appeared, would require further deliberation. He had already bled enough today. Expelling more would likely make him faint. At this very moment, dozens of miles away from Yichio's mountain dwelling, within a dark abyssal tunnel. Damn, the aura of that brat is clearly ahead. Why have I not yet located him? Walking through the darkness, Zhang Xiyuan found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. He was compelled to summon all his strength to fend off the encroaching malevolence while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the attacks of the undead. Having already lost an arm to Yichio, he appeared even more disheveled in this dire moment. No, I must capture him, if I can seize him. That celestial sword will be mine. With a surge of audacity, the mere thought of the sword in Yichio's possession reignited the determination in Zhang Xiyuan's gaze. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Regardless of the obstacles, he was resolute in his intention to apprehend Yichio and acquire that heavenly blade. Should he succeed in obtaining it, the Zhang family would undoubtedly come under his dominion. With this thought, his avarice intensified, making the peril seem well worth the risk. During their earlier skirmish, he had sensed that after executing that strike, Yichio's spiritual energy had reached its zenith. In such a brief span, even with restorative elixirs, a recovery seemed improbable. If only he could locate him, victory was assured. Navigating through the oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Xiyuan pressed on, and after half an hour, he finally arrived at a concealed cave. What is this place? How could there be a paradise in such a secretive domain? A wave of astonishment washed over him as he suddenly recalled that in such mysterious zones, the emergence of a paradise often heralded the presence of rare treasures. His heart raced with excitement. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? Yet, before he could relish the moment, he was abruptly confronted by thousands of undead blocking the cave's entrance, as if they had sensed his presence. In unison, they turned, their blood-red eyes fixating on him. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Zhang Xiyuan felt an inexplicable heat wash over him, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Chapter 13. Old wretch, your nightmare has arrived at that moment. A palpable fervor ignited in the eyes of all the undead gathered at the cave's entrance, their gazes fixated on Zhang Xiyuan, as though he were a breathtaking beauty. A thunderous wail erupted from the spirits, and in an instant, thousands of undead surged forth from all directions, causing Zhang Xiyuan's heart to momentarily falter. Begone. However, as a seasoned survivor of Death's Edge, his reflexes remained remarkably swift. At the very moment the undead launched their assault, formidable lightning sigils crackled into existence around him. With a resounding crash, Zhang Xiyuan, channeling his energy, executed a hand gesture, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck down dozens of the weaker undead in mere moments. Yet, these were merely the friliest among them, with an unending tide of spirits continuing to flow from behind. In that instant, Zhang Xiyuan's expression tightened to its utmost. He had not anticipated such misfortune. Was he truly confronted with a massive wave of undead right from the outset? Damn it! Yichio, I shall rip you apart. His enraged roar reverberated amidst the claps of thunder. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cave, Yichio remained oblivious to the chaos outside, perplexed by the sudden change. What is happening? It seems I heard someone calling my name. And why have these undead suddenly retreated? Impossible. I am so delightful. Why would they not feast upon me? Feeling anxious, Yichio cautiously peered out from the cave, only to witness a scene of chaos several hundred meters away, where a beleaguered figure was besieged by tens of thousands of undead, desperately seeking escape. Is that him? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yichio's eyes as he leaned against the wall, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. This old fool truly dares to descend. How much do I pay you monthly? Why are you exerting yourself so? Were it not for being cornered, Yichio would never have ventured into such a nightmarish place. Amidst the relentless assault of the undead, Zhang Xiyuan's garments soon became drenched in blood, rendering him a disheveled figure akin to a mad priest. With one of his arms severed by Yichio, he found himself utterly incapable of confronting the onslaught of spirits. At this rate, within 10 minutes, his demise was inevitable. Furthermore, the malevolent energy permeating the surroundings significantly affected him, demanding a portion of his focus to counteract its influence. Just as he found himself at the brink of despair, he suddenly caught sight of Yichio in the darkness, his eyes instantly igniting with ferocity. Damn you, Yichio. I shall see you torn to shreds. With a furious bellow, he forsook the undead surrounding him and charged fiercely towards Yichio. He was resolute, even if it meant his death. He was determined to take Yichio with him. Were it not for him, how could he have fallen to such depths? His pin-up wrath reached its zenith. And without hesitation, Zhang Xiyuan unleashed a lethal strike towards Yichio. Unexpectedly, Yichio, who once resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat, no longer recoiled but instead offered him a cryptic smile. What could this mean? Zhang Xiyuan was taken aback, unable to fathom the reason for Yichio's laughter. Was this a sign of surrender, a renunciation of feudal resistance? Yet, in the next moment, he was astounded to witness an overwhelming surge of righteous energy emanating from Yichio. How is this possible? In merely a few minutes, his strength had ascended several tiers? At that moment, Zhang Xiyuan panicked. Already severely injured, his power had plummeted to the fourth realm, and now he found himself overshadowed by Yichio's presence. Before he could react, Yichio vanished like a specter, and in the next instant, a sharp pain gripped his neck, plunging him into darkness. Oh, how intriguing. Just when one feels the lack of something, it arrives unbidden. Fresh blood is now at hand. A swift chop rendered Zhang Xiyuan unconscious, and Yichio hoisted him and dashed toward the cave. Meanwhile, the undead, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Yichio, instinctively halted. This righteous energy was their natural nemesis, allowing Yichio to disregard their existence entirely. Carrying Zhang Xiyuan, he flew into the cave and thoroughly searched his belongings, leading him to gasp in astonishment. How could one possess such wealth yet choose to pursue me rather than enjoy a splendid life? What were they thinking? This is merely labor. Why take it so seriously? Yichio found himself at a loss for words as he assessed Zhang Xiyuan's fortune, discovering a staggering sum of 100,000 spirit stones. Goodness! 100,000 spirit stones. In the previous month, I had only managed to acquire 2 spirit stones. To earn such a fortune would take me at least 1,000,000 years of labor. The thought ignited a surge of indignation within Yichio. The wealthy were truly insufferable. In a fit of rage, he delivered a kick that nearly knocked Zhang Xiyuan out. From his storage bag, he retrieved a precious binding rope and expertly restrained him, leaving him hanging in the cave like a seed, swinging gently. After completing this task, Yichio could not help but smile slightly. Old man, you enjoy the chase. Do you? Prepare yourself for the nightmare that awaits. Countless cruel images flickered through his mind, and he anticipated the satisfaction of revenge. Clutching Zhang Xiyuan's storage bag, Yichio entered the cave and fervently began to gather all the medicinal herbs and treasures within. After collecting these items, he left the roots intact, nourished by the spiritual spring at the cave's center, confident they would soon regrow. Baizhou. Splendid. These materials are just what I need for an experiment. Organizing the necessary ingredients for brewing, Yichio's lips curled into a slight smile. This old man arrived at the perfect moment. Had he not come, several of these materials would have been elusive to find. This moment can be likened to a timely act of delivering coal in the snow. Without hesitation, Yichio embarked upon his endeavor. After organizing the materials, he produced a massive alchemical furnace, embarking on the pursuit of his winemaking enterprise. As time gradually passed, Zhang Xiyuan, who had been unconscious for half a day, finally regained consciousness. At that instant, a surge of fury ignited within him. You brat, release me, if you have the courage. Face me like a man in a battle of life and death. His furious cries echoed as Zhang Xiyuan thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from his bonds, only to discover several of his bones had been affixed with bone nails by Yichio. Wasn't he that his treasured artifact? Over the years, he had frequently employed this item to pin his foes, and those who dared to challenge him would writhe in agony, crying out in despair. His formidable cultivation was rendered utterly ineffective, leaving him to perish slowly amidst his torment. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Ichio would wield such instruments. Wasn't he a disciple of the celestial realm of mending heaven? The celestial realm was supposed to be a reputable sect of the mystical arts, wasn't he it? Did they truly teach such practices? Ah, old man, are you surprised? Are you filled with despair? No, no, no. Your nightmare has yet to truly unfold. Do not fret. I shall return shortly to deal with you, Ichio remarked, casting a slight smile over his shoulder at Zhang. See Chapter 14. The devil. He is the devil. Upon witnessing Ichio's eyes, which gleamed with a demonic intensity, Zhang Xiyuan was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. No, I cannot remain passive. I must devise a means to escape this infernal place. Suppressing the terror that gnawed at his heart, he struggled fervently, attempting to free himself from the constraints of the ropes. Yet, he soon discovered that he possessed not an ounce of strength, for the bone-piercing nails had thoroughly shackled his every ounce of power. After a futile struggle, realizing that retreat was impossible, he began to contemplate a way to break free from the nails. Unbeknownst to him, his frantic movements had captured Ichio's attention, akin to a ferocious beast locking on to its prey. What do you intend to do? Zhang Xiyuan did not doubt that Ichio would kill him. After all, he had the audacity to murder Zhang Lingyu. What was there left for him to fear? He merely pondered the manner in which Ichio would choose to end his life. Ichio approached, cradling a bowl with deliberate slowness. In that moment, Zhang Xiyuan felt his fear reach its zenith, his body trembling ever so slightly. Haha, do not be alarmed. I am, in fact, a good person. However, it is rather unfortunate that my exquisite liquor is lacking a particular ingredient, and I require a small amount from you. What ingredient? Zhang Xiyuan gulped, his voice quivering with trepidation. He was concocting liquor? If that were the case, the necessary ingredients would likely be rare and precious herbs. Alas, all that he possessed had been thoroughly stripped away by Ichio. What could he possibly lend him? Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly pierced by a short dagger embedded in his thigh, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. Oh dear, my apologies. My hand slipped, and I inadvertently struck an artery. Please bear with it. As blood poured from him, Ichio swiftly held the bowl to catch it. In a matter of moments, Zhang Xiyuan's complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing his imminent demise, Ichio hurriedly shoved a precious herb into his mouth, and his injuries began to mend, albeit slightly. You little beast, if you have the guts, kill me. If I do not perish today, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Zhang Xiyuan, now conscious once more, could not restrain his furious outburst. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of a demon. He was actually using his blood to brew liquor? What manner of devilry was this? It was utterly deranged. Ignoring his impotent rage, Ichio returned to the alchemical furnace with the bowl of blood. He intended to test the effects. It would be ideal if it succeeded on the first attempt, for the old man was enduring considerable suffering. The thought that each failed concoction would cost Zhang Xiyuan a bowl of blood pained Ichio's heart. With a heavy heart, he poured the freshly drawn blood into the furnace, and in an instant, a formidable force erupted from within. What terrifying power! This intensity was no trifling matter. Ichio marveled inwardly. Based on the reactions from the furnace, his hypothesis was entirely validated. Moreover, the blood drawn from Zhang Xiyuan only intensified the liquor's efficacy the stronger he was. Goodness! If I could manage to capture a peak 9th realm expert to sustain, drawing their blood daily for brewing, wouldn't that propel me to unimaginable heights? Evil thoughts began to stir within Ichio as he witnessed the formidable power of this fierce liquor. However, the question loomed, how could one capture a being of the 9th realm? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. No, his current strength was far too feeble. The mere pressure exerted by a 9th realm expert could obliterate him entirely. To attempt to capture them would be sheer folly. During the lengthy process of concocting the brew, suddenly, a loud bang echoed. What had transpired? The drowsy Zhang Xiyuan, roused by the commotion, thought perhaps his rescuers had arrived. To his surprise, it was merely the cauldron beside Ichio that had exploded. With a puzzled gaze, he observed Ichio approaching once more, holding a bowl. Zhang Xiyuan exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Ichio chuckled, "My sincerest apologies. I had a mishap earlier. May I borrow another bowl? Do not be so stingy. A mere drop of blood will not spell your demise. Why be so miserly?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan nearly succumbed to rage. "Damn you. I shall not lend you anything. You could kill me, but if I manage to escape, you will learn the true meaning of cruelty. Ultimately, under duress, Zhang Xiyuan reluctantly provided another bowl of blood. Before departing, Yiqiu ensured to place a precious herb in Zhang Xiyuan's mouth to alleviate his injuries and replenish his vitality, preventing any unfortunate demise. After completing these tasks, Yiqiu returned to the cauldron, brimming with enthusiasm as he resumed his pursuit of the brewing craft. After 3 days and nights, and enduring countless trials, Yiqiu finally achieved success. By heavens, this liquor is astonishing. Gazing at the crimson liquid in the bottle, reminiscent of fine wine, he felt an overwhelming excitement. To drink this elixir is akin to tasting blood. Its potency is indescribable. A single cup could shatter one's heart and soul. Upon sampling just a sip, an extraordinary surge of power coursed through him. Good heavens! He gasped. This was far superior to any so-called celestial brews he had previously tasted. Back at the Yi family, he had indulged in those divine concoctions a few times, but they paled in comparison to this one, merely akin to horse urine. In mere moments, Yiqiu sensed his cultivation had ascended to a new minor realm. 6th grade of the profound finger. Astounding. It was no wonder this liquor, crafted over 3 days and nights and infused with the sacrifice of an elder, was so extraordinarily potent. As he had envisioned, the blood transformed into liquor triggered the talent of the bloodthirsty demon god, resulting in a remarkable enhancement far exceeding previous gains. With the activation of the bloodthirsty demon god's ability, Yiqiu's cultivation soared to an alarming pinnacle of the 4th realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyuan, suspended in midair, gazed in terror at the nearly frenzied youth before him. His eyes, ravaged by torment, were filled only with fear, dread, and anxiety. A devil. He was a true embodiment of malevolence. Throughout Zhang Xiyuan's years of cultivation, he had never encountered anyone who would dare to brew liquor from human blood. What an utterly insane act. It is simply madness. You claim he is an authentic disciple of the mystical sect? Even if Zhang Xiyuan were to perish, I would not believe it. What we witness is no longer the mystical sect, but rather a sinister path. He struggles desperately, yearning to escape this cursed place. In this moment, the arrogance he once held has vanished from his heart. Observing his frantic attempts to flee, Yiqiu diligently collects the liquor from the cauldron. And after filling 20 bottles, he slowly approaches Zhang Xiyuan. Haha, what do you intend to do? Release me. I do not wish to die. I beseech you, spare me. I have elders above and young ones below. My previous ignorance was my own folly. Please, consider me inconsequential and let me go. Upon hearing Yiqiu's eerie laughter, Zhang Xiyuan's body trembles slightly, and his trousers are instantly drenched. Seeing his pathetic state, Yiqiu's lips curl into a smirk. In truth, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Alas, it matters little now. Your usefulness has waned. May you fare well on your journey. In an instant, amidst Zhang Xiyuan's terrified gaze, the heavenly evil sword flashed, and his head fell to the ground. After dealing with Zhang Xiyuan, Yiqiu's attention shifted to the depths of the cave, still unaware of what lay within. Chapter 15. Su Wanqing's Fury. Eugene endures another slap in the city of Liyang, upon receiving the news of Yiqiu's leap into the abyss of the dead. A resounding crash echoed as a teacup shattered on the floor. Zhang Dongxiu, filled with rage, rose from his seat and bellowed, "Useless. A bunch of incompetents. Unable to capture even a mere Xianji cultivator. What purpose do I have in sustaining you?" At his furious outburst, those present bowed their heads in silence. That wretched Yiqiu dared to harm my son. I shall ensure his dismemberment. If 10 men cannot apprehend him, then I shall dispatch 100. 1,000. Every member of the family must mobilize to find him and eliminate him. His voice echoed like thunder, and in that moment, all understood that Zhang Dongxiu was truly enraged. For years, they had never witnessed such a display of loss of composure from their clan leader. With his command, the entire Zhang family sprang into action, thousands pouring forth to the abyss of the dead in search of Yiqiu. Amidst this turmoil, the atmosphere in Liyang City shifted dramatically. At the Yi family residence, after 3 days of reflection, Yi Jin finally emerged from the dim chamber. He was no longer the spirited figure of the past. Instead, he was enveloped in despondency and solitude. Observing the silent followers who had stood by him for years, he felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. His wife had returned to her family, his eldest son had severed ties with him, and his youngest son had returned to the Eternal Mountain, preoccupied with his own affairs. Now, apart from the dozen or so loyal veterans who had accompanied him through thick and thin, he was truly a man alone. Wang Yi. Noticing Yi Jin's forlorn expression, Yi Yang hesitated. uncertain whether he should disclose a particular matter at this moment. He was unsure how Eugene would react. However, given that 3 days had passed, he feared that if he did not inform Eugene soon, there might not be an opportunity for regret. What is it? Speak. Eugene lowered his gaze, lost in thought as he stared at the empty table, contemplating whether he should visit the sacred land of repairing heaven. Seeing his reaction, Yiyang steeled himself and finally spoke. Wang Yi, the eldest young master, what has happened to him? Eugene instantly lifted his head. Could it be that the boy had come to his senses and returned to seek forgiveness? A flicker of hope ignited within him. If Yuchio could turn back, could he not find it in his heart to forgive? After all, he was his son. Though he had strayed, if he were sincere in his repentance, perhaps there was still a path to redemption. Seeing the flicker of emotion in Eugene's eyes, Yiyang could no longer contain himself. Wang Yi, you must hurry and see him. 3 days ago, the eldest young master killed Zhang Dongshu's 2 sons and escaped from the sacred land. As of now, his whereabouts are unknown. The Zhang family is relentlessly pursuing him. If we delay any longer, I fear you may never see him again. Yiyang spoke with an almost tearful urgency, having held back his own pain for 3 days. No one understood better than he the trials Yuchio had faced in the sacred land, and for the past 20 years. He had witnessed every humiliation endured by Yuchio. He endured for so many years, but ultimately could no longer restrain himself and chose to erupt, venting the fury that had accumulated over 2 decades. For the past 3 days, Yiyang had been engulfed in a struggle. He contemplated the notion of rescue and searching, yet felt powerless to do so. Meanwhile, Eugene had isolated himself within a chamber, refusing to emerge, and none dared to intrude. At the moment he uttered those words, the table before him shattered into dust with a single strike. Eugene, his gaze as icy as the winter's chill, rose from his seat and coldly declared, 3 days? Why did you not inform me sooner? A mere Zhang family dares to chase after my son. Eugene, what are you all doing? Upon hearing these words, everyone instantly knelt, unable to lift their heads. Yiyang spoke, Your Highness, you instructed us not to seek out the eldest young master without your command. We wish to inform you, but you have remained shut away in your chamber, leaving us uncertain of how to relay this news. Upon hearing this, Eugene's murderous intent surged violently within him. 3 days. This indicated that his son had been pursued for 3 days, and all members of the Zhang family had mobilized against him? In such circumstances, Yuchio, a mere cultivator of the first realm, must surely be in grave peril. He could not fathom why Yuchio would kill the 2 sons of Zhang Dongshu. Was it an attempt to coerce him? Just as he was consumed by rage, a swift silhouette clad in white burst through the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, Eugene's heart leapt with joy. Madam! Yet before he could bask in his happiness, Su Wanqing slapped him sharply across the face and exclaimed in anger, Eugene, your son has been pursued for 3 days, and you remain unmoved at home? I was truly blind to have married you. Madam, allow me to explain. Explain what? Were it not for Liena rushing to the sword pavilion to inform me, I would still be in the dark. Eugene, you heartless fiend, today I see you for who you truly are. For the sake of your so-called reputation, you disregard your own son's life. You are unworthy of being called a father. Very well. If you choose not to intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands. Should the Zhang family dare to harm a heir on my son, I will ensure their entire clan meets a fate without burial. The murderous intent grew, the sword gleaming with menace. Today, this heir of the sword pavilion cast aside his usual gentle demeanor, revealing a true intent to kill. Observing his enraged wife, Eugene felt a burden of unspoken sorrow, his grievances unvoiced, and he could only suppress his indignation as he explained, Madam, I did not say I would not take action. I have only just learned of this matter. Please, allow me to explain. Explain what? Eugene, if you still consider yourself a man, a father, accompany me to the Zhang family to demand our son's return. If we fail to retrieve him, then you may decide our fate. I shall not see you again in this lifetime. At this moment, Su Wanqing had completely lost her reason. She never imagined that in her absence of merely 3 days, such calamity would befall them. The son of the formidable demon king of the north was being hunted by a small family. It was truly an extraordinary tale. Upon receiving this message, she hurriedly made her way here, unable to comprehend how Eugene, despite any grievances with his son, could possibly disregard his life and death. Yet, in the end, her hopes were dashed. Observing the indifferent gaze of his wife, Eugene finally realized that should he refuse to relent this time, he would inevitably face the disintegration of his family. Madam, please do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. The Zhang family is still searching for him, which indicates that he remains unscathed. I will head to the Zhang household immediately. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Grant me another opportunity. With an almost pleading tone. Eugene had never felt so humbled in his life. However, he believed that if it meant appeasing his wife, he would even kneel if necessary. Witnessing this scene, Su Wanqing's expression finally softened somewhat. Very well. I am curious to see how you plan to proceed. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory resolution, you shall never see me again. With his wife's concession, Eugene decisively commanded, Yi Yang, gather everyone. We are going to the Zhang family to demand the return of our people. How dare they lay a hand on my son? Yes. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yang's anxious heart finally found some solace, silently praying that there was still time to rectify the situation. Chapter 16. The Chaos of Liyang on this day. The atmosphere in and around Liyang City was unusually lively. The townsfolk gathered on the streets, watching wave after wave of troops march out, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why had the Zhang family mobilized such a vast number of people? Could it be that a beast tide was approaching? Are you really that oblivious? The city has been abuzz with chatter for days, and you still have no idea what's going on? Actually, I just emerged from seclusion today. I truly don't know what's happening. At the drunken immortal pavilion, many people were seated together, discussing the Zhang family's grand mobilization with great curiosity about their intentions and why such a multitude had been summoned. Judging by the numbers, it seemed the entire family had been involved. What could possibly warrant this? It's merely a disciple of the Holy Land of Butian who killed 2 of the Zhang family's sons, and for this, the family head, Zhang Dongxiu, was furious, vowing to search the earth to find this young man and exact his revenge. This incident had stirred the entire city into a frenzy, and yet there were those who remained ignorant. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! Who is this individual to dare harm the sons of the illustrious Zhang family? Does he not value his life? It was said that this person was named Yu Qiu, a man of humble origin, the son of a commoner in Liyang, orphaned and alone. He had long suffered bullying at the hands of the Zhang brothers in the Holy Land of Butian, enduring relentless humiliation until he could bear it no longer and finally retaliated against them. As the discussions swirled around them, Su Mufeng and Lin Qi exchanged astonished glances. Is it truly Yu Qiu who did this? My goodness! How audacious! I warned you that drinking could lead to trouble, but you wouldn't listen. And now, look at the mess we're in. He still owes me 5 spirit stones. He cannot afford to die? Lin Qi, in a state of panic, was at a loss for what to do. Su Mufeng, however, maintained a degree of composure. He had not anticipated that just 3 days prior, they had been indulging at the drunken immortal pavilion, and now Yu Qiu had become a fugitive. The city was in turmoil, with both the Zhang family and the Holy Land of Butian searching for Yu Qiu. After a moment of calm reflection, Su Mufeng remarked, Do not fret. Knowing him as I do, if he dared to take such action, he must have already considered an escape route. He is likely far beyond the reach of the Zhang family. Indeed, if they could find him, we would probably be collecting his remains by now. After hearing Su Mufeng's reasoning, Lin Qi finally began to regain his composure, though he still felt a lingering sense of dread. From now on, I must avoid alcohol. It truly complicates matters. Initially, we had vowed to share life and death together, to advance and retreat as one, yet he acted decisively while we were left in ignorance. Su Mufeng concurred. What a bold move. I thought he was jesting, but he truly went through with it, and even killed 2? Incredible. If he survives this ordeal, I would willingly call him brother. Me too. Enough chatter. We must search for him, ensuring we locate him before the Zhang family does. Otherwise, once he falls into their hands, even divine intervention would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mufeng rose swiftly, recalling the possible places Yi Qiu might go, and promptly identified a direction. Hanjing City. That was a bustling metropolis they had often envisioned while discussing their dreams. It is said that Hanjing City is abundant in beautiful women, gentle and sweet, a place they have longed for. They had once vowed that upon achieving success, they would undoubtedly visit Hanjing City, marry 10 wives, and live a carefree life. Su Mufeng was convinced that if Yu Qiu were alive, he would surely head to Hanjing City. He prepared to set off immediately when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Everyone, clear the way. As the crowd surged, the Yi family's entourage gradually came into view. The moment they spotted a figure soaring through the sky, everyone abruptly rose from their seats. Eugene! Good heavens! What is happening today? How could this contemporary titan make an appearance? This is a legendary figure. It seems they are headed towards the Zhang family. Could it be that Yi Qiu is Yi Jin's son? Don't be absurd. Everyone knows the Yi family's only son is Yi Qing, the holy son of the unaging mountain. How could Yi Qiu possibly be his son? If you said they were relatives, I might believe you. When Yi Jin appeared, the entire city erupted in excitement. Since his return, the Yi Manor had been inundated with visitors, with countless ancient families vying for a chance to pay their respects, yet none were deemed worthy. Many sought to align themselves with him, only to be turned away. His influence could be described as unparalleled in Liyang. My goodness, this has escalated tremendously. Let's go to the Zhang family and see what's going on. Observing this scene, Lin Qi was drenched in cold sweat. He had never anticipated that Yi Qiu could stir such a significant uproar. Meanwhile, in front of the Zhang manor, throngs of people gathered, and Zhang Dongxu was utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Outside, atop the eaves and several streets away, crowds filled the rooftops. It could be said that with Yi Jin's appearance, nearly half of Liyang City was drawn out, creating a considerable stir. Who exactly is this Yi Qiu? How come I have never heard of him? Don't say you haven't heard of him. I have lived in Liyang for many years and have never heard of him either. Many young scions from prominent families were engaged in fervent discussion, immensely curious about the identity of this individual. Under the gaze of the masses, Yi Jin descended from the heavens and landed gracefully at the entrance of the Zhang manor. Upon seeing the imposing man on the eaves, Zhang Dongxu felt his legs weaken, scrambling out from within in a panic. Unaware of the arrival of the northern king, he failed to extend a proper welcome. No sooner had he spoken than another flash of light appeared. Su Wanqing, wielding her sword, descended slowly. Before Yi Jin could utter a word, she took the initiative to speak, her voice cold. Zhang Dongxu, where is my son? Hand him over, or I shall bring about the annihilation of your Zhang family today. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of sword intent enveloped the entirety of the Zhang family. In that moment, within and beyond Liyang City, every sword in hand quivered with anticipation. The explosive revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the crowd. Could it be that our speculations were indeed correct? That rascal Yi Qiu is truly their son? My goodness, he has deceived us so thoroughly. Whenever it was time to settle the tab during our drinking sessions, he would dart away faster than a dog. And now you tell me he is the heir of the Northern Rejection King? In that instant, Su Mufeng felt his heart had been betrayed, a sensation of discomfort washing over him. Yet, simultaneously, a thrill of joy surged within him. His good brother was none other than the illustrious heir of the Northern Rejection, which implied he had become sworn brothers with a prince. Ah, how exhilarating! As Su Wanqing unleashed her sword intent, a chilling aura of death descended, causing unrest to sweep through the entirety of Liyang City. Zhang Dongxu was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling in fear. He could not fathom when he had offended these two formidable stars of calamity. After a moment of careful reflection, he stammered, Young Master Yi Qing is not within my Zhang family, Your Highness, Madam. Could it be that you are mistaken? Chapter 17 If my son suffers even the slightest misfortune, I shall ensure that all shall pay the price. Even if Zhang Dongxu had tenfold the courage, he would not dare confront Yi Qing. Not only is he formidable in his own right, but his vast connections are suffocating. How could Zhang Dongxu, who has led his family to this point, be foolish enough to engage in such folly? He still dares to argue. If my son is harmed in the slightest, I will bring ruin upon your entire family. Su Wanqing was enraged. It had been 3 long days, and there was not a trace of Yi Qiu. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the trials he might be enduring outside. The thought alone pierced her heart with agony. It was all her fault. The moment she realized her mistake, she should have rushed to reclaim her son, yet she had fled back to her family home, leaving her son to face the Zhang family's wrath alone, lost and uncertain of his fate. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's chilling declaration, everyone present was taken aback. Could it be true that Yi Qiu was indeed their son? That seemed impossible. Did they not have only Yi Qing? Moreover, as far as anyone knew, Yi Qiu was merely the child of an ordinary farmer in Liyang. How had he suddenly become entangled with the Prince of Beiyu? Who could say? Now, as the Yi family mobilized to seek retribution, Zhang Dongxu was in dire straits. These past few days had been tumultuous for them, creating quite a stir in the city. And now they had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. Amidst the rising speculation, Zhang Dongxu felt a chill run down his spine. He had no doubt that Su Wanqing would indeed annihilate his entire clan, though her cultivation was only at the 8th stage. She was the sole heir of the Listening Tide Sword sect, and behind her stood a formidable entity even more terrifying than Yi Jin. Should that individual intervene, not just the Zhang family, but the entirety of Liyang could be left in ruin. Trembling, Zhang Dongxu was now in a state of utter disarray. His mind far from the anguish of losing a son, His sole focus was on how to navigate this perilous situation. A son can be replaced. But should he incite Yi Jin's wrath, the entire Zhang family would meet its demise. This was the culmination of his centuries of toil. Wangfei, I truly do not know where your son is. I swear by the heavens, I have never even laid eyes on your esteemed son. How could I show him disrespect? Su Wanqing's fury surged anew at these words. At this juncture, he still failed to comprehend that the son he referenced was not Yu Qing, but rather Yu Qiu, whom he had relentlessly pursued for 3 days. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers present, she would have long since ended Zhang Doxiu's life to preserve the honor of the Prince of Beiyu. Before she could utter a word, Eugene could no longer remain seated. In an instant, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike to Zhang Doxiu's chest. Time was of the essence. There was no room for idle chatter. Every moment wasted could place Yu Qiu in greater peril. The immediate priority was to halt the Zhang family's pursuit. For even if he were to eliminate every member of the Zhang clan, it would not resolve his son's dire predicament. In an instant, his palm struck, sending Zhang Dongshu's vital energy reeling, crashing to the ground, and creating a massive crater in the earth. With a sudden expulsion of blood, Zhang Dongshu felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and in that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of fear and dread. The chasm between them, confronted by Yi Jin, who possessed the prowess of the seventh realm, he found himself utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. Zhang Dongshu, withdraw everyone from your family at once. If anything happens to my son, Yu Qiu. As Eugene spoke, a sense of insecurity enveloped him, and his gaze swept over the crowd outside. The onlookers from various noble families quivered with a sudden, ominous premonition. I will have the lives of over 3 million souls in Liang City accompany my son to the grave. Boom. The moment those chilling words fell, every individual present trembled in unison. What the hell? I'm merely a spectator. Why should this concern me? A sense of impending doom washed over those who had long resided in Liang City. I warned you all that something dreadful was afoot today. I told you to leave quickly, but you lingered. Now, it appears there is no escape. Such brazen tyranny. To threaten us as collateral for your son's peril? How audacious. At that moment, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Many of the esteemed families, entrenched in Liang City for years, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? The Zhang family has stirred up trouble and expects us to bear the consequences? Damn it. Zhang, just wait until I settle the score with you. Why are you still standing there? Go out and find someone. From an upper chamber, an elderly man in a gray robe cursed vehemently, then leaped into the sky, departing the city. No one dared to wager whether Eugene was jesting, for he possessed the power to annihilate all of Liang City single-handedly. Did they dare take that risk? Even with a heart full of grievances, they could not dare to gamble, nor could they flee, for their roots lay firmly here. Where could they possibly escape to? At the mere mention of Yu Qiu's name, Zhang Dongshu felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Yi Qiu? No, it cannot be. Why would it be him? He could scarcely fathom that the one who had slain his son was, in fact, Yi Jin's progeny. He had previously dispatched individuals to investigate, and Yi Qiu was merely the son of a humble farmer. How had he suddenly transformed into Yi Jin's son? Furthermore, if Yi Qiu was indeed their son, why had his identity never been disclosed to the public? Had they announced it, who in Liang City, no, throughout the entire imperial province, would dare to lay a hand on him? Who would not be compelled to show some respect? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhang Dongshu's complexion turned ashen. He had just issued orders to his entire clan to hunt down Yu Qiu. Little did he know that Eugene would come knocking at his door so swiftly. Now, he could not retract his directive. In that moment, it felt as if he were staring into the abyss of his own demise. No, there is still a chance. A glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Zhang Dongshu seized upon a lifeline. He had just received news that Yu Qiu had leaped into the abyss of the undead. His fate uncertain. As long as there was no corpse to be found, it meant he was still alive. All he needed to do now was amend his orders and personally descend into the abyss of the undead to rescue him. And perhaps there would still be a way to salvage the situation. After all, it was Yi Jin's son who committed the initial act of violence. The fault lies with them. As long as his son remains unharmed, surely he cannot be unreasonable, can he? You lot. Immediately make your way to the abyss of the undead and instruct Zhang Xiyuan and the others to cease their pursuit and retrieve the individual. Be swift. Seizing one of the family elders nearby, Zhang Dongshu nearly shouted in desperation. The moment he uttered the term abyss of the undead, a chilling silence enveloped the hearts of everyone present. The abyss of the undead? It is over. Is there any hope for survival now? This is disastrous. Damn you, Zhang family. Just you wait. I shall return to settle the score. The once observant powerful clans, upon hearing of the abyss of the undead, could no longer contain themselves. They must hasten to ascertain whether Yi Qiu is truly dead, if he is indeed gone. They must consider how to preserve their family lineage. No one would dare to question Yi Jin's resolve. This matter concerns the lives of over 300,000 souls in Liang, and it is certainly no jest. My heavens, how utterly formidable! If only I had such a powerful father, I would not find myself in this predicament. At that moment, two sycophants hiding within the crowd felt as if they were seeing stars. What a beast! A damned beast! I always believed he was of humble origins like us, never realizing he is actually the scion of the greatest family in this land. Su Mufeng could hardly restrain his rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. 20 years. It took me this long to discover that the brother I've grown up with is, in fact, the son of the Prince of the North. His silence is astonishing. Not a single word in 2 decades. Chapter 18. Do not blame the brother for betrayal. He is also a victim of circumstance as the crowd stirred. Countless individuals murmured the phrase the abyss of the undead. The atmosphere became charged with anticipation, fearing that any delay might lead to Yi Qiu's demise. Eugene worried that they would bear the brunt of his wrath, unable to defend themselves. Within moments, hundreds of thousands of cultivators surged forth from the city. An unprecedented spectacle in Liang's history. Upon hearing the mention of the abyss of the undead, Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen. Madam, Eugene, quick to react, rushed to embrace her. With tears welling in her eyes, she lamented, Jean Gu, our child. Overwhelmed with emotion, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Eugene's heart ached with profound sorrow and rising fury. How could they possibly be unaware of the abyss of the undead? It was notorious as a realm of death. When Yi Jin had fallen into its depths while being pursued, he had narrowly escaped with his life, even having reached the 6th realm at that time. If such a formidable cultivator had nearly perished, what fate awaited Yi Qiu, who was merely at the 7th tier of the 1st realm? Zhang Dongxiu, he bellowed, slamming his palm down in anger. With a sickening sound, he spat blood and was sent crashing against a pillar. He had no time to tend to his injuries. Collapsing to his knees as cold sweat drenched his attire, fear consuming him. He wished he could slap himself for not restraining his words. Had he remained silent, there might have been a chance to salvage the situation. Now, with his revelation, everyone understood that Yi Qiu had been cornered and had leapt into the abyss of the undead. This leap was almost certainly a death sentence. Your Highness, I truly did not know Yi Qiu was your son. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to touch him, even with tenfold courage. In desperation, Zhang Dongxiu found himself at a dead end, hastily declaring, Your Highness, allow me to speak. My family has searched the abyss for 3 days without finding your son, which signifies that he is still alive. I will dispatch people to search immediately, and I assure you, I will return your son to you intact. Humph. Zhang Dongxiu, I am not one to act irrationally. However, you would do well to pray for my son's survival. Should he meet with any misfortune, I guarantee your end will be most unpleasant. Yi Jin's anger was formidable, and none doubted his capacity to fulfill such a promise. Those present trembled at his words, silently hoping for Yi Qiu's safety. Oh dear, Yi Qiu, you must not perish. I am coming for you. Enough. Quickly, send for help. The scene erupted once more as Yi Jin, without further ado, rushed towards the abyss of the undead upon learning its precise location. Only after his departure did Zhang Dongxiu regain his senses, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed heir of the Northern Rejection King had remained concealed in Liang City for 20 years? Had Eugene not spoken up today? Who would have believed it? Patriarch, what shall we do now? What to do? Go find him. If you cannot locate him, everyone must accompany him to the grave. Damn it. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Zhang Dongxiu resolved to take matters into his own hands. He was determined to find Yi Qiu, even if it meant discovering only a lifeless body. As for fleeing, his roots were firmly planted here. There was nowhere to run. This was the culmination of his life's work, and he could not simply resign himself to its loss. Shaoqi, let us return to the sacred land. Huh? Aren't we going to search? Lin Qi was perplexed. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, he was utterly bewildered. Su Mufeng glanced at his head and remarked, Search for what? What do we have to seek with? We should return and report this matter to the Grand Elder, then head straight to Hanjing City. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi finally comprehended, but just as they prepared to depart, 2 enchanting women obstructed their path. Esteemed ladies, what brings you here? Su Mufeng gulped, mesmerized by the breathtaking beauty before him. He had never encountered such stunning maidens. He dared not imagine how delightful it would be to marry one in this lifetime. Hey, Restrain your lewd gaze. Noticing the peculiar glint in Su Mufeng's eyes, Lu Ji placed her hands on her hips and scolded him. Oh, my apologies, it's a bad habit. Esteemed ladies, please do not misconstrue. I'm not that kind of person. The companions behind me, no, I mean the one behind me, is the true libertine. As for myself, I am quite respectable. Akin to a pure white lotus, untainted by the muck. Ah, there is a saying, a gentleman among men, unparalleled in the world, and that precisely describes me. Upon the sight of beautiful women, Su Mufeng's professional instincts kicked in, and he began to speak with flair. Lu Ji was thoroughly amused, bursting into laughter. You are quite entertaining. Such sweet talk. You must often charm young ladies, I presume? How could that be? In Liang City, who does not know that I, Su Mufeng, am renowned for my loyalty? Just as he was about to continue his elaborate discourse, Lian Feng furrowed her brow and interjected, enough with the nonsense. I have a question for you. Among the two of you, you are closest to Yichio. Tell me, where is he most likely to be? Lian Feng was astute. Earlier, when Eugene pressed Zhang Dongxiu, she had noticed Su Mufeng and Lin Qi. She had seen these two before, frequent companions of Yichio, known for their ruffian behavior in Liyang. If anyone knew Yichio well and understood where he might go, it would undoubtedly be these two dubious friends. Indeed. Upon hearing Lian Feng's inquiry, Su Mufeng's expression stiffened. He was deliberating whether to divulge the information. After hesitating for a brief moment, a cold blade was placed against his neck. Hanjing City. He may have gone to Hanjing City. Esteemed lady, a gentleman uses words, not violence. Let us discuss this matter amicably. The instant the sword pressed against his throat, Su Mufeng blurted out the information without hesitation. Do not blame my brother for betrayal. He is also a prisoner of circumstance. Silently, he offered himself an explanation as Su Mufeng felt a knot tightening in his throat. He had never anticipated that this girl would possess such striking beauty, yet harbor such a lethal intent, in stark contrast to the lively and adorable figure beside her. She was akin to a frigid, ice-cold assassin. Such women are typically beyond the reach of ordinary men, and he dared not provoke her. For life is but a single thread. What business could he possibly have in Hanjing City? Lian Feng did not rush to respond, his expression one of perplexity. Su Mufeng found himself in a quandary, yet under duress, he finally spoke. In our drinking sessions, we often engaged in profound discussions about life. On several occasions, we mentioned Hanjing City, remarking on its breathtaking scenery and vibrant splendor, and its abundance of beautiful women. We vowed that once we amassed wealth, we would certainly indulge in the pleasures of that place. I surmise that if he finds himself without a destination, Hanjing City is most likely to be his refuge, as it embodies our shared aspiration. At the mention of beautiful women, Lian Feng's demeanor instantly grew colder, casting a derisive glance at Su Mufeng and Lin Qi. Chapter 19. Has the Zhang family's network expanded so vastly? Several hours later, in the desolate expanse of the Baishur wilderness, thousands of figures flashed across the sky in unison. The bystanders gazed in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, rendered utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? How could such a multitude suddenly appear? Have our clandestine activities disturbed the ancestral graves? Are they here to apprehend us? At the foot of a cliff, two trembling individuals huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the multitude above. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, an unfamiliar elder materialized before them. Qi Dowling swiftly seized one of them by the collar, urgency lacing his tone. You too. What are your names, and where do you reside? Speak the truth. The oppressive aura of the sixth realm descended upon them, causing Wu Hao and Qin Lu to shudder involuntarily. It's over. The Avengers have come for us. I warned you that engaging in such immoral deeds would bring calamity. You didn't believe me, and now look where we are. We're doomed. The two exchanged furtive whispers, but Qi Dowling, sensing the urgency, had no time for their idle chatter. Speak. He barked. The command proved too much for Wu Hao, who, overwhelmed, fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Senior, please spare us. This is our first time. Truly, it is we won't ever commit such heinous acts again. Have mercy on us. At these words, Qi Dowling was momentarily taken aback. What is this nonsense? If you utter another word of folly, I shall strike you down this instant. A murderous intent surged within Qi Dowling, enveloping the two in a chilling dread. Though shaken, Qin Lu remained relatively composed, and quickly discerned that this elder did not seem to be seeking vengeance. Rather, he appeared in search of something. In response, esteemed senior, we are disciples of the heavenly Saint Mountain. I am Qin Lu, and this is Wu Hao. We reside atop Qinju Ridge. What instructions do you have for us? Upon hearing this, Qi Dowling realized that these two were not the individuals he sought. His lips twitched in frustration. Curse it, who knows what Yi Qiu looks like? I've never seen him, and it's truly vexing. They are on a quest to locate someone, yet no one has provided them with a description of Yi Qiu. While the Zhang family's bounty notice included an image, Qi Dowling thought it too abstract for anyone but the Zhang family to comprehend. Who possesses such an appearance? Nevertheless, some details were described. He then inquired, have either of you seen a young man clad in garments of black and crimson in this vicinity? Inform me of his whereabouts. Huh? The question caught Qin Lu off guard as he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh, esteemed elder. I believe I know the person you're referring to. 3 days ago, in the very wasteland ahead, a young man, pursued and desperate, fled to this place. At that moment, the two of us were. No, we were merely nearby, witnessing him engage in combat with a formidable pursuer, ultimately being cast into the abyss of the undead. If memory serves me correctly, that individual was clad in a striking ensemble of black and red. Upon hearing this, Qi Dowling's pupils widened in shock. The Zhang family had spoken the truth. Yi Qiu had indeed fallen into the abyss of the undead. Moreover, he had been forcefully thrust into it. One must understand that the abyss is fraught with peril, even in one's prime. Descending into its depths does not guarantee survival, let alone in a severely injured state. This is catastrophic. Damn it, Zhang Dongxiu. I will not let this matter rest. Qi Dowling's inner fury ignited instantaneously. And at that moment, he could only pray for a miracle. A severe injury coupled with a plunge into the abyss of the undead is, for the vast majority, tantamount to a death sentence with no hope of return. Yet, he still clung to the hope of a miracle, for it concerned their very lives. There was no time to engage with the two fools who were desecrating graves. Qi Dowling cast a fleeting glance at their shovels, disregarded them, and soared towards the abyss. He had no time for such trivialities, especially since it was not his family's grave being disturbed. Meanwhile, above the abyss of the undead, a throng had gathered. A scene unparalleled in the annals of history. Never had such a spectacle unfolded here. Countless individuals surrounded the chasm, and amidst them, a figure flickered as Yi Jin, accompanied by Su Wanqing, ascended directly above the abyss. Zhang Dongxiu closely followed, his heartbeat quickening. At the cliff's edge, several elders from the Zhang family were utterly perplexed, wondering how such a multitude had suddenly appeared. Were they summoned by the patriarch? Goodness! Has the patriarch's network grown so formidable? My word, has he rallied nearly half of the cultivators from Liyang City? What a display! If this were to be paraded forth, I can scarcely imagine the grandeur. Su Jia stood in awe of the magnificent scene, unable to conceal his reverence for the patriarch. It is noteworthy that most of them were not of the Zhang family's direct lineage. They were followers of Zhang Dongxiu over the years. Their faith in him had only deepened, now blossoming into admiration. Goodness! Even the king of the north has been summoned? Heaven above, the patriarch is indeed formidable. With such connections, I feel we could dominate an entire state. The group was elated, and upon seeing Zhang Dongxiu approach, they hurried to greet him. In their excitement, they scarcely noticed the pallor of his face. Patriarch, why have you come personally? Is this small matter truly worthy of your direct intervention? Rest assured, long before your arrival, I had already laid a meticulous trap. Should that rascal dare to emerge, he shall find no refuge. Furthermore, I have dispatched thousands of our clan's disciples, along with elders, in teams of 10, to commence a sweeping search. No matter how he tries to evade, he is doomed. Indeed, Patriarch, you should send these well-wishers away. Trust in our capabilities. A mere child like Yi Qiu, I could easily dispatch with a single hand. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room turned exceedingly strange. Zhang Dongxiu's countenance darkened, a surge of fury rising within him. Slap! A crimson handprint suddenly appeared on Su Jia's aged visage, and the terrifying force sent him flying several dozen meters away. The other elders gazed in horror at this scene, bewildered by the unfolding events. They served Zhang Dongxiu, so why had he resorted to violence? Or perhaps, were they not meeting his expectations in their tasks, and he sought to hasten their efforts? At this moment, Zhang Dongxiu had no time to elucidate matters to them. He urgently commanded, notify all clan members to immediately cease all pursuits of Yi Qiu. Bring him back at once and ensure his safety. If he suffers even the slightest harm, I shall sacrifice you to the heavens. What? This. Was it not previously declared that the boy should meet an untimely demise? Why the sudden change of heart? I see now. The clan leader wishes to personally slay the boy to avenge his lost son, which is why he demands we safely return him. Chapter 20. The Corpse of Yi Qiu. Wrath of thunder above the abyss of the undead, Su Wanqing gazed vacantly into the unfathomable depths below, her heart sinking with an overwhelming chill. The sight of the bloodstains and the remnants of the previous battle filled her with dread as she dared not envision the torment her son must have endured. How could a mere novice at the mountain-moving stage possibly survive such a predicament? Regret consumed her. Why had she not sought him out immediately upon his departure? Instead of returning to the Sword Pavilion to lament to her father? If only she had gone in search of him then, could such a tragedy have been averted? Eugene, is this truly the conclusion you offer me? With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Wanqing's gaze hardened, revealing an unprecedented chill that pierced Eugene's heart. He too had not anticipated such calamity befalling his son so soon after leaving home, and he felt a deep remorse. Yet what could he do at this juncture? Was he to unleash his fury upon all present? Should he do so, the image he had cultivated throughout his life would be irrevocably shattered. Suppressing the tempest of anger within, he consoled, "Madam, we have yet to ascertain Cho's whereabouts. As long as he remains unfound, it implies he is still alive. Please, do not despair. I shall descend and search for him personally." At this critical moment, Eugene was prepared to disregard everything else, poised to plunge into the abyss of the undead when suddenly, several figures ascended, bearing a skeletal remains, stripped bare of flesh. Upon witnessing the remains, not upon by the undead, Su Wanqing was engulfed in darkness, fainting at the sight. She recognized a jade pendant adorning the corpse. It was the very token she had gifted to Yuchio in years past. In that instant, her world crumbled. "No, my child." Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, and at that moment, the tension in the air became palpable. Dead? He is dead? It is over. As the remains were lifted, a singular thought consumed the hearts of all present. Zhang Dongxiu, overwhelmed with terror, collapsed to the ground in despair. Everything he had worked for in his lifetime was now in ruins. The bloodstains on the corpse indicated death had occurred merely hours prior. They were too late. Zhang Dongxiu. A furious roar reverberated through the heavens as ominous clouds rolled in, heralding a tempest. The wrath of the Nine Realms powerhouses rendered the world devoid of color, and all present felt the specter of their own demise looming. Eugene was enraged. At the moment his true form manifested, it was as if a deity was observing from the heavens, a colossal presence enveloping all. The oppressive aura suffocated everyone, plunging Zhang Dongxiu into utter despair. "I demand blood for blood." Just as the situation reached its zenith, an elder from the Zhang family suddenly spoke up. "Is that not the attire of Zhang Xiyuan?" At this revelation, every gaze turned towards him, and Zhang Dongxiu clung to this glimmer of hope as if it were a lifeline. "Zhang Xiyuan, this is not the corpse of Yuchio. It belongs to Zhang Xiyuan, an elder of my clan. My lord, please observe, this skeletal remains are over a century old. How could it possibly belong to your son? He is still alive." Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing abruptly lifted her head and stepped forward, scrutinizing the body closely. The once desolate heart ignited with hope anew. "It is not Cho'er. He is alive. He is still alive. No, I must seek him out personally. He is living." The usually graceful and dignified princess consort lost all composure at that moment, disregarding others' attempts to restrain her as she plunged into the depths of the abyss of the dead. Eugene, witnessing this, feared for Su Wanqing's safety and neglected to deal with Zhang Dongxiu, coldly uttering, "Zhang Dongxiu, you better pray my son is unharmed. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you." At this moment, the abyss of the dead was thronged with people. A ceaseless ebb and flow. Countless spirits dwelling beneath the abyss were utterly bewildered. For millions of years, they had scarcely seen a single soul. What is happening today? Is there a calamity? Have all fled underground to wrestle with ghosts for shelter? Amidst the flickering golden light, an elderly Taoist suddenly extended his hand. An invisible force seizing a spirit attempting to flee. "Speak. Where has that young man, who fell 3 days ago, gone?" The ensnared spirit appeared dazed. "How dare you question me in my domain? What do you mean?" The spirit, unwilling to cooperate, erupted with malevolent energy, striving to break free from its bonds. "Chi, do not waste words with it. Such vile creatures comprehend nothing but slaughter." An elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, swiftly arrived behind, striking the spirit dead with a single palm. Fixating on the abyss below, he remarked, "The malevolence here is exceedingly potent. Even we, at our level of power, can only reach this layer. Beyond lies an endless void, with no hope of survival. In the vicinity of 100 miles, we have scoured caves and lairs, yet still found no trace of Yuchio." With each word, Shui Wanhai's expression grew graver, and he was nearly certain that Yuchio had perished. He silently prayed that Eugene would consider his reputation and not unleash his wrath upon the masses. Otherwise, every soul in this city would meet a similar fate. long before their departure. Shui Wanai had discreetly arranged for the younger generation and direct descendants of the clan to leave Liyang City, regardless of whether they found Yu Qiu or not. He had to prepare for contingencies to ensure the clan's legacy continued. Amid their conversation, two figures soared past at incredible speed, leaving a trail of destruction among the spirits in their wake. In that moment, Su Wanqing transformed from her usual poised and elegant demeanor, radiating an icy malevolence. Yi Yang, is there any news of the young master? Upon reaching a platform, Su Wanqing impatiently inquired, her urgency to learn all pertaining to Yi Qiu palpable. Yi Yang's expression was one of despair as he produced a fragment of a broken jade pendant. The moment Su Wanqing beheld the pendant, her heart trembled. Isn't this the other half of the jade pendant that Yu Qiu possesses? Su Wanqing fought back her tears, shaking her head in disbelief. This jade pendant was one she had personally placed in Yu Qiu's cradle years ago, a cherished token he had carried with him ever since, never leaving his side, becoming an integral part of his being. Yet today, this very pendant lay split in two, which could only imply that he had met with misfortune. Yi Jin approached slowly, having also spotted the shard of jade, and coldly inquired, "Where was this discovered?" "Your Highness, it was found in a concealed cave. It seems that the young master had frequented this place before. I can sense his presence here," Yi Yang asserted with confidence. Having secretly safeguarded Yu Qiu for a decade, no one knew his essence better than he did. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin rushed into the cave, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos, blood strewn across the ground, and at the center stood an alchemical furnace, as if someone had been concocting something within. Approaching the furnace, Yi Jin inhaled deeply. It is poison. Chapter 21. The young master suffers with a sudden thud. As the word poison echoed in her ears, the sword in Su Wanqing's hand slipped and fell to the ground. Yi Jin hastily rushed forward to embrace her, his gaze fixed on the blackened earth tainted by poison and the bloodstains surrounding them. In her mind, a desolate scene began to unfold. In the icy, pitch-black cavern, a helpless youth struggled against hunger and the unending grip of fear. In his desperate bid for survival, he could scarcely distinguish what was edible from what was not, even resorting to boiling poison. "My child," tears streamed down her face at the thought. For 20 years, her child had not known a single day of joy, and now he faced such a grievous blow. How could he endure this? Overwhelmed by a torrent of pain, Su Wanqing dared not contemplate further the suffering and solitude Yu Qiu had endured. Madam, darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly fainted from heartache. Yi Jin, frantic, shouted to the guards of the Yi residence nearby, "Go, find him. I must see him alive or dead. If you cannot find him, do not return." Upon hearing the prince's furious roar, the guards quickly sprang into action, venturing deeper into the narrow crevices of the cavern. Meanwhile, Yu Yang stood rooted to the spot. His eyes dimmed. Did he not feel the pain as well? After all, the young master was someone he had watched grow up. No one understood the young master's grievances better than he. Yet, Yi Jin was a man of unyielding resolve, impervious to the counsel of others. His son was his responsibility to discipline. No one else had the right to intervene. In that moment, it was uncertain whether Yi Jin had truly awakened to the gravity of the situation, beginning to reflect on the events that led to this point. He pondered his own actions and those of Yu Qiu. How had they arrived at such a juncture? Had he truly erred? For the past 20 years, in his neglect, Yu Qiu had not shown any signs of trouble. Why, then, had he chosen this moment to erupt, taking the lives of the two sons of the Zhang family and fleeing for his life? What hidden truths lay beneath this calamity? Or was it a deliberate act to force him into submission? In Yi Jin's recollections, his son had always been portrayed as timid and devoid of any heroic spirit. He could not fathom why Yu Qiu would undertake such a reckless course of action this time. Yi Yang, tell me honestly, why did the young master kill the two sons of the Zhang family? Speak the truth. As these words left his lips, Yi Yang's heart trembled. This was the first time Yi Jin had actively sought information regarding the eldest young master, leaving him both astonished and secretly disheartened. He could not comprehend why it took loss for one to begin inquiring into the reasons behind it. When the eldest young master was present, not a word had been uttered, and he had often been met with disdain. Did Yi Jin not realize that the young master's transformation into his current state was born of desperation, a reluctant concession to harsh realities? With a sigh of sorrow, Yi Yang slowly responded, "Your Highness, I have already uncovered the truth of this matter." After the young master departed from home that day, he returned to the sacred land of bountiful heavens. The following day, he encountered Zhang Yu, the second son of the Zhang family, who came to cause trouble. For many years, this individual had wielded his family's power to bully the powerless and ordinary disciples, and the young master was one of his victims. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin's expression turned icy. It implied that the esteemed heir of the Northern Refusal King had been bullied in the sacred land of bountiful heavens by a mere second son of the Zhang family. He urged for more details, his tone chilling, eager to comprehend the experiences that had transformed Yi Qiu into his current state over the past 2 decades. Yi Yang paused briefly before continuing. You once questioned why, as your son, the young master possesses such dull talents, failing to break through even to the second realm after 3 years. In truth, the young master has never had the time to cultivate. Every day, he was not only preoccupied with making a living, but also had to ingratiate himself with the second son of the Zhang family. The meager spiritual stones he earned each month were insufficient for his own expenses, let alone to show respect to others. Initially, Zhang Yu was somewhat restrained, at least leaving the young master with enough money for meals. However, as his gambling addiction grew, he lost everything and, fearing his family's wrath, began to brazenly seize the spiritual stones of his fellow disciples. If one dared to refuse him, they would find themselves on the receiving end of brutal beatings, rendering them bedridden for a month. The young master often found himself destitute, and in desperation to survive, he abandoned his cultivation. He frequently roamed the streets with 2 like-minded friends, seeking avenues to earn money. By the way, I once happened to overhear the young master and his 2 close friends discussing their dreams over drinks, expressing their desire to open their own tavern in the future. How amusing. Perhaps that is the greatest aspiration of the young master's life. At this point, Yi Yang found it all rather laughable. The esteemed heir of the Northern Refusal King, reduced to the prospect of running a tavern? It sounded utterly ridiculous. Yet, what could he say? From Yi Qiu's perspective, his life already seemed to have reached a conclusion. Under such oppression, no matter how high his innate talent, he could not cultivate, nor could he liberate himself from the constraints of his family. He faced a choice: endure a life of quiet suffering or, as he had done now, erupt in rebellion. Embarking on a radically different path, Eugene fell silent. After hearing this account, he recognized his oversight. Upon his return, he had never inquired about his son's circumstances. He had only perceived the air of a street urchin about him, resenting his lack of ambition and the shame he brought upon himself. Yet he failed to comprehend that it was not a lack of ambition, but rather an inability to escape the immense burden pressing down upon him. The aristocracy. To an ordinary person, it was an insurmountable peak, towering and unattainable. Why did you not tell me sooner? He asked in a hushed tone, his voice cold. At this moment, Yi Yang felt a sense of relief, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Your Highness, there have been several occasions when I wished to express my thoughts to you, but each time, your impatience would manifest. The mere mention of the eldest son would kindle your ire, silencing my voice. Thus, I refrained from speaking further. This underscores the significance of first impressions. When he returns, the son he encounters is not the one he envisioned, and consequently, his demeanor is bound to differ. Observing the silent Eugene, Yi Yang continued. Perhaps this time the young master has genuinely been disillusioned with both you and the lady. He has ceased to leave a path for retreat, fully aware that assistance from you is unlikely. Thus, the young master has long harbored a resolve akin to resignation, opting for an extreme course. Rather than relinquishing his fate to others, he has chosen to seize control of it himself, culminating in an eruption of silence. Upon finishing his words, Yi Yang seemed to find solace, breaking into a smile. The young master has suffered greatly. Perhaps death would serve as a form of liberation for him. Within the confines of his home, he endures the disdain of his kin, while outside, he is subjected to the bullying of those from families whose prowess pales in comparison to his own. Who can endure such humiliation? Is it not true that his father's indifference, his mother's lack of affection, and the absence of a supportive foundation have reduced him to a state of servile existence? Furthermore, each time he returns home, battered and bruised, his family chastises him, accusing him of roaming aimlessly and lacking ambition. It is utterly stifling. Such parents, such a family, are less a home and more the source of his anguish. Upon hearing these sentiments, tears once again welled in Su Wanqing's eyes. No, he is our child. Had he confided in us from the outset, how could we have remained indifferent? Chapter 22. The Demise of the Zhang Family, Yi Qiubei's Departure Beast. Eugene, you are truly a beast. Your lofty arrogance, your self-proclaimed superiority, yet you cannot even protect your own son. Do you deserve to be called a father? A bitter laugh escaped Eugene's lips as he chastised himself internally. In this moment, he had come to the painful realization of his mistakes. Having watched his exceptional younger son grow up, he had established a standard in his heart, and upon witnessing the accomplishments of his elder son, he felt a stark sense of disparity. Yet, he had never contemplated that the life experiences and circumstances of his 2 sons were entirely different. How could they possibly be compared? No wonder Yuchio had scorned him when he left home. He was utterly unworthy of the title of father. Su Wanqing was equally tormented by guilt. While Eugene bore responsibility, she was not without fault. Her culpability was perhaps the greatest. Had she been more observant of her son's unusual behavior and offered him more affection, perhaps the subsequent events, wherein Yuchio struggled to amend his ways only to find solace in the depths of intoxication, would have been avoided. The day he severed ties with them might never have come to pass. He had simply become disillusioned with them, relinquishing all hope, which led him to choose such an extreme path. I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly erred. Jingo, I beseech you. Please return our son to me. She cried in anguish, devoid of her former grace, now merely a mother bereft of her child. Eugene, too, was consumed by regret. Yet what use was there in remorse now? As he beheld his wife, pleading and weeping, he stifled the sorrow within him, and a surge of fury ignited in his heart. The Zhang family. Their audacity knows no bounds. They dare to bully my son, and I demand blood for blood. At that moment, Eugene, who had always prioritized his image, could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Under the gaze of all present, he struck down Zhang Dongxi with a single blow, leaving everyone in shock. Fearful of being implicated, they recoiled, their faces etched with terror. Zhang Dongxi could never have fathomed that the cause of his family's annihilation lay with his own son. After hearing all of Yu Yang's responses, he had already relinquished any hope of resistance. As Zhang Dongxi's lifeless body fell, chaos erupted among the Zhang clan, who sought to flee. Yi Yang, at your command, leave no member of the Zhang family alive. Understood. In that instant, Yi Yang, who had endured for over 20 years, finally revealed his fangs. For 2 decades, he had quietly protected, but if Yuchio were not in mortal peril, he could not intervene. The moment he acted, if discovered by those with ill intentions, Yuchio's situation would become even more perilous. Thus, he often found himself relegated to the sidelines, enduring in silence. Today, he could finally unleash his fury. Kill. With a sharp sword drawn, Yi Yang's cold murderous intent radiated, and in mere moments, dozens of formidable members of the Yi family surged forth. In less than 5 minutes, every member of the Zhang family within the cave met a gruesome end. Those who overheard the whispers of impending doom and contemplated fleeing stood no chance against Yi Jin's wrath. It is essential to recognize that Yi Yang and the formidable experts of the royal palace, the weakest among them being of the 6th realm, could effortlessly dispatch them. Witnessing such a gruesome slaughter, none dared to intervene. Once the Zhang family had been exterminated, the fabric of chaos rippled, and a figure, exuding an ethereal grace, tore through the void, gracefully entering the cavern. Elder Meng. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd seemed to find their anchor and hurried forward to pay their respects. Meng Tianjing merely cast a fleeting glance at them before turning to Eugene, offering a slight smile, and saying, "Nephew, with the Zhang family annihilated, can your fury subside? May I speak a word?" Under normal circumstances, Eugene would certainly show respect to Meng Tianzhang, a venerable 9th realm master. Furthermore, Eugene himself had been a disciple of the Bu Tian sacred land, with Meng Tianzhang as a senior disciple's peer. Yet now, having witnessed his son being bullied in the Bu Tian sacred land without intervention, he felt no inclination to be cordial. "What do you wish to convey, Elder Meng?" Meng Tianzhang remained unperturbed, smiling gently as he replied, "Long before you chose escape, I divined the celestial signs and discerned your son's fate. Rest assured, he is not meant to perish, so do not direct your ire at others. As for the Zhang family," at this juncture, Meng Tianjing glanced at the corpse of Zhang Dongxiu, shaking his head. "I can no longer concern myself with such matters. Do as you will." Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing abruptly lifted her head. If such a statement had been made by anyone else, she would have dismissed it outright. However, if it came from Meng Tianzhang, it carried significant weight. This elder's mastery of divination was unparalleled, achieving heights that others could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. His assertion that Yuchio's fate was not sealed implied that her son was still alive. "Elder Meng, are you saying my son still lives? Where is he? I implore you, tell me where he is." Su Wanqing, overwhelmed with urgency, pressed for answers, while Eugene coldly interjected, "I may refrain from directing my wrath at others, but I demand to know my son's whereabouts." Hearing this, Meng Tianjing offered a bittersweet smile and replied, "Very well. Seeing your desperation, I shall sacrifice some of my lifespan today to reveal a direction to you. Your son is likely headed north." North? At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. To the north lay countless cities, among which the renowned Hanjiang City, Jibiai City, and Guangling City stood out. In which of these cities could Yuchio be hiding? But wait, The Zhang family had previously ensnared the area with a vast network, and we had endured much in our search afterward. How could he have slipped away unnoticed amidst so many watchful eyes? Suddenly, a question emerged, jolting everyone to attention. Impossible. This cannot be. If he is still alive. There is no way he could have escaped our notice in front of so many. The collective uncertainty mirrored Eugene's own. At that moment, Yuzhifeng emerged from a narrow crevice, calling out, "Your Highness." Within the passage, we discovered an escape route leading directly to Daxiping. Daxiping? Su Wanqing paused. For she was well acquainted with the name, knowing that Chaiwa Pavilion was located there. However, a sudden doubt crept into her mind. How strange. Her father had departed from the Sword Pavilion 3 days prior, claiming he would search for Chioer. Why had he yet to return? What did you say? My esteemed father-in-law has descended the mountain? Upon hearing this, Eugene's heart jolted. How could he be unaware of such a significant matter? It was known that Su Chaofeng was his greatest nightmare, the person he feared the most. He understood well that Su Chaofeng had once vowed never to descend the mountain until he had mastered the supreme sword path. How could he have suddenly come down? Was it for the sake of Yichio? The more Su Wanqing pondered, the more she felt something was amiss, even if her father were not in the best condition. It was implausible for him to have taken 3 days without arriving. Lianfeng and Lu Ji had come to the Sword Pavilion to find her, and their return together had not taken even 3 days. How could Su Chaofeng have traveled for 3 days? Could it be that after descending the mountain, he had first met with an old friend and was delayed along the way? In her confusion, Su Wanqing was unaware that at that very moment, a solitary figure was traversing the peaks of the 100-li snow mountain, moving with a somewhat disheveled demeanor. Chapter 23. The Imperial Poetry Contest on the vast expanse of the snow-covered plateau. A desolate silence enveloped the scene. Yuchio stood atop the majestic mountains, gazing into the boundless sky, his heart filled with profound understanding. In the span of a century, a mere day resembles the fleeting life of a mayfly. One perceives the infinite cosmos, yet feels like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Eternal life? Perhaps it is but an ethereal illusion. A sigh escaped his lips. Before experiencing the wonders of this immense world firsthand, one could scarcely fathom the arduous journey of cultivation described within the pages of books. A moment's carelessness could lead to an irreversible downfall. Millions strive for fate, tread the path of immortality, each racing against time, enduring countless hardships and unspeakable sufferings that weigh heavily on the heart. In a moment of epiphany, Ichio considered this as a brush with death, having narrowly escaped calamity. Perhaps it was fate that spared his life. Even in the direst of circumstances, he managed to evade the clutches of death. However, this reprieve was but a temporary alleviation of his predicament, and it did not guarantee his safety. Zhang Doshu's 2 sons had met their end by his hand, and Ichio had no illusions that the man would let him go unscathed. Thus, until he possessed absolute means of self-preservation, returning to Liyang City was out of the question. He cleared his throat softly and took a moment to meditate at the edge of the precipice. After an hour, the world around him darkened. Snow began to fall, blanketing the snowfield in a sea of white. Such breathtaking beauty evoked a sense of nostalgia. How could one not be enamored by such splendid landscapes? I cannot perish. My lifelong ambitions remain unfulfilled. Should I die so easily? Would my journey across realms be in vain? Yet, he was gravely injured. Within the abyss of the dead, a mere glance from the devourer python nearly caused his blood to surge uncontrollably, threatening to obliterate him. His body was frail, and had it not been for a peculiar old man fortuitously passing by, wielding a sword to repel the monstrous serpent, Ichio's injuries would have been far more severe. System, where should I venture next? As calmness returned, Ichio began to contemplate his future path. Returning to Liyang City was no longer an option. However, where else could he possibly go? Cold River City. In a moment of clarity amidst the confusion, he recalled a metropolis mentioned years ago during a drunken night with Su Mufeng and Lin Qi. They had vowed that should fortune smile upon them, they would revel in Cold River City and establish an establishment of their own. This had been the greatest aspiration of his predecessor, a fervent desire. Wait, alcohol? Suddenly, it dawned on Yuchio that he had concocted an unparalleled brew within the abyss of the dead. If he were to open an establishment in Cold River City, would it not be a resounding success? This 100 Fury wine, forged from an array of potent toxins and human blood, promised to be extraordinarily enticing. Having tasted it previously, he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, though subsequent advancements were scarce. To avoid wastage, he resolved to keep it for a future moment of peril, ready to invoke the bloodthirsty demon god talent that might just save his life. This indeed presents a commendable livelihood, not only alleviating the burdens of existence but also offering a sanctuary. Should fortune favor him, there lies potential for cultivating his influence, thus rendering it a path of mutual benefit. However, while such aspirations are noble, the execution proves to be fraught with challenges. After all, Ichio is acutely aware of the potency of this wine. Should it gain popularity, he cannot guarantee his ability to maintain his position. If the prominent families set their sights upon him, peril would ensue. This exemplifies the plight of one without a powerful ally. Every endeavor becomes arduous and fraught with difficulty. Presently, although his cultivation has reached the 6th rank of the mysterious finger, he remains insignificant in the grand tapestry of this world. Were he to elevate his prowess further, augmented by the innate gifts of the bloodthirsty demon god, perhaps he would not find himself in such a dire predicament again. Power, wealth, status, and beauty, I desire them all. Thus, he resolved to set his ambitions. Half a day later, in Cold River City, at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Ah, esteemed guest, please come inside. Today, the Drunken Dream Pavilion buzzed with an unusual vibrancy. The cause of this commotion remained a mystery, as lavish carriages paraded through the streets, capturing the attention of countless citizens. Ichio strolled into the establishment, feeling an overwhelming sense of belonging upon entering this branch of the Drunken Dream Pavilion in Cold River City. Hee. This place is quite satisfactory. I shall make it my temporary refuge. I refuse to believe they could locate me after I have journeyed so far. Upon entering the tavern, Ichio casually remarked, "Young server, prepare a private room of the finest quality for me, along with a lavish main chamber. Serve me exquisite food and drink." As he spoke, a spirit stone was deftly tossed, the motion fluid and graceful. The young server, upon receiving the spirit stone, appeared as though he had encountered a long-lost kin, his eyes ablaze with excitement. "Right away, esteemed guest, please follow me." As he followed the young server deeper into the tavern, Ichio meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. For a fugitive entering unfamiliar territory, the first step is to survey the landscape. Ichio had mastered this art. After all, it was a skill honed from the necessity of survival. Casting his gaze around, he noticed that the patrons were all cultivators, their accents revealing a diverse array of origins from across the land. Intrigued, he took his seat while observing the activities below, and inquired, "Young server, has there been any significant event in Cold River City recently? It seems particularly lively." "Esteemed guest, it is evident that you are from afar," replied the young server. Ichio nodded, and the server continued, "Our Cold River City is soon to host a poetry conference, organized by the White Deer Academy, inviting distinguished scholars from across the realm to engage in poetic compositions. The one who emerges victorious shall receive a reward personally bestowed by the Grand Elder of the White Deer Academy." At this revelation, Ichio was taken aback momentarily. Were these cultivators truly so idle? Rather than diligently pursuing their paths, they indulged in such leisurely pursuits? After a moment's contemplation, he understood. This world encompasses not only cultivators, but also scholars of Confucianism, Buddhism, and various other philosophies. Each path diverges, yet all ultimately lead to the same destination. The ultimate goal is to achieve immortality, and what do scholars yearn for the most? Naturally, it is the majestic righteousness of heaven and earth. HM? Is that not the very essence of power within me? A slight twitch at the corner of my mouth reveals my true thoughts. This system truly knows how to stir things up. As a demonic deity cultivation system, it has compelled Ichio to masquerade as those Confucian and Taoist practitioners who preach righteousness and morality with every breath, yet fail to act upon it. Full of righteous spirit, yet neglecting human affairs. Noticing Ichio's evident interest, the tavern attendant hurriedly added in a hushed tone, "I have heard that this time the Bailu Academy has made a grand gesture, inviting all the renowned and illustrious geniuses from the empire's capital. The excitement is palpable for the past few days. The city has been bustling with young masters and ladies from prestigious families, as well as holy sons and daughters from sacred lands. Our tavern is overflowing with patrons daily. A scene of fervor indeed. Moreover, I have also heard that this time, the Moonlight Fairy from the Radiant Light Sacred Land has also arrived, renowned as the most beautiful maiden in the empire. If only I could catch a glimpse of her, I would be willing to meet my demise." Chapter 24. My dearest brother, I miss you so much, Mingwe. Ichio was taken aback. This name rang a bell. He had often heard his senior brothers mention it during his time at the Heavenly Restoration Sacred Ground. They spoke of her as the daughter of destiny, whose birth heralded extraordinary phenomena. At the tender age of 3, she was taken under the wing of the venerable elder Yaoguang. By 4, she had embarked on the path of enlightenment, and by 5, she shattered the record for the fastest breakthrough to the second realm in history. By 8, she had already ascended to the third realm of profound finger, and by 12, she conquered the 4th realm. By 18, she had reached the terrifying 5th realm. Presently, her prowess had escalated to a formidable 6th realm, having single-handedly obliterated all records across the trial grounds of the imperial state. Even someone as extraordinarily gifted as Yi Qing, bolstered by the frenzied support of the Yi family, could only lag behind her. Hiki. Sounds intriguing, doesn't it? The most beautiful woman in the imperial state? Surely. She embodies the quintessential heroine of a thrilling narrative. But who is the male lead? It must be me, right? Surely it isn't you? Upon hearing the tavern keeper's words, Yuchio's interest was piqued. So, these individuals have gathered to participate in the poetry conference? Indeed, my lord. I have heard that this time, the Grand Elder of the White Deer Academy has invested significantly. The prize for the champion of the conference is an immortal herb. An immortal herb. Upon hearing this, Yuchio suddenly stood up, his pupils widening in astonishment. Generally, anything associated with the term immortal cannot be an ordinary item. Such things rarely circulate in the market. Obtaining one would either require risking one's life to venture into forbidden zones or resigning oneself to a lifetime of unfulfilled desires. The Grand Elder of the White Deer Academy is offering an immortal herb as a reward? This underscores the importance placed on this conference. Poetry and lyrics? Wait a moment. I seem to be a transmigrator. When it comes to poetry, I might not excel, but my brother should certainly be unparalleled, right? With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Yuchio's lips. If Baigu cannot manage this situation, then perhaps we could enlist Dugu and Sugu as well. Would that suffice? What kind of immortal herb is it? Is there any information available? Yuchio's curiosity was instantly ignited. Since he had arrived, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Even if he ultimately failed to claim the top prize, what he desired would not escape his grasp. How absurd. The greatest demons of the known universe reside here. Do you expect them to adhere to human sentiments? If you refuse to grant me reason, then I shall simply seize it. Hearing this, the tavern keeper hesitated, and Yuchio promptly tossed a spiritual stone across the table. Speak. The tavern keeper's eyes lit up, cradling the spiritual stone as though it were a precious treasure. Fearful of dropping it, he had not anticipated Yuchio's generosity. He had often attended to young masters from prominent families, but none had ever flaunted their wealth so boldly. Truly, this was a challenge to his limits. My lord, I have merely heard whispers, and cannot confirm their authenticity. A few previous guests mentioned that the reward this time appears to be a twin soulflower. The twin soulflower. At the moment those words reached his ears, Yuchio inhaled sharply, a chill racing down his spine. Indeed, it was a celestial treasure. The most indispensable gem within the blood-refining soup he concocted. If he could secure it, combined with various precious herbs to brew the blood-refining soup, it would enable Yuchio to forge a body akin to that of a demon god, rendering his physical form nearly flawless. Even if he were to encounter someone of superior cultivation in the future, with the might of a demon god's physique, he would be invincible. Such a remarkable find. His gaze burned with fervor, and a profound smile graced Yuchio's face. If possible, he would go to great lengths to obtain this divine herb. Once his demon god body was complete, he would gather materials to venture back into the abyss of the undead and refine the Emperor's banner. Ah, how splendid. The grand ambitions within reach. Should the Emperor's banner be successfully forged, would he not reign supreme beneath the heavens? In high spirits, Yuchio immediately tossed another spirit stone forward, declaring, "Here, take it. A gift from me." At that moment, he felt affluent. Having amassed nearly 200,000 spirit stones with Zhang Xiyuan's generous support, rendering a mere couple of stones inconsequential in his eyes. Thank you, esteemed sir. You are truly benevolent. The innkeeper beamed with joy, realizing that today he had encountered a benefactor, perhaps explaining the cheerful magpies he had heard earlier. After securely stowing away the spirit stones, the innkeeper felt a pang of guilt for sharing such news and continued, "Esteemed sir, I have a piece of news to disclose. It is said that this time, the unaging mountain, the heavenly sacred mountain, and the heavenly restoration sacred land, along with many other sacred grounds, have sent forth their most outstanding disciples. It is a convergence of prodigies, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. I have also heard that the Prince of the Northern King will be participating. He is a legendary figure. Even a distant glimpse of him would leave me without regrets in this life." Upon hearing this, Yuchio furrowed his brow, largely indifferent to the innkeeper's naive enthusiasm. After all, he shared a similar background, ordinary, unremarkable. For individuals like them, such a caliber of genius was simply beyond their reach. Thus, while he could understand the innkeeper's excitement, he was only surprised that Yuchien would also attend. Pondering this, Yuchio's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he touched his chest. His brother. who looked down upon him with an air of superiority and arrogance, had always annoyed Yuchio greatly. The earlier incident at the Yi residence, where Yuqing had struck him, was a grudge Yuchio had not forgotten. Oh, he is coming too? This could prove interesting. Regardless of Yuchio's past mistakes, it was not for a younger brother to lay hands upon him. He was unworthy of teaching Yuchio a lesson. His willingness to strike indicated a complete denial of Yuchio's identity, devoid of any respect. Given this, Yuchio would not extend any courtesy to him. He was no benevolent saint, swallowing his pride in silence after being struck. He would not await pity from others. It seemed he needed to expedite his efforts. Before the grand assembly commenced, he must strive to enhance his strength. Otherwise, should he find himself unable to compete, it would be a second humiliation. From the words of the young waiter, Yuchio learned that the poetry competition is set to take place at the beginning of next month, leaving approximately 20 days for preparation. Time is indeed of the essence. Yet, there is no alternative. All he can do now is strive earnestly to elevate his cultivation to the fourth realm. Once he ascends to this level, leveraging the innate talent granted by the bloodthirsty demon god, he will have the opportunity to retaliate, allowing Yuqing to experience the humiliation he once endured. Such a genius as he, vanquished by a brother he has long regarded as a worthless failure, must surely suffer a blow to his moral resolve. After all, he has ascended to this point solely through the immense resources of his family, only to be defeated by a sibling who scavenges for food in the bitter cold. The irony is palpable. How delightful this will be. Killing is mundane. It is the torment of the heart that Yuchio seeks. He intends to meticulously inflict suffering upon him. My dear brother, ever since I left home, I have thought of you incessantly. Do await my return. I shall love you well and will not let you down. With an involuntary smirk, Yuchio dismissed the young waiter. In no time, the table was laden with a myriad of dishes, and as fine wine was presented, Yuchio took a sip, only to grimace slightly. Ugh, what is this? It tastes akin to horse urine. Chapter 25. The peculiar old man. The brew before him was utterly unpalatable. His gaze fell upon the jar of aged celestial liquor on the table, and Yuchio's brow unfurled, revealing a flicker of amusement. So, this is the famed celestial brew? It appeared rather unimpressive. Upon closer inspection and tasting, Yuchio surmised the ingredients involved, a mere amalgamation of various precious herbs, meticulously refined through specialized techniques. To deem it palatable would be an understatement. It was indeed far superior to ordinary wines. However, in comparison to Yuchio's own 100 spirits wine, it was akin to drinking horse urine. It lacked flavor and possessed less potency than beer. Could this truly intoxicate anyone? With a slight twitch of his lips, Yuchio mused that any one of the readers present could easily outdrink a crowd. This thought sparked an idea in his mind, leading him to ponder the prospects of the market. If all the taverns in Hanjing City served this subpar liquor, then there was indeed potential for his 100 spirits wine. Priced at merely 1 spirit stone per jar, his 100 spirits wine could easily fetch hundreds. However, the pure 100 spirits wine was intended for life-saving purposes. If he were to sell it, it would require significant dilution, transforming 1 bottle into 100. The potency of the 100 spirits wine was exceedingly high, and consuming it directly could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he would need to establish several tiers of dilution, selling the lowest grade, which was the most diluted, for 10 spirit stones, while the highest grade could command a price of 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, limiting the sales to just 100 bottles per month would create a sense of scarcity. The strategy of hunger marketing is only effective when the product is of exceptional quality, a surefire success in any era. What do the wealthy value most? It boils down to maintaining their image. Once his reputation was established, complemented by an enticing narrative, he could easily gain notoriety. In such a scenario, the scions of noble families would undoubtedly flock to him, eager to secure his product. In a limited market, if their rivals managed to purchase it while they could not, they would be left in a frenzy, willing to pay an even higher price. Ah, what a splendid notion! Though, it may prove challenging to realize. With a wry chuckle, Yuchio dismissed his daydreams and began to savor the dishes before him. The idea was sound, yet without a formidable backing. It could attract unwanted attention from those who would seek to exploit it, placing Yuchio in peril. For now, he needed to consolidate his strength, stabilize himself for a while, and devise a prudent plan. Before that, he must evade the Zhang family's relentless pursuit, as he was already stretched thin. Casually, he withdrew a bottle of 100 spirits wine and placed it on the table. After pouring himself a glass, he was about to indulge when suddenly, a hand reached out from across the table and snatched the wine away. Yuchio paused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Was someone already seeking trouble? Indeed, wherever the protagonist roams, encounters like this are inevitable. With no other choice, he stood up to put on a show. It seemed he would have his moment to shine today. He lifted his gaze slightly to face the individual opposite him, and his lips twitched in response. Before him sat an elder, exuding an ethereal aura, upright like a sharpened sword, a jovial smile gracing his face as he held a cup of wine. Gazing intently at him, "Ah, my young friend, this wine is quite splendid. Might I indulge in a taste?" The elder inquired lightly, seemingly indifferent to Yichio's response. As he tilted his head back and took a hearty swig, such potency, a shiver coursed through him as an intense warmth surged within, igniting a fervor that enveloped his being. The sheer force of this wine was unparalleled, far exceeding that of any celestial brew. Its flavor, texture, and strength reached a pinnacle of excellence. What astounded him further was the wine's vibrant red hue. Drinking it felt akin to consuming blood, instilling a wild frenzy as his internal energy boiled over. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent seemed to cascade down upon the entire tavern. The patrons were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Yichio furrowed his brow, gazing at the elder with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Was this fate? Or had he been tailing me all along? This man was none other than the mysterious elder whom Yichio had encountered in the abyss of the undead, who had repelled the devouring heaven bull python with a single stroke. He never anticipated that this individual would follow him to Hanjiang City and confront him directly. Yichio could not discern the elder's intentions, yet he courteously expressed, "I am grateful for your assistance earlier, esteemed elder. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would have fallen victim to the devouring heaven bull python. This wine is of my own crafting. If the esteemed elder wishes to partake, please do so freely." A mere bottle of wine was hardly a burden for Yichio, especially considering the elder had saved his life. Moreover, the elder was a formidable figure at the ninth realm. Good heavens, to share a drink with such a personage was an honor. Should he choose to disregard pleasantries and seize the wine, Yichio would be utterly powerless to resist. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying sword momentum that had repelled the bull python. No one had ever instilled in him such a profound sense of pressure. Save for Eugene. "Huh, you are quite forthright. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." Upon hearing Yichio's words, Su Chaofeng laughed heartily, swiftly seizing the wine jug before pouring himself another cup. "Ah, splendid. This wine is truly the finest in the realm. In my many years, I have never tasted such celestial brew." After just 2 cups, Su Chaofeng felt the intoxicating effects beginning to take hold. He had not expected that. After a lifetime of drinking, he would find himself humbled by this mysterious wine. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "May I ask, young friend, what is the name of this exquisite wine?" Yichio smiled slightly, on the verge of revealing the name 100 Spirits Wine, but promptly halted. No, that name lacked the grandeur he sought. If he wished to make a mark, a more audacious title was required. After a moment of contemplation, Yichio proclaimed, in response to the esteemed elder, "This wine is called celestial drunkenness. As a poem once said, surely it is the celestial beings who drink to madness, scattering the white clouds to pieces. This wine possesses an unparalleled potency. Even a celestial being descending to the mortal realm would find themselves utterly intoxicated after merely 3 cups. Hiss! Such audacity!" Upon hearing these words, Su Chaofeng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the immense reputation this wine held. Could it truly overpower even a celestial being after just 3 cups? That seemed rather presumptuous. However, after a subtle taste, a wave of inebriation washed over him, causing his heart to shudder. Indeed, it lived up to its illustrious name. After consuming merely 2 cups, he already felt a third of intoxication. Heavenly Fairy Drunkenness? Ha! What a splendid name, truly deserving of it. With a hearty laugh, Su Chaofeng felt a surge of elation and poured himself another cup. 3 cups down? Aye. An old man who has savored the finest wines of the world refused to be swayed by such tales. Today, I shall test whether this wine can truly bring me low after 3 cups. Fueled by determination, Su Chaofeng raised his cup once more. In an instant, his vitality surged, a dominating force relentlessly coursing through his limbs and body, reaching for the crown of his head. It felt as though his soul was ascending to the heavens, and he found himself immersed in a wondrous illusion. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama of majestic mountains and rivers, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. He floated amidst the cosmos, as if stepping into an ethereal realm. Such beauty, it was beyond exquisite. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the meaning of the poem uttered by Yichio. Chapter 26, Su Chaofeng. The veteran actor with a soft thud, Su Chaofeng succumbed to slumber within mere seconds, eliciting a smirk from Yichio. How amusing. Why not join the table with the children instead? Yet he clung to his pride. How intriguing. I refuse to be swayed by superstition. I shall rise to the challenge. TSK TSK. The old man has fallen, and Yuchio cast a scornful glance. With such meager drinking capacity, how dare he boast? It remained uncertain whether it was his extraordinary tolerance for alcohol or the influence of his bloodthirsty demon god talent. But Yuchio felt no inebriation even after downing an entire bottle. Meanwhile, this elder, a formidable figure of the ninth realm, could hardly withstand 3 cups? It must be the blood in this liquor, triggering the blood-drinking effect of the bloodthirsty demon god, completely absorbing that power. Thus, instead of feeling intoxicated, Yuchio found himself invigorated, as if he had consumed a stimulant. Sir, would you like me to escort this gentleman to a guest room? The innkeeper, noticing the elder's drunken state, approached with eager concern. Yuchio pondered for a moment. Was it not a provocation for a demon to lie defenseless before him? Was this not an invitation to commit a crime? Perhaps he could simply capture him, impale him with a stake, and keep him alive, serving him a bowl of blood daily to brew wine. The mere thought ignited a thrill in Yuchio. It was utterly audacious. This was a ninth realm powerhouse. And previously, the wine crafted from the blood of a mere fifth realm cultivator, Zhang Xiyuan, had exhibited such might. If he were to use the blood of a ninth realm master, goodness, would that not elevate him to unprecedented heights? Yuchio dared not imagine the potency of such a brew, especially considering that the multiplicative effects of his bloodthirsty demon god talent appeared to correlate with the strength of the blood consumed. If he could drink a drop of a ninth realm warrior's blood to unleash blood rage, would he not leap directly to the terrifying power of a sixth or even seventh realm cultivator? The mere thought was exhilarating, and Yuchio felt a rush of excitement. However, this elder had once saved his life. Was such a course of action not devoid of principles? A true man must discern what is worthy of pursuit and what is not. He had always despised being indebted to others. To betray the one who had rescued him would render him a villain. No. I confess I possess a hint of mischief. Yet my nature remains fundamentally kind, preventing me from engaging in such unscrupulous acts. Ultimately, his conscience triumphed over his reckless ambitions, and Yuchio abandoned this notion. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether the elder was feigning drunkenness, perhaps testing his character by pretending to be incapacitated. There are no absolutes. Given the current situation, Yuchio resolved to proceed with caution. He tossed a spirit stone and calmly instructed, arrange for a top-notch room for him, and attend to his needs with utmost care. Should there be any negligence, I shall end you. Ah, sir, how could I dare to be remiss? Rest assured, the innkeeper replied with a smile, summoning several individuals to assist in carrying the elder upstairs. What Yuchio remained unaware of was that as he ascended the stairs, Su Chaofeng's eyes suddenly fluttered open. He had indeed not succumbed completely to inebriation, though he was certainly under the influence. Goodness, this wine is remarkably potent. I nearly faltered, having underestimated its strength. Yet, reflecting upon Yuchio's earlier reactions, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Ah, this child possesses commendable virtues. Grateful to his benefactor, he repays kindness with gratitude. And towards his adversaries, he is resolute and merciless. Truly, he is my grandson, displaying a hint of my former grandeur. In his heart, Su Chaofeng felt immense satisfaction with the character of this grandson. Unlike Yi Qing, who bore the arrogance of youth, this lad was humble and respectful towards his elders, clearly a well-behaved and considerate child. How could he be, as his daughter claimed, deviant and lacking in skill? Yi Jin, dare to treat my grandson thus. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. After they had brought him to his room, the innkeeper intended to assist Su Chaofeng with a thorough cleansing. But unexpectedly, he rose abruptly. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the others, saying, "You may leave. I will manage on my own." "Ah, sir. It is good to see you awake. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for us." The innkeeper, not daring to speak further, quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Su Chaofeng stood by the window, gazing into the distant sky. The turmoil within him gradually subsided over the span of 10 minutes, allowing him to regain full clarity. Heavenly intoxication? Truly, this celestial wine, which can bring even immortals to their knees, possesses formidable power. Fortunately, I had exercised restraint and acted within my limits. In a flash of light, a middle-aged man clad in an ink-washed Taoist robe appeared in Su Chaofeng's chamber. "Master." Su Chaofeng glanced at him with indifference and inquired, "How have matters progressed?" "Reporting to the master, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The recent attempt on the young master's life stemmed from his slaying of the Zhang family's 2 sons, inciting their wrath and leading to his eventual fall into the abyss of the dead souls. During my covert investigation in the holy land of mending the heavens, I discovered that over the years, the young master has frequently faced bullying from the Zhang family's scions, often bearing the brunt of their misdeeds and suffering humiliation, which prompted his retaliation. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through Su Chaofeng's eyes, and a murderous intent emerged as he declared, "Humph. What is Eugene doing? A dignified heir of the North refuses to tolerate the bullying of a mere Zhang family? How ludicrous. Take care of this matter. I do not wish to hear any further news regarding the Li Yongzhang family. Let them vanish completely." At these words, Lin Yi's body quivered slightly. Yet he quickly responded, "Master, this morning, Eugene has already annihilated the Zhang family." Su Chaofeng's brow furrowed slightly, followed by a deep sigh. Very well. At least he possesses some sense of justice. However, do not let them learn of my grandson's whereabouts. As parents, they are utterly unworthy. There are none in this world so ill-suited for parenthood. My grandson shall be under my care. Upon finishing his words, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped Su Chaofeng. Previously, in truth, he has but a few years left to live. After secluding himself for centuries without breaking through to the 10th realm, he has reached the twilight of his existence. In these final moments, he yearns only to accompany his grandson, wishing to be free from the disturbances of others. He has not revealed his identity to Yichio, instead approaching him as a stranger. As a solitary figure, he feels an overwhelming loneliness. Over the years, Su Wanqing has devoted herself solely to the Yi family, seldom returning to see him. His only grandson, Yi Qing, is perpetually occupied, either immersed in cultivation or seclusion, or partaking in various trials. In 18 years, he has visited him merely once or twice. Now, upon discovering that he has another grandson, Su Chaofeng's heart is stirred with excitement, particularly because this grandson resonates with him so well, even if he does not possess the same excellence as Yi Qing. It matters not to him. Hearing Su Chaofeng's words, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. What about the young lady? She is currently searching the world for her son. If we do not inform her, I fear. Fear what? Now that you are anxious. Where was your concern before? Su Chaofeng, ultimately unable to bear it, softened his tone and said, "Very well, let her worry for a couple of days. People are often like this. They only come to regret after losing what they once had. She has never experienced hardship. She does not know the taste of human suffering. It is time for her to savor it, so she may comprehend its myriad flavors." Chapter 27. Return? We are not in the same world regarding his daughter. Su Chaofeng had little to say, and Lin Yi, being astute, refrained from mentioning Eugene. He was acutely aware that, even after all these years, the old man still harbored a deep-seated discontent towards the son-in-law who had absconded with his daughter. Thus, he dared not broach the subject of Eugene in front of Su Chaofeng, fearing that the old man might lash out in anger. The old man intended to visit the Langya Cave Heaven, a place he had not ventured to in centuries, and it was time to address the unfinished business from years past. Moreover, he sought a protective blessing of mulberry leaves for his unfortunate grandson, to safeguard him throughout his life. At this juncture, Su Chaofeng's gaze dimmed, for he knew that his time was short. Before his departure, he had to complete all that needed to be done. Even if he understood the dangers that lay ahead, he must go himself. Before I return, keep a watchful eye. Should anyone overstep their bounds and dare to bully my grandson, do not hesitate to eliminate them, he commanded. Understood, came the reply. With that, Su Chaofeng transformed into a beam of light and soared into the distance, vanishing from Lin Yi's sight. Watching Su Chaofeng's departure, Lin Yi's expression bore a hint of sorrow. The master had aged, his vigor was no longer what it once was, and the lifelong pursuit of the sword path had ultimately failed to shatter its constraints. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. He had been raised by Su Chaofeng and treated like a son. Rather than merely being Su Chaofeng's subordinate, he was, in truth, like a son without blood ties. Su Chaofeng had high hopes for him and had devoted centuries to his cultivation, investing immense effort. Lin Yi could not bear the thought of Su Chaofeng's lifelong dream dissipating into nothingness, leaving him with a bitter end. Each time he contemplated this, his heart ached, and his gaze towards Yichio grew more affectionate. If one were to consider the familial ties through Su Wanqing, he would indeed be Yichio's uncle, albeit without blood relation. After all, he had grown up alongside Su Wanqing, and they had always regarded each other as siblings. As Yichio was the son of his sister, Lin Yi naturally felt a sense of affection for him. "Grandfather, may I come in? I've prepared a basin of hot water for you. Would you like to wash your face?" A knock came from outside the door, causing Lin Yi to furrow his brow and vanish from the window in an instant. For many years, he had been a hidden piece on the chessboard of the Listening Tide Sword Pavilion, never revealing himself to the world. Aside from Su Chafeng and Su Wanqing, no one knew of his existence. How could the world possibly know that, apart from Su Wanqing, there existed another sword master, even more formidable? As the door swung open, the inn attendant looked perplexed at the empty room, bewildered by the absence of anyone. Where did everyone go? Just then, Yi Qiu appeared behind him, glancing into the room with a contemplative expression. This old man, indeed, was not intoxicated. I'm fortunate I didn't act hastily, otherwise I would have fallen into a trap. He felt a sense of relief that he had exercised caution, for otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, he still could not comprehend the old man's true identity and the reason for approaching him. What was his intention? At first, Yi Qiu harbored doubts, wondering if this individual might be a relative of the Yi family. However, upon reflecting carefully, he was certain that no such person existed within his clan. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qiu addressed the innkeeper, stating, "Since he has departed, let it be. You may attend to your duties." "Of course, sir. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me," replied the innkeeper before exiting the room. Yi Qiu did not linger, given the current precarious circumstances. He wished to avoid attracting unwanted attention. For safety's sake, he resolved to seek a different location. In a hurried manner, as Yi Qiu stepped out of the entrance of the Zui Ming Lu, he unexpectedly collided with a figure. Upon recognizing the person, his brows furrowed in displeasure. He could hardly believe that, despite having traveled millions of miles to Hanzhong City, he would encounter this woman. Yan Feng glared intently at him, her eyes ablaze with anger as she commanded, "Return with me. Do you have any idea how worried Uncle Yi and Aunt Su are about you?" At this proclamation, Yi Qiu could not help but laugh in disbelief. "Return? Do you think I'm jesting with you? They are concerned for me? If they had shown even a modicum of care over the past month, I would not have sunk to such depths." He continued, "Spare me your insincere theatrics. You are no different from them, and your presence disgusts me. Leave me be. I do not require your interference in my affairs." His sharp rebuke left Lian Feng momentarily stunned. She could scarcely believe that Yi Qiu had the audacity to chastise her. In her memory, he had never dared to raise his voice against her. No matter what she asked of him, he complied without hesitation, regardless of how humiliating the task might be. She was baffled. In just a few short days, it seemed he had transformed into a different person entirely, his gaze now laced with disdain and coldness. Lu Ji, upon hearing her dear friend being scolded, immediately retorted, "How can you treat her this way? Even if you are angry, you ought not to direct it at your sister. Do you not realize that she has traveled millions of miles in the past few days to save you, tirelessly working without rest? She even forfeited her participation in the trials at the unaging mountain for your sake. If you cannot appreciate her efforts, is it not outrageous to berate her? She is, after all, your fiancé. Are you still a man? Do you possess no sense of conscience? Conscience? My dear young lady, what value does conscience hold?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu found himself amused, casting a glance at the petite beauty behind Lian Feng. With a playful smile, he remarked, "In this world, the most trivial of things is conscience. I, Yi Qiu, am responsible for my own actions and do not require your false compassion. Nor do I need you meddling in my affairs." Turning once more to Lian Feng, Yi Qiu unabashedly laid bare her true intentions, saying, "What is this? Have you taken to calling yourself my fiancé now? Were you not always disdainful of me? Were you not fixated on your brother Yu Qing? My departure would have conveniently facilitated your desires. So why, now, do you assume the role of my betrothed? How amusing." "I have not," Yin Feng retorted, her facade of hypocrisy shattered by Yi Qiu's words. "Enough, cease the pretense. If you possess a clear conscience, would you dare to swear by the heavens that you have never harbored even a trace of improper thoughts?" Lian Feng's eyes reddened at the corners, and she fell silent. For Yi Qiu's words were undeniably true. Yet, can she be blamed for this? She, too, is a victim. For 20 years of her life, she remained unaware of Yi Qiu's existence and always believed that the person she was betrothed to was Yu Qing. Growing up together, their bond deepened. Was there any fault in that? Should she simply accept Yi Qiu, whom she had never encountered in 2 decades, and who pales in comparison to Yi Qing? She was merely resisting, battling against her own fate, albeit too fiercely, inadvertently affecting Yi Qiu in the process. Over these past few days, she has been reflecting upon her own shortcomings, feeling both ashamed and guilty. She chastised herself for transferring her own anguish onto Yi Qiu, who is also a victim. After a period of profound introspection and struggle, she resolved to journey to Hanjing City and bring Yichio back. However, the initial words that escaped Yichio's lips rendered her speechless. Upon witnessing Lianfeng's silence, Yichio's expression turned icy as he declared, "Step aside. My affairs do not require your concern, nor do you possess the right to meddle in my matters. Spare me your pitiful demeanor. My forbearance in not troubling you should be considered the utmost generosity. Do not disturb me again. The world is vast, and we shall tread separate paths, for we are not of the same realm." With that, Yichio turned and departed, ignoring Lianfeng's despondent figure left behind. Chapter 28. The heartbroken Lianfeng. They were never from the same world. Yichio's nonchalant remark pierced Lianfeng's heart deeply, leaving her in a state of disarray, murmuring to herself as if her soul had departed. She had believed that finding Yichio would allow her to bring him back, thus concluding this farce. She envisioned a return to their former days, yet his words illuminated a stark reality for her. There was no going back. It seemed almost too late. The resolute determination in Yichio's gaze was far from a jest, nor was it a childish tantrum. Since leaving the Yi family, he had transformed into an entirely different person, no longer the one who sought to please her or heeded her every word. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling as though a heavy weight was lodged there, deepening her sense of despair. Indeed, he was right. They were inherently from divergent worlds. He had grown amidst the filth, struggling to survive in the streets, while they were born into affluence, never experiencing the myriad flavors of life and never worrying about their livelihoods. Everything they possessed was meticulously arranged by their families, and every step they took on the path of cultivation was shielded from adversity. How could they possibly understand the bitterness of struggling in the mud, or comprehend the hardships of life? Residing under the same roof felt as though a great chasm separated them. Yichio was on one side, while they were on the other. With this thought, Lianfeng couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps he was right. We are indeed from different worlds. She endeavored to convince herself, yet for some reason, an inexplicable ache lingered in her heart. Lu Ji, observing Lianfeng's disheartened demeanor, felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy and indignation. How could he act this way? I once thought he was quite interesting, but it seems he is just an uncultured, impolite individual. My dear, do not be angry. He has made his stance clear today. So what room is there for sentiment? From now on, ignore him completely, even if he returns seeking you. You've never wished to marry him anyway. It would be a liberation for you. In response to Lu Ji's indignation, Lianfeng merely smiled wryly and shook her head. She had indeed found Yichio and longed to convey this news back. Yet, she realized that the Yichio she had found was no longer the one they remembered. His indifference and lack of affection mirrored the way they had once treated him, devoid of any compassion, each word striking at the heart. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to relay this message. Her heart was ensnared in turmoil. Do not speak further. He has done no wrong. Living in such a family must have been painful for him as well. Let him be, Lianfeng said with a calm demeanor. Lu Ji could not fathom Lianfeng's emotions at that moment. She only noticed that her gaze carried a hint of desolation and remorse. Very well, where shall we go next? Shall we return, or venture to the old mountain? Lu Ji refrained from pursuing the topic any further, for she was merely an outsider, unable to make decisions for others. Though she felt a simmering discontent within, what could she possibly say? When others offered no kindness, could she really approach them, humbly seeking their forgiveness? Just as Lianfeng contemplated her words, a formidable procession surged into the city from beyond its walls. Raising her gaze, she recognized the figure standing on the dragon-headed vessel. He was strikingly familiar. He was He Wushuang. What brought him to Hanjing City? Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback. This individual was none other than the illustrious heir of the Tianhuan sacred land, renowned as the genius supreme in the realm of ancient trials. He Wushuang. His profound strength was enigmatic. For 2 decades he had faced no adversary, remaining undefeated. The world held him in high esteem, and he was hailed as the most promising prodigy capable of shattering the constraints of the 10 realms. Lianfeng was well acquainted with him. As the holy maiden of the immortal mountain, a paragon of her generation, she could hardly be oblivious to such formidable contemporaries. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked, he must be here for the Bailu Academy Poetry Conference. Just days prior, the Grand Elder had sent word that the Bailu Academy would host a poetry gathering at the beginning of next month, inviting talented scholars from across the land to partake. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, does that mean the renowned gentleman, the immortal of the Mo Shang, will also be in attendance? Lianfeng shook her head, admitting her uncertainty. Yet, she knew that Lu Ji had long admired the ethereal figure cloaked in white. whose charm was captivating and whose lineage traced back to an ancient and noble clan. Countless naive maidens had been enchanted by his allure, dreaming nightly of conversing with him under the stars. However, he was shrouded in mystery, his name unknown, earning him the title of Justin, the exiled immortal, a testament to his extraordinary grace. As He Wushuang made his entrance, an ominous feeling washed over Lianfeng. His presence signaled that the poetry conference would undoubtedly be a gathering of prodigies. As the holy maiden of the immortal mountain, she and Yi Qing bore the weight of their sacred land's honor, a burden not to be taken lightly. With the procession from the Tianquan sacred land making its grand entry into the city, Hanjing City descended into a frenzy. Countless onlookers emerged, for to encounter such high-caliber figures was a privilege they might never again experience. Even a distant glance would be an immense honor. Ah, it is He Wushuang, the holy son of the Tianquan sacred land. He has truly arrived. This was a momentous occasion. It seemed the Imperial State Poetry Conference would be a spectacle to behold. There were whispers that the Moon Fairy of Yaoguang would also join the festivities. My goodness, these were all illustrious figures known throughout the realm. To meet even one would render a life fulfilled. The streets buzzed with fervent discussion, and Lianfeng was momentarily taken aback. The Moon Fairy? She was coming too? The thought weighed heavily on her heart, as that resplendent figure in white had long been an unshakable stone upon her chest, a burden shared by countless other exceptional talents. For these years, Lianfeng has devoted herself to relentless cultivation, driven by a singular obsession, to vanquish Mingwei, her greatest fixation. In a nearby pavilion, Yi Qiu surveyed the ostentatious procession on the street, his gaze lingering on Lianfeng and Lu Ji. He remained silent, a tempest of frustration brewing within him. What element of his plan had faltered? How had they discovered this location? Was it mere coincidence, or had a traitor emerged from the crowd? Yi Qiu was perplexed. He had exercised utmost caution, leaving not a single trace in his wake. How could it be that as soon as he arrived in Hanjing City, Lianfeng followed closely behind? During his flight, he had suppressed all traces of his aura, fearful of exposure. Yet, he had still been found, and the interval had barely spanned half a day. A traitor? Impossible. His arrival in Hanjing City had been a spontaneous decision. Who could have anticipated his presence here? He was at a loss, sensing an oversight, yet unable to pinpoint its nature. Lianfeng's emergence had effectively disrupted all of Yi Qiu's subsequent plans. He had intended to rest here for a time, devising a way to acquire that precious elixir before returning to the abyss of the undead to forge the Emperor's banner. Yet now, his position had been compromised. Should he flee or remain? Yi Qiu pondered, uncertain whether Lianfeng's pursuit would also attract the Zhang family. If those from the Zhang family were to pursue him, it would be manageable if they were of the 6th realm or lower, but if they were of the 7th or 8th realm, the stakes would escalate significantly. Chapter 29. Life is like chess. Every move is regretless. Standing atop the loft, Yi Qiu gazed downwards, locking eyes with the proud He Wushuang on the dragon boat. The arrogance in the other's gaze surpassed even that of Yi Qing, exuding an air of invincibility that seemed to disdain everything. He regarded Yi Qiu as nothing more than a humble ant, merely casting a fleeting glance before diverting his attention elsewhere. With a serene smile, Yi Qiu felt no anger. Instead, a wild thrill coursed through him. Ah, the Holy Son of Heaven? The unparalleled holy body of the ancient immortals, a lineage of supreme blood? Such a pure bloodline. I wonder if it would yield better results in brewing wine? A bold thought suddenly sprouted in his mind. Yi Qiu had certainly heard many tales concerning this holy son, but today marked his first encounter. Indeed, there was an undeniable aura of supremacy surrounding him. His gaze was piercing, his nobility beyond words. Perhaps this was the most fitting appraisal. Yet, it was not the holy son's prowess that astonished Yi Qiu, but rather his illustrious bloodline, a lineage of imperial descent. Such a defiant bloodline would be a grave waste if not utilized for winemaking. A flash of malevolence flickered in Yi Qiu's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of righteousness. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Yi observed silently, suddenly taken aback. What an overwhelming and domineering aura of righteousness! This kind of righteous spirit could only be comprehended by the greatest Confucian and Taoist masters of the era. He had not anticipated that Yi Qiu, at such a tender age, had harnessed such a terrifying power. How had he achieved this? Could it be that the information they had previously gathered was false, or had Yi Qiu been concealing his strength all along? Had it not been for Yi Qiu's inadvertent revelation, Lin Yi would have remained oblivious to the fact that he was cultivating the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was simply inconceivable. If he were to follow this path to its conclusion, His future might well surpass that of those so-called supreme bloodlines, perhaps even becoming more formidable. In his astonishment, Lin Yi began to understand why Yichio had spent the first 20 years of his life in mediocrity. He had been biding his time, concealing his talents. Everyone understands the peril of a genius being stifled. Without a powerful family to rely upon, the only way to safeguard oneself is through restraint and concealment. This was a profoundly astute approach. Once he exposed his gifts, he would inevitably attract the attention of numerous noble families, becoming the focal point of their interest. They would extend olive branches, but should he refuse, he would face suppression from these families. They would not permit a talent of such terrifying potential to remain beyond their control. That he managed to endure for 2 decades without being discovered, even by those closest to him, was a testament to his resilience. The arduous journey he had traversed filled Lin Yi with a sense of compassion. Yichio's life ought not to have been burdened with such sorrow and injustice, yet he was ensnared by the whims of an obsessive father. That was his misfortune. A sigh escaped Lin Yi's lips as he grappled with the complexity of his emotions. In the dimly lit room, Yichio extinguished the lamp, settling onto his bed in a meditative posture, plunging into contemplation. In these days of frantic escape, he scarcely had the time to solidify his cultivation or engage in earnest practice. Although his prowess had ascended to the 6th tier of the profound finger, the progress remained somewhat lacking compared to the speed that Yichio had envisioned. Gradually, he activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, fervently absorbing the potent essence of the 100 flame liquor within his body, consolidating the spiritual energy he had gathered over the past few days, purifying and refining it, ultimately transforming it into the most pristine form of power. Indeed, even with the existence of external aids, one's own cultivation must not be neglected. Solely relying on the absorption of others' strength would inevitably hinder the comprehension of the true essence of the Tao, rendering one's might ultimately inferior. Previously, Yichio had contemplated hiding within the abyss of the dead, vowing not to emerge until he reached full mastery. However, during the subsequent hunts for the undead, he discovered that the strength he could absorb was dwindling. He was perplexed and had inquired of the system, yet received no response. Later, upon encountering the swallowing heaven bull python, Yichio was compelled to conclude his nefarious journey and choose to depart. Now, after a night of meditation, Yichio finally discerned the reason. It was the state of his heart. The cultivation of the Tao is not solely about enhancing one's prowess. It also entails the refinement of one's inner state. As one's cultivation heightens, the importance of nurturing the heart's condition becomes increasingly paramount. This elucidates why cultivators must undergo tribulations of the mortal realm, without experiencing the myriad flavors of life and comprehending the mundane. How could one transcend the ordinary and grasp the path to immortality? Although Yichio had yet to encounter such tribulations, his heart remained steadfast and unchanged. Life is akin to a game of chess. Every move is irrevocable. The so-called supremacy of the demonic path lies in following one's heart and nature. Traversing the celestial path for countless eons, glancing back at the mortal realm, none remain. For the sake of longevity, contesting fate, and treading the path of the immortal. Corpses litter the ground, blood stains the rivers and mountains. Merely a touch of wind and frost. Gazing at the words inscribed on the swallowing heaven demon technique, Yichio fell into a deep reverie. These words encapsulated the very essence of the entire swallowing heaven demon canon. In the ensuing days, Yichio did not step outside his chamber even once. He diligently contemplated the profundity of this phrase, and his state of mind escalated rapidly. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Liang City, 2 strikingly handsome young men lounged on the upper floor. Alas, what a sorrowful state it is. Ever since that rascal fled, life has grown increasingly arduous. How did I not realize his significance before? Su Mufeng remarked earnestly. In the past few days, the trio had lost a key member, rendering their lives increasingly dull, leaving them at a loss for what to do. It felt as though they had lost their anchor. I feel the same. When Yichio was around, at least he provided a solid foundation. Now that he has departed, I have plummeted to the bottom of the rankings in the Sacred Grounds assessments. Who can I turn to for justification? Enough already. Was I not doing fine in third to last place? Now I have sunk even lower. The two engaged in a fervent exchange of grievances when Su Mufeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why don't we flee as well? Let us go to Hanjing City in search of him. Perhaps he is truly there. How can you be so certain he is there? The words spoken back then were merely a jest, yet the entire residence of the Northern King, along with a considerable portion of the cultivators in Liang City, searched high and low for him to no avail. Presently, the royal palace is in a state of frantic urgency, akin to ants on a hot pan, scouring the world for him. If he were truly so easily found, they would have succeeded in their search. No, 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 my intuition will not betray me. He is undoubtedly in Hanjing City, trust me, Su Mufeng stated with unwavering conviction, possessing immense faith in his instincts and even more in Yi Qiu. Should he have the opportunity to depart, he will certainly fulfill the vow they made together. This is their shared aspiration. Unbeknownst to them, during their conversation, a middle-aged man nearby inexplicably smirked, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. This man was none other than Yi Yang. As a covert protector of Yi Qiu for many years, how could he be unaware that Su Mufeng and Lin Qi, these two blundering fools, were Yi Qiu's closest confidants? If one were to inquire who in the world understands Yi Qiu best, it would undoubtedly be the two of them. Hanjing City. No wonder they could not find him. It appears the young master has ventured to Hanjing City, 100,000 miles away. Secretly rejoicing, Yi Yang could hardly contain his elation and hurriedly returned to the Yi residence. Ah, that person seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered him before. Observing his hasty departure, Su Mufeng suddenly felt a jolt, sensing an ominous premonition. Covering his mouth, he expressed incredulity, saying, I can't have inadvertently leaked some secret again. Can I? Good brother, do not blame me. It was an unintentional act. Do not dwell on it. Chapter 30. Yi Jin's Measures, a letter from Lian Feng. Rejection of the Northern King's manor. In the Grand Hall, Su Wanqing paced anxiously, casting furtive glances outside. Before long, a person rushed in, reporting, My lord, my lady. We have scoured the Sky City, yet we have found no trace of the eldest young master. Soon after, another person entered, adding, We have also searched the city of Sin, but still no sign of the young master. Throughout the day, Su Wanqing had heard this lamentation countless times, her heart heavy with despair. With each day Yi Qiu wandered outside, her worry deepened. She feared for his safety, dreaded his suffering from hunger and cold, and grieved for his solitude. The mere thought of it pierced her heart. Yi Jin, unable to bear her sorrow, spoke soothingly, My dear, do not fret. As Elder Meng has said, our son is blessed with good fortune. Surely, he will come to no harm. In this vast world, should he wish to elude us, how could we possibly find him? Yet, upon hearing Yi Jin's words, Su Wanqing felt an even sharper pang of anguish. Did she not comprehend this truth? Yet, as a mother, how could she endure the thought of her child wandering alone, suffering in silence? With a quivering voice, she implored, Jin Ge. Could it be that we shall never find our child again? Impossible. We shall surely retrieve him, Yi Jin replied, his heart aching as he witnessed his wife's tear-streaked visage. She had not slept for several days, her complexion wan and weary. In recent days, he had taken the initiative to visit the sacred land of Mending Heaven, examining Yi Qiu's former residence and conferring with other elders to better understand his son's plight. He learned that Yi Qiu had committed no transgression. In the eyes of the elders, he had always been a humble and eager student, respectful to his teachers and courteous to his peers. The punishments he endured at the enforcement hall were unjust, burdens thrust upon him by others. He had no choice. To resist meant death. Though he had attempted to struggle, all efforts were in vain. After uncovering these truths, Yi Jin was consumed by regret. Had he taken even a moment upon his return to inquire about his son's circumstances, such a calamity would not have befallen them. The Zhang family would not have dared to bully his son. In fact, he needed only to declare publicly that Yi Qiu was his son, and the entire realm of Liang would have hesitated to harm him. Yet, he had failed to do so. Now, the events had transpired, and regret was of no avail. The memory of Yi Qiu's words upon leaving home struck him with fresh agony. His resolute, cold tone revealed a complete disillusionment with them. Perhaps this is what they call the profound sorrow of a heart turned cold. As she absorbed her husband's comforting words, Su Wanqing's anxious heart finally found a semblance of tranquility. She murmured, Qiu's fate is so harsh. It is my failing as a mother. I have not cared for him properly, and for that, I bear guilt. When he returns, I shall make amends, providing him with the very best the world has to offer, without exception. Very well, I promise you. We shall make amends for him, and provide him with the finest in the world. As the two conversed, Yi Yang hurriedly rushed in from outside. Upon noticing this, Yi Jin immediately inquired, Yi Yang, do you have any news of the young master? Indeed, Your Highness. I have received a reliable piece of information. It is highly likely that the young master is there. The moment these words were spoken, Su Wanqing became anxious. What news? Speak quickly. Yi Yang took a moment to breathe deeply before slowly continuing, replying to Your Highness and the princess, I specifically followed the young master's two sworn friends, who have known him since childhood. They mentioned that the young master, upon his departure, is very likely headed to Hanjiang City. Hanjiang City? Upon hearing this, Eugene felt a surge of joy, though he was momentarily taken aback. The distance to Hanjiang City spanned 1,000,000 miles. How could a mere first-tier cultivator traverse the desolate and lifeless wasteland of 100,000 miles? Furthermore, he was curious about how Yi Qiu could have reached Hanjiang City in such a short time. This distance was not something a fledgling cultivator could cover in just a few days. Su Wanqing, however, was unconcerned with such matters. The moment she learned of Yi Qiu's whereabouts, she seemed to regain her former vitality. Yi Yang, is the information accurate? Replying to the princess, I cannot guarantee it, however. Those two young men are the young master's only true friends. Surely, they understand him better than anyone else in this world and know what is in his heart. At this revelation, both Yi Jin and Su Wanqing felt a tremor within, as if pricked by a needle. How absurd it was. As Yi Qiu's parents, they were unaware of their own son's thoughts, while two outsiders understood him better. Let us go. I must go to Hanjiang City at once. Regardless of the veracity of the news, Su Wanqing could not wait any longer. She yearned to find her son, even if he did not recognize her. She needed to see him safe and sound to find solace. Yi Jin remained relatively composed. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, No, my lady, we cannot go just yet. Why not? Yi Jin, do you not wish to find our son? At this, Su Wanqing's gaze turned icy, and she added, Fine. If you will not go, I shall go alone. It seems I have been blind. The child does not have a father like you. She could not fathom why he still hesitated at this juncture, still hoping for their son to come and apologize. Eugene, sensing the misunderstanding, hurriedly interjected, My lady, please do not be hasty. I never said we should not search. I merely meant, if we rush over there in such haste. Do you not fear scaring him away? This lad is clearly evading us. How could he easily allow us to find him? Moreover, what father admits fault to his son? If the world were to know, how would I, Eugene, maintain my standing? Then what do you propose we do? Su Wanqing had lost her composure. She just wanted to see her son. Eugene patiently explained, Do you not recall? A few days ago, Bailu Academy sent us an invitation to attend the Imperial State Poetry Conference. Did they not? We shall disseminate the news under this pretext, allowing him to lower his guard. When the time comes, I will instruct my subordinates to surround him and capture him directly. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she remarked, Humph. Eugene, your cunning tactics are entirely directed at your own son. I will heed your words this once. But should you fail to retrieve him, do not expect to lay a finger on me again in the future. Seeing that the lady had finally relented, Eugene let out a sigh of relief. Before he could make arrangements, a swift missive arrived from outside. Curiously, he reached out to receive it. Whose letter could it be? It was from Lian, and he wondered why she had written. Could it be that she had discovered Qiu's whereabouts? Previously, Lian Feng had been searching for Yi Qiu, but after returning from the Listening Sword Pavilion, she had acted independently. He was unsure of her current location. Open it quickly, he urged, though he was perplexed. Yet, Su Wanqing could hardly contain her impatience and tore open the envelope, extracting a single sheet of paper. It bore only 3 words, Hanjiang City. This was Lian Feng's characteristic style, succinct and to the point. Upon reading those 3 words and recalling Yi Yang's earlier conjecture, Eugene immediately concluded, he is indeed in Hanjiang City. Chapter 31. Being targeted by me is your misfortune. With the arrival of this letter from Lian Feng, Eugene finally confirmed the fact that Yi Qiu was indeed in Hanjiang City. Humph. What a clever boy. He has run so far away. I shall see how to deal with him upon his return. Anger surged within him, for in this world, how could a father chase after his son across the globe? The family had been frantic, unable to sleep for days and nights, searching high and low for him. Yet he had gallivanted off to Hanjiang City all by himself. Without even a thought to send a letter? Did he not care for his parents? Did he not realize that his mother had not closed her eyes for several nights in her worry for him? Indeed, the malevolence in his character was nurtured in the streets from a young age, now deeply ingrained in his very being. If he did not amend his ways promptly, he would only become more unruly in the future. The mere thought reignited Eugene's fury, even if he had been wrong before. Yi Qiu should not have been so thoughtless. What else did he want? Did he wish to push his parents away once more? Upon hearing Eugene's words, Su Wanqing's gaze turned icy. Eugene hastily explained, Madam, you do not understand. This child has been led astray by the ruffians outside, and now he wishes to sever ties with us over a minor grievance. If we do not discipline him properly, who knows what calamity he may bring upon us in the future? Upon learning of Yi Qiu's whereabouts and that he was safe, Eugene seemed to revert to his old self. Su Wanqing glared at him coldly and retorted, "Discipline, discipline. What else can you do besides that? He is your son too. Why do you not find the time to discipline Qing'er? Qing'er was raised by us. Do you not know his character?" Eugene countered, continuing, "In all these years, have you ever seen Qing'er cause us any trouble? He has always been obedient and considerate towards his parents. Now look at Xiao'er. He dared to openly defy me and even spoke of severing our relationship. Such blatant disrespect. If we do not rein him in a little, who knows how he will treat us in the future?" Initially resistant, Su Wanqing fell silent after hearing this. It seemed she agreed with Yi Jin's reasoning. A son must be sought after, yet he must also be taught and guided back onto the right path. Listening to their conversation, Yi Yang felt a chill in his heart, inexplicably saddened. He knew Yi Jin's temperament well. He was never one to easily bow down. He could clearly recognize his own faults but would never admit them, nor would he yield. Likewise, Yi Yang understood Yu Qiu's disposition. He was the kind of person who, once he decided on a course of action, would not turn back until he hit a wall. A sense of melancholy washed over him. He longed to tell Eugene that the young master was not as lacking as he imagined. He had once been a dutiful son to his parents. Yet he dared not speak, for the individuals whom Yu Qiu held most sacred and would fiercely defend with his life were not Eugene and Su Wanqing, but rather his adoptive parents. Hanjiang City. The following morning, the sky began to lighten, and a light rain fell upon Hanjiang City as pedestrians hurried along the streets. Pushing open the window, Yi Qiu took a deep breath of the fresh air, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain nearby. Ah, this sensation is simply exquisite. After several consecutive days of diligent practice, he finally caught up with his mental cultivation, and his mastery has solidified. His current strength has successfully reached the 7th rank of the profound finger, though he still lingers 3 minor realms away from the 4th realm of the cave heavens. However, these 3 minor realms, despite appearing straightforward, require at least 2 to 3 years of dedicated cultivation if one does not rely on external assistance. This explains why, among individuals with similar talents, the offspring of noble families tend to surpass their ordinary counterparts in breakthroughs. They benefit from vast familial resources, allowing them to progress rapidly and stabilize their realms more securely. Coupled with exclusive, secret techniques passed down through their lineage, they stand out among their peers, effortlessly overpowering all adversaries. Therefore, the path of cultivation is not merely a matter of possessing innate talent to ascend effortlessly. Yi Qiu suddenly recalled a popular saying from the internet. After 10 years of hard study, how can you compete with my 3 generations of business acumen? It is a deeply ironic topic, starkly realistic and cruel. Yet, absolutes do not exist. While 3 generations of business prowess may seem formidable, the world is not devoid of those who defy fate, advancing boldly and leaving you in their wake. Luck, intelligence, and keen judgment are all indispensable elements. As for the 3rd realm, it seems I must devise a plan. After pondering briefly, Yi Qiu opened the Supreme Demon Codex, searching within until he pinpointed his objective, the blood-refining elixir. Alas, without the twin flower of the other shore in hand, if only he could concoct the blood-refining elixir, nourishing it with a myriad of blood essence to reshape his demonic form, he could leap multiple realms in one stride. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he noted that the Imperial Capital as Poetry contest had yet to commence, rendering his impatience futile. Reflecting on his options, he settled on a rather intriguing item from the list below, the Weeping Blood Pill, crafted from over 100 highly toxic substances, infused with the supreme blood. Its potency is immense and requires careful handling. Speaking of blood, Yi Qiu still possessed some in his storage pouch, remnants from the blood he had drawn from Zhang Xiyuan during their encounter. It could still serve a purpose now, although Zhang Xiyuan's blood was merely ordinary. Despite having achieved the pinnacle of the 5th realm, his bloodline was impure, and thus the effects were rather mediocre. Therefore, while Zhang Xiyuan's blood could be utilized for the time being, it was not a sustainable solution. He needed to find a superior blood source promptly, to nurture it so that he would not have to worry about blood for a considerable time. Whom should I seek? Wait. Suddenly, a vision of a young prodigy with piercing eyes and an indescribable nobility flashed through Yu Qiu's mind. His handsome visage captivated Yu Qiu, lingering in his thoughts. Hiki, it must be you. He Wu Shuang, the finest blood source, resides within this very city, and who could possess a more noble bloodline than him? The Son of Heaven, a uniquely unparalleled sacred body from ancient times, is undoubtedly a prime specimen, even if fed with swine fodder. It would still be a delicacy among mortals. However, this young man's prowess is somewhat daunting, and procuring even a drop of his blood is no trivial endeavor. The primary issue lies in the scarcity of those capable of contending with him. The elder generation refrains from intervening, and the younger generation likely possesses few contenders, thus creating a significant dilemma. I wonder if I could take a chance against the bloodthirsty demon god at full strength? Ichio pondered. If this notion were to materialize, it could spare him considerable trouble. Yet, the prerequisite remains. After accomplishing this task, he must first contemplate his escape. After all, the identity of He Wuxuang is not something a mere Zhang family can rival, should they choose to strike against him. Who knows if the heavens and earth could still accommodate him? But that can wait. There is no rush. Being targeted by me is indeed unfortunate for you. Although Zhang Siyuan's blood may not match the terrifying essence of He Wuxuang, it remains somewhat usable for Yi Qiu at this stage. After tidying up his belongings, Yi Qiu departed from Wangwei Tower, as he had several tasks to undertake today. The first task is to gather materials for crafting the Emperor's banner and the precious herbs required for concocting the crying blood pill. The second task involves seeking a residence to prepare for the forthcoming endeavor of brewing wine. Lastly, the third task is to devise a means to acquire an invitation to the poetry conference. Chapter 32, Tianbao Pavilion, a fortuitous encounter with talent, the Emperor's banner? Hee. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Ever since the abyss of the undead, Yi Qiu has been unable to shake off his fondness for it. At that time, lacking the necessary materials for its refinement, he would have taken residence within it had he been able to, unwilling to emerge without capturing a few million undead. With millions of undead at his command, wouldn't the heavens and earth fall under my dominion? Unfortunately, the materials needed to forge the Emperor's banner are exceedingly rare, and their prices remain unknown. A preliminary investigation is warranted. Half an hour later, standing before a grand edifice, Yi Qiu gazed upward at the three imposing characters inscribed above, Tianbao Pavilion. This structure is vast, teeming with a multitude of visitors, all engaging in the exchange of rare commodities. As Yi Qiu entered, rows of precious materials immediately unfolded before his eyes. Fooling grass, three-leaf insect songgrass. Splendid items. Immediately, Yi Qiu spotted several rare herbs essential for concocting the weeping blood pill, filling his heart with joy. Yet, as he approached, his expression swiftly darkened. What nonsense is this? You price a worthless herb at 1,000 spirit stones? You might as well rob me outright. Young sir, you have it all wrong. Selling herbs is far more lucrative than robbing, and comes with far less risk. That is unacceptable. These herbs have clearly been on display for quite some time. Their efficacy is nearly depleted. Lower the price to 50 spirit stones, and I will take them. Good heavens. I thought I was shameless, yet you surpass me. What kind of price is that? At a nearby stall, a young man engaged in a fierce debate with the herb merchant. The merchant, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent after years of trade. Although his purchase price was merely 40 spirit stones, the transportation costs from the Great Mountain were considerable. Selling at 50 would mean a significant loss. Yi Qiu stood by, observing the spirited exchange between the handsome youth and the herb merchant with great interest. Do you truly believe I am unaware? You acquire these for just a few dozen spirit stones, even with transportation. It hardly consumes a few bowls of rice over 1,000,000 miles. Enough of your nonsense, 50 it is, or I shall take my leave, Xiao Wei declared confidently, a self-assured smile gracing his face. The herb merchant was left dumbfounded. Who is this prodigy, so well versed in their trade? Contemplating the youth's smile, the merchant found himself in a quandary, as if faced with a challenging decision. After much deliberation, he reluctantly conceded, You drive a hard bargain. 50 it is. I shall concede. Hee, if you had said so sooner, I wouldn't have had to waste my breath. With the negotiation successful, Xiao Wei felt elated, promptly settling the payment and moving to the next stall. Once he departed, Yi Qiu immediately turned to the herb merchant and said, Let us proceed with his price. I'll take 10 portions. The herb merchant? What does this mean? Are you part of a group? Esteemed young sir, if I were to sell this modest enterprise for 50, I would incur a grievous loss. I have a family relying on me for sustenance. He continued to struggle. Yet Yi Qiu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked meaningfully, I overheard your earlier conversation. I presume you wouldn't wish for others to discover that you regard them as naive fools, would you? Upon hearing this, the merchant of precious medicines trembled, casting a fearful glance around before hastily signaling Yi Qiu to refrain from divulging anything further. It is worth noting that the items he sold were sourced from remote areas and were specifically marketed to the inexperienced young lords of affluent families. They possessed wealth, and to them, such small sums were inconsequential, hardly causing a ripple. Most of the time, he would merely utter his price, and his clients would pay without a second thought. However, their affluence did not imply a willingness to be considered fools should they become aware of his machinations. His fate would be dire. He had clearly not anticipated Yuchio's cunning and the audacity of his threat. The weight of Yuchio's words left him momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to not wish to be discovered? This was undoubtedly a threat. Anger brewed within him, yet he dared not voice it, ultimately conceding, "Very well. You have bested me. I shall sell." The merchant of precious medicines ultimately succumbed to Yuchio's intimidation, begrudgingly yielding. He cursed his misfortune for having encountered such troublesome individuals. As Yuchio accepted the storage bag handed to him, he added, "Do not wear such a reluctant expression. My willingness to purchase from you is a display of virtue." As he spoke, an intangible aura of sword intent surged forth, causing the merchant to shudder. Suddenly aware that this young man was not the paragon of virtue he appeared to be, Yuchio bestowed upon the merchant a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The implication was unmistakable. Anyone with sense could discern its meaning. After concluding the transaction, Yuchio departed from the stall with satisfaction, making his way toward Xiaowui. Indeed, he found him engaged in a fierce negotiation with another merchant of treasures. Yuchio chose not to intrude, standing quietly behind him, waiting for the exchange to conclude. Casting a glance at the treasures and rare metallic materials displayed, Yuchio's eyes brightened. Starstone, celestial fire silkworm threads, octagonal spirit profound wood. These were all essential components for forging the imperial banner. Upon inspecting the prices, Yuchio was further astonished. A single piece of starstone was being sold for an exorbitant 10,000 spirit stones, and crafting the imperial banner required 10 pieces of starstone. With merely over 100,000 spirit stones in his possession, he found it exceedingly difficult to gather even one type of material, let alone the hundreds required for the banner. What outrageous prices! Each one was more absurd than the last. Internally, he marveled. At such rates, he would need to amass several tens of millions, if not over 100 million spirit stones, to procure the materials necessary for the imperial banner. It is essential to note that the final two critical components were priced at astronomical levels. Such a hefty sum could easily destabilize a family. Indeed, it is understandable. After all, it is a treasure of innate value, truly worth its weight. Matters are relative. The expensive items possess their own merits. If one were to forge a creation from crude, inferior materials, the end result would certainly lack quality. How could it possibly yield any remarkable effect? Spare me the chatter. Do you expect to sell a worthless stone for 10,000? Do you take me for a fool? My dear sir, you unjustly accuse me. The items we present are rare treasures of this world, clearly priced. You need not purchase them, but how can you accuse an honest merchant? Honest? Huh. You merchants possess the most dubious of consciences, and you dare to claim virtue? Xiaowui sneered coldly and continued, "Do you think I am unaware? The so-called treasures you peddle are unearthed from ancestral graves." Before he could finish, the artifact merchant hastily interrupted him, appearing quite flustered. "Such words cannot be carelessly spoken. If you genuinely desire them, I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, Xiaowui revealed a triumphant smile and said, "Had you stated this earlier, it would have been much better. This one, that one, and the other, please pack one of each for me, at a fixed price of 2,000. Clang. The moment this price was declared, the artifact merchant nearly fell to his knees. How ruthless! You are even more merciless than I. Chapter 33. Wandering souls in the same world. After sending away the ruthless Xiaowui, the merchant of precious artifacts wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He never imagined that after years of traveling, he would encounter such an extraordinary individual today. How did he discern that these items were exhumed from graves? His mind was filled with confusion. However, he felt relieved that Xiaowui did not obliterate his means of livelihood, and that the purchases were not substantial, otherwise he would have suffered greatly. Just as he was secretly grateful, another figure appeared before his stall. With a grin, he approached, saying, "Hee, what would you like to buy?" "Young sir?" His eyes subtly scrutinized Yuchio, noting his exceptional appearance, distinguished demeanor, and striking red attire, which exuded an air of a noble scion. His heart leaped with joy. It seemed the first unsuspecting fool of the day had arrived. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yuchio's meaningful voice beside him. "Shopkeeper, you wouldn't want to." A few minutes later, Yuchio left the merchant's stall, a satisfied smile gracing his face. How intriguing, simply delightful. What a talent. He never expected to find such a rare individual in this small town of Hanjing. Originally, Yuchio anticipated spending over 100,000 to gather the necessary materials, yet he managed to acquire them for merely 8,000. Haha. It was truly overwhelming. The intricacies of this marketplace were so convoluted that a novice like him would likely be taken advantage of. After all, Yichio is unfamiliar with the pricing in this world, where the cost of certain rare materials lacked a fixed standard. Thus, without expertise, one could easily be treated as an unwitting victim. Throughout the morning, Yichio followed Xiaowui as if he were accompanying his beloved goddess. Wherever she went, he went. And with her assistance, he successfully gathered the materials needed for the crafting of the crying blood pill. As for the Emperor's banner, it would require more time. For no matter how skillfully one bargained, its price would not significantly diminish. Moreover, the most crucial components, the soul-devouring stone and the dragon bone, were the hardest to procure. Yichio had scoured the Tianbao Pavilion without locating these two essential materials. The soul-devouring stone, a vital artifact for sealing souls, was indispensable. Without it, he could not suppress the restless spirits within. If he were to suffer a backlash, it would lead to an irreversible demise. The dragon bone, on the other hand, served as the core of the Emperor's banner, its immense power capable of enhancing the strength of the undead, granting them formidable prowess. At present, these two materials were the most elusive. Once acquired, Yichio could immediately commence the crafting of the Emperor's banner. After a morning of diligent searching, Yichio, content with his spoils, exited the Tianbao Pavilion, only to find Xiaowui already waiting outside. Her gaze turned icy as she addressed him, "Friend, you have followed me all morning. Let us clarify matters here." She was perplexed as to why Yichio trailed her. Could he be sent by a family? A subtle pang pierced his heart. He had already been reduced to a discarded pawn, forsaking everything and departing from his family. Were those individuals still unwilling to grant him respite? Yichio paused, sensing a hint of peculiarity. His reaction seemed overly intense. Could it be that he, too, was a fugitive, much like himself? Contemplating silently, he recognized the rarity of such talent. If he could win this individual over and employ him in the brewing industry he was about to embark upon, it might yield extraordinary results. With this thought, a faint smile graced Yichio's lips as he inquired, "I am Yichio. May I ask your esteemed name, my friend?" "Yichio?" Xiaowui was momentarily taken aback. "I am Xiaowui. Might I inquire why you were following me just now? Could it be that the Xiao family has dispatched an assassin?" "Assassin? No. You misunderstand. I wasn't following you. Rather, your haggling skills were so impressive that I trailed behind to seize a bargain." Yichio chuckled, his eyes glinting with inspiration as he added, "It seems that you and I share a similar fate, both pursued to this point. As the saying goes, we are all lost souls in this vast world. Our encounter must be fate. Might I invite you to converse with me? I have a grand plan and am earnestly seeking like-minded companions." Upon hearing this, Xiaowui exhaled a sigh of relief, though soon he was filled with curiosity. "What plan do you speak of?" "A scheme for wealth. Might you be interested?" "Wealth? Indeed. Xiaowui, who had initially appeared reluctant, instantly displayed keen interest upon hearing those two words. "If you are discussing this, then I am no longer weary. Sometimes the bonds of male camaraderie are forged in such uncomplicated terms." Within the fragrant hall of the tavern, after a few cups of wine, the two men grew increasingly familiar. Xiaowui rested his hand on Yichio's shoulder, showing signs of inebriation. "You brother, let me tell you, in my youth, I was once a charismatic and esteemed talent. Had it not been for the misfortunes that befell me, I would not have ended up as a wanderer across the seas." Listening to Xiaowui's eloquent narration, Yichio discerned the depths of his plight. In many respects, he too was a pitiable soul. In an era that emphasized lineage, his mother had merely been a courtesan, leading him to endure scorn and ostracism within the Xiao family. His father disregarded him entirely, harboring disdain for the son born of an unfortunate circumstance. Throughout his years in the Xiao household, he had been bullied by peers, even subjected to derision by the children of servants. While he bore these indignities, a fateful incident occurred when he injured a descendant of an elder who had tormented him, leaving the latter partially paralyzed. Upon learning of this, his father erupted in fury and expelled him from the family, marking the commencement of a 3-year existence as a wanderer. Yichio empathized with his sorrow. Perhaps it was their shared plight as forsaken souls that fostered a bond of mutual understanding. In a world that prized noble lineage, the distinction between families was paramount. His background doomed him to live in the shadows of his kin, and despite revealing his intellect and talent early on, he could not alter his fate. He patted his shoulder and said, "Good brother, I understand you. Enough talk, let us drink to the dregs of this cup." At this moment, Xiaowui was already 7 parts intoxicated. Swaying unsteadily, he raised the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. He then inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother Yi, Like me, were you also cast out by your family? Ichio smiled faintly and replied, my experiences are quite similar to yours, endured amidst scorn and derision. The only distinction lies in the fact that I was not expelled. Rather, I chose to sever ties with my family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui's expression froze in surprise, and he regarded Yi Qiu with newfound respect. You are far more formidable than I. This was precisely the course of action he had long contemplated but never dared to undertake. What are your plans moving forward? Will you, after a period of reflection, return to your parents and acknowledge your mistakes? Acknowledge mistakes? Huh. At this, Yi Qiu's gaze turned resolute, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have never erred. Thus, the notion of acknowledging a mistake is absurd. I owe nothing to anyone and stand with a clear conscience. Why should I bow to others? In Yi Qiu's philosophy of life, the concept of admitting fault was entirely absent, much like the choices in life itself. Once a choice is made, one must walk that path to the end, with no possibility of reevaluation. Chapter 34. In a fit of inspiration, shocking the heavens with aspirations ignited. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, Xiao Wui slammed his hand on the table and downed another cup, exclaiming, Brother Yi, enough of your words. Given our shared plight, whatever your plan may be, I am with you. Let those who once looked down upon us witness that we can thrive without their assistance. In youthful exuberance, especially under the influence of drink, he readily agreed without inquiring further about the endeavor. Yi Qiu felt a surge of joy within. After all, his business was rather clandestine. He required a spokesperson to stand in the limelight while he operated discreetly from the shadows. Clearly, Xiao Wui was the perfect candidate. Excellent. With your involvement, our grand ambitions are within reach. United in purpose, there shall surely be a place for both of us in this world. Raising their glasses in a toast, Yi Qiu also drank deeply. As the spirit of the moment enveloped him, he felt poetically inspired. Waiter, bring me a brush. I wish to compose a poem. At this proclamation, Xiao Wui was taken aback. You can write poetry? His incredulous gaze revealed his disbelief, as he assumed Yi Qiu, like himself, was merely a common man preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth. To his surprise, Yi Qiu possessed such refined interests. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to see what sort of nonsensical verses Yi Qiu would conjure. Often, the most effective way to dispel doubt is through action. Without further ado, Yi Qiu began to write. Let the wine flow. Some might question the existence of the places and characters in this poem. However, such details hold little significance. What truly matters is that Yi Qiu seeks an invitation to the poetry competition at the Bailu Academy. Thus, he must create an impressive atmosphere. The opening poem must be strikingly bold. Without altering a single word, he penned the verses of Let the Wine Flow with flourish. As for the essence and interpretation of the poem, once it was inscribed, the ultimate meaning no longer belonged to him, even if Li by himself were to appear. His words would hold no sway. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing toward the sea, never to return? As Yi Qiu inscribed the first line, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, a surge of profound righteousness emanating from him. Xiao Wui inhaled sharply, as if transported to a wondrous realm. In this space, immersed in the ink wash of the world, he felt the overwhelming impact of that single line of poetry. His heart trembled, nearly leaving him in a daze. Was this not the realm most coveted by scholars of Confucianism and Taoism? Wielding the brush to paint the heavens and the earth? As ink flew across the page, the world seemed to lose its color, in the interplay of black and white. A fearsome aura of cosmic righteousness radiated forth. In that fleeting moment, the commotion from the Tianxiang Pavilion drew the attention of many powerful figures within the building. An elderly man, hair as white as snow, slowly ascended the pavilion, gazing at Yi Qiu, who was inscribing poetry on the wall. At the moment when his overwhelming aura radiated forth, the elder's expression abruptly changed. How could this be? This youth, despite his tender years, possesses such profound insight. Could it be that an extraordinary verse is about to emerge? A tremor surged through his heart as Gu Zhengyang fixed his gaze intently upon the wall. He observed as Yi Qiu's next line followed suit. Do you not see? The bright mirror on the high hall mourns for white hair, morning as black silk, evening turned to snow. His breath quickened, and his legs struggled to remain steady. As one of the prominent scholars of the age, how could Gu Zhengyang fail to recognize the immense value contained within these two lines of poetry? Marvelous, marvelous. Elder Gu, are you well? A servant who arrived shortly after hurriedly stepped forward to support him, but Gu Zhengyang softly reprimanded. Silence. Such exceptional verses are rare throughout the ages. No one must interfere. His tone grew more fervent as he murmured, Today, I am destined to witness the emergence of a piece of writing capable of transcending time. No one must disturb, otherwise I shall strike you down. Upon hearing this, everyone behind him was taken aback. It is worth noting that the man before them was one of the towering figures in the hearts of the literati of the empire. The other was the Grand Elder of the Bailu Academy. If one were to divide the talents of the world into 10 portions, these two towering figures would claim 8, leaving the remaining 2 to be shared among all. The Confucian path diverges from the Tao of Immortals. This path emphasizes the essence of insight and the currents of fortune. Some individuals may study for a century and yet remain mere minor practitioners, only to ascend to celestial realms in a single night through sudden enlightenment. Achieving such a leap relies on the accumulation of inner tranquility over time and the serendipitous moment of realization. One must revel in life's triumphs, lest the gilded goblet sit empty before the moon. What an exquisite line. Who exactly is this young man? As more and more individuals gathered in the loft, the shockwaves generated by this poem intensified. Everyone marveled at this astonishing literary work, but they were even more astounded to discover that the one who penned it, causing such a monumental stir, was merely a youth in his 20s. What is genius? What is spontaneity? This is genius. In this immersive experience, Ichio felt as though he were in a dream, his state of mind soaring to unprecedented heights, akin to standing atop the pinnacle of the world. Incredibly, system. Can the swallowing heaven demon technique also cultivate the Confucian Tao? Returning to the host, the supreme demon canon encompasses all laws of heaven and earth, and the Confucian Tao is naturally included. Goodness, truly worthy of the supreme demon canon. It is remarkable. Internally astonished, Ichio sensed that once this insight began, he could not halt its momentum. He had not anticipated that Brother Bai's prowess could be so formidable. After merely 2 lines, such a terrifying momentum had already been established. If he were to complete the entire piece, he could only wonder what would transpire as he experienced the tumultuous transformations within him. These few lines of poetry unleashed a torrent of power, converging the spiritual energies of heaven and earth within the loft, wildly rushing into Ichio's being. This level of insight is something that countless individuals have sought throughout their lives, yet have failed to attain. Ichio had not anticipated that with merely a couple of strokes of his pen, the essence of the moment would manifest so vividly. He silently rejoiced that he had refrained from altering Brother Bai's original text, for otherwise, such an atmosphere may never have arisen. In that moment, Ichio felt as though the spirit of Brother Bai from years past had possessed him, as he elegantly inscribed verses of wine on the mural, his cultivation sword. And in a remarkably short span, he had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. Indeed, it was terrifying. No wonder it is said not to provoke scholarly individuals, for one day they might suddenly attain enlightenment, leaving others at a loss. Suddenly, the heavens were beset by a violent wind, coalescing above the earth into a colossal vortex, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Such an extraordinary phenomenon naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Within the imperial pavilion, He Wushuang gazed in astonishment at the spectacle in the sky, secretly taken aback. Who could be the catalyst for such an occurrence? He was all too familiar with this kind of momentum. Only those chosen by destiny could invoke such wonders. Driven by curiosity, he hastened towards the heavenly fragrance tower. Meanwhile, Lian Feng, who had been in Cold River City for several days and was preparing to return to the everlasting mountain with Lu Ji, was suddenly struck by the celestial spectacle above, causing a jolt of fear within him. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that someone has ascended the path of Confucianism? Or perhaps a timeless masterpiece had come to light? A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and Lian Feng promptly declared, "Let us go and see." Chapter 35. As if in a celestial paradise, shocking the entire city in the strokes of ink, it seemed as though myriad laws flowed, sketching an exquisite celestial realm. Everyone present was enveloped in this experience, their hearts filled with astonishment. Heaven has endowed me with talent. It must be of use. Even if wealth is squandered, it shall return. A gasp. What a profound couplet. What an expression of carefree defiance. At that moment, the entire assembly was awestruck. Coinciding with the moment Ichio penned those words, suddenly, within him, a realm of his own emerged as the essence of heaven and earth converged, and an overwhelming aura rapidly expanded. Boom. A breakthrough. All present felt the domineering power emanating from Ichio, their astonishment palpable. The ethereal movement of his body unfolded, and Ichio liberated himself entirely, as if he were soaring through the heavens, continuing to inscribe upon the high walls. His brushwork was unrestrained. Each stroke seemed to meld countless laws into one. The crowd swelled, and this extraordinary phenomenon stirred a sensation throughout the entire Hanjiang city. Navigating through the throng, Lian Feng arrived at the pavilion, her gaze astonished as it fell upon that familiar figure above, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Her complexion turned ashen as she earnestly contemplated the entire poem, her heart quivering. Such literary brilliance is unparalleled through the ages. Is this truly the Yuchio from her memories? The same rogue she had once dismissed? Heaven above, I must still be dreaming. Beside her, Luji was equally taken aback, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Yuchio now exuded an air of nonchalance that would not be out of place for a true immortal. Moreover, his poetry exuded a celestial essence, leaving an indelible impression, provoking boundless admiration. Since ancient times, sages have been solitary, only those who indulge in wine leave their names? A gasp, yet another timeless couplet. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. I never imagined that in my old age I would be fortunate enough to witness such a stunning verse emerge, making my life worthwhile. Yuchio's poem, Gu Zhengyang dared to assert, could overshadow all poetic works in existence. It truly embodied a terrifying presence that transcended an era. He needed no validation from the world. The celestial phenomenon alone sufficed to affirm the intrinsic value of his poem. The world may believe that scholars writing poetry are inherently formidable, but alas, that is not the case. The intricacies of this matter could be described as a matter of timely opportunity. Artistry is born of nature, crafted by a skilled hand. This is not merely a reflection of how much one has studied, but rather hinges on one's fortuitous encounters, circumstances, and the mindset that aligns with the moment. This line struck the heart of this old wine connoisseur. Since ancient times, sages have been solitary, only those who indulge in wine leave their names? My heavens! I am utterly enamored by this line. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, plunging them into fervent discussion. Among them, He Wushuang's eyes flickered with surprise as he cast a cold glance at Yuchio above, harboring a hint of animosity. As the son of heaven, he was accustomed to being the center of attention, standing apart in a class of his own. Yuchio has truly come into his own this time, finding his place among his rivals. 5-flower steed, a coat worth 1,000 gold, call for wine, let us together dispel the sorrows of eternity. As the final line resonated, an uproar erupted throughout the Tianxiang Pavilion. Thunderous roars echoed as dark clouds enveloped the sky above Hanjiang City, casting a shadow over the realm. With poetic grace, Yuchio inscribed his name at the conclusion of the verse. Brother Bai, forgive me. I must create a stir. I shall borrow your fame for a moment. Forgive Yuchio his audacity. After leaving his name at the end of the poem, he swiftly seized the utterly dumbfounded Xiao Wui and leapt away from the Tianxiang Pavilion. The onlookers, undoubtedly astonished by the poem, were left oblivious to his departure. When Gu Zhengyang regained his senses, he discovered the hall had already emptied, leaving nothing but silence. A timeless masterpiece, a timeless masterpiece. This poem, Let Us Drink, is truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Gu Zhengyang did not hesitate to lavish his praise. And at the moment he uttered these words, all present were left in awe. Even old Gu declared this poem to be a work of genius? What celestial being is this? Has the poetry competition already unveiled such brilliance? Look, the name is inscribed at the bottom. Yuchio? Who is this person? Does anyone know? The scene descended into chaos, as all gazed in astonishment at the verses etched upon the mural. The owner of the Tianxiang Pavilion was beside herself with joy. Earlier, she had contemplated opposing Yuchio's proposal to recite poetry. Thankfully, she refrained. Her establishment was destined for greatness. It is no exaggeration. This single poem would undoubtedly elevate the Tianxiang Pavilion to become the most iconic tavern in all of Hanjiang City. Once word of today's event spreads, countless esteemed scholars and literati will flock to admire this ancient masterpiece. Yuchio, what a remarkable figure you are. Capable of transforming my Tianxiang Pavilion into a renowned establishment with but a single poem. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Behind the red curtains, a breathtakingly beautiful woman murmured to herself, a glimmer of delight flickering in her eyes. With a slight tilt of her head, she softly instructed, Little E, gather those mural panels and display them prominently in the center for all the talented scholars to behold. Perhaps our Tianxiang Pavilion shall embrace an elegant direction henceforth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a casual act could lead to the pavilion's meteoric rise. Previously, he had assumed Yuchio was merely intoxicated and creating a ruckus. Such patrons are often the most challenging to manage, and fearing his antics might bring trouble, Qin Yi had merely provided him with ink and paper to indulge in his drunken whimsy. He never imagined Yuchio would truly compose a poem, much less one of such timeless significance. As the attendants of the Tianxiang Pavilion gathered the mural panels and hung them on the central wall, The guests were finally able to indulge in the masterpiece. Marvelous, truly marvelous. One could hardly fathom the existence of such a youthful prodigy, who at such a tender age has penned verses so free-spirited and unconstrained. My favorite line among them is undoubtedly, heaven-born talents must surely find their purpose. Even if fortunes are squandered, they will return anew. How exuberantly audacious, how delightfully unrestrained. Furthermore, there is the line, throughout history, the wise and virtuous have often known solitude. Yet only the drinker leaves a name. My heavens, at my level, I cannot conceive of achieving such lofty profundity through mere intoxication. This is the chasm that lies between individuals, while he, in a state of inebriation, can effortlessly conjure timeless masterpieces. I, in my own revelry, can only ramble, listening to the esteemed critiques of celebrated figures and refined individuals around me. My heart trembles with disbelief. No, this cannot be real. How could he possibly compose such exquisite verses? She refuses to accept this reality, even with her own eyes witnessing the truth, as she cannot bear to confront the fact that she has misjudged him. In her recollections, Yichio is merely a good-for-nothing, an e'er-do-well, a petty rogue. How could he craft the lines, heaven-born talents must surely find their purpose, even if fortunes are squandered, they will return anew, such timeless masterpieces. Had he revealed such literary brilliance earlier, would she have ever looked down upon him? At this moment, her heart swells with resentment, and a chill envelopes her. He is acutely aware of the type of person she admires, yet he has concealed his true self, unwilling to reveal his authentic nature. What she had previously perceived was merely a facade, while the current persona before her is the truest reflection of him. He does not favor her, and thus he deliberately disguises himself as the very type she despises. Chapter 36. At the right moment, everything is just right. Words carry the essence of truth. Such solitary verses may indeed be the finest in the realm. Young Hong-chan, might I inquire if this poem is for sale? I am willing to offer a handsome sum for it. As he spoke, Gu Zhengyang's voice trembled as he addressed the enchanting Hong-chan behind the crimson curtain. It was evident to all that he held a deep admiration for this poem. Yet how could Hong-chan possibly part with it? She intended to use this very poem to elevate the reputation of the Tianxiang Pavilion, and moreover, it was not hers to sell. Since Yichio had departed quietly, leaving the poem behind, it signified that it belonged here only in this place could it be showcased to the world in its full glory. Drawing back the curtain, Hong-chan emerged gracefully, first offering a polite bow before saying, "Esteemed Gu, I sincerely apologize. I cannot sell this poem, nor do I possess the right to do so. It belongs to its original author, and perhaps he left the verses here for the appreciation of all the talented individuals in the world. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhengyang's eyes reflected a flicker of disappointment, yet his heart swelled with joy. Ah, indeed, haha. It appears I have fallen into the mundane, attempting to tarnish such an extraordinary piece of literature with material desires. I am at fault. I had not anticipated that this young friend Yichio possessed such profound insight, choosing to employ this method to ensure the poem's legacy for the world to appreciate. With Gu Zhengyang's declaration, the excitement among those present escalated, while the prominent families who had hoped to procure the poem for a hefty price quickly abandoned their ambitions. For Hong-chan was not to be trifled with, and Gu Zhengyang's endorsement ensured the poem would remain in the Tianxiang Pavilion, where none could touch it. Otherwise, Gu Zhengyang's formidable presence was not to be underestimated. Do not be fooled into thinking that scholars are incapable of violence. When provoked, they can be more tempestuous than the fiercest warriors. Furthermore, he was one of the two towering figures in the realm of Confucianism and Taoism in the imperial state, who would dare to offend him. In this world, apart from the ancient recluse of the listening Tide Sword Pavilion, Gu Zhengyang had never known defeat in his long career. Even the Grand Elder of the Bailu Academy could only achieve a stalemate against him. "Dear, what troubles you?" Amidst the crowd, noticing the unusual expression on Lian Feng's face, Lu Ji inquired with concern. Lian Feng was still lost in the memory of Yichio's carefree and unrestrained demeanor, reminiscent of an immortal descending from the heavens, a sight she had never witnessed before. Such charisma was not in the least inferior to her brother's, yet she found herself perplexed. Despite his profound knowledge and cultivation, which were not as inadequate as she had imagined, why had he never chosen to showcase his abilities? The Yichio from earlier could overshadow even Yi Qing, let alone the esteemed He Wushuang if he were to take the stage. Contemplating this, her complexion paled, and she shook her head, saying, "I am fine. Let us depart. It is time to return." Her thoughts were a tangled web, making her feel like a mere jester in this moment. The remarkable deeds of Yichio today will undoubtedly spread throughout the entire imperial state within 3 days, akin to a tempest sweeping through the land, inciting a monumental uproar. The inns and taverns shall witness an unprecedented surge in business during this forthcoming period, and all for the sake of this timeless masterpiece. Let us drink, the cups shall not cease. Lu Ji was uncertain of her own thoughts, yet at this moment, the image of Yichio's recent charisma lingered in her mind. Perhaps the ethereal figure she envisioned was indeed akin to him? A gentleman, graceful as jade, unparalleled in the world. A flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes, the stirrings of youthful affection, yet alas, this individual happened to be the fiancé of her dear sister. What a pity! As expected by Lian Feng, within merely half a day, the poem Let Us Drink had swept across the entirety of Hanzhong City. Countless individuals, upon hearing this poem for the first time, were left utterly astonished and moved, eagerly seeking to uncover the identity of its author. Yichio's name thus entered the public consciousness. Yet, who truly knew who Yichio was? Previously, they had never heard of such a talented youth from the Great Wasteland. What does it mean to be silent until one suddenly astonishes the world? A solitary piece that reverberated throughout Hanzhong City, with no predecessors or successors, a phenomenon unto himself. What is most astounding is that he composed this Let Us Drink at the tender age of just over 20. My heavens! What does it mean to be chosen by fate? This is what it signifies. Prior to this, I had assumed that the esteemed title of champion in the poetry competition would likely go to those already renowned geniuses, yet unexpectedly, Yichio emerged as a formidable contender. I find myself intrigued by what other astonishing literary works he might produce henceforth. A prodigy in his youth, his spontaneous poetry has invoked phenomena across the heavens and earth, marking him as one destined for greatness. All the extraordinary titles have been bestowed upon Yichio. In the ensuing time, the entirety of Hanzhong City remained enraptured by the shockwaves instigated by his poem, Let Us Drink. Numerous noble families, scholars of Confucianism and Taoism, eagerly dissected the powerful lines of this poem. At Tianxiang Pavilion, crowds amassed, with countless disciples of the celestial and students from far and wide yearning to behold the original manuscript of Let Us Drink, penned by Yichio himself. However, at this moment, he and Xiao Wui were inebriated beyond measure, lost to the world. It was not until the following morning that Yichio finally regained consciousness. Goodness! This wine is truly potent. It surpasses the effects of my celestial intoxication, he mused. He had initially believed he could drink endlessly without succumbing, yet the reality proved otherwise. While he could withstand celestial intoxication, thanks to its blood content which he could metabolize, this mundane liquor had left him dazed from excess. With a pounding headache, Yichio struggled to rise from his bed, pushed open the window, and surveyed the situation outside. Based on his estimations, it wouldn't be long before someone came knocking at his door. Following this wave of momentum, he could not believe that Bailu Academy would remain indifferent. After all, did they not host this poetry competition to witness the emergence of a timeless masterpiece? Yichio has undoubtedly achieved this feat, emerging as the dark horse of this grand assembly, a contender who has unexpectedly surged forth. He is now the most coveted candidate for victory. Furthermore, the Zhang family may sense the shift, yet this is of little consequence. For Yichio, having mastered the art of free-spiritedness, he can depart at any moment should he choose. Without a background or fame, he is merely an obscure individual striving to obtain an invitation. This is the only path available to him, with no alternatives. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the hour was still early, and thus, he felt no urgency. In the days to come, he need only patiently await the unfolding of events, confident that the bullets will eventually fly in his favor. He firmly believes that Brother Bai's rendition of Song of the Wine will incite a tremendous stir across this realm. A poem so universally acknowledged that its authority requires no further elucidation from Yichio. He need not explain its intricate meanings or the figures it encompasses. Such details hold little significance. Upon briefly assessing the changes within himself, Yichio was inwardly astonished. 5 realms? Remarkably, with the mere recitation of a single poem, he has transcended 8 levels and shattered the constraints of a major realm. This unexpected delight was beyond his anticipation. He has seized the opportune moment, benefiting from the harmonious alignment of time, place, and circumstance. To replicate such a grand event would prove exceedingly challenging. These phenomena are enigmatic. Best described by the phrase timing is everything. It was precisely the right moment, the ideal state of mind, the perfect locations, and the appropriate phase that culminated in the birth of a poem. Everything is exquisitely balanced, neither excessive nor insufficient. Chapter 37, The Scheme for Wealth. Red wine seated in a meditative posture upon his bed, Yuchio focused on his breathing, consolidating his realm. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the fifth cave heaven. Distinct from other realms, the fourth cave heaven is a particularly unique state. It involves the internal opening of cave heavens, gathering the essence of the world within these caverns. With each cave opened, one's strength doubles. There are a total of 9 cave heavens. This is already the limit for most individuals. Only true geniuses can shatter their shackles, break free from the chains of fate, and attain the legendary 10th cave heaven. However, this journey is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, the gap between the genius and the ordinary remains vast, especially upon reaching the 5th realm of the Wheel Sea. One unifying 9 cave heavens into a Wheel Sea yields results vastly different from the unification of 10 cave heavens achieved by others. In this world, there is no shortage of talent. What is lacking is the courage and audacity to challenge the chains of destiny. Hence, it is often observed that renowned geniuses carry an air of pride in their gaze. The reasoning is simple. They dared to challenge their limits and succeeded, while you, in your timidity, remain a humble coward. Why should they not be bold? The 10th cave heaven. Ah, such a formidable challenge. Murmuring to himself, Yuchio turned his attention to 2 supreme treasures of technique. Currently, his progress in the sword to exterminate immortals remains halted at the first sword. While the second sword has revealed a hint of its profundity, Yuchio estimates that with daily contemplation, within a month, he should be able to grasp the intricacies of the second sword. As for the third sword, renowned for its cataclysmic power, its realization in the near term seems improbable. This third sword pertains to the realm of laws, and his cultivation has only reached the cave heaven stage. He is yet to achieve the Wheel Sea. And the comprehension of law-based power necessitates at least the boundless realm, with some requiring the 7th realm of divine storage or the 8th realm of severance to truly grasp the essence of the loss. Sigh. The path of sword cultivation is long and arduous. Nevertheless, the power of this sword is indeed formidable. Invincible beneath the immortals, a one-for-one exchange above them. Once this sword is unleashed, it embodies a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. More daunting still is the fact that, previously at the Tianxiang Tower, Yuchio inadvertently comprehended a wondrous domain technique. This technique is the enchanting realm that scholars yearn for. With pen in hand, I paint the heavens and the earth. This is a domain technique. Once manifested, it envelopes the surrounding world in a marvelous domain. Within his room, Yuchio grasped a pair of chopsticks, and with a subtle movement, a landscape painted in ink instantly spread throughout the chamber. In this extraordinary domain, Yuchio felt a tremendous enhancement of his entire being's strength. As he briefly experienced the terrifying effects of the domain, Yuchio's brow furrowed slightly. It resembled a state of mind, akin to when he penned that verse. Bring on the wine. Only by reaching that carefree, unrestrained, and bold state of mind can the effects of this domain be maximized. At this moment, Yuchio had lost that particular state of mind, and the enhancements he received had diminished significantly. Alas, if only I could directly attain a 10,000-fold increase. None would be able to stop me, and I would demonstrate my prowess against a formidable 9th realm expert right before your eyes. This extraordinary domain not only amplified Yuchio's strength but also greatly enhanced the sword and tin he wielded. It could be deemed a divine skill. Yuchio had not anticipated that a mere stroke of coincidence could yield such a terrifying ultimate technique, which could serve as a crucial trump card. Should the day arrive when he found himself in a dire situation, combining this realm with a sword strike to vanquish the heavens might just defy fate itself. Immersed in this inkwash world, Yuchio reveled in the experience, feeling as light as a swallow, almost ethereal. When he executed the technique of riding the wind, it seemed to resonate even more profoundly with the essence of the realm, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of speed. Haha, splendid. How could I not soar? This enchanting sensation drove Yuchio to a state of exhilaration and expansion. He pondered that it might be time to capture a few celestial prodigies for his own amusement, while also testing the other nefarious methods of the Supreme Demon Codex. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yuchio was basking in the joy of his newfound power, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Brother Yi. It was the voice of Xiaowui, prompting Yuchio to withdraw his celestial domain and gently descend to the ground. Upon opening the door, he found Xiaowui waiting outside, immediately revealing a mischievous grin. Good heavens, has the Wenchang star awakened? Unbelievable. I never thought that a person like me, reeking of copper, could actually call a refined gentleman like Brother Yi my brother. Hearing his playful remarks, the corners of Yuchio's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. Indeed, indeed. Who am I, after all? Even if the Wenchang star descended from the heavens, it would have to obediently offer 2 pounds of blood in tribute to me. Brother, from now on. You are my brother, my dear elder brother, I am convinced. Xiao Wei eagerly chimed in, fully acknowledging Yi Qiu's prowess after witnessing the commotion he had caused the previous day. Why hesitate any longer? Yi Qiu had gained the favor of the heavens, attracting extraordinary phenomena. He was undoubtedly the chosen one destined for greatness. Being a wise individual, he understood that failing to seize this opportunity to align himself with such a powerful figure would be foolish. As for Yi Qiu's arrogance, he paid it no mind. After all, a genius ought to be proud of the talents bestowed upon them by the heavens. What he did not comprehend was the significance behind Yi Qiu's mention of 2 pounds of blood. However, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he was eager to learn about Yi Qiu's financial scheme. Following Yi Qiu into the room, Xiao Wei closed the door behind him and eagerly inquired, Brother Yi, can you now reveal to me what your money-making plan entails? Seeing his urgency, Yi Qiu decided to divulge the details without further pretense. He promptly retrieved a jar of wine from his storage bag. Previously, in the abyss of the undead, Yi Qiu had concocted a total of 20 jars of wine, and now he had 18 remaining. The peculiar old man had previously made off with a jar, and another had been used in the abyss of the undead. Wine? Glancing at the bottle on the table, Xiao Wei furrowed his brow, perplexed. Brother Yi, do you mean to open a tavern? He ventured uncertainly, for he was somewhat acquainted with the industry. In Hanjiang City alone, there were at least several hundred taverns, many of which were quite renowned. Earning a profit in this line of business was no simple feat. One would need something truly captivating to draw patrons in. Yi Qiu gazed at him with a subtle smile and affirmed, indeed, a tavern. Before Xiao Wei could respond, Yi Qiu interjected, do not rush to voice your opinion. Taste this jar of wine first, and then you may form your conclusion. If, after tasting, you still find it lacking, we shall discuss this matter further. With that, Yi Qiu placed a wine cup before him and poured a generous serving. The vivid crimson liquid cascaded down from the jar's mouth, causing Xiao Wei's heart to flutter. An intense, rich aroma enveloped him, imbued with a sensation that seemed to ignite the very blood in his veins. Crimson wine? How intriguing. Having spent years frequenting taverns, he had sampled countless exquisite wines, yet this was the first time he encountered a liquid of such a striking hue. It bore an uncanny resemblance to blood. Merely inhaling the fragrance of this wine incited a fervent, almost primal thrill within him. Chapter 38, The Yellow Crane Tower. The plan in motion, gazing at the bowl filled with vibrant red wine, Xiao Wei restrained his excitement and steadily lifted it. He was curious to discern the veracity of Yi Qiu's money-making scheme. He took a small sip, savoring the essence of the wine rather than downing it in one gulp. For this was not a contest of drinking. Only through gradual appreciation could he truly grasp the wine's flavor. As the liquid flowed down his throat, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him, ascending to the crown of his head. In that moment, Xiao Wei felt as if he were stepping into a celestial realm. And a multitude of thoughts converged in his heart, crystallizing into 2 words that slipped from his lips. Incredible. The texture, the potency, the exhilarating rush. How could he conjure a more refined expression? At that instant, a terrifying power surged within him, and remarkably, his cultivation naturally broke through. Xiao Wei abruptly stood, astonished, exclaiming, this is no mere wine. It could easily be deemed a miraculous elixir. His cultivation had lingered at the 9th rank of the 3rd realm for quite some time, yet under the influence of Yi Qiu's wine, he had ascended to perfection. Merely a step away from the 4th realm. At this moment, Xiao Wei could no longer maintain his composure. He had initially presumed Yi Qiu's scheme to be a jest. Now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. This was no simple money-making venture. It was akin to filling a sack with gold. He would wager that once this wine hit the market, the tavern would be overwhelmed with patrons. And that was no exaggeration. The world is never short of connoisseurs of fine wine, nor of cultured scholars. Most importantly, this wine not only boasted an exquisite flavor, but also harbored a formidable power, making it an unparalleled treasure for cultivation. Its effects far surpassed those of any celestial brew available on the market, by dozens of times, if not more. Xiao Wei, astonished, stammered, Brother Yi, are you certain this wine can truly be sold? His doubt did not concern the wine's potential popularity. Rather, he was apprehensive about the troubles that would ensue once it was released. Yi Qiu, of course, understood his concerns, having contemplated them from the very beginning. To refine the human emperor banner, he required a substantial amount of spirit stones, and the swiftest means of acquiring funds was through selling wine. Yi Qiu had also considered the troubles that might arise from the wine's release. With a confident smile, he reassured, "You need not worry. I can slightly temper the power within the wine, preserving its potency, flavor, and certain unique effects." This was the result of Yu Chio's careful deliberation. If he were to sell the wine crafted from Zhang Xiyuan's blood, its effects would be overwhelmingly potent, beyond his control. Thus, for the general populace, such a formidable efficacy was unnecessary. Retaining the flavor, potency, and stimulating effects sufficed to prevent any sense of crisis among the influential clans. Additionally, Yi Qiu planned to create a further wave of momentum, branding it under the name Celestial Drunkenness, to attract the attention of scholars across the realm and adopt a path of elegance. The lines of "Bring in the wine" were not penned in vain. Yi Qiu sought nothing less than renown. Thus, he must wait until the wine has spread throughout the entire imperial realm before he pens his final masterpiece. In the winehouse, he will prominently display his poetic board, inviting scholars from all corners to appreciate his work. Should there be any self-proclaimed intellectuals, they too may compose a poem. And if it garners unanimous acclaim, it shall be hung within the establishment for all to admire. If this plan were to come to fruition, would not the scholars go mad? Who would dare to cause trouble? After all, Yi Qiu has crafted a sanctuary in the hearts of scholars. Should anyone dare to disrupt this haven, it is likely that they would not need Yi Qiu to intervene. The learned individuals would reveal their formidable strength and deal with the troublemaker themselves. To seek conflict in a place cherished by scholars is tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's comprehensive plan, Xiao Wui was utterly astonished. "My heavens, I believed myself unrivaled in the realm of commerce. Yet you are even more formidable than I imagined. Such a method is truly ingenious." Shocked and in awe, Xiao Wui's gaze was filled solely with admiration, while a flicker of ambition ignited within his heart. Let us proceed. Life is but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of 100 years. He had endured enough humiliation. If he could stand tall and proud, even if the path ahead led to an endless abyss, he would embrace it. He sought not to prove his worth, but rather to reclaim the dignity he had lost, demonstrating to the Xiao family that he would recover his honor with his own hands. "So, have you settled on a name for this winehouse?" Once composed, Xiao Wui began to inquire about the origins of the wine, its production, and the name of the establishment. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Qiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. In Hanjiang City, there are already renowned establishments such as Wangyue Tower, Zuiming Tower, and Tianxiang Pavilion. Let our winehouse be named Huanga Tower. Huanga Tower? Xiao Wui expressed his confusion but quickly added, "It sounds quite pleasing. Huanga Tower it shall be. However, what sort of poem do you intend to inscribe for the winehouse? This name possesses an air of elegance, yet I wonder, what poem will Yi Qiu compose for this establishment?" Xiao Wui felt a growing curiosity, even a sense of anticipation. He had witnessed Yi Qiu's literary prowess, yet he was concerned that poetry, being a spontaneous art, often draws from the poet's state of mind and circumstances, which could lead to extraordinary results. If he were to write specifically for a winehouse, he feared Yi Qiu might lack the requisite inspiration to evoke such feelings. After all, the bar set by inviting the wine is exceedingly high, and Yi Qiu's reputation as a genius has already been established. Therefore, in the future, all is poetry. Even if it does not match that brilliant improvisation, must not fall short. Perceiving Xiao Wui's apprehension, Yi Qiu smiled gently and reassured him, "You need not worry about that. In due time, you will understand." Surely, with the name Huanga Tower chosen for the winehouse, he knows what poem to use? It is no jest. There are countless famous poems associated with Huanga Tower, and among them, the most remarkable one is likely known by all. As Yi Qiu engaged in his enigmatic musings, Xiao Wui's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from pursuing that line of conversation, opting instead to delineate their plans. Yi Qiu commenced, "My position is rather unique and may become increasingly sensitive in the future. Thus, for the sake of the tavern's security, I shall designate you as the nominal owner. You will manage all visible affairs of the tavern while I operate from the shadows, responsible for the concoction of Tian Stinzue." Xiao Wui nodded, albeit perplexed as to why Yi Qiu suggested that his own identity might become more precarious. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was on the verge of realizing his lifelong ambition, and in a domain where he excelled. He nodded affirmatively and declared, "Very well. I will handle the selection of the tavern's location. Over the years, I have accrued a modest fortune. Though not substantial, it serves as a rich foundation for our endeavors. I am prepared to risk everything for this noble venture, come what may. Even if I were to face ruin, it would be of no concern." Chapter 39. I remember all these grudges come. Let us raise a toast to our shared ideals. Cheers. With consensus reached and roles distinctly assigned, Yichio immediately lifted his cup and downed the drink in one gulp. Just as he set the cup down, he intended to offer a few words of caution. But to his dismay, there was no sign of Xiaowui. A glance beneath the table revealed the truth. His lips twitched in realization. Indeed, even that elderly man could not withstand 3 cups, let alone a mere third-level cultivator like himself. 1 cup was enough to bring him down. The potency of this concoction was undeniably overwhelming. A method to mitigate its effects was imperative. Otherwise, if every patron who entered succumbed to a single cup, the sales of wine would dwindle to mere dribbles throughout the year. Yichio had previously only considered his own crisis, neglecting the endurance of others. He had recklessly mixed a variety of potent ingredients into a single cauldron. Moreover, Zhang Xiyuan's higher cultivation level had intensified the brew's effects, rendering it unbearable for anyone. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaowui was incapacitated, Yichio resolved to capture a few individuals to assist in the brewing process. He already had his targets in mind, familiar faces he had inadvertently encountered at Tianxiang Pavilion. Those faces were indelibly etched in his memory, reminders of those who had once tormented him during his time in the Buzhou sacred land. Did one think that only the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lingyu, were the sole perpetrators? No, they were merely the most vicious among the tormentors, for there were others who had yet to reveal themselves. Had it not been for the Zhang family's relentless pursuit, Yichio would have relished the opportunity to settle the score with them as well. Alas, their arrival had been too swift, forcing him to flee in haste. Yet, Yichio could scarcely believe his fortune in encountering them in Hanjin City. At this moment, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. What a fortuitous coincidence! They must have been so considerate, fearing that his journey back would be fraught with peril, that they deliberately ventured into Hanjin City. If Yichio did not take action, it would be a disservice to their kindness. Every humiliation and indignity he had suffered was etched in his heart, unforgettable. Now, with ample time at his disposal, it was the perfect occasion to settle some old scores. As he spoke, Yichio stealthily exited the room. Meanwhile, within a private chamber of Wanshan Tower, Yang Bai was embracing a stunning beauty with one arm while raising his wine cup, exuding an air of triumph as he addressed Lin Ran. Junior brother Lin, look at the life we are living now, so indulgent and delightful. We must extend our gratitude to Yichio. Had he not provoked the wrath of the Northern King, our family would not have clandestinely sent us away from Liyang. Ah, at last, we are free from the constraints of our family, able to revel in life. As he spoke, Yang Bai playfully pinched the side of the lovely Lei, laughing maniacally. However, Lin Ran appeared troubled, voicing his concern. Senior brother Yang, Yichio is currently in Hanjin City. Are you not worried he might come after us? It is essential to understand that many of the deeds orchestrated by Zhang Lingyu were instigated by us. Should Yichio become aware of this, given his current stature, I fear. Halting mid-sentence, Lin Ran felt an ominous premonition stirring within him since this morning. They had all witnessed Yichio composing poetry at Tianxiang Pavilion yesterday, and their hearts were gripped with fear. However, they had not anticipated that Yichio would depart afterward, entirely oblivious to their presence, which inadvertently brought them a sigh of relief. Currently, Yichio's reputation resounded throughout Hanjiang City, known far and wide. His poetry received high praise from the esteemed Gu Zhengyang, a commendation that they could only aspire to in their lifetimes. At this moment, he had transcended his former self, no longer the person they could easily bully. Moreover, beyond these accolades, he was also the son of Yi Jin. This singular identity alone was sufficient to render them breathless with anxiety. In response to Lin Ran's concerns, Yang Bai waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. What are you afraid of? That lad is currently in the limelight, a celebrity. He is even regarded by old Gu as the most promising prodigy capable of breaking the millennia-old curse of the Confucian Tao. With such a status, how could he possibly deign to acknowledge us insignificant figures? In fact, he ought to be grateful to us, had we not suppressed him back in the day. Challenging his character and confining his space for survival, how could he have forged his remarkable rise today? After hearing Yang Bai's words, Lin Ran found a semblance of reason in his argument. The two of them proceeded to indulge in revelry at Wanshan Tower, allowing themselves a moment of hedonism. However, unbeknownst to them, as they succumbed to drunken stupor, a burlap sack was suddenly thrown over them, and they were hoisted away from the room. The women in their beds were rendered speechless, staring in terror at the figure clad in night attire, thoroughly concealed. Instinctively, they wished to scream, but a mere glance from the assailant silenced them. The inebriated duo remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and when they finally regained consciousness, they found themselves bound within a pitch-black cave. It appeared as though a barrier had been erected, completely severing their connection to the outside world. Lin Ran panicked, desperately shaking the still drunken Yang Bai awake. Upon regaining lucidity, Yang Bai irritably scolded, "What is it? Do not disturb my sleep." "Sleep, my foot. What time do you think it is? Look where we are." Lin Ran was in a state of utter panic, disregarding everything else as he frantically struggled to free himself from the bindings. However, upon attempting to channel his internal energy, he was struck by the realization that his strength was sealed by an inexplicable force. Looking down, his countenance turned ashen. He and Yang Bai were each affixed to the ground with some bizarre nails. "This is bad. It's bone-piercing nails." Yang Bai instantly sobered, his face paling as the excruciating pain surged through him, terror flooding his heart. Gazing towards a nearby cave, they noticed a man clad in blood-red garments. His back turned to them, seemingly engaged in some mysterious task. It appeared he was the one responsible for binding them here. "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped us? Are you not aware that the Yang and Lin families stand behind us? Do you comprehend the repercussions of crossing us?" Yang Bai initiated the intimidation, while Lin Ran seethed with anger, thoroughly incensed by his companion's foolishness. "Would you kindly silence yourself? Do you not see that our adversary is well prepared? The very fact that he dares to act speaks volumes. He is evidently unafraid of retaliation from our families. In this moment, you still threaten him? Are you eager for your own demise?" Lin Ran's fury reached its zenith. Had he not been bound, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to Yang Bai. Yang's arrogance had grown excessive over the past 2 decades, leading him to forget the gravity of their predicament and resort to family threats without consideration. After venting his frustration at Yang Bai, Lin Ran managed to compose himself slightly and spoke. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, at what point did we offend you, necessitating our abduction in such a manner? If we have indeed wronged you in any way, we stand ready to apologize and offer compensation, with terms entirely at your discretion. Furthermore, we assure you that upon our return, we will not seek retribution. We implore you to grant us mercy." His words were humble, bordering on supplication. Upon hearing this, the figure in blood-red attire visibly trembled, as if taken aback. He slowly turned to face them, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Ah, do you remember me?" At the moment their eyes met, the air seemed to thicken, and a profound sense of dread surged within them. It was over. Yi Qiu. Chapter 40. Why do I feel like a pervert right now? As Yang Bai caught sight of that familiar face, a cold sweat broke out instantly, and his hair stood on end, as if a surge of energy had rushed from his feet to the crown of his head. "Yi Qiu, what do you intend to do?" His voice trembled slightly, devoid of the previous bravado, and he felt as though he were on the verge of slipping away. "I warn you, do not act recklessly. The ones who bullied you back then were the Zhang brothers. They have no connection to us. Even if your father is the king of the north, it does not justify your unreasonable actions. Our families are not to be trifled with. If you dare to harm us." At this point, Yang Bai found himself lacking the courage to continue. For the last person who had dared to act similarly towards the Zhang family was likely long buried beneath the grass. Fear and dread surged within him, overwhelming his senses. And he regretted not leaving when he knew Yi Qiu was in Cold River City, instead choosing to roam the entertainment district, indulging in drink to the point of oblivion, unaware that he could be taken away. They were, after all, 2 practitioners of the 4th realm, not to be compared with the useless Zhang Lingyu. In a fair fight, he felt confident he would not lose to Yi Qiu. Yet, he had disregarded all warnings, relishing in the newfound freedom from his family's constraints. Beside him, Lin Ran was no better off, his eyes filled with panic. He wished to struggle, but the nails piercing his bones rendered him immobile. The more he fought, the more intense the pain became. Within moments, his complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He did not wish to meet his demise. Gazing into Yi Qiu's sinister eyes, a thought suddenly struck him. "Junior brother Yi, do you not recall when you were beaten black and blue by Zhang Lingyu? It was I who urged him on. Surely, you remember?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu immediately recalled the scene of his past beating, and a wicked smile spread across his face. "Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten. I thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have been beaten to death." Yi Qiu chuckled as he wiped the small dagger in his hand. Lin Ran's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. There was a chance. However, he did not anticipate Yi Qiu's next words, which plunged him back into despair. "But I seem to recall that it was you who instigated Zhang Lingyu to strike me, was it not?" The malevolence in Yi Qiu's smile deepened as he advanced step by step, and Lin Ran felt as though he could already see his demise approaching. "No, it cannot be. How could he possibly know?" Panic surged within him. He had always played the role of the good-natured gentleman at the academy, secretly orchestrating events while rarely making an appearance. How could Yuchio have discovered this? Before he could fully process his thoughts, Yuchio stood before him, speaking softly. All right. All right, I understand everything now. You need not say more. Be good. Listen to me. Close your eyes, and it will soon be over. Lin ran. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through his heart. What was he planning to do? Under their watchful gaze, Yuchio's dagger swiftly severed one of their arms. Ah! A searing pain surged through Lin Ran, causing him to scream in agony as he beheld Yuchio picking up a bucket to catch the blood that flowed forth. In that moment, he resembled a devil, imbued with an air of malevolence and madness. What was he planning? What was he truly doing? Yuchio, having fallen into your hands today, may kill or torture me at will. Using such methods to bind us is hardly the mark of a man. Do you dare to face us in an honorable battle? Lin Ran shouted in fury, and upon hearing his words, Yuchio found amusement. An honorable battle? I merely returned the favor in kind. How did you torment me in the past? What means did you employ? I have simply turned your methods back upon you. And now you cannot endure it? Yuchio chuckled, recalling the countless nights of beatings and torment etched vividly in his memory. Lin Ran, unwilling to concede, continued, No. You cannot kill us. You are the son of the Northern Refusal King. If you proceed with this, once the truth is revealed, how will the world perceive your father? What dignity will remain for the Northern Refusal Manor? He sought to awaken the now deranged Yuchio by invoking Yi Jin's reputation, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope amid despair. However, the moment those words escaped his lips, a flash of the blade cut through the air. His other arm was severed, blood gushing forth profusely. Yi Jin? Upon hearing that name, Yuchio laughed. This fool seemed unaware of his estrangement from the Yi family. Attempting to threaten him with Yi Jin? Wasn't that merely granting Yuchio an advantage? You could have died a good death, but now, it seems you shall not. Haha. Goodness, why do I feel somewhat like a madman? Impossible. This must be the influence of the bloodthirsty demon god's talent. I was once a person of utmost integrity and kindness. This talent of the bloodthirsty demon god is utterly maddening, the gruesome images in my mind incessantly stimulating my spirit, driving me towards greater restlessness. Lin Ran had unwittingly provided Yuchio with half a bucket of blood, yet he was gravely weakened from the loss. How could Yuchio allow him to die so easily? He promptly stuffed a healing elixir and a blood-replenishing potion into Lin Ran's mouth. With these two potions, Lin Ran's complexion improved somewhat. He was temporarily free from the brink of death, yet remained feeble, existing in that half-alive state where death eluded him. Hold on. You cannot die. For a long while yet, I will depend on your selfless contributions to amass wealth, so you must survive. As Yuchio tended to his wounds, he urged them to persevere and not to give in lightly. Meanwhile, under the terrified gaze of Yang Bai, he brought down his blade, severing one of his legs as well. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the air as Yang Bai cried out in terror, Devil, you are nothing but a devil. If you dare, kill me. For committing such heinous acts, you shall inevitably face divine retribution and meet an untimely demise. His desperate wails and frenzied roars failed to attract any attention, for this cave was exceedingly concealed, and outside, Yi Qiu had cast a barrier. This was a remarkably profound formation from the Supreme Demon Tome, the Heavenly Execution and Earthly Annihilation Array. Once established, it severed all ties with the outside world, rendering any communication impossible. Furthermore, the array was infused with a myriad of malevolent energies, fiercely domineering. Even a sixth-tier expert, if not cautious, would find themselves grievously wounded. Prior to making his move, Yi Qiu had meticulously chosen this location and patiently awaited the night, binding them only after meticulously arranging the entire formation. It could be said that this place was his perfect purgatory. Regrettably, the human emperor banner had yet to be forged, had it been completed. Using it as the array's guiding force in conjunction with the Heavenly Execution and Earthly Annihilation Array would have unleashed a terrifying power. Preliminary estimates suggested that even a ninth-tier expert would undoubtedly be left with a mark. Divine retribution? I am the very retribution sent by the heavens to punish you, the greatest demon of the known universe. Ha ha ha. Chapter 41. A poem that stirs 1,000 waves. Yu Qiu's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cavern, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a world isolated from reality, where no one could rescue them. The torment they had inflicted upon Yu Qiu over the years was now experienced by them 100-fold. Having refined his skills through experience, Yu Qiu no longer risked explosions like he did during his initial attempts at brewing. In less than half a day, he successfully produced an entire vat of celestial liquor. utilizing exceptionally potent ingredients that required multiple dilutions to reach his desired standard. In the following days, he remained entirely immersed in his brewing endeavors within the cave, even managing to concoct the crying blood pill during this time. Meanwhile, Yang Bai and Lin Ran truly understood the meaning of suffering worse than death. Their once arrogant facades had crumbled, leaving only fear, dread, and emotional numbness. Unbeknownst to Yichio, while he was engrossed in his craft, the outside world had turned upside down. At the Bai Lu Academy, what a magnificent piece, let us drink, and what a profound line. Throughout history, sages have lived in solitude. Only the drinkers leave their names. How sublime, how utterly free-spirited. In the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, the Grand Elder of Bai Lu Academy held the transcribed poem with palpable excitement, unable to contain his exhilaration. Haha, a timeless masterpiece. A veritable magnum opus. Upon hearing Bai Lu Ming's words, the crowd below was taken aback. Their curiosity piqued about the poem that could elicit such fervor from the Grand Elder and such high praise. Grand Elder, what kind of timeless work could elicit such admiration? Might we have the honor of witnessing it as well? Chenji Jie inquired tentatively. Bai Lu Ming smiled and promptly released the sheet of paper he held. Suddenly, it expanded and floated in the air. As the audience beheld the words of "Let us drink," a collective gasp filled the room. My heavens, who penned this? They murmured in astonishment. How exquisite, how utterly exquisite. Heaven bestowed my talents for a purpose. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. What a poem. It captures the youthful pride and the poignant realization of life's emptiness. What a profound realm of understanding. The audience was left in awe. Every elder present was profoundly moved by the poem. As they read it closely, they found reflections of their own lives within its lines. Li Kanglin, with an impassioned tone, declared, "This is undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece, unparalleled both past and future." Yet, the author, Yichio, who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? Such a prodigious talent must surely belong to a prominent family. How else could he compose such an extraordinary work? The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Bai Lu Ming merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. As early as yesterday, he had already sent someone to inquire about Yichio's whereabouts. The intelligence gathered by his disciples indicated that this individual had an enigmatic origin, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. He had engaged in a drinking contest at the Tianxiang Pavilion, and in a burst of inspiration, crafted a timeless piece of poetry. No one knew whence he came, only that his name was Yichio. How intriguing. I, too, wished to discern the true nature of this personage. A faint smile graced Bai Lu Ming's lips, for he was captivated by Yichio's talent. Upon learning of Yichio's existence, he dispatched an invitation to him. He anticipated witnessing Yichio's presence at the upcoming poetry convention and was particularly curious about the works he might produce in response to the challenges posed to him. There were not many youthful prodigies in this generation who elicited his interest, and Yichio's sudden emergence heightened his intrigue further. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Pavilion, He Wushuang regarded the poem A Toast to Wine in his hand, his expression impassive, though a flicker of coldness glinted in his eyes. Yichio, what manner of being is this? The abrupt rise of Yichio instilled a sense of urgency within him. After all, he had come here in pursuit of the fabled twin flower of the underworld. He had prepared thoroughly and had arrived in Hanjing City even before the convention commenced, eager to ascertain who might pose a threat to him. Should he identify such individuals, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The twin flower of the underworld, blooming as two blossoms from a single stem, is considered the pinnacle of divine herbs, demanding exceedingly stringent conditions for its growth. It is said to flourish solely in the legendary realm of Huangquan. Bai Lu Ming had offered this flower as a prize, thus attracting numerous formidable figures to the event. This twin flower serves as the ultimate elixir for physical refinement. In years past, He Wushuang had acquired a fragment of a supreme treasure bone within the ancient Forbidden Zone, which contained the secrets of the twin body as supreme technique. Should he successfully cultivate it, who in this world could stand against him? With this thought, his gaze turned even colder, and he coldly inquired, "Have you gathered any intelligence? What is the origin of that young man?" From the shadows, a cloaked elder slowly emerged, reporting, "Young master, we have yet to uncover any details regarding his background. Some say he hails from Liyan." Liyan? At the mention of this name, He Wushuang's heart jolted, a vague suspicion stirring within him, though he quickly dismissed the notion as absurd and impractical. However, it seemed that this young man was under the protection of a mysterious and powerful figure, making it impossible for them to approach. The several assassins he had previously dispatched had all perished at the hands of this enigmatic guardian. Upon hearing this, He Wushuang furrowed his brow. Those assassins were all elite warriors assigned to him by his father, undoubtedly all of them above the sixth realm in strength, yet not a single one returned. It appeared that this young man indeed had a formidable background. He pondered whether, apart from the Yi family of the Northern King's residence, there existed any other prominent families bearing the surname Yi in Liang. A vague sense of foreboding lingered in He Wushuang's heart. He promptly declared, I understand. Let us put this matter on hold for now and have everyone withdraw. Given that there were formidable protectors by his side, eliminating him was no longer a feasible option. He Wushuang was no fool. Should he provoke that enigmatic powerhouse, he could very well find himself in their crosshairs. The only reason the opponent had refrained from taking action was likely due to lingering concerns. Most importantly, Wang Yu had just mentioned that this young man hailed from Liang. Although He Wushuang found this hard to believe, he would not dare to take such a risk, even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 chance. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to observe further, allowing the winds to blow a while longer. Eventually, the truth of the young man's identity would be revealed. He was acutely aware that, aside from himself, the prominent families of Hanjiang City were equally monitoring and investigating Yiqiu. The stir caused by a single poem had ignited a fervor throughout Hanjiang City, with every tavern abuzz with discussions about this literary work. Some engaged in drinking contests and poetic exchanges, aspiring to emulate his original brilliance and craft a masterpiece of their own. Others, previously scolded for their drunken escapades, now reveled in a newfound elegance. Yiqiu's poem had elevated drinking to an art form. Could they now indulge in alcohol without a hint of shame? Should anyone question their revelry, they would retort with a verse, in times of joy, one must seize the moment, let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. Throughout history, sages have remained solitary, yet only those who drink leave their names behind. I am engaged in a pursuit that will etch my name in history. What would a mere woman understand? Furthermore, since that day, Tianxiang Pavilion had never seen a lull in patrons. Countless scholars, drawn from distant lands upon hearing the poem, flocked to admire and savor its essence. In the blink of an eye, Tianxiang Pavilion transformed from a mere brothel into a bastion of elegance in the eyes of scholars. Where once there were courtesans, now lay the 4 treasures of the study, with many aspiring to inscribe poems atop its surfaces, hoping to replicate Yiqiu's initial success. Yet, the resultant compositions were swiftly met with ridicule, unworthy even of display, and were promptly discarded. Chapter 42. His current glory and Lianfeng's doubts. Ah, how exquisite. This is the true spirit of wine poetry. If I could compose such a verse in my lifetime, I would gladly embrace death. It is simply astonishing. The profound magic this poem possesses. Upon my first careful reading, I was enveloped in a state of clarity and vastness, as if the knots that had troubled my heart for years were effortlessly untied, allowing for a remarkable transformation. I, too, had never contemplated that one could live with such carefree abandon. It seems that there is no sorrow in the world that a single cup of wine cannot alleviate. Within the heavenly fragrance pavilion, discussions flourished. The fervor surrounding this poem, invitation to wine, spread rapidly, igniting the entire imperial state. In less than 3 days, everyone was aware of this masterpiece and the tale of Yiqiu's impromptu recitation at the heavenly fragrance pavilion. He truly achieved fame across the realm with nothing but a single poem. Many who came seeking this work were astounded upon their first encounter with it. Observing the crowded tavern, Hong Chan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Ah, Yiqiu, you have truly surprised me beyond measure. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. With just one poem, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion soared to become the most popular establishment in Cold River City. Each day, the influx of guests was overwhelming, resulting in long queues as many waited days just to catch a glimpse of this timeless creation. Even those who typically eschewed literature found themselves drawn into the excitement, eager to partake in what was deemed refined. Your fiancé has indeed become renowned far and wide, remarked Lu Ji as she opened the window of the Sandalwood Pavilion, gazing down at the serpentine line that snaked along the street. In the various taverns, groups of men were gathered, their conversations filled with jubilant toasts. Raise the cup. Let it not cease. The influence was so palpable that Lu Ji could scarcely believe her eyes. It was surreal. If she found it perplexing, how much more so must Lianfeng feel? She, who should have long returned to the old mountain, remained stubbornly due to this poem. The reason for her lingering was unclear. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. Yiqiu's demeanor had been unmistakably evident, his impatience, indifference, and disdain mirrored the very attitude she once held towards him. Yet now, the tables had turned completely. It was astonishing to recall how Yiqiu had endured her dismissiveness for so long. while she could scarcely bear a single cold glance directed her way. "My dear, have I truly erred?" she murmured, grappling with her emotions. She had detested the Yi Qiu of yore, full of the trappings of the common man. Yet she found no disdain for the man he had become. The crux of the matter, however, was that they could never return to their former selves. Lu Ji looked at her with compassion and said, "You have done nothing wrong. You simply refuse to accept the reality that your husband is perceived as a failure. What fault lies in that? Which woman in the world could reconcile with such a truth? Moreover, you grew up under the spotlight, inherently extraordinary, bearing your own pride and the honor of your family. Marrying such a man would undo all the efforts of your past. You're merely fighting for your own happiness. What fault lies in that?" Lian Feng's eyes dimmed with sorrow. Deep down, she understood this truth all too well. And Yi Qiu had made it abundantly clear before. He had voluntarily relinquished their betrothal, severing the ties between them, leaving each to walk their own path henceforth. Unburdened and unindebted. Had this outcome arrived a month prior, she would have accepted it with relief. Yet now, inexplicably, she found herself struggling to let go. Could it be that, during their brief month together, unbeknownst even to herself, she had developed feelings for Yi Qiu? The thought struck her as absurd. Throughout that month, her heart had harbored nothing but disdain and aversion. How could affection possibly have taken root? And yet, this lingering resentment, where did it stem from? Was it merely wounded pride? The fact that he had been the one to abandon her, not the other way around? Human emotions are often this convoluted. When pursued ardently, indifference reigns, yet when abandoned, doubts arise, accusations of insincerity, of frailty and affection, of failing life's trials. Now, Yi Qiu had risen to prominence, becoming the most celebrated figure across Hanjiang City, precisely the man she had once envisioned. Except now, this refined version of him no longer belonged to her. Unless he returned to the Yi family and honored their long-standing agreement. Otherwise, their paths would diverge forever. But would Yi Qiu ever return? Lian Feng couldn't be certain. Even now, she had received no reply from Yi Jin. His silence left her questioning, had her letter even reached him? Why? After years of searching for their son, did they remain unmoved upon learning of his whereabouts? Not even a single response. Let us return to Liyang, she resolved. I must see for myself what stance Uncle Yi and Aunt Su now hold. The thought consumed her. She could wait no longer. If they truly had no intention of reclaiming their son, why should she exhaust herself in futile efforts, only to endure Yi Qiu's scathing reproach? Any person would resent such treatment. The Yi Jin and Su Wanqing she remembered were not like this. In the past, they had responded with urgency to every update regarding Yi Qing, always arriving promptly to ensure his well-being, meticulously arranging his training and future. Yet when it came to Yi Qiu's silence, not even a letter in reply, did they truly consider him their son at all? Such stark disparity left even Lian Feng disheartened. How much more so for Yi Qiu himself? She now possesses a semblance of understanding regarding Yi Qiu's resolute decision to sever ties with the Yi family. Any individual of integrity would find it impossible to live in a state of humble subjugation beneath their disdainful gaze. The oppression is stifling, far too stifling. It is akin to the incredulity she felt upon realizing that Yi Qiu had no room of his own within his own home. Was this truly his residence? Even Lian Feng had her own chamber within the Yi manor. Yet, throughout his time in the Yi household, Yi Qiu appeared to be the solitary outsider. Never genuinely assimilated into this family, perpetually ostracized by all, including her at one point. She felt a sense of injustice on his behalf. Upon hearing the coldness in Lian Feng's tone, Lu Ji's heart quivered, uncertain whether to feel pity for Yi Qiu or to rejoice for him. Alas, it is a pity that she could not see her idol this time. It seemed she must wait for the next opportunity to meet him. Their visit to Hanjing City was initially intended to seek out Yi Qiu, and although they found him, he chose not to return with them. The significance of remaining here is minimal. Chapter 43, The Royal Banquet. My presence here is superfluous. Upon returning to Liyang, Lianfeng immediately made her way to the Yi residence. As she stepped through the grand entrance, she was taken aback by the bustling scene within the courtyard, adorned with colorful decorations. What occasion warrants such festivity? Surely, there must be some joyous event taking place. Behind her, Lu Ji observed with curiosity, utterly perplexed. Only Lianfeng understood the significance of the day. Her expression turned somber as she murmured, "Today is Yi Qing's birthday. Every year at this time, Uncle Yi and Aunt Su host a grand celebration in his honor." Casting a glance at the arriving guests, all of whom wore cheerful expressions, Lianfeng fell silent. She suddenly felt that her visit today was altogether unnecessary. While she had been racking her brain on how to bring Yi Qiu back, she had not anticipated that the royal residence would be so preoccupied with Yi Qing's birthday festivities. Sighing, she remarked, "Let us depart." Just a fleeting glance at Yi Qing, surrounded by a throng of admirers, left her feeling inexplicably cold inside. Despite being a son, Yi Jin never hesitated to lavish attention on Yi Qing, always making grand gestures. Observing the scale of the event, it was evident that nearly half of Liang's nobility, along with many of Yi Jin's longtime friends, had gathered. Seeing Lianfeng's despondent demeanor, Lu Ji felt a pang of sympathy. During this time, she had not enjoyed a single restful night, tirelessly preoccupied with the affairs concerning Yi Qiu, only to discover upon returning to the royal residence that his parents were utterly unconcerned. They even found the leisure to organize a birthday banquet for their younger son. Lu Ji surveyed the grandeur of the celebration, which surpassed the festivity of any family's legitimate heir's wedding. How could they behave this way? If they did not wish to search for him, why feign such urgency? It had robbed her of peaceful nights. Meanwhile, they revel in a joyous birthday celebration at home. Pouting, her heart brimming with resentment, she thought that were it not for Lianfeng, she would not have involved herself in this matter at all. A part of her even wished that Yi Qiu would never return. What business would he have coming back? This household has never had a place for him. He is but an outsider, does he not realize? Lianfeng, weary of the situation, silently turned to leave, only to be spotted by Yi Qing amidst the crowd. He approached her, inquiring, "Sister, where have you been these past few days? I thought you weren't coming." A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had been cultivating at Wolao Mountain and had only returned home yesterday. Initially intending to seek Lianfeng at her residence, he found she was absent, with the butler informing him that she had gone to Hanjing City. He had assumed she had departed early to prepare for the poetry competition and would not attend his birthday banquet, leaving him disheartened for quite some time. Little did he know, she had indeed returned, which brought him unanticipated joy. Observing his cheerful countenance, Lianfeng managed a self-deprecating smile, but did not allow her mood to sour the moment. Instead, she offered sincerely, "Happy birthday." As she spoke, she retrieved a pendant from her waist pouch and handed it to Yi Qing, continuing, "I have some matters to attend to and cannot celebrate your birthday with you this year. Please accept this gift." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qing's gaze momentarily faltered, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, yet he soon regained his composure. He had likely begun to understand why Lianfeng had distanced herself from him. Ever since their return to Liyang, she had been deliberately maintaining a distance, no longer showering him with affection as she once did, and even exhibiting a hint of avoidance. The reason was quite simple. Upon their return, they discovered the existence of another, Yi Qiu. It was not he, but rather his ineffectual brother, who had been betrothed to Lianfeng. "Sister, I do not comprehend. Why have you been avoiding me? Is it solely because of Yi Qiu? Does that worthless individual merit your concern?" Yi Qing's cold inquiry was laced with a palpable chill, as if he felt that half of the affection that should have been his had been divided by Yi Qiu. Now, even Lianfeng was drifting away from him. Did she truly place such importance on that so-called marriage contract? Or did she genuinely wish to marry that aimless wastrel? Observing the frigid detachment in Yi Qing's eyes, Lianfeng's heart quivered. It was the first time she felt such strangeness in his gaze. Was he envious? Or was he harboring jealousy over something? Lianfeng found herself perplexed. He was already the recipient of countless affections, basking in the goodwill of all around him. Who could he possibly envy? Jealous of a brother forsaken by the family? The thought made Lianfeng feel inexplicably sorrowful. Did Yi Qiu not even deserve a modicum of concern? Was he destined to endure such suffering by nature? With a steely resolve, Lianfeng replied calmly, "Yi Qing, please be mindful of your standing. Moreover, he is your biological brother. Regardless of your feelings, you ought not to belittle him in front of others." It was the first time Yi Qing witnessed Lianfeng's ire, and it was provoked by Yi Qiu. Alarm surged within him. "Sister, that is not my intent. Enough. You need not explain yourself to me, nor do I wish to hear it. You know your own heart. Today is your birthday, and everyone appears joyous. I do not wish for my emotions to disrupt the celebratory atmosphere. Let it be." With that, Lianfeng took hold of Lu Ji's hand and turned to leave. She felt that further discourse would be futile. The events of the day had saddened her. She did not desire to witness such a scene, yet could not allow her anger to mar the festivities of others, so she chose to depart. After her exit, Su Wanqing approached Yi Qing, her voice soft. "Qing, what troubles you? Did Lianer come by just now?" She had been preoccupied with entertaining guests and had not noticed Lianfeng's arrival, but now that she had a moment to spare and intended to seek her out, she found that Lianfeng had already left. In response to Su Wanqing's inquiry, Yi Qing hastily replied, "Mother, my sister did come by." but she seemed rather upset and has since departed. Departed? Su Wanqing furrowed her brow. On such a joyous occasion, surely one should not depart in such haste. Regardless of their mood, she had intended to inquire about the matters concerning Lian Feng and Han Jiacheng, yet was taken aback by her swift exit, which stirred a wave of displeasure within her. Well, if she has chosen to leave, so be it. Today marks your birthday, and you ought to find joy in the festivities. Soon, esteemed figures from various academies and sacred places will arrive to celebrate with you. You must gather your spirits and uphold the dignity of our Wang residence. Yes, mother. I understand. Yu Qing nodded obediently, though his gaze remained fixated on the grand doorway, a flicker of resentment igniting within him. Lian Feng's abrupt change in demeanor today left him with an inexplicable bitterness. He could not fathom why, despite his own exceptional qualities, the attention of his family, and even that of his childhood companion, his sister, who had grown up alongside him, was directed towards that worthless individual. What did he possess that was superior to himself? Chapter 44. In comparison to you. I am truly a great sage, Su Shang. Has there been no news after 3 days? In the exquisite Tianxiang Pavilion, Gu Zhengyang sat gracefully atop the building, with a young scribe standing behind him. Over the past few days, he had taken to this spot daily, savoring the nuances of the poem Invitation to Wine. During his initial appreciation, he was astounded, marveling at the extraordinary talent capable of crafting such carefree and unrestrained verses. Yet, with each successive reading, he unearthed the myriad layers of life's profundities embedded within the lines, from youthful exuberance to the lament of unrecognized talent. Life, spanning a mere century, resembles a fleeting mayfly. Its brevity renders pursuits of fame and fortune as ephemeral as passing clouds, ultimately returning to dust. Gu Zhengyang discovered that when he refrained from wine, the poem felt somewhat lacking. However, once intoxicated, he found himself transported. Able to grasp the poet's emotional state as if he were present in that moment, a sensation of profound clarity. His admiration for the poem deepened, igniting a desire to learn more about the enigmatic Yi Qiu, the poet behind these verses. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to seek out information regarding Yi Qiu. Sir, I have been gathering intelligence these past few days and stumbled upon a startling rumor from the common folk, though its veracity is uncertain. Is that so? Pray, share this news with me, Gu Zhengyang said, raising an eyebrow. Lin Xuxing promptly replied. It is rumored among the people that Yi Qiu is the son of the Northern Rejection King, Yi Jin. Nonsense. Gu Zhengyang retorted immediately. Who among the populace does not know that Yi Jin has but one son, the prodigious youth of the unaging mountain, merely 18 years of age? I even extended my congratulations upon his birth. I observe that Yi Qiu appears to be at least in his 20s. How could he possibly be Yi Jin's son? Such wild tales abound in the world. Can they be trusted? Gu Zhengyang dismissed the notion outright. In truth, not only he but nearly everyone who heard this rumor instinctively assumed it was a jest. What an outrageous claim. The son of the Northern Rejection King, destined for greatness from birth, raised under the scrutiny of countless eyes. If Yi Qiu were indeed Yi Jin's son, how could the world remain oblivious to his existence? Lin Xuxing found himself at a loss for words, as he too regarded the rumors as absurd. He had previously met Yi Qiu and found him devoid of the refined demeanor typical of noble offspring. Instead, he exuded the boldness and carefree spirit of a wanderer from the Jianghu. He considered it a falsehood. Nevertheless, sir, while we have not uncovered the truth of Yi Qiu's origins, we do know that the young man who was previously with him has suddenly opened a tavern. A tavern? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengyang's interest was piqued. Yi Qiu had pinned invitation to wine at Tianxiang Pavilion, igniting a poetic fervor throughout Hanqing City, his influence even extending to nearby capitals. Now, with his friend opening a tavern, it would be fitting for Yi Qiu to compose a poem in honor of it. Would it not? Upon contemplating this, Gu Zhengyang's face brightened with delight as he inquired, Pray tell, what is the name of the tavern, and when shall it open? I shall personally attend to offer my support. It seems to be called the Yellow Crane Tower, situated by the shores of Dawning Lake. Yellow Crane Tower? How intriguing. It is indeed a novel name. I find myself rather looking forward to it. What sort of poem shall I compose for this Yellow Crane Tower? The corners of Gu Zhengyang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, as construction commenced on the Yellow Crane Tower, nearly half of the influence in Hanjiang City had heard of this development. A mere inquiry led them to Xiao Wui, who was responsible for all matters concerning the tavern. And they also learned of his previous contests of wine and poetry with Yi Qiu at Tianxiang Pavilion. In no time, even before the Yellow Crane Tower was completed, it had already garnered a reputation. However, Ichio remained blissfully unaware of this, as he was preoccupied with his own significant affairs within a cave. Blood-weeping pill? Inside the cave, Ichio gazed at the 10 blood-weeping pills in his hand, his smile blooming like a lotus flower. After enduring 9 failures, he had finally succeeded in refining this exquisite elixir. The trials and tribulations were best understood by Yang Bai and Lin Ran, for Ichio had previously used their blood for experimentation. Once his technique matured, he turned to Zhang Xiyuan's blood, ultimately fulfilling expectations. Squeezing out the last bit of value from Zhang Xiyuan's demise, Ichio successfully refined the qi and blood pill, and its quality was exceptional, classifying it as a superior spiritual elixir. Good, haha. The grand enterprise of 1,000 autumns lies before me. With this blood-weeping pill, the 5th realm is no longer an unattainable dream. Safeguarding the elixir in his possession, Ichio cast a grateful glance at the 2 individuals suspended in midair, their bodies pierced by sharp spikes. They were immediately struck with fear. Over the past 3 days, they had witnessed Ichio's ruthless methods. The moment they beheld his smile, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Ichio, no. Master Yi, please grant us a swift end. We acknowledge our mistakes. We should not have incited Zhongling Yu to trouble you. We beseech you, noble sir, to forgive our transgressions and spare us. Yang Bai, utterly tormented, resembled a shadow of his former self, having lost all semblance of the arrogance he once possessed. Spare you? Ichio pondered thoughtfully, considering. Would that not render the beatings I endured over the years meaningless? No, you must remain here to assist me. I have a grand endeavor to undertake, and henceforth you shall become my most capable aides. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart quivered. Could it be that they still had a chance to survive? Ichio's declaration that they could become his most competent assistants implied he would offer them an opportunity for submission. Uncertain if he had grasped the meaning correctly, he promptly declared, "We are willing to follow your commands, swearing by the way of heaven to follow you unto death, without a trace of complaint." Within the hopeful gaze of Lin Ran, Ichio smiled gently and said, "You may have misunderstood. That is not my intention." In contrast to subduing 2 rebellious subordinates, I find myself more inclined towards those who are devoid of independent thought, individuals who merely execute tasks. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ran's complexion turned pale. What could this possibly mean? Devoid of thought, merely capable of action? Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Ran cast a fearful and horrified glance at Ichio. He is nothing but a devil, a thoroughly wicked demon, employing such utterly inhumane methods. Does he not fear the wrath of heaven? Ichio, may you meet a wretched end. One day, retribution will surely find you. Retribution? Upon hearing this, Ichio merely smiled faintly and replied, "I am your retribution." This is just the beginning. When compared to the deeds they committed in the past, Ichio believed he was still too benevolent. After all, he had never harmed an innocent young girl, nor had he slaughtered an entire family in the face of resistance. Although he was wicked, he adhered to principles, repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. In comparison to their nearly perverse malevolence, Ichio felt himself to be as virtuous as a great sage. Do not rush. I am confident that you will become my most capable assistants in due time. However, the moment is not yet ripe. I must first nurture you until you are plump and robust, restoring your vitality. Chapter 45. Do not struggle in vain. You cannot escape my grasp, haha. Am I laughing in a rather deranged manner? The wheel of fortune turns when you were once arrogant and unreasonable. Did you ever foresee that such a day would come upon you? Fear not, for I shall cherish you dearly. Ichio laughed maniacally. And under the weight of his psychological assault, Yang Bai was the first to crumble, his demeanor becoming utterly unhinged, muttering incessantly, "Devil, devil," for 3 long days. They truly experienced what it meant to suffer worse than death. Yet, in comparison to the innocent citizens and young maidens they had once tormented, Ichio deemed their suffering insufficient. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. I am, in fact, your greatest retribution, drawing forth more blood from them. He cast it directly into the cauldron to continue its scorching, and within half an hour, a vat of pure, crimson Tian Stin Zui emerged. But this was merely the beginning. Ichio required further refinement and dilution before it could grace the market, awaiting the day the tavern would open. Tian Stin Zui was his crowning signature. After completing these preparations, Ichio retreated deeper into the cave, retrieving 5 of the blood-weeping pills and consuming them in one swift motion. Damn it, if we're going to do this, let us do it fiercely. Who has the time for hesitation? The moment the blood-weeping pills were ingested, a surge of terrifying power coursed through his veins, igniting his very essence. The bloodthirsty demon goddess' innate abilities flared to life, fervently absorbing this force. This was Yuchio's greatest advantage, no matter how formidable the strength. As long as it contained blood, the bloodthirsty demon god could suppress it and break through in the swiftest of time. With a thunderous bang, a new realm opened within him, a maelstrom of overwhelming power that showed no sign of abating, but rather intensified with a wild ferocity. The vital essence within him felt as though it were ablaze. Ah, how exhilarating! With a roar, in an instant, the terrifying power erupted, creating a tempest that swept through the cave. Lin Ran's complexion shifted dramatically. The realm of the cave. Is this the seventh cave? His eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. What madness was this lunatic unleashing? Was he refining pills with blood to enhance his cultivation? What a fiendishly insane method. Inhuman. This fellow has completely lost his mind. I do not wish to die. I must escape from here. Fear clouded Lin Ran's gaze as he realized that persuading Yuchio to spare their lives was nearly impossible. From the moment he decided to bind himself, it was clear that Yuchio would not allow them to leave alive. He even intended to turn them into corpse puppets. This was sheer insanity, devoid of humanity. The power within him struggled violently as he sought to break free from the constraints of the bone nails. Yet, how could he hope to dismantle chains that even Zhang Siyuan could not unravel? No, there is a chance. After countless attempts, Lin Ran suddenly recalled that he possessed a unique treasure. It was concealed beneath his garments, a pendant hanging from his neck. Perhaps Yuchio was negligent, or perhaps he simply did not perceive the pendant's extraordinary powers. He failed to remove it. Seizing the opportunity while Yuchio was engrossed in his cultivation, Lin Ran's gaze shifted subtly as he began to summon the pendant around his neck. With a flash of brilliance, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, shattering all the bone spikes. Humph! You wish to confine me? Yuchio, await your reckoning. The torment I endure shall be repaid to you 1,000-fold in the future. With a fierce cry, at the moment of his escape, Lin Ran swiftly liberated Yang Bai from his shackles, grasped him tightly, and turned to flee this cursed cave. However, as he reached the cave's mouth, an immense shockwave hurled them back, violently crashing them against the stone wall. Bang! In the surrounding expanse, it seemed a sinister array of malevolent energy lay in wait, inflicting grave injuries with just a glance. How could this be? Lin Ran's countenance turned ashen. He had believed he could escape death and seek vengeance. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yuchio had long since sealed the entire cave, explaining his unfaltering confidence. He was impeccably prepared. Suddenly turning back, Lin Ran's expression morphed into one of horror as he beheld Yuchio, who, unbeknownst to them, had concluded his cultivation and was now advancing step by step towards them. His red and black attire appeared particularly profound in the dim cave as he approached. Suddenly, a formidable force emanated from his palm. Lin Ran attempted to resist, only to discover he was powerless. In an instant, he was drawn to Yuchio's side, who seized his throat with a vice-like grip. Crack! Yang Bai, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to his knees, fervently bowing and pleading for mercy. He had thought he could escape this wretched place and see the light of day once more. Yet, what awaited them was a deeper abyss, a far more terrifying nightmare. I underestimated you. But, do you truly believe I would allow you any opportunities? Cease your futile struggles. You cannot escape my grasp. The prey I have set my sights upon faces but one conclusion. That is, death. Yuchio regarded him with a calm demeanor. 3 days prior, he had laid down the heavenly murderous array in this cave. It could be said that, barring Yuchio, no one could leave alive unless their strength surpassed his by several folds. A minimum of this object is of no use to him, for it is a pendant symbolizing the Lin family status. Once exposed to the public gaze, the members of the Lin family would swiftly realize that Lin Ran has fallen victim. Previously, a predicament with the Zhang family had already caused Yuchio considerable distress, and he wished to avoid further complications before the poetry conference commenced. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to conceal it for the time being, waiting until the conclusion of the event to devise a means to sell it, preferably at a considerable distance. This exquisite treasure could surely fetch at least 100,000 spirit stones, if not more. Even 50,000 would be an acceptable sum for Yuchio. The cost of refining the Emperor's banner requires an astronomical amount of spirit stones, and Yuchio is in desperate need of funds. Adhering to the notion that even the smallest fly is still meat, such a splendid item must not be overlooked. Yuchio, may you meet an untimely end. You will inevitably face retribution one day. Witnessing his final hope snatched away by Yuchio, Lin Ran unleashed a torrent of curses, devoid of any further hesitation. In that moment, his heart sank into despair. ultimately paying the price for the malevolence he had once perpetrated. He could not fathom why Yi Qiu had transformed into this wretched state. Was it merely the result of their oppression that led to this? Chapter 46, 10 Caves of Heaven. The bright moon a day later. Within the dim confines of a cavern, a sudden thunderous sound reverberated, enveloping the space in a scarlet shroud of blood. Yi Qiu, seated upon the ground, gradually ascended into the air, his crimson garments appearing even more resplendent amidst the sanguine glow. Lin Ran and Yang Bui, witnessing this spectacle, felt their pupils contract in horror. 10 Caves of Heaven. Damn it! As they sensed the terrifying aura swirling around them, there lingered an undercurrent of bloodthirsty malice. Lin Ran had succumbed to utter despair. Unless their family discovered their disappearance and located this place, they would never escape alive. As the luminous aura dissipated, Yi Qiu descended gently to the ground, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him, as if every ounce of his vitality was boiling over. Ha, this sensation is exquisite. With his current prowess, Yi Qiu boldly proclaimed that if Zhangxi Yuan were to rise from the grave, he could easily vanquish him with a single hand. Even without the use of the bloodthirsty demon god, with the enhancement of 5 blood-weeping pills, Yi Qiu's strength had reached a terrifying pinnacle within the 10 Caves of Heaven, breaking through to the utmost realm of the cave. Armed with the divine techniques of soaring with the wind and the sword of extermination, he could confidently declare himself invincible among those of the same realm. Now, he merely awaited the acquisition of a twin-born ethereal flower to reconstruct his demonic form. At that juncture, even the descendants of imperial blood would be compelled to kneel and sing their submission. A flicker of malevolence crossed his gaze as Yi Qiu gradually withdrew the blood-red radiance, returning to his former demeanor. At first glance, he exuded an air of righteousness and nobility. Now, everything was ready. Only the celestial herb remained. Once obtained, Yi Qiu would refine this body into that of a demon god. When that time came, whether in terms of physical strength or combat prowess, he would experience a monumental enhancement. Coupled with the effects of the bloodthirsty demon god, he would be capable of overwhelming adversaries, even those of a higher realm, with ease. Calculating the passage of time, he realized he had squandered nearly 5 days within the cave. He wondered how Xiao Wui was faring in his endeavors. Yi Qiu then collected all the celestial drunkenness from the cavern. Unadulterated, there were a total of 10,000 bottles, which, once diluted, could yield over 100,000. This would suffice for the tavern's operations in the short term. Once profits were secured, he would turn his attention to crafting the 10,000 souls banner. After tidying his belongings, Yi Qiu's gaze fell upon the utterly petrified Lin Ran and Yang Bui. What do you intend to do? Lin Ran's heart quivered, fear evident in his eyes as he instinctively sought to retreat. Yet, he was suspended in midair by Yi Qiu, unable to move. Do not be alarmed. I do not plan to kill you just yet. Once I have extracted the last vestige of your worth, I shall contemplate transforming you into corpse poison. It will surely be entertaining. You are a devil. One day you will face retribution. Retribution? No, I am your retribution. Yi Qiu replied with a playful smile, before meticulously refining the heavenly killing and earthly destruction array and quietly departing from the scene. Before departing, he had stripped Lin Ran and Yang Bai to their garments, leaving them helpless against the restraints of the bone nails. Yi Qiu would not fall into the same trap twice. Half an hour later, in Hanjiang City, by the shores of Dongning Lake, stood the majestic yellow crane tower. A vessel glided over the rippling waters of Dongting, where a woman in white, ethereal and detached, murmured to herself. Hanjiang City, where the waters melt seamlessly with the sky, and the banks are adorned with verdant willows and blooming flowers. Xiaolian, have any significant events transpired in Hanjiang City recently? She inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the newly erected tower, her voice cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation. The maid at the bow, who had been steering the boat steadily, stepped inside and replied, Miss, I inquired yesterday. It is said that a poet has recently emerged in Hanjiang City, igniting a fervor for wine and poetry with just a single verse. Oh, what is the poem? Mingwei, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of verse could incite such fervor in this ancient city, a gathering place for scholars? Could it be that the 2 venerable elders had intervened? What astonished her further was that this individual was being referred to as a poet immortal. Such a title carried immense weight. It was said that no one could claim superiority in literature, and for so many to acknowledge and bestow this title upon him implied that his work was at least of classic stature, if not more profound and exquisite. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian exclaimed excitedly, Miss, the poem is titled Let the Wine Flow. It was no wonder she was thrilled, upon first hearing the poem yesterday. She too had been astounded, realizing that amidst all the talented individuals in the world, There existed someone capable of crafting such astonishing poetry. Had it been penned by an elderly sage, her reaction might have been more subdued, for the wisdom of age would have been expected. Yet, she discovered that the author was merely in his 20s, having composed this timeless classic impromptu during a drinking contest with friends. How could she not be exhilarated? Let the wine flow? Mingyue furrowed her brow. From the title, she surmised that the poem must pertain to wine. She had no fondness for drinking and could not comprehend the sentiments of those who reveled in it. Bring it to me, with a gentle command. She took the manuscript from Xiaolian's hands. As she glanced over it, her heart suddenly quivered. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing toward the sea, never to return? Ah, what a magnificent opening! Just the beginning alone imbued Mingyue with a spirited grandeur that captivated her. In life, when fortune smiles, one must revel to the fullest. Lest the golden goblet stands empty before the moon. Heaven has endowed me with talent. Surely, it must serve a purpose. Even if wealth is squandered, it will return. At that moment, she was certain this was a work of eternal significance. What was even more astonishing was that she felt herself uplifted by the poem's bold and carefree essence, as if her spirit had been elevated. It was ineffably sublime. It seems as though one is entirely immersed in a magnificent and breathtaking paradise, floating as if in a dream. This sensation is profoundly astonishing. Only the term celestial can aptly describe it. The poet immortal. It is no wonder he is referred to as such by the world. This single poem is sufficient to showcase his ethereal charm. My heart reverberates with awe as my gaze descends to the concluding signature, Yu Qiu. Reflecting upon the figures I have encountered over the years, I find no one by this name. He must be a newly emerged prodigy. A remarkable talent who has garnered the recognition of heaven and earth through poetry, blending Confucianism with Taoism. Little Lotus, do you know the origins of this individual? Moonlight's curiosity was piqued. Although she practiced the path of immortality, the realms of immortals and scholars do not conflict. She enjoys reading and writing, possessing her own discerning taste. She dares to assert that among the younger generation in the entire imperial state, there exists no one else capable of composing such a timeless masterpiece. This assessment is by no means exaggerated. What kind of unrecognized talent must one possess to craft such poetry? Miss, I have heard from the populace that this person is the son of the northern king, Yi Jin. Upon hearing this, Moonlight furrowed her brow and remarked, Yi Jin's son? She shook her head, dismissing it as mere folklore lacking credibility. It is well known that Yi Jin has only one son, named Yi Qing, who has been the focus of public attention since birth. A prodigy in his youth, he shattered numerous records in various trials, becoming the holy son of the everlasting mountain. Moonlight was certainly aware of these tales. Chapter 47. With such beauty, her blood must taste sweet. No? If Yu Qiu were truly Yi Jin's son, how could there have been no whispers of it over these 20 years? After all, back then, the Yi family's every move was scrutinized under the gaze of countless eyes. Had Yi Qiu indeed been Yi Jin's son, the truth would have long been exposed. This poem, not bad. A brief, murmured appraisal escaped Mingyu as she carefully folded the parchment away. Lifting her gaze, she fixed it upon the towering structure before her, a grand pavilion, atop which stood a figure draped in crimson. Across the river, their eyes met. Mingyu stiffened slightly. Such overwhelming righteous energy, who was this? From the stranger emanated an aura of unyielding purity, a presence so formidable it rivaled even a fifth-realm master. His bearing was noble, his features striking, undoubtedly a scion of some illustrious lineage. A faint ripple of sword intent pulsed around him, subtle yet unmistakable. Atop the yellow crane tower, Yi Qiu frowned, his gaze lingering on the lone boat adrift upon the lake. Silence clung to him. Today marked the completion of the tower. Tomorrow, its doors would open. He had to admit, Xiao Wui's efficiency was impressive. To erect such a structure in mere days, flawlessly adorned from foundation to pinnacle. This was Yu Qiu's first visit, yet before he could savor the view, his attention had been seized by a figure of unparalleled grace along the shore. Such formidable energy. Who was she? A tremor ran through him. He had believed himself unrivaled among his peers, yet here stood someone whose aura alone was terrifying. It seemed he had underestimated this world as prodigies. Blessed with boundless resources and innate genius, their cultivation advanced at a staggering pace. More crucially, their foundations were immaculate. Each realm honed to perfection. Such individuals were leagues beyond ordinary cultivators. If he possessed hidden trump cards, so too did they, perhaps even deadlier ones. Progress must accelerate. The demon goddess physique had to be perfected swiftly, lest he find himself outmatched against these true elites. Lacking a divine constitution or the early advantages of rare elixirs, he was at a natural disadvantage. Had he access to the resources Yi Qing had squandered, would he have been reduced to such straits? No matter. Yi Qiu needed no one's charity, least of all the Yi family's. On his own strength, he would stand toe-to-toe with these so-called geniuses. Their silent exchange ended as Mingyu averted her eyes. Xiaolian, she murmured, which family owns this establishment? The maid bowed slightly. I inquired yesterday, my lady. The Yellow Crane Tower was built by that poetry immortal-esque companion. It belongs to no family. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mingyue was momentarily stunned, her heart rippling with subtle emotions. To be honest, after reading Invitation to Wine, she too had felt a stirring within, yearning to witness the unrestrained elegance of this legendary poet. Anyone capable of composing such verses must possess extraordinary grace. Xiaolian continued, these past few days, rumors have spread that when the Yellow Crane Tower opens, the poet himself will grace the occasion and inscribe a verse for it. Because of this, nearly half of Hanjiang City is eagerly waiting, urging the workers to hasten their labor. Even disciples from the White Deer Academy have come to assist. In just a few short days, a towering pavilion has risen, nothing short of a miracle. Miss, shall we join the excitement? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. Mingwei nodded slightly. Indeed, since we have nothing pressing at the moment, and the poetry gathering is still days away, let us go and see. She too wished to behold the so-called poet immortal and determine what manner of man he truly was. As the pleasure boat drifted into the distance, Yi Qiu slowly withdrew his gaze and murmured, now that is true beauty. If captured and distilled into beauty wine, it would surely drive the world mad. Reflecting on his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he admitted he had never encountered such an ethereal and peerless woman. She was nothing short of transcendent, her cold elegance, poised demeanor, and noble grace exuded an untouchable aura, like a radiant lotus blooming atop the celestial mountains, pure and unblemished. Overall rating, 100 points. Not an exaggeration in the slightest. Thus far, the only woman who might rival her would be Lian Feng, though in Yi Qiu's estimation, Lian Feng barely scraped a 60. Her beauty was undeniable, but her character left much to be desired. Make no mistake, this score was purely personal, devoid of any impartiality. Watching the boat fade into the distance, Yi Qiu mused inwardly. Such a breathtaking beauty, her blood must be sweet. Swallowing hard, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Wui, who trudged toward him, collapsing exhaustedly onto a chair. Ugh, I'm spent. This work is inhuman. In a few days, I must hire more hands. Doing everything myself is turning me into a beast of burden. Yi Qiu smirked. With great power comes great responsibility. Don't tell me you've lost your appetite for wealth. Remember, our grand ambitions have only just begun. If you falter now, how will you achieve greatness later? Xiao Wui shot him a disdainful glance. He had heard this rhetoric far too many times from his own employees. Enough nonsense. Everything is ready, all we lack is the final touch. How goes the wine refinement? If we run dry within half a day of opening, the joke will be on us. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Xiao Wui voiced his foremost concern, the wine. After all, the Yellow Crane Tower's core appeal lay in its liquor. Everything else could be lacking, but not this. The second aspect is poetry, an enchanting tool for attracting attention. Something that everyone eagerly anticipates. Should Yi Qiu fail to produce it, his reputation might be tarnished within a mere day of opening, leading to an unfortunate closure. Thus, despite his apparent busyness and fatigue, the success of the establishment ultimately hinges on Yi Qiu's efforts. Rest assured, the wine will undoubtedly flow abundantly. You may indulge freely. Once our business flourishes, we shall swiftly establish numerous branches across major cities, reaping substantial profits. Yi Qiu's mind is already filled with visions of abundant spirit stones filling his coffers. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wui finally exhaled in relief. All right, since you have stated this, it is clear that the preparations have been thoroughly completed. Let us proceed with the opening as soon as possible. If all goes well, everything should be ready by tomorrow, allowing us to inaugurate the establishment the day after. Perfectly timed before the poetry conference. As the current fervor is at its peak, I can already envision the bustling scene on the day of our opening. Chapter 48, News of Liyang. Do not seek the compassion of others. Yi Qiu nodded in agreement with his proposal. Since the time was set, it was prudent to commence a campaign to disseminate the news, to generate some anticipation. Xiao Wui nodded, then suddenly revealed a mischievous smile and said, I recently came across some intriguing information regarding Liyang. Would you care to hear about it? At these words, Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, for he instinctively knew what Xiao Wui was about to reveal. It was undoubtedly concerning the affairs of the Yi family. Since departing, Yuchio had ceased to pay attention to their matters and had no interest in hearing about them. He felt no inclination. With a faint response, he acknowledged that after narrowly escaping death several times, he had relinquished all hope regarding this so-called family. Consequently, their fate bore little significance to him. Even if they were to perish before him, he would contemplate whether to extract a few pints of blood for brewing wine. His heart remained untroubled. Yuchio admitted that he possessed a touch of malevolence, yet he was not devoid of humanity. He was capable of discerning who treated him kindly and who did not. He believed in repaying both grievances and kindness, which had always been his fundamental principle. As for the Yi family, they held neither affection nor animosity. They were merely strangers in his life, unworthy of concern. No, there was animosity. The sole individual within the Yi family who piqued Yuchio's interest was Yi Qing. This young rascal had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. The slap he had received from Yi Qing and the Yi family was an indelible mark of shame in his life. He had once assumed that the one to strike him would be Yi Jin, but it turned out to be this young scoundrel instead. Upon reflection, he questioned the audacity of Yi Qing to reprimand him. In terms of status, he was merely a younger brother, displaying utter disregard for his elder, lacking any semblance of respect, and even harboring a hint of contempt. Logically, he was the greatest beneficiary of the family over the past 2 decades, having ascended to his current position with the family's assistance. How dare he act so arrogantly? It was utterly outrageous. That slap rendered Yuchio's 2 decades of suffering a mere farce. The so-called protection he received, only to be fostered by adoptive parents and subjected to hardships, was a cruel joke. For 20 years, they had not inquired about him, only to return with a younger brother. The irony lay in the fact that this brother had been shielded from adversity, enjoying the finest protection and affection. How deeply ironic. Most absurdly, this brother, who had been sheltered since childhood, dared to look down upon the elder brother who had been abandoned. What grounds did he have for such disdain? Any person would find this intolerable, which is precisely why the original Yuchio had sought solace in the depths of drunkenness, ultimately leading to his demise. He had lost all hope in his life, and the reincarnated Yuchio harbored no affection for this mockery of a family. Thus, he was not particularly inclined to heed Xiaowui's words, yet Xiaowui persisted in his insistence. Please, do not. Yesterday, in the illustrious city of Liyang, the Yi Wangfu hosted a grand birthday banquet of astonishing magnitude. Every notable figure in Liyang graced the occasion to extend their congratulations to the young master of the Yi family. Even the esteemed elder of the Buitian sacred land made an appearance. I mused to myself that if I could orchestrate such a lavish affair in my lifetime, I would gladly embrace death itself. At this juncture, Xiaowui's gaze dimmed slightly, for his beautiful dreams were indeed in need of awakening. He lacked the merit to partake in such a splendid celebration. To mock Yuchio's plight would be to reflect upon his own. Yuchio, at the very least, had the audacity to confront his parents, while he found himself cast aside like an unwanted dog. No one ever thought of him during his years of wandering. Not a single soul sought him out, not even to inquire about his well-being. The so-called familial bonds had been irrevocably shattered after his mother's passing. She had been relentlessly driven to her demise by the scorn and derision of their kin, with his father turning a blind eye to the humiliation she endured, allowing those relatives to torment her without restraint. A tempest of hatred brewed within him. Yet, he had once contemplated the possibility that perhaps his father had his own burdens to bear. However, this notion dissipated within a year. If his father truly faced difficulties, he would not have neglected him for so many years, indifferent to his fate. Yuchio cast a profound glance in his direction, leaving Xiaowui uncertain whether he was mocking himself or him. It was hardly surprising. The Yi Wangfu was a bastion of wealth and power, and Yi Jin, as a prominent figure, would naturally host such extravagant festivities. Hearing Yuchio recount the events with such nonchalance, as if he were discussing a matter of no consequence, prompted Xiaowui to inquire, "Do you not feel a twinge of disappointment? After all, what is there to be disappointed about?" Yuchio replied with a serene smile, adding, "I never harbored any expectations, so how could I feel disappointment? I am no longer a member of the Yi family. And I hope you understand that you two are no longer part of the Xiao family. One must take charge of one's own destiny, rather than placing hope in those who are inconsequential to one's life. Do not indulge in the fantasy that they might possess even a modicum of compassion. If they truly cared for you, they would not have inflicted such deep wounds. Do not await the day they suddenly awaken to their responsibilities. They merely maintain the facade of virtue, offering only pity to the weak, which is hardly worthy of expectation." Upon absorbing Yuchio's words, Xiaowui shuddered slightly. a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. This revelation was a profound awakening for him. One must not chase unattainable dreams. Life necessitates forward movement. To look back? That is the act of a coward. Do you wish to be a coward? Certainly not. I vowed to my mother that I would become a man of great stature. Xiao Wui retorted vehemently, his eyes gleaming with a newfound ferocity, a sight Yi Qiu had never witnessed before. In his heart, perhaps there remained someone worth protecting with his very life, and that person should be his mother. Gazing deeply at him, Yi Qiu found himself pondering the identity of the one person in his heart worth protecting. In this vast world, could there truly be someone deserving of his guardianship? Perhaps there is, or perhaps there is not. Yet even if such a person exists, it is certain that they do not share the surname Yi. All right, let us not dwell on matters that should remain unthought, but instead focus on the present, for living one's own life well is of utmost importance. As for the opening of the tavern, let us settle on that for now. I shall personally attend the event in 2 days to compose a poem for the Yellow Crane Tower. At that time, you shall create a buzz, and success will follow naturally. Finally, let it be known that our Yellow Crane Tower boasts a remarkable wine named Heavenly Immortal's Intoxication, accompanied by the verse, "It must be the heavenly immortal, wildly intoxicated, who can shatter the white clouds." This potent liquor is extraordinarily fiery among the realm. Only those who can drink 3 cups without succumbing to inebriation are worthy of the title of hero. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui inhaled sharply, astonished by such audacity. Are you courting danger? If this slogan spreads, how will other taverns perceive it? This is far too ostentatious. Are you implying that only those who drink your wine are worthy of being called heroes? Those who do not partake are mere rodents, then? Yi Qiu smiled faintly and replied, "Just follow through. You shall see. On the day of the opening, many will undoubtedly come to challenge us." Xiao Wui scoffed, unconvinced. I refuse to believe such nonsense. This young master has roamed the world for half his life. What wine has he not tasted? Bring forth the wine. Today, I shall embody the hero. Observing his spirited demeanor, Yi Qiu couldn't help but smirk. Are you certain? Chapter 49. No more unrealistic dreams. Su Chaofeng knocks on the heavenly gate. Do you look down upon me? Xiao Wui said with a serious expression, leaving one to wonder whether he was escaping through intoxication or genuinely seeking to challenge himself. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, then produced a bottle of undiluted heavenly immortal wine and poured him a cup. If you cannot finish it, I shall deem you unworthy of my respect. Ha! Just a mere cup of wine. Today, I shall play the hero and demand 3 cups. Yi Qiu did not refuse and filled 3 cups to the brim. Raising his glass, Xiao Wui drank without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of vigor rushed to his head. Heavens, this feeling is simply sublime. I feel as though I could ascend. However, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table, resembling a lifeless pig. Yi Qiu twitched his lips, staring at the remaining 2 cups, momentarily speechless. It seems I have overestimated you. That is my fault. With a chuckle, Yi Qiu, adhering to his principle of not wasting, promptly finished the remaining 2 cups. He then summoned a waiter summoned by Xiao Wui and instructed, with such a meager tolerance for alcohol, he should not be pretending. Take him to a room and spare us the embarrassment. Understood, sir, Wang Lu replied with a grin, promptly lifting Xiao Wui and carrying him away. After they departed, Yi Qiu sat quietly in the loft, gazing at the rippling waters of the river outside, his heart a tumult of emotions. I intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only shines upon the drain. In truth, Xiao Wui's earlier words had struck a chord within him. He felt a sense of injustice for the original owner and even harbored disdain for the lingering hope that he possessed. Yi Qing celebrated his birthday, inviting a multitude of dignitaries and nobles from half of Liyang City. His heart remained unfazed. This was quite normal. After all, their status commanded such attention, and he felt no surprise at the commotion it stirred. They were born into an abundance of affection and privileges, all of which were simply their due. Yi Qiu never expected to enjoy such treatment for himself. What he despised was the absurdity of dreaming such unrealistic dreams. Fully aware that he would never receive a modicum of concern, yet he still arose before dawn to pay his respects to them, only to return alone under the cover of night, occasionally suffering bruises from being beaten. The next day, they would scold him, saying, "You only know how to cavort with those rascally friends of yours, bringing shame upon the Yi family." The distinction between favoritism and disdain was indeed vast. Whatever Yi Qing desired, even if it were the stars in the sky, they would find a way to procure it. Yet, what Yi Qiu sought was deemed frivolous and lacking ambition. Even for the same matter, their perspectives could diverge significantly. Haha. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Qiu found himself laughing. What was the purpose of such parents? His own birthday had been merely half a month ago, and the piece of jade he had discarded bore the inscription of his birth date. In Yi Qiu's memory, the vivid imagery of that day lingers still. He had anticipated a birthday celebration, however modest, consisting solely of a family dinner. Yet, to his dismay, he spent the entire day without receiving even a single word of greeting from his parents. They were preoccupied with entertaining a stream of guests, neglecting him entirely. Ultimately, it was Su Mufeng and Lin Qi, his two unfortunate companions, who kept him company through a night of drinking. In retrospect, Yi Qiu has come to understand the meaning of disparity. This realization is precisely why he is resolutely determined to extricate himself from his family. In such a repugnant household, he is bound to be driven to madness one day. However, compared to his plight, Yi Qiu feels that Xiao Wui's circumstances are truly tragic. Yi Qiu's time at the Yi family spanned barely over a month, while Xiao Wui has endured over a decade within the Xiao household. Over a decade. Do you comprehend the weight of that duration? In such a stifling environment, he yearned for a modicum of affection from his kin more than anyone else. From their conversations during their drinking sessions, Yi Qiu learned that Xiao Wui had displayed exceptional intelligence from a young age, believing that with his remarkable talents, he would one day alter his family's perception of him. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that he was condemned by his lineage, bearing the blood of a courtesan. Regardless of his efforts or outstanding performance, he would never gain the family's approval. They regarded him as a disgrace, tarnishing the family's honor. In his fervent desire to prove himself, he was met with the family's ruthless suppression, which ultimately led to his mother's demise. The Xiao family? According to Xiao Wui, their lineage hails from Jiangling, a prestigious ancient family steeped in history. Their bloodline is said to be of legendary royal descent, not merely noble by feudal standards, but rather the progeny of celestial kings. The family places immense importance on maintaining the purity of their bloodline. From birth, each offspring is assigned a betrothed, with no room for dissent. Xiao Wui is the exception, and thus he has become the family's disgrace. Royal bloodline, you say? Surely it would serve well in brewing fine liquor. Perhaps I shall capture a few for experimentation. I am curious to discover the extraordinary qualities of their so-called pure lineage. With this thought quietly festering in his mind, Yi Qiu has acquired yet another matter to ponder. However, the time is not yet ripe, for his own issues remain unresolved. In 7 days, the poetry conference commences, and Yi Qiu is fully prepared, bracing himself for whatever may unfold next. Whether it be involving the Yi family or the Zhang family, he is no longer the insignificant cultivator he once was, nor is he a destitute wretch. He has shed the cowardice of silently enduring oppression. While Yi Qiu immerses himself in the preparations for the opening of the tavern in the Langya cave heaven, a solitary figure strides forward beneath the slanting rays of the sun. Behind him, a sword hovers, its aura shimmering, reminiscent of falling peach blossoms. His gaze, profound and intense, seems to harbor an ocean of sword intent. With each step he takes, the very fabric of space quivers. Suddenly, a resonant sound of a sword echoed from the horizon, causing Su Chaofeng's expression to subtly shift, revealing a hint of chill. In an instant, a colossal domain of sword energy enveloped him, stirring the winds and clouds across the vast expanse of 100,000 miles. The shadow of peach blossoms danced as the divine sword soared from beyond the 9 heavens. A terrifying wave of sword energy descended upon the barrier that stood before the Tianyuan. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and the concealed realm within the barrier finally revealed its true form. In a flurry, as Su Chaofeng struck the door with his sword, hundreds of figures surged forth from the hidden realm, standing tall amidst the 9 heavens, their gazes fixed with predatory intent. Su Chaofeng, the last time you managed to escape by mere chance, how dare you return to knock upon the heavenly gates today? A cold voice resonated from above. Su Chaofeng smiled faintly and replied, Jiang Yin, back then you deceived me, causing my Dao heart to shatter, leaving me stagnant for centuries. I have never forgotten this grudge. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the ancient clan's hundreds of members darkened. After all, who among them was not a creature who had lived for thousands of years? They were all too aware of the terror that this old man possessed. Chapter 50. Today is solely for my grandson, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the crowd. A venerable elder with flowing white hair soared forth, gently descending from the sky 100 meters away from Su Chaofeng. Their gazes locked across the distance. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold as ice, his murderous intent already stirring. He was acutely aware of Su Chaofeng's formidable prowess. Had it not been for his underhanded tactics years ago, leveraging Su Wanqing to distract Su Chaofeng, It was likely this elder would have long since pierced through the entire Langya cave, successfully knocking on its door. The Jiang clan had established itself within this Langya cave for generations, guarding the heavenly gate. This gate served as a barrier between the heavens and the mortal realm. And as one of the ancient clans of old, the Jiang family had perpetually safeguarded this sacred site. The heavenly gate is the portal to the celestial realm. There exist two paths to immortality in this world. One is the path of ascension, whereby one transcends after breaking through the 10th realm, undergoing a metamorphosis to ascend to the celestial domain. The other path is a direct ascent through the heavenly gate, embarking on the journey of corporeal immortality. Furthermore, since the establishment of the heavenly gate, the Jiang clan had vowed to protect it through the ages, and a promise lingered. Should anyone traverse the 3,000 azure stone path and successfully knock on the gate, the Jiang clan would be obliged to make a commitment to the challenger. To be precise, it would be a single mulberry leaf. With this leaf in hand, if the descendants of the challenger were ever in peril, the Jiang clan would be compelled to provide protection, with no room for refusal. Throughout history, countless challengers had come forth, yet all had met with failure. Many formidable beings had perished in this endeavor. It can be said that among all the challengers, Su Chafon was the only one to have approached the heavenly gate, nearly succeeding in his challenge. The strength he possessed was well understood by all present. And now that he returned, an undeniable sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. Seeing him back once more, Jiang Yin felt a weight in his heart as he inquired, Su Chaofeng, do you truly intend to challenge the heavenly gate? Your current form is already on the brink of exhaustion. Why not embrace your remaining years and seek the path of immortality? At this juncture, Jiang Yan's tone softened somewhat, continuing, do you comprehend the implications of failing to breach the heavenly gate? Should you falter, there will be no chance of revival, and we will show no mercy. Su Chaofeng smiled faintly, saying, why should you extend mercy? Today, I come not merely to resolve this enmity, but for the sake of my unfortunate grandson. As he spoke, Su Chaofeng's gaze dimmed considerably. Through his observations over the past few days, he discerned that his eldest grandson was entirely different from his younger one. This grandson possessed a spirited nature, one not confined by convention. He held his own opinions, was daring in thought and action, and was unencumbered by societal norms. He was capable of letting go yet possessed a hint of obstinacy. Once he set his mind on something, he would not easily waver. Thus, a premonition settled within Su Chaofeng. Yi Qiu would never return to Yi Jin's side, nor would he grant them forgiveness. Contemplating this, anxiety gripped him. With such a temperament, it was only a matter of time before he attracted significant trouble. When that day came, should he refuse Yi Jin's aid, who would he rely upon? If he were to survive a little longer, he might still offer some protection. But Su Chaofeng was acutely aware that his days were numbered. What would happen once he departed this world? If he were to be wronged, who could he turn to for support? Contemplating this, Su Chaofeng's gaze hardened with resolve. Centuries ago, atop the Langya cave heaven, he had faced his only defeat in life, which shattered his resolve. For hundreds of years, he had remained secluded in the Sword Pavilion, devoted to comprehending the ultimate truth of the sword path. That devastating loss was a blemish on his life, a haunting obsession that tormented him through countless days and nights. Time and again, he had yearned to challenge the seemingly insurmountable 3,000 azure stone path, yet he lacked the courage. However, now he felt a renewed motivation to wield the peach blossom divine sword once more. Jiang Yin, enough with the pleasantries, let us commence. Should I emerge victorious, I implore you to honor your promise. As his words fell, a terrifying sword aura erupted instantaneously, causing Jiang Yan's expression to darken. It was the peach blossom sword array. Disperse, he barked, and in an instant, hundreds of experts scattered. Jiang Yin formed a hand seal, and in a heartbeat, a cataclysmic force enveloped the surroundings. The pinnacle of the 9th realm. Su Chaofeng furrowed his brow, astonished by the rapid ascent of Jiang Yan's power over the past century. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Today, no one could thwart him. The peach blossom divine sword descended from the heavens, its formidable presence shaking the very earth. Jiang Yin fought valiantly to resist, but he was unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the sword's might, which sent him hurtling backward in an instant. Su Chaofeng, disinterested in entanglement, leaped onto the azure stone steps. As an overwhelming force bore down upon him, his countenance darkened. This body had indeed reached its limits, lacking the vigor of his youth. The moment he set foot on the azure stone steps, formidable opponents surged from all directions, each one a master of the 8th realm or beyond. Under such collective pressure, Su Chaofeng was compelled to slow his pace, fending off their assaults while laboriously ascending the heavenly ladder. The battle raged with earth-shattering intensity, shaking the very foundations of the Langya cave heaven. Su Chaofeng, surrender. In your current state, you cannot traverse the 3,000 Azure Stone path, nor withstand our onslaught. Tearing through the void, Jiang Yin once again confronted him. And upon their clash, both were sent reeling. Immediately, 10 formidable warriors surged forth to fill the gap. According to the rules, on this path, aside from Jiang Yin, all others were experts of the 8th realm. Yet, only Jiang Yin had reached the peak of the 9th realm. Thus, Su Chaofeng found himself managing the situation with relative ease. With a sweeping strike of his sword, a flash of pink light flickered as petals of peach blossoms danced in the air. The supreme truth of the sword path revealed itself, and with each engagement, Su Chaofeng's confidence swelled, as if he had reclaimed the invincible mindset of his youth. Come at me all together. What have I to fear? With hands clasped behind his back and his sword poised, he formed a hand seal, and in that moment, countless sword energies surged forth, transforming the floating peach petals into a vast sea of blossoms. Like a surging tide, the momentum was overwhelming, leaving everyone in shock. How extraordinary that this old man, with centuries of experience, could comprehend such a terrifying sword technique. There was no time to hesitate. They had to act together. Jiang Yin, no longer holding back, understood he must thwart Su Chaofeng. Should he approach the heavenly gate and succeed in knocking upon it, it would signify a binding promise from the Jiang clan to Su Chaofeng, a commitment more precious than any treasure in existence. For it represented the sole hope of salvation in times of peril, even if faced with the enmity of the world. As long as this promise remained, the Jiang family would exhaust all efforts to protect him. This was also the reason Su Chaofeng was determined to challenge the heavenly gate, not only for himself but also for Yi Qiu. Come forth. For today none shall impede me. With a single sweep of his sword, he repelled dozens of attackers. And Su Chaofeng truly regained the invincible heart he had lost for many years. Observing his escalating ferocity, Jiang Yin felt a surge of resolve. 8 Desolation's Hell Refinement Array. Arrest. With a furious roar, hundreds instantly responded, positioning themselves in a formidable formation brimming with murderous intent. Upon seeing the array, Su Chaofeng's expression shifted. At this juncture, life and death hung in the balance. 8 Desolation's Hell Refinement Array. Let me experience the Jiang clan's formation today. The peach blossom divine sword soared into the heavens as Su Chaofeng ascended, and suddenly the world lost its luster, dark clouds rolling in. Boom. A thunderclap reverberated through the skies, and beneath the vast expanse of heaven and earth, an overwhelming sword intent descended like a deluge. Chapter 51. Su Chaofeng's sword strikes the heavenly gate. In this fierce battle, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Across the vast expanse of 10,000 miles, wild beasts fled in terror, while on the peaks of countless celestial mountains, a multitude of spectators stood, their expressions grave. What a terrifying sword intent! Who would have thought that after so many years, I would once again witness the splendor of the peach blossom divine sword? My life is not in vain. An elder clad in Taoist robes stood atop a lofty mountain, gazing up at the firmament, where lightning flashed and thunder roared, and peach blossoms fluttered in the air. The intensity of the conflict was extraordinary, yet none could discern the astonishing battle unfolding within the swirling vortex of sword energy. In a radius of 10,000 miles, numerous figures from sacred realms occasionally soared into the sky, their faces etched with solemnity. After many years, the peach blossom sword immortal once again approached the heavenly gate. What would be the outcome of this fated confrontation? Many were keenly observing this momentous clash, eager to see whether Su Chaofeng would emerge victorious this time. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as the moment the 8 Desolation's Hell Array was activated, a colossal dragon manifested in the skies, surveying the world with an overwhelming presence. Its majesty was so profound that even from tens of thousands of miles away, one could feel an oppressive sensation. The 8 Desolation's Hell Array. How terrifying! The emergence of such a formidable formation indicates that this ancient monster has reached an unimaginable level of power. Numerous prominent families, alerted by the commotion, rushed to witness the unfolding battle. When they beheld the appearance of the 8 Desolation's Hell Array, shock swept through them all. At this moment, within the 8 Desolation's Hell Array, Su Chaofeng sat with his eyes firmly shut, seemingly merging with the tumultuous tide around him. The ferocious sword intent intensified, hinting at a breakthrough into the celestial realm. Su Chaofeng, it is not too late to withdraw. Once the 8 Desolation's Hell Array is complete, your only fate awaits, utter annihilation. A voice of persuasion echoed from the heavens. Jiang Yin, who admired Su Chaofeng's innate swordsmanship, regarded him as the most gifted sword genius of the past millions of years. Having achieved fame at a young age, he had ascended to the pinnacle at just 100 years old, stepping over the corpses of countless prodigies. His only defeat came 300 years ago when he failed to breach the heavenly gate, resulting in a shattered Tao heart and 3 centuries of stagnation. Recognizing a kindred spirit in Su Chaofeng, Jiang Yin was disinclined to witness his demise within the 8 Desolations hell array. This concern was compounded by a sense of guilt, for it was his deceit that had thwarted Su Chaofeng's ascent to the celestial realm. Yet, how could he possibly yield? Suddenly, Su Chaofeng's eyes flew open, and in that instant, a sword energy pierced the heavens, striking the colossal dragon directly. Emerging from the azure seas, he declared, and with a single stroke, the peach blossom divine sword descended from the skies, cleaving through the air. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the very heavens and earth had been sundered. The heavenly gate swung wide above, and with that singular strike, the colossal dragon was severed in twain. In an instant, hundreds of experts from the Jiang clan spat blood as they plummeted from the sky, their faces ashen. Damn. This old man has comprehended such a formidable sword technique amidst the tides of the past centuries. Clan leader, we can no longer hold back. We must exert our full strength. If we do not act now, he will truly succeed in breaching the gate. The elders of the Jiang clan spoke with palpable killing intent, for this was a matter of their lineage's mission. It was a mandate left by the ancestors of the Jiang family upon their departure. The descendants must guard the heavenly gate for generations. No one was allowed to approach the heavenly gate, not even members of the Jiang clan themselves. For years, Jiang Yin pondered why the ancestor had decreed such a thing. Wasn't achieving immortality the lifelong dream of cultivators like them? Yet, after severing the passage between realms, he had left the heavenly gate intact, entrusting the Jiang clan to guard it, intending to prevent anyone from passing through to the heavens. Jiang Yin could not fathom the ancestor's reasoning. Was there something unknown in the celestial realm? Regardless of his understanding or lack thereof, Jiang Yin would never question the ancestor's decision. For in the hearts of all Jiang clan members, the ancestor was a figure akin to a sage. He could only obey, form the array, kill. At that moment, Jiang Yin ceased to hold back. He had to stop Su Chaofeng, regardless of his intentions. He could not be allowed to traverse the 3,000 Chisha road. As he drew ever closer, Jiang Yin found himself with no retreat, and he immediately issued a kill order. In an instant, hundreds of experts struck simultaneously, forming a colossal 4 symbols killing array that encompassed the surrounding world. Roar. In the west, the tiger's roar echoed through the mountains. In the south, the song of birds soared to the heavens. From the north came the roar of the Xuanwu, exuding a fierce aura that suppressed all before it. In the east, an ancient dragon emerged from chaos, awakening to reveal its deep, murderous gaze. The 4 symbols killing array. Observing the formation before him, Su Chaofeng's expression darkened. This array was an upgraded version of the 8 Desolation Inferno array. It was within this very formation that he had once suffered defeat. One could say that the emergence of this array left no chance of survival for anyone beneath the immortal realm. However, invoking the ultimate form of this formation was no simple task. When Su Chaofeng had first arrived, they had merely begun to scratch the surface of its intricacies. Unable to withstand him, and were forced to resort to underhanded tactics to deceive him. Now, 300 years later, their formation had taken shape. Its power significantly enhanced from before. A surge of sword intent blossomed within him, a long-lost state of invincibility stirring his spirit. Images flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, ultimately settling on a solitary figure. A fleeting smile appeared on his stern face as Su Chaofeng softly spoke. "Child, wait for me. Grandfather will fetch you mulberry leaves." With that, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he exuded a myriad of sword intents as the peach blossom stirred around him. He ascended in a single step, directing his sword towards the 4 beasts. The earth trembled, and the vast expanse of the wilderness shuddered, as if the very mountains were crumbling beneath the weight of his power. Witnessing such a monumental display, all present were left in awe. How terrifying this was. What a realm he must have reached. He had surely already taken a half-step into the realm of immortals. This singular strike could be deemed a celestial masterpiece, its might capable of obliterating an entire city. Truly, he was the peach blossom sword immortal, and the younger generation could only express their admiration. Countless gazes of reverence were cast upon him, heartfelt exclamations escaping their lips. To force the Jiang clan to such a desperate juncture, there was no one else in the world but Su Chaofeng who could achieve this. Even should the 7 kings of the Borderlands unite, they would likely find themselves unable to match such prowess. As the sky was cleaved open by the sword's energy, An enraged roar echoed forth. The four beasts were incensed. They struck in unison, intent on vanquishing this audacious human who dared to challenge them. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens, countless magical runes surged forth, accompanied by the fluttering of fallen peach blossoms. With a resounding crash, the gates of heaven trembled, revealing a faint fissure. Chapter 52. One must not defame the innocent in the early morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Yichio slowly pushed it open, surveying the waters of Dongting Lake below. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. He ought to cherish this moment. This sleep had been truly comfortable and fulfilling. Ever since he had embarked on a life of fugitivity, apart from that one occasion of inebriation with Shaoi, he had not experienced a proper night's rest. This rare tranquility was something Yichio deeply valued, yet he was acutely aware that such peace could not last long. His life was destined for turmoil. What shall I do today? Leaning against the window, Yichio mused quietly to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled that the two unfortunate souls in the cave were still bound. I might as well return and give them a little scare, after all. Idleness breeds boredom. Truthfully, I am not one to hold grudges. I would not torment them merely because they had playfully beaten me in the past. It is simply a matter of passing the time. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he opened the door, only to find the innkeeper, Wang Lu, waiting outside with a curious expression. Yichio frowned, inquiring, "What is it?" "Sir, a group has arrived downstairs, claiming they wish to see you. Do you wish to meet them?" Yichio paused momentarily, perplexed. They seek me? Did they mention their purpose? In this city of Hanjing, aside from Shaoi, he seemed to have no acquaintances. Who could possibly be looking for him? The Yi family? Unlikely, as they were likely preoccupied with preparations for Yi Qing's grand birthday celebration. An event that could last for 3 days and nights, quite the extravagant affair. Perhaps it is the Zhang family? A wave of unease washed over him. If it were indeed the Zhangs, he would need to consider fleeing. After all, he was entangled in a murder case, leaving him no choice in the matter. They call themselves the Li Yonglin family and the Yang family, saying they wish to inquire about certain matters. Wang Lu replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Yichio breathed a sigh of relief, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. The Lin and Yang families? Ah, I see. You may leave now. With a faint smile, Yichio tidied his appearance and strode down the stairs with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the main hall, several elders from the Lin and Yang families awaited him with keen anticipation, their eyes fixed intently upon the staircase, engaged in hushed discussions. Yang Tianqing's expression was grim as he declared, "Our young master has been missing for several days. The head of our family is furious and has issued a strict order to retrieve him at all costs. We have searched for 3 whole days without a trace of him." According to the guards who accompanied him, the last known location of our young master was at Wanchun Tower. However, when we inquired there, the young women claimed they only saw a figure in black abduct him, but they could not discern any further details regarding his appearance. As Yang Tianqing spoke, one of the elders from the Lin family revealed a menacing demeanor. Coldly, he remarked, "My young master has only just arrived in Hanjiang City and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. It is utterly implausible for him to have offended anyone. If there exists an individual in this city with a grievance against my young master, it can only be Yichio. In the past, during his time in the Heavenly Restoration Sacred Ground, he had some disputes with my young master. I harbor grave suspicions that my young master has been abducted by him." Lin Bei asserted with unwavering confidence that he was not mistaken. Yichio had indeed lost his sanity. After he murdered the Zhang brothers, he had already descended into madness. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who once tormented him, striking ruthlessly without mercy or regard for the consequences. Even when he was under the pressure of being pursued by the Zhang family, he showed no mercy, swiftly ending the lives of Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Yu. Lin Bei was deeply concerned that if Yichio had indeed acted in secrecy, it would be exceedingly difficult for his young master to return. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression turned icy. The clan leader, in a fit of rage, had issued a death order. If they did not recover the young master, they need not return. They were under immense pressure, and after 3 days of relentless searching, they had ultimately turned their focus on Yichio. Even if he was the son of the Northern Rejection King, he owed them a reasonable explanation. Amidst the anxious wait, Yichio finally descended the stairs and approached the group. Casting a disdainful glance at them, he arrogantly reclined in a chair and inquired, "What do you want from me? Speak." At this, the expressions of the 2 elders darkened. How exceedingly arrogant. How rude. Did the people of the Northern Rejection King's residence possess no manners whatsoever? Suppressing his rising fury, Yang Tianqing was the first to speak. "Young Master Yi, I have come today to demand the return of a person. May I inquire when my young master offended you, that you would abduct him? Regardless of any grievances between you, you have punished him. It is time to return my young master to us, is it not? The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Lin Bei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Tianqing would be so brazen as to assert the fact of Yi Qiu's abduction so openly. He scrutinized Yi Qiu's expression, seeking any trace of deceit. Suddenly, Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Your young master was kidnapped, and you suspect me? An invisible chill enveloped the room, causing Yang Tianqing to break into a cold sweat. Yet he could not retreat at this moment. Mustering his courage, he replied, Young Master Yi, I understand that during your time in the heavenly restoration sacred ground, my young master, in his youth and ignorance, frequently troubled you. However, he did not yet know you were the son of the Northern Rejection King. This matter is indeed our fault, but he has since sincerely repented. I hope young Master Yi can spare his life. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu could not help but laugh. Haha, your words are quite eloquent. So, according to your reasoning, if I were merely the son of a commoner, I would be deserving of your young master's bullying? What a ridiculous assertion. Must the impoverished be subjected to oppression? Yi Qiu had anticipated a sincere apology from them, but instead, he was met with such a response. He laughed. Initially, I contemplated that if your apology were sincere and you offered me some form of compensation, I might consider granting your young master a swift demise. However, at this juncture, it appears futile. Just wait and see whether I choose to retaliate against him upon my return. Upon hearing these words from Yi Qiu, Yang Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he may have misspoken. He hastily corrected himself, addressing Yi Qiu as young Master Yi. Cease that. Do not refer to me as young Master Yi. I am no one's master. If your concerns stem from my mere blood relation to Yi Jin, let me clarify. I have no connection to Yi Jin whatsoever. You need not harbor any apprehensions. Feel free to act as you wish. Let's speak plainly. You claim I have kidnapped your young master, but where is your evidence? Without proof, can one unjustly accuse an innocent person? With one foot propped upon the chair, Yi Qiu declared with righteous fervor, an aura of unwavering integrity emanating from him, encapsulated by a singular phrase, virtue confronting vice. Many scholars observing nearby, upon sensing this surge of righteousness, were instantly enraptured. Such integrity is cultivated only by sages. How dare one question his character? Outrageous. Who dares to be so brazen as to disrupt this place? Begone. A chilling reprimand echoed from the opposite building, and in an instant, a terrifying aura descended, causing the elders of the Lin and Yang families to change countenance abruptly. An Eighth Realm powerhouse. Chapter 53. I know not why they seek to frame me. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air, and with a resounding crash, a hole was shattered into the building opposite. A middle-aged man leapt forth, landing gracefully before Yi Qiu, clad in an ink-black robe that exuded an air of composure. His piercing gaze radiated an extraordinary aura, unmistakably the presence of a learned scholar. Upon his arrival, Yang Tianqing's expression changed dramatically, and those present were taken aback in astonishment. Kong Yufeng. What, could it truly be him? A wave of unease washed over the crowd as they recognized the esteemed owner of the Angshan Book Pavilion, Kong Yufeng. It was said that he held no affection for beauty, but rather cherished poetry and literature, devoting his life to the pursuit of sagehood, regarding it as paramount. Aside from the two great mountains of the world, he stood as the most accomplished among the younger generation. Moreover, Bai Luming had once proclaimed him the most likely to transcend the constraints of Confucianism and Taoism and attain immortality in the past tens of thousands of years. His reputation and prestige had already become legendary across the realm. No one had anticipated such a formidable figure would grace Hanjiang City. In that moment, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The streets were teeming with onlookers, all eager to witness the unfolding events. Yi Qiu, caught by surprise, was elated to discover such a formidable presence across from him. Splendid, splendid, might I commence now? Young man, do not be afraid. Speak freely of your grievances. I cannot believe that in this corrupt world, there exists no room for a modicum of justice, Kong Yunfeng declared with righteous indignation. He had long harbored disdain for those powerful families who abused their might to oppress the common folk, and he felt compelled to intervene. Having once been a victim of their tyranny himself. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would have been wrongfully accused today. Ultimately meeting a tragic end, Yi Qiu expressed, tears welling in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Kong Yunfeng's fury ignited. Yi Qiu continued, Elder, I too am baffled by their attempts to frame me. All I desire is to quietly pursue my studies. Yet, they arrived this very morning, accusing me of capturing their young master? I am innocent. I have never even laid eyes on their young master. How could I commit such an act? Perhaps my recent poem garnered some attention, instilling a sense of threat within them, prompting this underhanded tactic. Elder, I am grateful for your goodwill. But the Lin and Yang families are immensely powerful. My humble life is not worth the risk of incurring their wrath. Before he could finish, the atmosphere around them grew heavy. An invisible aura of menace enveloped the entire yellow crane tower. Yang Tianqing and Lin Bei stood in stunned silence. Good heavens! From now on, should anyone dare to call you honest, straightforward, and virtuous, I shall be the first to strike them down. You are driving us towards our doom. Yang Tianqing's expression shifted abruptly as he suddenly perceived that the seemingly malevolent prince of the north, whom he had regarded with disdain, was far from the simpleton he had imagined. He was utterly deranged, possessing a touch of insidious cunning and a myriad of devious schemes, truly detestable. How could he be considered a scholar? For the first 20 years of his life, he scarcely perused a handful of books, spending his days either reveling in brothels or idling away on the streets. To label him a scholar? Ridiculous. Yang Tianqing felt an urge to defend himself. Yet the moment he recalled the exquisite poem penned by Yi Qiu, he promptly silenced his thoughts. Who would believe him, anyway? It could even provoke an even greater ire from Kong Yunfeng. After all, how could one dismiss a literary genius capable of composing such a timeless masterpiece as Bring in the Wine, and yet contend that Yi Qiu had never studied? Who would accept such a claim? It would be tantamount to striking a blow to the dignity of scholars everywhere. They had toiled for years, unable to produce such works, while Yi Qiu, with no formal education, had done so effortlessly. Who, then, was being humiliated? Yang Tianqing dared not voice his thoughts and instead steeled himself to say, Master Kong, it is not what you think. Allow me to explain. Panic seized him. Yet he did not anticipate that Kong Yufeng's furious gaze would fixate upon him in an instant. This is intolerable. Die. In that fleeting moment, a powerful palm struck out, as Kong Yufeng had no desire to ascertain who was right or wrong. The customary approach of the aristocracy was as such. Regardless of the truth, they never delved into the details. If suspicion fell upon you, even if you were innocent, it would be twisted to appear as though you were culpable. He merely employed the tactics of the aristocracy against them. Was he in the wrong? Furthermore, given the noble and righteous aura emanating from Yi Qiu, he was convinced that Yi Qiu was not a liar. The sage texts he had studied forbade such deceit. Since he had not lied, it must be that Yang Tianqing and his ilk were attempting to frame him, brazenly leveraging the authority of their lineage to coerce such an exceptional scholar. Could this be tolerated? No. In Kong Yunfeng's eyes, he could endure many things, but not this. The plight of scholars was already grim. Among the various paths, be it the sword path, the immortal path, the Buddhist path, or the demonic path, their journey was the most arduous. As a paragon of Confucianism, if he did not stand forth to uphold justice for the younger generation, whom could they rely upon? Who else would revive the teachings of Confucianism? Scholars across the realm possessed a sense of integrity, that their backs must remain unbent, especially in the presence of the aristocracy. Therefore, numerous scions of humble origins often faced persecution, oppression, and ultimately, tragic ends. Upon reflecting on this, his ire flared, and a surge of murderous intent erupted. A formidable force surged forth, aimed directly at Yang Tianqing and Lin Bei. The two men's expressions paled, and they dared not confront the onslaught. They could only retreat from the yellow crane tower, yet the grand edifice behind them met a disastrous fate, crumbling to dust beneath Kong Yunfeng's palm. Well, is he really that volatile? Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qiu was taken aback. Was this truly a scholar? Weren't gentlemen supposed to resolve conflicts with words rather than violence? The sheer might he exhibited would likely have left even a power-oriented cultivator reeling from a couple of blows. It was astonishing. This would leave me astounded for a whole year. Yi Qiu could even perceive the expression of the shopkeeper across the street, resembling someone bereaved of a loved one, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had not anticipated that Kong Yunfeng would extend such courtesy, not only alleviating his predicament, but also effortlessly dealing with his competitors. However, he was not unreasonable. He casually tossed a storage bag to the other party as compensation. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Kong Yunfeng leapt forward, a surge of formidable energy contracting toward the heavens and the earth. Alas, the pressure emanating from an 8th-tier powerhouse was beyond their capacity to withstand. In a mere moment, the two were seized by Kong Yunfeng and struck with a single palm. With a splatter of blood, both spat forth crimson, nearly losing half their lives from that one blow. After subduing them, Kong Yufeng cast a frigid gaze around, taking a moment to compose himself. How could such an upright and kind-hearted young man be wrongfully accused by you illustrious families, with claims that he kidnapped your young master? Is there no law? Is there no sense of justice? Are you questioning the noble integrity of those who pursue knowledge? Any scholar worth their salt cannot tolerate such affronts. Today, I, Kong, declare this. I shall protect this young man. Anyone daring to trouble him is directly opposing me. If reason fails, I am well versed in the art of combat. Those who doubt can come and test their mettle. Chapter 54. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth. The plum blossoms bloom again with a hiss. As Kong Yunfeng's words echoed through the air, an electrifying wave surged through the crowd. The people on the streets were taken aback. For scholars held steadfast to principles of integrity and honor. Moreover, coming from the esteemed mouth of Kong Yunfeng, who would dare to trouble Yi Qiu in the future? Save for the true superfamilies and the titans of the Nine Realms, it could be said that he could now traverse Hanjiang City with unparalleled confidence. Yang Tianqing and his companion were equally astonished, never anticipating that Kong Yufeng would intervene so decisively. Nor could they have foreseen Yi Qiu receiving the protection of such a scholarly and philosophical master. His background was already extraordinary. Now, with the emergence of Kong Yufeng, how could they possibly contend with such an adversary? Given his stature, they dared not act rashly. It was not merely that his father was a formidable figure in Jubiai City, but his maternal grandfather loomed like an insurmountable mountain over everyone. Damn it. I thought I was shameless enough, yet someone surpassed even my audacity. What now? What do you mean, what now? Did you not see how this fellow's appearance has stirred the scholars into a frenzy? If we do not depart at once, none of us shall leave here alive. These so-called modest gentlemen of letters can be exceedingly ruthless when provoked. If you wish to perish, by all means, remain here. Lin Bei, weary of further discourse, seized the moment while Kong Yufeng had yet to change his mind and made a hasty exit. A mere 1,000 monthly payments? What madness is this? It is not his son who is at stake. Kong Yunfeng's proclamation seemed to grant the assembled scholars a newfound courage, prompting them to emerge one by one. Sensing the shift in momentum, Yang Tianqing hastily retreated, clearly intimidated. Should anyone dare to assert to him again that scholars are reasonable, he would be the first to renounce such folly. What the hell? They didn't even allow them a moment to defend themselves, hitting them with a blow right out of the gate. Having lived for centuries, he had never endured such humiliation. After the departure of the Lin and Yang families, a subtle smile crept upon Yi Qiu's lips. Why are you leaving? I have yet to commence my performance. If you depart now, whom shall I entertain? As he descended the stairs, Yi Qiu had already prepared for every possible scenario. After all, they lacked evidence, and he had always operated without leaving traces. His strategy was rooted in cunning. Should they dare to confront him, he had his own means to counter their advances. However, he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of Kong Yufeng, who, without a moment's hesitation, had disrupted his plans entirely, inadvertently saving him considerable effort. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Yi Qiu was elated, not merely because the immediate threat had been averted, but because, following the day's events, he could significantly elevate his stature, transforming the Yellow Crane Tower into a revered sanctuary in the minds of all scholars. Should he succeed, the credit for this endeavor would undoubtedly belong to Kong Yufeng. With that, his gaze shifted, and he slowly approached from behind, expressing, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention, esteemed elder. Had you not been present today, I cannot fathom the slander I might have faced. Unintentionally, an aura of righteous spirit emanated, startling everyone present. Yi Qiu, enough. I believe you. We, as scholars, would never stoop to such ignoble deeds. Indeed, we stand with you. Countless voices began to express their support, for the manifest righteousness of Yi Qiu is undeniable. That was the essence of Confucianism and Taoism, a virtue only deserving of the truly virtuous and talented, a recognition bestowed by the heavenly path. How could he possibly engage in such base actions? No matter how many times you say it, they would not be swayed. Thank you, everyone. Your kindness speaks volumes. As our esteemed elder has just stated, we scholars have endured oppression for far too long. It is time we rise in defiance. We cannot stand idly by as the corruption tarnishes the purity of this world. We must fight to the end. Well said. Upon uttering these words, Yi Qiu ignited a fervor among the crowd. How invigorating. They had witnessed the tyrannical actions of powerful families, enduring in silence, harboring a pent-up frustration that needed release. Now, it seemed as if that tension had finally found its outlet. Kong Yufeng gazed at Yi Qiu in astonishment, his conviction deepening. Here stood an exceptionally upright and kind-hearted young man, untouched by the taint of corruption. I believe that as long as scholars unite, we shall preserve the sanctity of our ideals, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to fulfill the destiny of the people, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all generations. It is our solemn duty. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, piercing through the heavens and awakening all. Beneath the terrifying vortex, a radiant path descended from above, its light enveloping Yichio. In that moment, the entire city erupted with fervor. Silence fell instantaneously, and everyone trembled slightly, gazing at him with incredulous eyes. At that moment, his figure appeared so grand and sacred. What magnificent ambition echoed through the crowd. What profound aspirations to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to fulfill the destiny of the people, to perpetuate the wisdom of the ancients, and to bring peace to all generations. This moment ignited a fervor throughout the assembly. No scholar could withstand the impact of Yichio's succinct yet powerful declarations. It was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, shaking everyone to their core. Kong Yunfeng's excitement was palpable. His body trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that such profound wisdom could emanate from one so young, merely in his 20s. A spark of fervor flashed in his eyes. This was the epitome of what a scholar should embody. Even more astonishing was the fact that at the moment Yichio uttered those 4 lines, the very heavens were moved, bestowing their essence upon him. The magnitude of this display left everyone utterly astounded. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Who would have thought that someone so young could harbor such lofty ideals? The truths we have spent centuries failing to grasp were unveiled by his words. To establish a heart for heaven and earth? Listen, what a profound and earth-shattering adage this is, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. It is only now that I truly understand who I am. In this moment, all scholars turned their admiring gazes towards Yichio. In the realms of Confucianism and Taoism, age holds no precedence. It is knowledge that dictates authority. Who dares to question Yichio's intellect? With references to past wisdom and the emergence of celestial phenomena, such extraordinary talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. At this instant, Yichio seemed to ascend to the status of a sage in the hearts of all scholars. Who would dare to bully him without first considering whether my fist would consent? As the beam of light dissipated, Yichio gradually opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power within his body, his heart swelling with joy. Goodness, is this even possible? This transformation is rather conspicuous. Yet, I find it delightful. Having experienced a second blooming, Yichio was astonished to discover that a moment of inspiration could yield such remarkable results. Under the enlightenment of that radiant beam, his cultivation seamlessly unified into the 10 heavens, propelling him into the realm of the Wheel of Sea. The speed of this enhancement is nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 55. Do not rush. I shall soon reunite you all. Indeed, the path of cultivation is not as arduous as it seems. System, do enlighten me honestly. Do you possess some minor connections with the heavenly Tao? Yichio earnestly inquired within his heart, yet the system remained silent, seemingly disinterested in addressing such a trivial question. However, its silence mattered little. To his astonishment, within a mere fortnight, he had achieved a remarkable leap from the 1st realm to the 5th. How delightful! Little rascal. Await me, for your dear brother has been sleepless with longing for you. Rubbing his hands together, Yichio felt an insatiable eagerness with his current strength. Bolstered by the innate prowess of the bloodthirsty demon god, dealing with Yiching should pose no challenge. All was in place, awaiting Yiching to present himself obediently. He had not forgotten that palm strike from the Yi family. It lingered in his memory. What a noble sentiment to establish a heart for the world. What a fine young man. In light of your words today, I, Kong Yufeng, hereby declare that should anyone dare to trouble you, they may come to me. How dare they think us scholars easy to bully? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Kong Yunfeng unleashed an overwhelming aura, a tempest sweeping through, leaving the crowd in awe. These 4 phrases, truly the words of a sage, struck deeply in Kong Yunfeng's heart. He could hardly fathom that such earth-shattering words could emanate from one so young. The assembly of scholars cast admiring glances towards Yichio, who smiled in return, saying, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, thank you all. This tavern is established by my dear friend. Shall we? Tomorrow marks its grand opening, and I shall await your arrival here. At that time, I will compose a poem for all to appreciate and critique." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, their expressions alight with excitement. He is poetry? After witnessing Yichio's formidable poetic talent, their anticipation for his new work grew ever more fervent. The earlier 4 lines had astonished them all. They could only imagine what miraculous verses might emerge the following day. Indeed, it shall be my honor to accept your invitation. How could I dare to miss it? I too wish to witness your new creation, Kong Yufeng promptly replied, eager to leap forward in time to witness the birth of a masterpiece. Anticipation filled the air. If he had previously regarded Yuchio's poetic abilities as a fleeting brilliance, he now fully believed that Yuchio was indeed a talented and ambitious youth. His creations would undoubtedly not disappoint. After exchanging pleasantries, Kong Yufeng departed, and the others offered their congratulations, approaching Yuchio to greet him. Yuchio warmly returned their salutations, adhering to the highest etiquette of scholars, expressing his nostalgia. Yet, after bidding farewell to the crowd, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he slowly made his way back into the tavern. At that moment, Xiaowei emerged from within, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You are remarkable." With just these 4 phrases, I need not even promote. It is sufficient to stir a tremendous wave in Hanjin City, no, perhaps even throughout the entire Empire of Kings. To establish a heart for heaven and earth? Good gracious. It must be you. Few would dare utter such audacious words. At this point, Xiaowei was completely convinced, acknowledging he could not articulate such impressive statements himself. Yuchio smiled subtly and replied, "Stay low-key, stay low-key. You will find me increasingly formidable in the future." With that, Yuchio turned and descended the stairs. Indifferent to the potential ripples this incident might cause outside, his focus lay on how to capture those 2 old men that very night. Did they not seek their young master? Seeing their eagerness, Yuchio intended to fulfill their desire, delivering them directly to their young master, thereby alleviating much of his own trouble. Upon returning to his chamber, Yuchio changed out of his scholar's white robe and donned a striking red and black ensemble, instantly transforming his demeanor. Once dressed, he quietly departed from the Yellow Crane Tower. Meanwhile, Yang Tianqing and his entourage had just left Hanjin City, preparing to report back to Liang and the clan leader, muttering curses along the way. Damn that Kong Yunfeng. If not for his interference, we could have easily coerced Yuchio into revealing himself. Yang Tianqing seethed with anger, feeling apprehensive about returning to his family. As the clan leader had issued a severe order, if they failed to find the young master, how could they return? At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly remarked, "Why the panic? Even with Kong Yunfeng's protection, Yuchio cannot be sheltered indefinitely. After all, he is not his father. It is impossible for him to be guarded at all times." Furthermore, as Lin Bei paused and surveyed the surroundings with a mysterious glint in his eyes, Yang Tianqing pressed, "Furthermore, what? I heard that the reason Yuchio was pursued by the Zhang family to this extent, ultimately falling into the abyss of the dead souls and fleeing to Liyang, was due to a rift with Eugene. They had a quarrel in the Yi family, which culminated in his decision to sever ties with the family and leave." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a wave of murderous intent surged within him. Are you suggesting that Eugene will no longer care for his well-being? What were they truly wary of? Was it merely Kong Yufeng? Certainly not. Their genuine apprehension lay with Eugene. Now, learning that Yuchio had indeed severed ties with Eugene implied that as long as their actions were sufficiently discreet, they could eliminate him silently. Have you not noticed? Yuchio is devoid of any skilled companions, not even a single ordinary guard. Have you ever seen a scion of a prominent family without a protector at their side? On hearing this, Yang Tianqing inhaled sharply. If Lin Bei had not pointed it out, he would have remained oblivious to this crucial detail. Yuchio was without a retinue, which implied that Eugene had not arranged for anyone to protect him, leading one to wonder if he had truly disavowed his son. However, did he not recall the events surrounding the Zhang family? Suddenly, Yang Tianqing remembered and quickly responded. The lessons learned from the Zhang family were vivid and unforgettable. Yet, Lin Bei remained unfazed, merely offering a slight smile and retorting, how could one be so foolish? Why was the Zhang family annihilated? Was it not due to their brazen actions that echoed throughout the city, becoming common knowledge? Eugene is no ordinary man. Even if he were to disown this son, he would never permit anyone to boldly challenge him. Moreover, to pursue his son with such fervor before his very eyes, could you tolerate such an affront? The downfall of the Zhang family was simply an act of self-destruction. They have no one to blame but themselves. Lin Bei continued with astute analysis, in my estimation. As long as we conduct this matter with sufficient discretion, Eugene will undoubtedly lack the inclination to investigate further. He would not even concern himself with the timing of his son's demise. Chapter 56. Unexpectedly. It is I, and do you not know what grand celebration Eugene is orchestrating for his youngest son's birthday? It has stirred quite a commotion. Even our clan leader has personally gone to extend his congratulations. If he were truly concerned about Yuchio, how could he abandon him to wander alone while orchestrating such a lavish birthday affair? It is evident to any discerning eye that the only son Yi Jin acknowledges is Yi Qing. As for Yi Qiu, he is merely a worthless castaway. Lin Bei scoffed, unwavering in his conviction based on the numerous signs from both Yi Jin and Yi Qiu. He was certain that the rift between this father and son could never be mended in this lifetime. The indifference exhibited by Yi Jin, coupled with the coldness in Yi Qiu's gaze whenever Yi Jin was mentioned, only served to validate his hypothesis. Upon hearing Lin Bei's analysis, Yang Tianqing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, how could I not have realized this sooner? I found it strange that he did not seek his eldest son, who remains unaccounted for. Yet he goes to such lengths for a birthday celebration. It seems the crux of the matter lies here." With a sardonic smile, Yang Tianqing continued, "How intriguing. Are we to believe that the Zhang family was unjustly exterminated merely to preserve Yi Jin's fate? Subsequently, it appears they conveniently forgot they had another son and resumed their lives as if nothing had happened, as if Yi Qiu were inconsequential. After completing his superficial gestures, the family merrily celebrated the birthday as though nothing were amiss. Aha! Excellent, Yi Qiu, your doom is sealed, even with Kong Yunfeng's protection. I find it hard to believe you can escape from my grasp. While Kong Yunfeng is indeed formidable, Lin Bei had made it abundantly clear, he is not your father and cannot shield you around the clock. There will be moments when he is absent, and it is during those times that Yi Qiu's demise will unfold. Let us return and ensure his end. Keep a watchful eye on him, should the opportunity arise. Seize him and employ every form of torture to extract the whereabouts of my young master." Yang Tianqing, resolute, prepared to launch a surprise attack. Now was the perfect moment for Yi Qiu to let down his guard, believing himself safe under Kong Yunfeng's protection. He could not possibly anticipate that they would strike back unexpectedly. As the group prepared to return, suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the forest. There is an aura of malice. Lin Bei was the first to react, sensing an icy and sinister intent within the breeze. His expression shifted dramatically as he surveyed the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Let us investigate. The valley before them was too secluded, making it difficult to detect hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. Lin Bei signaled to a clan member behind him. The individual nodded and swiftly ascended into the sky to assess the situation ahead. Suddenly, at the moment he took flight, a sword's aura surged forth from the forest. Whoosh! With a resounding thud, the Lin clan member plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. Enemy attack. Remain vigilant. In the face of imminent danger, Lin Bei remained composed, quickly discerning that the source of the formidable sword intent emanated from the valley, advancing with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were caught off guard. Yang Tianqing, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "What a swift blade! Who is this formidable entity attempting to take our lives? We have wronged no one." A heavy feeling settled in Lin Bei's heart as he pondered the identity of the assailant. Judging by the manner of their attack, it was evident that their adversary was a highly skilled practitioner of the sword, possessing terrifying expertise. The lethal strike was delivered without a sound. They had not even sensed the opponent's presence. In a silent flash, a clan member had perished. Such a chilling sword intent could only be wielded by a formidable sixth realm expert, he mused. The realization struck Lin Bei with dread, for among their small group, the strongest was merely at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, himself and Yang Tianqing. If their foe truly was a sixth realm master, then their fate today could only be sealed in death. "May I inquire who you are? Could there be a misunderstanding between us? I implore you to reveal yourself," he stammered, attempting to glean information about the enigmatic assailant. A few names flickered through his mind, but each was swiftly dismissed. Kong Yufeng, a grandmaster of Confucianism, would never stoop to such an act. Had he wished to kill them, he would have done so in the city. Could it be Yi Qiu? No, that was implausible. Rumor had it that this young man was only at the 7th rank of the first realm, having ranked last in the 3-year trial of the Holy Land of Heavenly Repair. How could he possibly possess such formidable power? Lin Bei rejected this possibility, left confounded. If it wasn't Kong Yunfeng or Yi Qiu, then who could it be? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, dozens of sword energies erupted from the forest. Danger! Be cautious! Lin Bei reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the impending attack, unleashing the full force of his powerful talismanic inscriptions in an attempt to shield everyone behind him. Suddenly, whoosh! The sword energy pierced through the air as though it met no resistance, striking with lethal precision. Several more of the Lin clan's youths collapsed, oblivious to what had transpired. Damn it! We cannot remain passive any longer. Brother Yang, assist me in revealing this foe. Lin Bei, filled with rage, swiftly retrieved a mirror. Yang Tianqing responded in an instant, and the two joined forces. The mirror radiated a brilliant light, and soon, within the woods, a spectral figure flickered in and out of view. "I found it!" Lin Bei exclaimed with joy, though it was short-lived. The opponent's speed was so overwhelming that they could barely discern the figure's features, only catching a glimpse of a blood-red silhouette. In mere moments, more sword energy sliced through the air, and the remaining clan members fell with a resounding thud. Now, only Lin Bei and Yang Tianxing remained. "Damn it! Constrain it!" Lin Bei roared, unleashing his full strength as he hurled the mirror high into the air, watching as a peculiar domain suddenly took shape. In the depths of the forest, a figure appeared to be constrained, causing its movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bei decisively leaped into the woodland, while Yang Tianxing remained rooted in place. Hesitant to act, fear gripped him. This enigmatic individual was exceedingly strange, materializing and vanishing without a trace. In a fleeting minute, he had ruthlessly dispatched all of his kin. A flicker of panic surged within him, urging thoughts of escape, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream echoed from the forest. Yang Tianxing recognized it distinctly. It was Lin Bei's voice. This was dire. Almost certain that Lin Bei had met his demise, Yang Tianxing dared not linger any longer and bolted in fright. Although terror coursed through his veins, he was not entirely bereft of reason. The mysterious adversary clearly thrived in the shadows, and he reasoned that if he could ascend to the skies and escape the forest, the pursuer would not dare follow. However, he did not anticipate that just as he prepared to flee, a figure flickered before him. Standing there was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a beaming smile, their eyes locked, and Yang Tianxing felt a chill run down his spine. "Yi Qiu, ha ha ha. Did you expect otherwise? It is I. You have long sought your young master, and here I am, ever so considerate, ready to escort you to your master. No need for thanks. I perform good deeds without seeking recognition." With a wicked grin, Yi Qiu struck with a swift hand, and with a resounding clang, it was done. Chapter 57. Yi Qiu. One day you will face retribution. Half an hour later, within the dim confines of a cave, droplets of water slowly cascaded down the stone walls, echoing in the silence with a rhythmic drip, drip. Amidst the haze of confusion, Yang Tianxing struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a piercing headache and an unbearable thirst. "Where am I?" Bewildered, he forced his eyes open, revealing an empty expanse around him. A chilling breeze sweeping through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, he took a step forward, only to find himself suspended in midair, bound and stripped of his clothing. A chill ran down his spine as he beheld a blood-red figure in the cave, its back turned towards him, the sound of metal scraping intermittently piercing the air. What is he doing? Sharpening a blade? Gulping nervously, a wave of terror flooded over Yang Tianxing as he attempted to break free from his restraints, only to be met with excruciating pain. It felt as if 100 needles had pierced through his body, sealing all his acupoints. The power within him remained utterly inaccessible. As he struggled desperately, a voice echoed in his ear, resigned and despairing. "Stop struggling. I've already tried. That brat has embedded bone nails within us, sealing all our cultivation. The more you struggle, the deeper the pain will become." Lin Bei's voice resonated with hopelessness, awakening even before Yang Tianxing, yet his appearance was far more disheveled and bloodied. At that moment, fear gripped his heart. Overwhelmed by the sheer terror of Yi Qiu's strength, so formidable that even a peak 5th-stage cultivator like himself could not withstand a single strike. The cruelty of Yi Qiu was equally daunting. Perhaps they had all been deceived by the first 20 years of his life, mistaking him for a timid, unassuming man of few words. Previously, they had merely suspected that their young master had been captured by Yi Qiu, lacking any concrete evidence. Little did they know, their young master truly was in his clutches, and judging by his condition, it seemed he had endured unspeakable torment. Yang Tianxing gazed in horror, realizing that Lin Bei too had been captured. What astonished him further was the sight of 2 more individuals suspended at the opposite end of the cave. Was that not their young master, whom they had desperately sought for days and nights? "Young master, are you still alive?" Upon seeing Yang Bai, Yang Tianxing could not contain his excitement. Yet, that joy was short-lived. The good news was that they had found their young master. The bad news was that he was bound as well. Hearing the commotion, Yang Bai slowly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Yang Tianxing, he urgently exclaimed, "Uncle Tianxing, save me." Lin Ran also stirred awake, only to discover Lin Bei in a similar predicament, his heart sinking into despair. It seemed that there was truly no hope left now. For days, he had clung to the belief that if he could just endure a little longer, his family would surely locate him and rescue him. However, He never anticipated that while his family had indeed arrived, the outcome would be scarcely better than his current dire situation. Faced with the desperate pleas of the young master, Yang Tianqing wept profusely. "Young master, please stop. Even I, your uncle Tianqing, am in dire straits." He genuinely wished to save him. If he could rescue Yang Bai, it would be a monumental achievement, and the clan leader would surely reward him handsomely. However, the predicament he found himself in was equally dire. Silently observing this poignant reunion between master and servant, Yi Qiu felt a deep sense of sympathy. Such a rare spectacle. He never anticipated witnessing such an emotionally stirring scene in these turbulent times, and his heart swelled with comfort. Yi Qiu then approached, contemplating that since he cared so much for his master, perhaps he should follow suit and lose a limb as well. Without a leg, he might become more subdued, alleviating the burden of their constant attempts to escape, which was quite troublesome for Yi Qiu. Cackling softly, he reassured, "Do not worry. Your young master has just consumed several precious herbs and is in excellent condition, free from any mortal peril. However, your fate is not so certain." As he spoke, Yi Qiu brandished a sharp knife, unexpectedly acquired from Lin Bei's storage bag, and advanced slowly. Upon seeing the bone-cutting knife, Lin Bei's pupils constricted in horror. "Yi Qiu, what do you intend to do?" he exclaimed. "If you have the courage, grant me a swift end. If you seek to torment us into submission, it shall not happen." What answered him was not Yi Qiu, but the agonized screams of Yang Tianqing. "Ah, it hurts. My leg." The once arrogant cries of Yang Tianqing gradually diminished. "Please, my lord, spare me further torment. Grant me a swift release. I was foolish and disrespectful. I apologize. Turn your wrath upon the one beside me. He possesses a sturdier constitution and can endure far longer than I." After enduring a barrage of vicious insults, Yang Tianqing's initial defiance finally waned. As he felt the blood being voraciously siphoned away by Yi Qiu, his complexion turned ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, upon hearing Yang Tianqing's first utterance, erupted into curses. "Yang Tianqing, you wretched dog, our feud is far from over." Before he could finish, Yi Qiu was already upon him, having nearly drained Yang Tianqing of his lifeblood. To prevent him from perishing outright, Yi Qiu reluctantly provided him with some restorative herbs, extending his life by a thread. Once he had dealt with Yang Tianqing, Yi Qiu turned his attention to Lin Bei, revealing a sinister grin that grew increasingly audacious. Lin Bei trembled, terror flooding his heart. "What do you intend to do?" "I advise you to release us. Otherwise, when the head of the Lin family arrives, it will spell your doom. If you let us go now, for the sake of Yi Jin, we can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, should word of your deeds spread, you will become a pariah, hunted by all." At this juncture, Lin Bei attempted to threaten Yi Qiu, but what awaited him was the merciless edge of Yi Qiu's blade. After enduring 3 hours of relentless torment and repeatedly replenishing their blood, Yi Qiu triumphantly carried 2 large basins filled with blood to the alchemical furnace. He now possessed 4 sources of blood, which meant that for a considerable period, he would not need to concern himself with the materials required for brewing. It is worth noting that Yi Qiu's most pressing need at present was blood. He was quite well stocked with other materials, as they could easily be procured from the market. Furthermore, with the astute bargaining skills of Xiao Wui at his side, the cost of gathering these materials was not burdensome. In addition, Yi Qiu had discreetly instructed him to collect some materials for refining the Emperor's banner. Once he had acquired the soul-devouring stone and dragon bone, the moment for the emergence of his Emperor's banner would arrive. "Yi Qiu, you shall face retribution." Lin Bei bellowed in anguish after enduring 3 hours of torment at Yi Qiu's hands. The resentment in his gaze had reached its zenith. He had not anticipated that this seemingly righteous young man before him would possess such merciless methods. His actions were nothing short of frenzied madness. What astonished him even further was the notion that Yi Qiu appeared to be utilizing their blood to concoct some peculiar substance. "Demon, you are nothing but a demon. Engaging in such heinous acts, you will surely meet a tragic end one day." Listening to Lin Bei's furious outcry, Yi Qiu replied with impatience, I know. Enough with the shouting. How many times must I hear the same phrase? Can't you come up with something new? I'm utterly tired of it." Chapter 58. A gathering of heavyweights amidst the jubilant sound of drums and gongs. The Huanghe Tower ceremoniously commenced its operations. Standing at the entrance on the first floor, Xiao Wei beamed with joy as he welcomed distinguished guests drawn by reputation. "Congratulations, young Xiao. This old man has eagerly awaited the opportunity to savor the exquisite wines and dishes of Huanghe Tower," proclaimed one elder. "Haha, rest assured, esteemed senior. I may not boast about everything, but the wine at Huanghe Tower will undoubtedly satisfy your palate," Xiao Wui replied with a smile. "Oh, I am quite eager to sample it. However, should it fail to meet my expectations, I shall not part with my coin, the elder jested. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Xiao Wui ushered another esteemed guest into the establishment, his face aglow with delight. The fervor surrounding the grand opening of Huanghe Tower surpassed his wildest imagination, perfectly encapsulated by the lively scene. Drums resounding, firecrackers crackling, red banners fluttering, and a throng of people filling the space. Notably, the attendees were prominent figures, and had Xiao Wui not possessed a modicum of worldly experience, he might have found himself at a loss in managing such a grand affair. On the upper floor, Yichio observed the bustling scene below, noting the considerable number of guests present, including several young disciples from the Bailu Academy, which spoke volumes of the esteem they held for the occasion. Thankfully, anticipating the potential for great popularity, Yichio had advised Xiao Wui to construct a larger venue. The first floor alone accommodated over 1,000 patrons, with 7 more floors above, featuring various elegant private rooms. In terms of scale, it was on par with, if not larger than, other upscale establishments in Hanjing City. As long as today's event successfully established their reputation, Huanghe Tower would secure its place in Hanjing City. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the opening of Huanghe Tower. First and foremost, I, Xiao, on behalf of Huanghe Tower, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your support. Xiao Wui announced from the stage, gradually embracing his role as the host. It is a privilege to have so many esteemed elders and talented scholars in attendance today. To celebrate the opening of Huanghe Tower, I have decided to host a spontaneous poetry appreciation activity. Anyone with literary talent is welcome to compose a verse on our poetry board. Should your work receive unanimous acclaim, you shall be rewarded with a rare celestial brew, a barrel of Tian Xinzue. With these words, the atmosphere in the room transformed into one of excitement. The presence of so many luminaries was the perfect opportunity for individuals to showcase their talents. The allure of achieving fame and recognition was irresistible, promising to elevate one's status in the community. Master of the house, what is the theme? I can hardly wait. Someone called out eagerly from the crowd. As the energy surged, Xiao Wui responded with a smile. The theme shall be Huanghe Tower. Since this is an impromptu gathering, let us not impose too many restrictions. Feel free to express yourselves at will. I shall begin. Instantly, the crowd erupted with anticipation, each individual eager to display their poetic prowess. Just as Yichio had anticipated, the festive ambience ignited their desire for expression. Even before the poetry competition at Bailu Academy had commenced, a simple poetry contest was already unfolding within Huanghe Tower. Among the crowd, numerous distinguished families and eminent scholars of Confucianism and Taoism remained as steadfast as mountains, refraining from unnecessary involvement. They were already well established in reputation. Their purpose for visiting the Yellow Crane Tower was primarily to witness the true protagonist of the day, the poet immortalized for his creation of the timeless piece Toasting Wine. They were eager to discover whether he would unveil any extraordinary works. Esteemed elder, given your stature, it seems rather inappropriate for you to remain here. Perhaps we should relocate to the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, where the view of the happenings below is equally splendid and the ambience more refined. A venerable figure, exuding an air of ethereal grace, sat calmly by the window, savoring the unfolding drama before him. Beside him, a middle-aged man, adorned in scholarly attire and perspiring profusely, spoke up. He was acutely aware that the esteemed individual beside him was none other than the Grand Elder of the White Deer Academy, one of the towering figures of Confucianism and Taoism. The mere presence of such a luminary at the Yellow Crane Tower was an immense honor for them all. To his astonishment, the Grand Elder remained seated in an obscure corner. Were this to become known, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. Haha. It matters not. Look over there, responded Bai Luming with a gentle smile, dismissing the concern entirely as he gestured towards a corner on the left, his face alight with mirth. Li Kanglin's gaze immediately followed, and in an instant, he felt his breath catch. Ji Grand Senior. He is here as well. The figure across from him was none other than Gu Zhongyang. Who could have anticipated that the opening of such a modest establishment would attract both titans of Confucianism and Taoism? If word of this spread, it would not only set the city of Hanjing ablaze, but would likely cause a sensation throughout the entire Empire of Kings. What an extraordinary honor this was. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. Bai Luming pointed again, this time to another figure not far off, saying, "Do you see who that is?" Li Kanglin, feeling a surge of apprehension, looked closely and was momentarily taken aback, chuckling. Who would have thought Kong Yufeng would also join this gathering? One could hardly overstate the significance of this small tavern's inauguration. The esteemed individuals seated below were of unparalleled caliber. To exaggerate, each one among them could send tremors throughout the Empire of Kings merely by their presence. And look over there. Just as Li Kanglin was lost in thought, Bai Luming pointed to a solitary figure in the corner on the right. Filled with curiosity, Li Kanglin glanced over, his heart racing, and remarked, "What an overwhelming aura of lethality! Who is this person?" In that corner stood a middle-aged man, his posture as straight as a sword, emanating an oppressive presence. A faint yet palpable sword intent surrounded him, sending chills down one's spine. With just a glance, Li Kanglin discerned that this individual was undoubtedly a master of the sword, likely surpassing even Su Wanqing, the heir of the Listening Sword Pavilion. Bai Luming smiled faintly and remarked, "From the moment this tavern was established, it created quite a stir, drawing the attention of numerous esteemed families, including some of the most formidable figures in the realm. Have you not noticed that even the long-celebrated luminaries and the scions and daughters of various sacred places have graced us with their presence?" Following the gaze of Bai Luming, one could see a slightly ajar window on the second-floor attic, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful silhouette. Li Kanglin was secretly astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't that the young lady from the sacred land of Yaoguang? She is interested in such matters as well?" Li Kanglin found it perplexing, with a celestial beauty like Mingwei, entirely devoted to the path of immortality. Why would she come to Huangulu to partake in the revelry? Bai Luming chuckled softly, suggesting, perhaps her intentions lie beyond mere indulgence. Haha. Upon further observation, Li Kanglin noted that not only had Mingwei arrived, but even the prodigious He Wushuang was present. He could not fathom what could possibly attract them, or if they merely wished to witness Yuchio's latest creation. Such an explanation seemed somewhat far-fetched. Beyond these figures, amidst the bustling crowd, there were numerous formidable individuals from esteemed families. Some had come to show their support, while others might be seeking to stir trouble. After all, the commotion at Huangulu had begun to impact their businesses. If they did not create some disturbance, how could they continue their enterprises? It was well known that, under Yichio's stirring rendition of pouring wine, the taverns in Hanjian City had been thriving in recent days. The potential profits were substantial, igniting jealousy among many noble families, prompting them to enter the industry and vie for a share of the spoils. "We are here to show our support. There is no need for excessive fanfare. Later, once young friend Yuchio arrives, we shall find an opportunity to present him with the invitation. As for everything else, do not concern yourselves." After imparting this quiet instruction, Bai Luming began to earnestly scrutinize the writings of the talented individuals above. He was keen to discover whether, apart from Yuchio, there were other scholars mingling among the common folk, unnoticed. If there were unexpected gains, his journey would not be in vain. Nevertheless, the primary purpose of his visit remained Yuchio. He was eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary talent capable of proclaiming such timeless sentiments, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of ancient sages, and to pave the way for eternal peace. Initially, he had not intended to attend, but after hearing these 4 lines yesterday, he felt compelled to witness it all with his own eyes. Chapter 59, the most stunning woman of the imperial state in the elegant chamber on the second floor. Mingwei furrowed her brow as she observed the lively scene below. Had it not been stated that the person would come forth to compose poetry? Yet, there was still no sign of him. "Miss, do not fret. In my experience, the more exceptional individuals tend to make their entrance later. Let us first peruse the works of others and later make a comparison," Xiao Yan explained patiently. Mingyuan nodded slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the opposite chamber, where she briefly locked eyes with someone, her brow furrowing further. "He Wushuang? What is he doing here?" The figure across from her was none other than the unparalleled son of the Tianhuan sacred realm, a person she had encountered a few times. Though they were not well acquainted, his talent was indeed considerable, ranking amongst the more formidable opponents she had encountered. However, her understanding of his character was limited. She had merely heard from others that he was deeply scheming, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, a rather ruthless individual. Retracting her gaze, Mingwei chose not to dwell on him further, instead focusing on the gathering below, when suddenly her eyes caught sight of someone, sending a tremor through her heart. "Miss, what is it?" Noticing her intense reaction, Xiao Lian inquired with concern. Mingwei spoke slowly. "It is Director Bai. He is also here." "Which Director Bai?" Xiao Lian paused, suddenly recalling which Director Bai resided in Hanjing City. As she peered down, she discerned Bai Luming seated in a corner of the first floor. a benevolent smile gracing his face as he greeted them. Xiao Lian's face turned pale in an instant. Miss, should we go down? She suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Good heavens, that is a legendary figure. She never anticipated that she would have the fortune to catch a glimpse of his true visage, and that he would even acknowledge her with a greeting. If this were to spread, it would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. Mingwei rose slowly, declaring, "Let us go down and greet the esteemed elder and inquire about his well-being." Since she had seen him, she could not pretend otherwise. As a junior, it was only proper to extend her greetings. Moreover, as the head and grand elder of the Bailu Academy, Bailuming held immense significance in the hearts of all scholars throughout the imperial state. Even for those of them from celestial sanctuaries, encountering him warranted utmost respect. Addressing him as director, his greatness transcended the establishment of the Bailu Academy. He had ensured that children of humble origins and impoverished families could have access to education. Thus, he was revered and cherished by countless commoners, regarded as a sage in their hearts. In haste, Mingwei descended the stairs, yet at the moment she stepped down, all eyes in the room converged upon her, erupting in awe. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, exclaiming, "It is the fairy Mingwei." What? Mingwei? She is here too? Where? Let me see what the first beauty of the imperial state looks like. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively, as no one had anticipated that such an illustrious figure would grace the opening of a humble tavern. However, what made them feel even more astonished was when Mingwei walked straight towards an old man. As they discerned the old man's appearance, all breaths were held in an instant. Goodness gracious, it's Director Bai. Am I dreaming? Is this real? My heavens, what is happening? I initially believed today's gathering was merely a low-profile affair for us humble scholars, yet here emerges such a revered figure. Upon realizing Bailuming was hidden within the crowd, the atmosphere erupted. Those aristocratic families lurking in the corners, eager to stir trouble, were left utterly dumbfounded. Good grief. Is this even happening? Do you know who he is? Among the learned of this land, he is the most formidable, to dare cause a ruckus in his presence. Even Tin Wang families could not withstand his wrath. Everyone was in a frenzy, turning their gazes toward Bailuming, with some even daring to approach him for acquaintance. Bailuming looked on helplessly at the scene. He had merely come to observe the excitement today, not expecting to find himself embroiled in it. With a twitch of his lips, he suddenly remarked, "Look over there." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the venue fell into a profound silence, all eyes shifting simultaneously. There, opposite Bailuming, sat an elderly man with white hair, awkwardly picking peanuts from a dish, his movements somewhat stiff. Gu Xingyang, bewildered, lifted his head, and upon realizing that all attention was fixated upon him, he could not help but twitch his lips. "Hello, everyone," with an awkward yet courteous smile. Having been exposed, Gu Xingyang ceased his pretense and slowly rose. "Today, I am fortunate to have received an invitation from young friend Yuchio to attend the grand opening of Huangulu. It is indeed an honor. You need not mind me. Feel free to present your remarkable works, and I shall personally offer comments alongside Director Bai." As these words echoed, the crowd erupted into further commotion. While Bailuming's lips twitched, he had not agreed to provide commentary. How could this old man be so shameless? Gu Xingyang, with a smile in his eyes, glanced at him, unperturbed by whether he agreed or not, for the statement had been made. Seeing the tumult unfold, Xiao Wui felt a chill of sweat drench his back. Goodness gracious! No one informed me that these two esteemed figures would be present. I was utterly unprepared. Panicking, he hurried forward with a forced smile, saying, "Respected elders, it is my fault for not noticing your arrival and allowing you to sit here. I am truly at fault." With that, he even slapped his own face and continued to smile apologetically. "Elders, I shall arrange the finest private room for you and present the best wines and delicacies to properly host you." "Ah, young man, you are rather clever." The old man chuckled, "But never mind, I quite like it here. Moreover, I am eager to see what extraordinary works the talented individuals gathered today have to offer." Bailuming waved his hand, as he had never been one to adhere to formalities. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wui dared not impose further demands and promptly turned to Gu Xingyang, who also waved his hand and resumed his struggle with the plate of peanuts. A sudden wave of perspiration cascaded down Xiao Wui's back, leaving him with no alternative but to summon the waiter immediately, exclaiming, "Quickly, bring forth our finest wine for the esteemed elders to savor." "Ah, certainly, I shall attend to it at once." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Wui stood somewhat apprehensively before the two esteemed elders. Mingwei cast a glance his way and gracefully approached. "At the sacred land of Yaoguang, I have the honor of meeting Director Bai and Elder Gu," she stated, before performing a slow bow. Both elders nodded slightly, their expressions reflecting a sense of approval. They had heard numerous tales regarding this young lady and held her in considerable esteem. Among the younger generation, her talent was truly remarkable, and she was recognized as the youngest 7th-level expert in the Empire State. It is noteworthy that she is merely 23 years old, having achieved the astonishing realm of 7th level, a feat unparalleled before her and likely to remain so in the future. Her prospective accomplishments are assuredly destined to rival those of anyone present. To refer to her as the most extraordinary woman in the Empire State would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 60. The celestial immortal's intoxication enraptures the audience with the presence of two esteemed individuals. What was once a modest poetry gathering suddenly ascended to a distinguished affair. Notable literati who had initially intended to remain aloof were now eager to showcase their talents. After all, receiving even a mere commendation from these venerable predecessors would be a source of pride for a lifetime. Make way. My poetic inspiration is surging. Allow me to begin, shouted one enthusiast. Innkeeper, bring forth the wine. How can one compose poetry without wine? After a brief commotion, many began to pen verses to honor the newly established Yellow Crane Tower. However, the majority consisted merely of ornate phrases, lacking substance and meaning. Although a few commendable works emerged, they fell far short of the expectations set by Looming. With a smile, he turned his gaze to the side, addressing Mingwe. Dear Mingwe, would you care to step forward and showcase your talents? Upon hearing this, Mingwe appeared somewhat hesitant. Director, my knowledge is limited, and I fear I may not craft a piece that meets your standards. I came to this poetry gathering merely to witness the brilliance of talented poets, not to participate. Her response was humble and straightforward. She had come merely to observe, treating it as a brief respite to unwind. As for the so-called poetry competition, she had no intention of participating, for poetry was not her forte. To step forward and falter would tarnish the image of the Saintess of Yaoguang. Thus, she chose to remain a spectator. By abstaining, she could not lose. You are quite candid, Looming remarked with a faint smile before turning to Xiaowui. That should suffice. It is time for the main event. I have awaited this moment with growing impatience. Upon hearing this, Xiaowui nodded promptly and instructed the innkeeper to summon Yi Qiu from upstairs. After much calling, Yi Qiu finally made his entrance, slightly delayed. My sincerest apologies for my tardiness, he said, approaching Looming and Gu Zhengong directly. I am Yi Qiu, a junior, honored to meet both esteemed elders. Is this Yi Qiu? As Mingwei recognized him, she was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he was the one she had seen during her boat ride. She had been curious about the person capable of crafting such free-spirited poetry as Let Us Drink. Now, upon closer inspection, she silently nodded in approval. He indeed exuded literary flair and remarkable poise, with an air of scholarly grace, humble and courteous, neither arrogant nor impatient. What astonished her most was the subtle, yet profound righteousness emanating from Yi Qiu. Quite impressive. He embodies the image of an upright and kind scholar. One who can compose such sage verses could not possibly be of ill repute, she mused, forming her first impression. On the other side, upon first laying eyes on Yi Qiu, Looming raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing the pure and noble energy that enveloped him. A surge of delight filled his heart. It was indeed astonishing. Excellent. A true prodigy, a pride of our scholarly community. What a remarkable Yi Qiu. The long wait has not been in vain. Quickly, what new masterpiece have you crafted? I am eager to witness what extraordinary work you can produce today. These heartfelt words moved everyone present, evoking a sense of admiration, jealousy, and resentment. Why cannot this person be me? Yi Qiu chuckled lightly and replied, Director, you jest. With my meager talents, how dare I display my skills before you? However, since you have requested, I shall humbly offer my work. Yi Qiu, weary of further pleasantries, preferred to avoid excessive formalities, especially in front of these learned individuals, as maintaining his integrity was paramount. Yet, for the sake of his twin flower of the other shore, he chose to proceed with sincere intent. Under the gaze of all, Yi Qiu ascended the high platform, requesting ink, paper, and brush. He also produced a jar of fine wine, and as he uncorked it, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What kind of wine is this? The crowd paused, bewildered, as the Huanga Tower had not served any wine until now, leaving them in suspense. Looming and Gu Zhengyang were equally taken aback, glancing at the wine just served at their table, perplexed. Is this the unique Tianxin Zui of Huanga Tower? Upon opening the jar, Looming took a whiff, and his expression shifted dramatically. A fine wine. The robust fragrance was potent, yet it contained over 100 varieties of deadly toxins. Among them was something particularly unique. What could it be? Intrigued, Bai Luming poured himself a glass and tasted it, feeling an exhilarating rush surge through him. Ah, what a Tian Stenzue! Rarely does one encounter such a delight in the mortal realm. As a true connoisseur of fine wines, Bai Luming could certainly discern its remarkable qualities. Not only was it incredibly potent, inciting a primal urge, but most importantly, after consuming this wine, one's inner strength would become restless. In battle, a sip could unleash a frenzy. Furthermore, unlike those temporary elixirs that bolster strength but come with severe side effects, the only drawback of this wine was intoxication. Once inebriated, one would fight with unrestrained vigor. Excellent wine, excellent wine. Haha Tianxian Zue. It lives up to its name. Even the divine would succumb to its allure. With unabashed praise, Bai Luming extolled the wine, causing a stir among the attendees. After all, this was the endorsement of Bai Luming himself. How could it be anything but exceptional? Waiter, bring me a jar as well. I must savor this wine's wonders. Me too. The crowd clamored in excitement. Seeing this, Xiaowei stood in the corner, secretly amused. This is assured success. He had intentionally presented the purest, undiluted Tian Stenzue to Bai Luming and Gu Zhengong. The accolades they bestowed would far surpass the impact of spending millions on publicity. Once word of today's events spread, Tian Stenzue would undoubtedly become a sensation. It is precisely for this reason that he has been holding back, refraining from allowing anyone to taste the heavenly intoxication, waiting for this pivotal moment. When everyone's attention is focused on the wine, he will unveil it. Once it garners interest, it will inevitably generate excitement. Quick, bring forth the wine. Thus, Xiaowei ceased to hold back and promptly instructed the attendant to present a cask of celestial nectar to all. However, the wine they served had been carefully exchanged, primarily to ensure that the guests could withstand its potency. After all, they did not possess the formidable cultivation like Bai Luming and were likely to succumb to a single cup. On the Mingwei table, a cask was also presented. She gently opened it, only to furrow her brow in surprise. Red wine? This hue was unfamiliar to her. She wondered what it could be brewed from. Could it be purple spirit grapes, or perhaps crafted from other mystical fruits? Chapter 61. The past ones have already taken the yellow crane away heavens. What divine brew is this? Just a sip, and I nearly ascended to the heavens. Is this not astonishing? How has the proprietor of the Yellow Crane Tower managed to procure such a remarkable elixir? Why not present such a treasure sooner, allowing us to quench our thirst instead of drinking this insipid swill? Esteemed guests, my poetic spirit is ignited. Allow me to recite a verse. As the celestial intoxication sparkled into view, the atmosphere surged with exhilaration, and everyone marveled at the wondrous nature of this exquisite wine. A sense of boldness surged within me. Splendid, truly splendid. Such a delightful wine exists in this world. What have I been consuming all my life? Listening to the excited murmurs around me, Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, then poured herself a glass. She was curious to discover what made this so-called celestial intoxication so extraordinary. Miss, aren't you unable to drink? Xiaolian expressed her concern. Mingwei waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's no trouble, I merely wish to taste it. With that, she lifted her cup and took a small sip. In an instant, a powerful sensation surged through her body quivered slightly, and a flush graced her cheeks. Quickly, Mingyue set down her cup, her heart racing. This wine, it is truly magical. It evokes the wild yearning, a desire to liberate oneself. Such thoughts are perilous. She could not indulge further, or she might find herself in a predicament. Just a single sip had already brought her a hint of inebriation. Fortunately, she had consumed the diluted version. Had she tasted the pure celestial intoxication, she would likely be sprawled out by now. How's the wine, miss? Xiaolian inquired curiously, noticing the rosy hue on Mingyue's face, which struck her as endearing. She was astonished to see her usually composed mistress displaying such a charming expression. Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed under Xiaolian's gaze and replied, You shall know if you try it. With a doubtful look, Xiaolian poured herself a small glass. Words were unnecessary when one could taste it firsthand. Carefully raising her cup, Xiaolian took a gentle sip. Miss, I believe I see two chickens fighting in the sky. It's utterly marvelous. Mingyue felt a rush of embarrassment. Thankfully, she had not overindulged, for a reckless act would draw countless eyes upon her. When out in the world, one must maintain decorum. On the high platform, Yuchio observed the scene with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. Everything was unfolding precisely as he had planned. Next, all he needed to do was present the poem he had meticulously prepared, thereby concluding this grand opening ceremony in perfect fashion. "Server, bring me a brush." With a bold flourish, Yuichio raised the wine jar and took a hearty swig, exuding the spirit of a chivalrous wanderer. After acquiring a brush, he immediately began to write on the board, "Yellow Crane Tower." At the moment Yuichio took up the brush, the attention of the entire assembly shifted from the wine, and all eyes turned towards him. To name this establishment after the tower? A bit conventional, yet it matters not. Looming smiled gently, his anticipation at its zenith, eagerly awaiting Yuichio to complete his poem. With this composition, he would personally deliver the invitation letter to him, a most extraordinary missive. This particular invitation would allow Yuichio to bypass all preceding trials and ascend directly to the final platform, where he would compete for the ultimate honor. It is not merely a matter of personal interest. In truth, the mere existence of Yuichio's earlier poem Song of the Wine could have spared him from all challenges, even enabling him to claim victory outright, had it not been for a desire to witness the birth of more poetic verses. Looming might have bestowed the award upon him immediately. The ancients have departed on the Yellow Crane, leaving this place empty. The Yellow Crane Tower? The bright moon murmured to herself, fixated on the words being inscribed one by one. Upon reaching this juncture, her voice suddenly faltered. Everyone present fell silent. The yellow crane has flown away, never to return. The white clouds linger for 1,000 years, so empty and boundless. Clear rivers and distinct trees of Hanyang. Fragrant grasses and flourishing paradile. As dusk descends, where lies my homeland? The misty waves of the river evoke sorrow. Ah, what exquisite verses. Rich in profound meaning. The final two lines are particularly striking. Such beauty, so magnificent, truly deserving of the title immortal poet. At the moment of the Yellow Crane Tower's emergence, an awe-inspiring silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes transfixed upon the poem, lost in reverie. In that instant, standing upon the platform, Yuichio seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, akin to a true immortal, exuding a unique charm. What a remarkable poem, the Yellow Crane Tower. To witness such a sublime creation, I have not made this journey in vain. Gu Zhengyang rose immediately, offering the highest praise, his gaze towards Yuichio filled with fervor. From the initial Song of the Wine to the present Yellow Crane Tower, Yuichio has seamlessly transitioned between two distinct styles. The former expressed a carefree exuberance for life's joys, while the latter conveyed a poignant longing for home through the scenery. The themes are profound, the imagery vivid, as if the very scenes materialized before the eyes of all present, ineffable and elusive. Countless words seem to be lodged in their chests, yearning to be expressed, yet ultimately coalescing into a singular sentiment of melancholy. Looming marveled, exclaiming, "What a line! The white clouds linger for 1,000 years, so empty and boundless." Ah, it is truly marvelous. 1,000 years, a fleeting moment, merely a grand dream that amounts to nothing. It can be said that 1,000 individuals might offer 1,000 interpretations. This poem, steeped in deep meaning, allows each person to discover their own unique insights within it. Among the crowd, numerous scholars gasped in admiration. How extraordinary! If I could compose such a poem in my lifetime, I would gladly embrace death. At that moment, the attention of the entire assembly was irresistibly drawn to this poem, unable to look away. Recognizing the moment had arrived for his own entrance, Xiaowui stepped forward, declaring, "Rarely does such a masterpiece grace the world. Thus, we at the Yellow Crane Tower have decided to prominently display this poem upon the mystical platform for all to appreciate. This position is uniquely reserved for this poem, unless, of course, a great sage among us believes they possess the talent to craft an even superior piece. One could also take to the stage and compose spontaneously, allowing everyone to appreciate the creation. If it receives unanimous acclaim, it may well supplant its predecessor." At the utterance of this suggestion, the atmosphere in the room surged with excitement. What a remarkable poem it would take to achieve such a feat. Some were eager to try, while others, aware of their limited talents, chose not to embarrass themselves. As the ambience grew increasingly fervent, a smile began to escape from Yuichio's lips. This was the effect he sought. Once the events of this banquet spread, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. Before long, the Yellow Crane Tower would become the most popular tavern in the entire Hanjiang city, and perhaps, it might even transform into a hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of scholars everywhere. After all, a literary masterpiece birthed in this very place would compel any fortunate passerby to pay homage, to grasp the mindset of Yuichio as he penned his verses. Who knows? They might find themselves inspired, penning a poem of their own, leading to yet another magnificent creation. Should such an occurrence transpire, it would echo through the ages, worthy of its own genealogical record. Chapter 62. The Invitation in Hand. The Wine Lessened. Ah, my young friend. You truly possess the talent to traverse the heavens and the earth. Your spontaneous creation has given birth to a masterpiece worthy of the ages. You are indeed deserving of the title poet immortal, and I, an old man, am in awe. As he slowly approached, Looming expressed his heartfelt admiration. Preposterous, esteemed elder. Yichio replied humbly, my knowledge is but shallow. How could I ever bear the title of poet immortal? Such claims are merely the jests of the world and should not be taken to heart. Do not be so modest. With merely these 2 verses, you have the power to silence the voices of the entire world. Looming remarked with a serene smile, then produced a letter embossed with a golden seal, prominently inscribed with the words, Invitation to the Poetry Conference. My young friend, with such prodigious talent, it would be a pity not to showcase your abilities at the poetry conference. I have come today not only to admire your poem, but also to personally deliver this invitation as a token of Bailu Academy's esteem for you. A hush fell over the room, the air thick with astonishment. To receive the invitation from Looming himself was an unparalleled honor. Everyone stood in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. It is worth noting that even illustrious figures like Ming Wei received their invitations delivered by the elders of Bailu Academy to the holy grounds, and none had the privilege of having Looming present it personally. Their astonishment was palpable. Even Ming Wei wore an expression of shock. This individual indeed possesses extraordinary talent, and to garner the favor of the Academy's president suggests that a new titan shall soon rise in the realm of Confucianism. Upon witnessing Yichio's poetic prowess, she felt a deep-seated respect for him. Among all the young geniuses she had encountered, none could craft poetry with such profound depth. Only Yichio stood alone, as if he were a born poet, effortlessly penning verses that would endure through time. Not only was Mingyue astonished, but he Wushuang, who observed from an upper chamber, also cast a look of disbelief, contemplating silently. Yichio, truly a formidable opponent. It seems this poetry conference will present a worthy challenge. He had witnessed the entire event unfold and felt an indescribable sensation within. Young master, should we dispatch a few more experts to quietly eliminate this fellow? A nearby attendant suddenly suggested. He Wushuang frowned, responding coldly, eliminate him? Would you go yourself? The attendant's expression stiffened. He dared not venture forth, especially since the many experts previously sent had all perished, including some of the 6th and even 7th realms, all of whom had vanished without a trace. Being merely a 3rd realm cultivator, he would surely be walking to his demise. He Wushuang shot him a sidelong glance and added, this individual is protected by a mysterious force. Unless we summon the elder, it would not be an easy task to eliminate him. Do not mention this matter again. Even if this youth is exceptionally gifted, I may not necessarily be defeated by him. Finishing his words, he cast a casual glance at the hall below, his gaze lingering on Mingyue for quite some time. In truth, he was more inclined to conquer this woman than to vanquish Yichio. Regrettably, this notion has lingered in his heart for many years, remaining unrealized. Initially, he believed that his greatest adversary in Hanjiang City would be Mingyue. Little did he anticipate the unexpected emergence of Yichio. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Let us depart. Yishuang walked away. Yet his exit did not affect the bustling atmosphere of the tavern in the slightest. Yichio gazed in astonishment at the invitation personally delivered by Looming, promptly exclaiming, how could I dare to decline an invitation from such a venerable elder? Haha, Looming laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with the day's events. He generously seized the opportunity to elevate Yichio's stature, ensuring he received ample recognition. Without a doubt, today's affair would be sufficient to spread Yichio's name throughout much of the imperial state. After delivering the invitation, Looming waved his hand and said, I am inebriated, I must take my leave. In 3 days, I shall await you at Bailu Academy, and I hope to witness your splendid works by then. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly chorused, we bid farewell to the esteemed director. Ah, Yichio, my young friend, may I take this wine with me? Looming suddenly turned back as he was about to depart. Instantly, Yichio nodded and replied, if the elder wishes to drink, please take it. The cost of the wine shall be on me. Haha, splendid. You are quite the clever lad. Looming chuckled, gesturing for Li Kanglin to carry the wine, eager to savor it later. Having consumed a cup earlier, he sensed a hint of intoxication and refrained from further drinking to avoid hindering his affairs. Once home, he intended to thoroughly investigate the final ingredient of this wine, pondering what made its flavor so uniquely enchanting, evoking a sense of lingering nostalgia. It was truly remarkable. In the past, with his cultivation, he could discern the essence of any wine with a single sip. Yet, with this heavenly immortal drunkenness, he found himself utterly perplexed. After Bai Luming's departure, Gu Zhengyang approached Yu Qiu and exchanged pleasantries, casually inviting him to visit his place if he found the time. Yu Qiu nodded in agreement. Though he thought to himself, when did I say I would come? Once the two towering figures had departed, Kong Yunfeng finally dared to step forward. What a remarkable young man! I had thought I was the most significant presence today. Who would have guessed you would summon these two esteemed individuals? Truly impressive. Kong Yunfeng was genuinely astonished. Throughout the proceedings, he had remained silent, knowing that with such giants present, he had no place to offer commentary. Do not jest, esteemed elder. I wonder if today's exquisite wine and this poem about the Yellow Crane Tower have captured your discerning eye. Yi Qiu responded with a slight smile. Kong Yunfeng patted his shoulder and sincerely remarked, in 1,000 words, I can only say this. This wine exists only in the heavens, rarely to be encountered on earth. This poem is equally exquisite and rare. You are indeed a genius. Today, had I not been preoccupied with pressing matters, I would have relished the opportunity to indulge in a hearty drink, truly immersing myself in the ambience so beautifully depicted in your poetry. Alas, obligations bind me, and I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiu promptly responded, Please take care, esteemed senior. I shall ensure that our next gathering is a splendid affair. After bidding farewell to Kong Yunfeng, Yu Qiu turned to survey the bustling business and the influx of spirit stones, a grin threatening to break free at the corners of his mouth. How exhilarating! Truly exhilarating. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation akin to viewing wealth as mere refuse. According to the recent report from Shaowui, in just one brief hour, the tavern's revenues soared to a staggering 100,000. The majority of this fortune stemmed from the popular Tianjin Zui. This wine has indeed become a sensation. It is as though it possesses an addictive quality. After one sip, one craves another, each drink leading to a heightened state of euphoria. Earlier, a group engaged in a drinking contest to see who could consume the most, and their fervent expenditures contributed nearly 2,000 spirit stones to the tavern's coffers. In the wine cellar, the stock that Yu Qiu initially set aside was nearly depleted. It is gone. It has diminished. Had I known, I would have drawn more from my reserves and concocted several thousand jars to ensure substantial profits. No matter. I must return shortly to procure more restorative elixirs to nourish them properly. This surge of demand has indeed taken me by surprise, fortunately. Yi Qiu currently possesses an ample supply of blood essence and can readily brew more wine at any moment. Moreover, for every 100 jars he produces, he can convert them into 10,000 jars. The primary concern lies with the materials, and thus he has instructed Shaowui to organize a team to gather supplies from various esteemed apothecary shops in Tianbao Pavilion. Chapter 63. I can't sleep without him. In addition, a grave dilemma loomed over Yi Qiu. He could not perpetually remain at this tavern. Furthermore, as he contemplated the prospect of opening additional branches, the demand for liquor would inevitably rise. It was unfeasible for him to immerse himself in brewing day after day. After all, this was a tumultuous world, and without strength, one could not safeguard their possessions. It seemed that the matter of refining corpses needed to be expedited. Yu Qiu had harbored such thoughts from the outset. He contemplated capturing a few individuals to turn them into corpse puppets, allowing them to labor for him under the control of the goo worms. Once transformed, these puppets would possess no independent thought. They would simply execute his commands, eliminating any potential for rebellion that could jeopardize his brewing enterprise. This notion was indeed promising and warranted immediate execution. But whom should he test this on? Yang Bai? No. He was too weak. Perhaps he could return to the Yi Wangfu and capture that insufferable brat Yi Qing? This thought suddenly crossed his mind. But the terrifying strength of Yi Jin immediately quelled such reckless notions. Considering their evident favoritism towards their youngest son, daring to harm Yi Qing would likely result in his own demise. It appeared that for the time being, he could not act against the boy. This matter required careful deliberation. Moreover, Yi Qing's prowess was formidable. Should a confrontation arise, Yi Qiu would find himself at a disadvantage. After all, at such a young age, Yi Qing had already attained the 6th realm, surpassing Yi Qiu by a level. The Yi family had invested immense resources to cultivate him into the foremost prodigy of Not Old Mountain, rendering his combat capabilities unmatched by ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, executing such a plan under Yi Jin's watchful gaze was utterly implausible. Very well, I concede your superiority. Yet, surely there will be moments when you are not present? I refuse to believe that Yi Jin can guard his precious son for eternity. Besides, Yu Qiu could not remain stagnant forever. If you deem your son superior to me, let us see who truly prevails. I require no assistance to trample your cherished son beneath my feet. Then you may witness the bitter reality of your years of painstaking effort culminating in a son who, in my eyes, is nothing but refuse. While Yi Qiu would unhesitatingly eliminate others, his intention with Yi Qing was to strike at his very core. To truly shatter his pride and trample upon that which he held dear would constitute the most profound blow. The more arrogant a person is, the more they struggle to endure such a defeat. This is a common flaw among prodigies, especially when confronted by someone they deem inferior, yet who can effortlessly undermine them. That blow feels like a sharp blade piercing deep within. It obliterates their dignity and pride into mere dust. A rendition of Yellow Crane Tower once again catapulted Yi Qiu into the limelight. In the ensuing days, the threshold of the Yellow Crane Tower was nearly trampled flat by the throngs of visitors. Many individuals arrive with great anticipation, eager to ascend and behold the scenic beauty that poetry has immortalized. Others, however, come solely for the exquisite wine. Within a mere 2 days, the revenue of the Yellow Crane Tower soared to a staggering $1 million. This delighted Yi Qiu immensely. Yet, amidst the flourishing business, for individuals found themselves in unfortunate circumstances. After all, the success of the wine sales meant that they would endure additional hardships. If one were to inquire who among the world most wished for Yi Qiu's business to falter, it would undoubtedly be those four. Yi Qiu, may you meet a grim fate. Retribution will surely come for you one day. As usual, Yi Qiu frequently heard this phrase, his heart long since numbed to its sting. In fact, he felt that their curses lacked severity, far inferior to the vitriol of online keyboard warriors. Their aggression was woefully inadequate. At times, he contemplated personally instructing them on the art of verbal assault. Upon returning to the Yellow Crane Tower, Yi Qiu presented the wine he had crafted over the past 2 days to Xiao Wui, stating, "The poetry conference commences the day after tomorrow, and disciples from esteemed families, sacred sites, and academies from around the globe have begun to arrive in the city. Business is booming, so you must expedite preparations for the second branch. Additionally, beyond the materials for brewing wine, please gather some special ingredients of great significance." Receiving the list, Xiao Wui nodded in agreement. "Consider it done. You should also begin preparing for the poetry conference. Your current reputation is quite prominent. Should you perform poorly, many will be eagerly awaiting your misfortune. You cannot afford to falter at such a critical moment." Yi Qiu scoffed dismissively. He cared little for reputation. His primary objective was the mystical herb. He had devised a plan. If he failed to secure first place, he would resort to plan B. He would seize what he desired, employing whatever means necessary. By the way, Shala mentioned that the delegation from the northern Wangfu had entered the city with great fanfare, and even Yi Jin had personally attended, likely to support his son at the poetry conference. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's expression darkened. Yi Jin was present as well? A sense of foreboding arose within him. How could such a busy individual spare the time to attend this trivial poetry conference? However, upon further reflection, Yi Qiu understood. Given their indulgent affection for Yi Qing, it was only natural for them to show support. They had attended when Yi Qing participated in a significant internal competition at Walao Mountain, so their presence at this grand poetry event was hardly surprising. After all, the attendees were the most talented individuals from various regions, and Yi Qing was not the strongest among them. Concern for their son's well-being was understandable. Nevertheless, this matter had little bearing on Yi Qiu. As long as they did not disturb him, they could do as they pleased. The only regret was that with their presence, he could not openly admonish that insufferable brat. If he did not retaliate, the slap he had received at the Wangfu would have been in vain. "Ah, I cannot bear this sentiment. I find myself restless without indulging in my vices. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Rather, focus on gathering the necessary materials for me, for I shall have great use for them in due time." Yi Qiu, disinterested in lingering on this topic, recognizes that his primary objective now is to collect the ingredients for the soul-refining technique and the materials for the Emperor's banner. Once the poetry competition concludes, he intends to enter a period of seclusion. The current generation of prodigies exists in a state of turmoil, with foreign beings lurking ominously on the other side. This fleeting tranquility may not endure for long. Moreover, the inherent dangers within the 3,000 prefectures are vast, and to ensure one's survival, it is essential to augment one's strength. As for Yi Qing, any opportunity that presents itself will be seized by Yi Qiu, should the chance elude him. He will rely on his fortuitous fate. Thus, it is settled. Having hastily conveyed his instructions, Yi Qiu prepared to depart from the Yellow Crane Tower. only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure upon descending the stairs. Chapter 64. Has the young master become a poet immortal? In the opulent residence within Hanjiang City, Su Wanqing paced anxiously, unable to find a moment's peace. Yi Jin, seated nearby, rubbed his temples and remarked, "My lady, there is no need for such anxiety. I have dispatched Yu Yang and the others to inquire about that wayward son's whereabouts. As long as he remains in Hanjiang City, he cannot escape my grasp. How can I not worry? It has been nearly half a month since I last laid eyes on my son. I do not know how he has fared during this time, whether he has faced hardships or endured any grievances." Su Wanqing lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Were it not for Yi Jin's restraining hand and the impending birthday banquet of their younger son, she would have already set out to find him. The thought of Yi Qiu wandering alone for so long filled her with maternal dread. Hearing her words, Yi Jin shook his head in resignation. A short while later, Yi Yang entered the room. "Your Highness, we have gathered news about the young master." Pride and a hint of astonishment adorned Yi Yang's face as he spoke. Yi Jin furrowed his brow. "Where is that wayward son now? He witnessed our grand entrance into the city this morning, yet chose to remain hidden. Is he avoiding us?" "Your Highness, the young master has just returned to Hanjiang City and is currently at the Yellow Crane Tower." "The Yellow Crane Tower? Which clan owns that establishment?" Eugene mused, a frown crossing his face. Could it be that this rebellious son had once again indulged himself in such frivolous pursuits? Anger surged within him. But the thought of Su Wanqing's piercing gaze quelled his fury. He decided to restrain himself. There would be ample opportunity to educate the boy once he was found. For now, the priority was to soothe his wife's anxious spirit, lest misfortune befall them. "Your Highness, the young master has become quite remarkable," Yi Yang suddenly proclaimed with enthusiasm, drawing the attention of both Su Wanqing and Yu Qing. The former's eyes sparkled with joy, while the latter frowned in concern. "Yu Yang, clarify your words. How has the young master become remarkable?" Su Wanqing urged, her voice tinged with urgency. With pride, Yu Yang responded, "The young master is now the most renowned young genius in all of Hanjiang City. With a single poem, he has garnered unanimous acclaim and has been bestowed the title of Poet Immortal. Moreover, he has received the endorsement of esteemed elders Gu Zhengyang and Bai Luming. Previously, at the Yellow Crane Tower, his poem astonished the audience and ignited a fervor for wine throughout the entire city. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Eugene could hardly believe this was the same son he remembered, so frivolous and carefree. Su Wanqing's heart swelled with joy as she exclaimed, "A poem? My son can compose poetry? Quickly, bring it to me. I must see what my son has written." Eagerly, Su Wanqing took the sheet of paper from Yi Yang's hands, revealing 2 poems penned by Yi Qiu. Eugene also received a copy and opened it to read. "Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return? Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow." The opening struck him with a profound shock, causing him to rub his eyes in disbelief. One must revel in life's triumphs, lest the golden goblet stands empty before the moon. "Surely, I was born with purpose. Even if wealth is squandered, it shall return," he gasped, astonished at how this lad had acquired such a mastery of words, crafting poetry of such magnificent vigor. Taking a deep breath, Eugene found it hard to believe that the son he remembered, timid, lacking in resolve, and with shallow knowledge, had once consistently ranked at the bottom during the trials at the sacred ground of Patch Heaven for 3 consecutive years. How had he come to pen poetry? Moreover, the opening line struck like thunder on a clear day. "The past has long since departed on the Yellow Crane. Only the Yellow Crane Tower remains here. Once the crane departs, it never returns. The white clouds linger for 1,000 years, so empty and distant." Su Wanqing murmured the verses, her heart trembling. Such exquisite imagery, had her son truly composed this? "Indeed, madam, it is the eldest young master's own handwriting. Just 2 days ago, atop the Yellow Crane Tower, he composed this verse impromptu, astonishing all who were present. Even the esteemed Bai Luming of the White Deer Academy marveled at his talent, declaring him worthy of the title Poet Immortal, a prodigy unmatched through the ages." At this point, Yi Yang's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply resonating with the sentiments expressed in the young master's poetry. After enduring years of hardship, he had finally crafted lines that could echo through the annals of time. "Surely, I was born with purpose. Even if wealth is squandered, it shall return." Su Wanqing was now completely absorbed in the verses of the Yellow Crane Tower, reciting, "The clear river reflects the Hanyang trees, fragrant grasses flourish on Parrot Island. As dusk falls, where is my homeland? The misty waves of the river evoke sorrow. Upon reaching this line, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her son yearned for home, expressing his nostalgia through the scenery. She resolved to find him immediately, disregarding everything else. This poem was so beautiful that it momentarily transported her back to the days spent at the Listening Sword Pavilion. She had never anticipated that Ichio could compose such exquisite poetry. What was he attempting to convey? Perhaps he was expressing his longing for his homeland? It was possible that he remained unaware of the Zhang family's downfall, believing himself to have committed a grave error, rendering him too fearful to return home, and instead, seeking solace in wine, penning this ode to his homeland. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Su Wanqing's tears flowed even more freely. Meanwhile, Yi Qing observed silently, a pang of inexplicable pain gripping his heart. He could not fathom why that scoundrel consistently drew tears from his mother. Whenever trivial news about him surfaced, it often stirred Su Wanqing's emotions, leaving her restless and troubled throughout the night. In contrast, he had never caused his parents to worry. He had never expected that Yichio's 2 poems would even earn praise from Gu Zhengyang and Bai Luming. What a remarkable honor! Though he felt an unwillingness simmering within, he maintained his silence. "Madam, the eldest young master is currently at the Yellow Crane Tower," Yi Yang reminded her, having awaited this day for a long time. The young master has finally gained the approval of the prince and princess, and the weight that had burdened his heart has at last been lifted. It is his fervent hope that this time marks the beginning of a better life for him, one free from the hardships he has endured in the past. "Madam, allow me to accompany you. It is indeed time for us to have a serious conversation." With a deep sigh, Eugene gradually rose to his feet, feeling that the moment had come to address the matters at hand. He hopes that during this half-month away, Ichio will have experienced sufficient hardship to understand his sincere intentions and amend his mistakes. Possessing such talent, it is not beyond possibility to find an esteemed mentor for him, ensuring that even if he does not pursue the path of immortality, he can still emerge as a distinguished scholar of the age. In fact, achieving greatness akin to that of Bai Luming would not tarnish his own reputation. Ultimately, whether one follows the path of immortality or the teachings of Confucianism, the differences in their methodologies are not overly significant. The ultimate aim remains the same, becoming an immortal or a sage. Yi Jin is fully supportive of Yi Chio's aspiration to attain sagehood, provided that he is willing to humble himself and acknowledge his faults. He is prepared to invest considerable resources to support him, even going so far as to invite the most renowned masters from around the world to impart their wisdom, contingent upon Yi Chio's readiness to relinquish his grievances and recognize his errors. Chapter 65, The Twilight of Heroes, Aging Gracefully Old Master. What has transpired? Before the Yellow Crane Tower, Yi Chio stood in a daze, gazing incredulously at the frail figure before him. In just a few days of absence, the old man's hair seemed to have turned significantly grayer, and he appeared to have aged considerably, even losing an arm in the process. Yi Chio was taken aback. With the old man's formidable strength, who could possibly rival him, let alone sever an arm? Haha. My young friend, it has been far too long. I have greatly missed your fine wine. Upon my return, I could hardly catch my breath before I felt compelled to visit you for a drink. Observing Yi Chio's astonished expression, Su Chaofeng chuckled nonchalantly, waving his empty right sleeve. Yi Chio harbored a sense of reverence for this benefactor, as it was he who had ensnared the devouring heavenly bull python, saving Yi Chio from a fate worse than death. Old master, your presence here is already a great honor for me. A mere barrel of wine is nothing. If you desire to drink, please indulge yourself. Yi Chio generously produced 10 casks of exquisite wine, fully aware that Su Chaofen's strength was unparalleled. Such a modest offering would hardly intoxicate him. Thus, he presented only the finest, unadulterated selections. Upon seeing the array of wine on the table, Su Chaofeng waved his sleeve and effortlessly collected them. Haha. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. He clasped Yi Chio's shoulder and said, "Come, let us find a more secluded place to converse, away from those bothersome individuals." With that, he lifted Yi Chio and leapt away from the Yellow Crane Tower. What incredible speed! In the skies above, Yi Chio marveled at the mountains retreating behind him, his heart filled with awe. The old man's velocity was astonishing, even at full throttle with all his buffs activated. Yi Chio could hardly match a fraction of it. Truly, he was a powerhouse of the 9th realm, and his might was indeed fearsome. Most troubling was that after their last parting, Yi Chio sensed an aura of decay emanating from Su Chaofeng, reminiscent of a life nearing its twilight. What could have caused this? Where had he disappeared to? What had transpired? And who could have severed his arm? Half an hour later, atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, Yi Qiu landed steadily and gazed down at the breathtaking vista below, a scene both magnificent and grand. At the horizon, it appeared as if there were divine retribution, blocking the very edge of the sky. "Old master, what is this place?" Yi Qiu queried, perplexed as to Su Chaofeng's intentions for bringing him here. With great contentment, Su Chaofeng produced a small wooden table and a cushion, seated himself, and began to prepare the wine. This place, known as the ethereal immortal trace, was rumored to be the closest location to the celestial realm, often frequented by the most powerful of the human race who sought seclusion here, yearning to draw nearer to the heavens, comprehend the laws of the divine, and pursue the path of immortality. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu was secretly astonished. No wonder he felt an eerie sense of being watched when he entered earlier. It was the surveillance of a formidable being concealed in this place. However, with this venerable elder present, he felt reassured about any potential danger. Should any peril arise, he would unhesitatingly shield Su Chaofeng with his own body. "Ah, esteemed elder, your taste is indeed refined. To think you would choose to drink in such a locale. Quite elegant, indeed." Yet, more intriguing to Yi Qiu was the mystery behind Su Chaofeng's missing arm. He pointed at his vacant right arm and tentatively inquired, "Esteemed elder, have you encountered a particularly troublesome adversary? How did you end up in such a predicament?" "Pa, a bunch of mere rabble? Do they think they can harm me? Had it not been for their deceitful tactics back in the day, I would have vanquished them centuries ago," Su Chaofeng scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "I severed it myself. In this world, if I wish to depart, none can impede me." At these words, Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. He had thought himself quite audacious. Yet this old man surpassed him in arrogance. Having been reduced to such a state, could he not afford to be a bit less obstinate? Noticing Yi Qiu's scornful gaze, Su Chaofeng found amusement in the situation, retorting, "What? You don't believe me?" Though Yi Qiu harbored doubts, he was taken by surprise when Su Chaofeng suddenly struck out with his left arm. In an instant, a tremendous sword intent surged forth, obliterating a mountain several dozen miles away into dust, even ejecting an old man from its midst. In a fit of rage, the elders stormed off in silence. "Wow, that was impressive," Yi Qiu marveled, astonished by the old man's seemingly unimposing demeanor yet remarkable display of skill. It was hard to imagine how many naive maidens he must have captivated in his youth. However, Yi Qiu privately assessed the power of that strike. Not as formidable as mine. Indeed, while it was striking, in terms of sword intent and might, it fell short of his own heavenly slaying sword, although Yi Qiu had yet to master the intricacies of the third sword technique. The prowess of his first two was sufficient to place him among the ranks of sword masters. "Well, what do you think? Interested in learning?" Seeing Yi Qiu's astonished expression, Su Chaofeng chuckled with pride. "Come, confess your desire to learn, and I shall teach you immediately." To his surprise, Yi Qiu shook his head and replied, "Esteemed elder, I do not wish to diminish your spirit, but in terms of sword techniques, I am quite adept myself." Su Chaofeng's smile abruptly faltered. "You little rascal, you are quite bold. I have practiced the sword for millennia, and you are the first to dare discuss swordplay with me. Very well. I am eager to see what miraculous sword techniques you have learned. Perhaps I may even offer you some guidance." Amused, Su Chaofeng felt invigorated. He had intended to showcase his prowess before Yi Qiu and find an opportunity to impart some of his unique skills. In truth, he was acutely aware that Eugene would never impart the formidable esoteric techniques of his great-grandson. In contrast, his younger grandson seemed to have a selective approach to learning. He could absorb as much knowledge as he desired, yet he dismissed anything that did not meet his standards. As a grandfather, Su Chaofeng did not wish to show favoritism. Since Eugene had personally instructed Yi Qing, it would be most fitting for Yi Qiu to take over his sword pavilion, especially given that this generation had yet to produce a successor. Thus, he had intentionally brought Yi Qiu along, hoping to find an opportunity to impart some extraordinary knowledge. To his astonishment, the lad had the audacity to belittle the items he held. How outrageous. Noticing the irritation etched on his face, Yi Qiu flashed a grin and said, "Hiki, since the esteemed elder wishes to see, I shall reluctantly display my humble skills." For reasons unknown, Yi Qiu instinctively remained vigilant around others. Yet in the presence of this unfamiliar old man, he felt an inexplicable sense of ease, devoid of any wariness, which was quite delightful. Rising slowly, Yi Qiu resolved to adopt a rather formidable demeanor today. Chapter 66, The Divine Punishment of the Sword, a Gift? Gradually rising, Yi Qiu made his way to the precipice, turning his back to Su Chaofeng. His gaze extended towards a distant mountaintop, several dozen miles away, and with a light-hearted tone, he remarked, Elder, do you see that peak over there? Su Chaofeng paused, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Ah, young lad. Are you trying to show off? Very well. I am curious to see what tricks you can conjure. Yi Qiu smiled silently. Perhaps having immersed himself in the art of brewing wine and the study of ancient poetry for too long, some may have forgotten that he was, in fact, an exceptionally formidable swordsman. While he may not boast of many accolades, when it comes to the intricacies of sword techniques, he could confidently assert that the sword in his hand, the sword of immortal execution, ranked second. None would dare claim the first. This was his confidence. With 2 fingers poised together, Yi Qiu lifted a cup of wine and drank deeply. Raising his right hand slightly, he declared, Elder, watch closely. In that moment, an astonishing sword aura began to coalesce between Yi Qiu's fingers with terrifying speed. Suddenly, the heavens dimmed, enveloped in an ink-wash world. And at the instant the brush fell, a perfect arc was traced. Su Chaofeng's expression darkened as he found himself within this peculiar realm. He heard the thunderous rumble of lightning from the horizon. A jolt of disbelief surged through him as he gazed at the ink-wash world before him. The movement of the brush seemed to herald the arrival of a sword aura, its edge menacing. This sword of mine is called the divine punishment of the sword. It serves as heaven's decree. In a chilling tone imbued with a palpable murderous intent, Su Chaofeng abruptly stood. He witnessed torrents of heavenly thunder cascading down, as a sword aura cleaved through the void, akin to a stroke from the heavens. Boom! Several dozen miles away, a mountain was cleaved in two. The awe-inspiring sword intent surged forth, embodying the boundless truths of the heavenly way. What an astonishing sword force! What sword technique is this? Devoted to the pursuit of the sword for a lifetime, Su Chaofeng's countenance darkened upon witnessing this strike. Among all the sword techniques he had encountered, none had delivered such an impact as Yi Qiu's. Its destructive power and expansive reach were unprecedented. Most terrifying of all, it could harness the forces of heaven, using the relentless thunder to exert dominance, delivering judgment with a single stroke. Hiss! What a fearsome sword force! Could this be the legendary supreme essence of the sword path? In that moment, Su Chaofeng was astonished, both by the terrifying might of this strike and by the fact that Yi Qiu, at such a tender age, could grasp such an exalted sword technique. Inconceivable, simply unfathomable. Ah, young lad, I have dedicated thousands of years to the sword path and have never encountered such a terrifying sword technique. You have truly given me a tremendous surprise. After a moment of deeply sensing the chilling murderous intent within Yi Qiu's sword aura, Su Chaofeng fell silent. Attempting to wave his right hand, he found it empty. His brow furrowed, only to relax moments later. It seemed he had gleaned insights into the truths of the sword path that had eluded him for centuries from the force of Yi Qiu's blade. A decree of heaven's punishment, perhaps? He is inherently a prodigy of the sword, possessing an unparalleled insight into this domain. Thus, the essence of the sword path is intrinsically aligned with the path of the immortals. The ultimate profundity resides within the laws of existence. Whether it be sword or blade, they are merely instruments executing these laws. To excessively pursue flamboyant techniques is to fall into mediocrity. Murmuring to himself, Su Chaofeng suddenly broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah! Splendid, truly splendid. Good lad, it appears you have grasped the true meaning of the sword path, and there is no longer anything I need to teach you. Come, let us share a drink." He was prepared to both receive and relinquish, initially hoping to seize this opportunity to impart his legacy to Yi Qiu. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself receiving a lesson instead. He sensed that after witnessing the marvel of the sword today, he might genuinely comprehend the true essence of the sword path, potentially achieving the legendary state of a terrestrial immortal. This state, unique to sword cultivators, could be referred to as the 10th realm. Only by traversing this threshold might he truly alleviate this impending calamity and accompany Yi Qiu for a while longer. With this thought, Su Chaofeng's heart surged with excitement. No, I cannot perish yet. Perhaps my life still holds some significance. In this tumultuous world, where chaos reigns and circumstances shift unpredictably, myriad clans vie for supremacy, and the path of immortality is littered with corpses. Each individual schemes for the future of their descendants, seeking a glimmer of hope. Yi Qing is safeguarded by Yi Jin, allowing him to rest easy. But what of Yi Qiu? Who stands beside him to shield him from the storms of fate? In his heart, a singular obsession lingered. Perhaps the only thing he could not relinquish. Since returning from the Langya cave, he had nearly exhausted his final vitality. Facing the onslaught of hundreds of masters from the Jiang clan, even a powerhouse such as he found it arduous to withstand. Consequently, he unleashed a self-destructive sword technique, ultimately determining the outcome of the battle. This sword represented the culmination of his insights into the tides over centuries. Its release would essentially result in a life-for-a-life exchange. Initially, he had intended to pass on his teachings to Yichio and then return to the Sword Pavilion to conclude his life. Yet, unexpectedly, he mused, "Perhaps my fate is not yet sealed. My great-grandson has bestowed upon me a tremendous surprise. If I could indeed unravel the true meaning of the sword path that I have relentlessly sought throughout my life, the realm of the sword immortal might well be within reach." With this thought, Su Chaofeng's gaze turned resolute. Perhaps it is time for me to return. However, before doing so, he needed to arrange everything for Yichio. Although Lin Yi was covertly protecting him, what if he did not return? If Yichio were to offend those formidable beings of the ninth realm, what then? Relying on Yijin? Best not to count on that. He had never been dependable. Gradually retracting his sword intent, Yichio was equally astonished. My goodness, have I truly become this formidable? I hadn't even realized my own strength until now. Yichio was taken aback by the sheer power of his second sword strike, which exceeded his wildest expectations. Previously, I had only undergone a few evolutions during meditation. Yet this is the first time I have truly manifested it. The power displayed is nothing short of cataclysmic. Just moments ago, I took a sip of wine, and coupled with the insights gleaned from my mastery of the realm of pinning the heavens and the earth, I unleashed a dual force, a single stroke capable of divine retribution. The sheer terror of its might astonished even me. Ah, splendid, splendid, splendid. Ha ha, this sensation is utterly exquisite. I knew this tome was not read in vain. A few verses have effectively endowed me with an abundance of enhancements. I can hardly fathom the terrifying escalation that will occur once the demonic body is refined. My heart swells with anticipation with my current prowess. Any adversary below the sixth realm would be foolish to challenge me. However, once I reach the seventh realm, the challenges may become formidable. Thus far, the only peer capable of inducing any pressure upon me, aside from Mingyue, seems to be He Wushuang, who appears to possess considerable strength. I have sensed his formidable aura before, and it is indeed impressive. By the way, my young friend, having consumed so much of your wine, I happen to have a gift for you today. Consider it payment for the drinks. Just as I settled down, Su Chaofeng suddenly remarked, leaving Yichio momentarily taken aback. A gift? Such a thing exists? Ever since I traversed into this realm, I have never received a single present. I did not expect that my very first gift from this old man with whom I share no kinship would come from him. It is quite a surprise. My first experience of such generosity has arrived in this manner. Chapter 67A Leaf? A divine artifact from the celestial realm? Senior, what gift is this? The fly rubbed its hands together. A gift from a nine realms powerhouse must be something extraordinary, right? Yichio felt a sudden surge of anticipation. After all, this was his very first gift in life. For most men, receiving gifts throughout their lives is a rare occurrence, irrespective of their value. Even a single flower can be considered a luxury. There is even a saying online that most men receive their first flower on the day of their funeral. Haha, a jest, not everyone is like that. But it certainly applies to Yichio. Reflecting upon his past and present, the first gift he ever received was from Su Chaofeng. Thus, regardless of the gift's worth, its significance was unparalleled. Under Yichio's expectant gaze, Su Chaofeng slowly revealed a vibrant crimson leaf. It bore a resemblance to a maple leaf, yet it was distinctly different, harboring a peculiar force of law, akin to heavenly fire, undeniably extraordinary. Child, come, this is a treasure I labored greatly to acquire. You must cherish it. Su Chaofeng said with a beaming smile. Yichio paused for a moment, pondering how much effort could be involved in acquiring merely a leaf, as if it were a matter of life and death. However, he refrained from voicing his skepticism and took the leaf with keen interest. How intriguing. What kind of leaf is this? I've never encountered anything like it before. As he held the leaf, he felt an intense burning sensation, emanating from a strange and domineering force of law. After toying with it for a while, Yichio suddenly mused, this would make a splendid tea, wouldn't it? Pht. Upon hearing this, Su Chaofeng promptly spat out the wine he had just sipped, quickly exclaiming, this is a leaf from the fire mulberry divine tree, a celestial artifact. It may take millions of years for just a single leaf to descend. Carrying it will ensure your safety for a lifetime. How could you even think of brewing tea with it? Is it truly that remarkable? Yichio's interest was piqued. He initially thought it was merely a leaf from an ancient spirit tree, not realizing it was indeed a divine tree. If that were the case, brewing tea would be a gross misuse of such a treasure. It should be used to distill wine. I can hardly fathom the potency it would yield if utilized in winemaking. As this thought crossed his mind, Ichio felt an exhilarating urge to experiment. Observing this, Su Chaofeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He found his grandson's whimsical notions to be wonderfully imaginative, often catching one off guard with a single unexpected remark. Unlike his younger grandson, who, after years of discipline, lacked such flights of fancy and adhered to more conventional thought processes, obedient, sensible, and academically accomplished, these were indeed commendable traits. Yet, could one truly claim he was more exceptional? Su Chaofeng believed that true geniuses need not conform to rules. Instead, they often need to transcend boundaries to carve out their own path to longevity. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his left hand, an overwhelming force of law erupted, causing Ichio's fingertip to break the skin, and his blood flowed into the mulberry leaf. As Su Chaofeng gently raised his hand, his two fingers pointed toward Ichio's forehead. In an instant, a leaf transformed into a radiant orb of light, soaring into Ichio's brow. Ichio gazed at him in astonishment, feeling a sudden, burning sting at his forehead. When he touched it, a tiny leaf-shaped imprint appeared upon his brow. Huh? Yet, in a fleeting moment, that mark vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, Ichio could sense its lingering presence. After completing this act, Su Chaofeng slowly withdrew his hand, chuckling softly. Fear not, child. The existence of this object will not interfere with your cultivation. You need not concern yourself with it. Perhaps one day in the future, when you face peril, it may serve as your final lifeline. Upon hearing these words, Ichio was secretly astounded. He hadn't anticipated such potency in this artifact. If that was the case, this leaf certainly should not be used for brewing wine. After all, one who often treads by the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. In this world, he was all alone. Should he encounter danger, no one would come to his aid. If this object truly had the power to save his life, goodness, would that mean he could live recklessly once more? With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ichio's lips, difficult to suppress. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your precious gift. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Henceforth, all shall be in the wine. I shall drink to your honor. Were it not for the elder's advanced age, Ichio would have wished to forge a brotherly bond with him on the spot. What a good man! Where could one find such a benevolent old man? Not only had he saved his life earlier, but now he had bestowed such a rare treasure upon him. Who needed a father when there were such remarkable figures in the world? Primarily, this world did not entertain the idea of adopting a godfather. Otherwise, Ichio would have made the offer immediately. Having drifted through life for so long without encountering a worthy leader, if you, sir, do not reject me, I would gladly adopt you as my godfather. Haha, what a jest! How could I, the illustrious demon lord, so easily acknowledge a godfather? Meanwhile, as Ichio and Su Chaofeng raised their cups in a toast, at this very moment in Hanjiang City, before the Yellow Crane Tower, a group from the Jubii Wangfu had arrived at the entrance. Faced with this sudden spectacle, the patrons within the Yellow Crane Tower wore expressions of astonishment, unsure of what was transpiring. What is happening? Isn't that Jubii Wang Yijin? Why has he come to the Yellow Crane Tower? Who could say? Perhaps he had heard tales of the Yellow Crane Tower and came to witness its exquisite charm, bringing his son along for enlightenment. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Yet no one dared to take a step forward, primarily due to the overwhelming aura emanating from Yijin. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, it suffocated them. At that moment, the Yellow Crane Tower was predominantly filled with scholars from various regions, along with a number of distinguished nobles and socialites. Upon Yijin's arrival, all gazes instinctively turned in his direction. Su Wanqing anxiously stepped forward from behind, having eagerly anticipated this moment to see Ichio. Now, upon viewing the poem inscribed above, she was even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "It is my son's masterpiece. The Yellow Crane Tower indeed bears his handwriting." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell momentarily silent. What was this? His son's masterpiece? No, this is preposterous. This is a masterpiece of our poetic immortal. Regardless of how tyrannical the Northern King's palace may be, they cannot impose such a timeless work upon the head of your son. The scholars present were instantly incensed. The poem Yellow Crane Tower held a sacred place in their hearts, revered akin to the works of sages. How could it possibly be reduced to the production of that good-for-nothing Yijin? What inspiration could he possibly possess to craft such a piece? Does he even deserve it? The discerning eyes of the crowd were keen, and some scholars were ready to engage in debate. However, before they could act, Shaowui hastily descended the stairs to calm the agitated scholars, then approached, drenched in sweat. I am the junior Shaowui. Honored to meet the Northern King and the Princess. Eugene cast a glance at him, from Yuyang. He had learned that the proprietor of the Yellow Crane Tower was the only friend Yi Qiu had made in Hanjiang City. He scrutinized him from head to toe. The air of a merchant around him revealed a certain shrewdness, quite reminiscent of his wayward son. Yet, considering the situation and the multitude of onlookers, he refrained from expressing his anger, merely stating in a measured tone, "Where is Yi Qiu? Have him come forth to meet me." Yi Qiu? Is he here to seek out Yi Qiu? Chapter 68. Is Yi Qiu truly his son? The arrival of Eugene swiftly attracted various factions. It is worth noting that he is currently the youngest nine-realm powerhouse in the entire Empire State and a prominent figure in the Borderlands. A mere stamp of his foot could cause the entire Cold River City to tremble. How could the world not recognize him? In an instant, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on him, whether they held goodwill towards the Yellow Crane Tower or harbored hostility. Eugene? What brings him to seek out Yi Qiu? Could it be that the earlier rumors were indeed true? On a loft above, Mingwei stood alone on the high platform, gazing down at a distant building, her brow furrowed. In her hand lay a sheet of white paper, prominently inscribed with a poem, The Yellow Crane Tower, penned by Yi Qiu that day. The first time she read the poem, she was deeply captivated, which led her to take a peculiar interest in Yi Qiu. She was curious about the life he had experienced that could inspire such exquisite verses. Miss, I have inquired about it, and it is true that Yi Qiu is indeed the son of the Northern King, Eugene. Shaolian hurriedly announced as she rushed upstairs. Oh, Eugene's son? How could that be? If he were truly his son, why has he remained silent for over 20 years, never once mentioned? Mingyue's interest was piqued, and she continued, Pray, tell me what you have learned. Gasping for breath, Shaolian explained, Miss, I previously sent someone to Li Yang to investigate, and it turns out, Yi Qiu is indeed Eugene's son. However, he was abandoned for 20 years and has only recently been sought out. Abandoned? Mingwei was taken aback. This revelation was beyond her expectations. It was no wonder she felt that Yi Qiu lacked the demeanor of a scion from a noble family. Instead, he exuded the carefree and gallant spirit of a wandering hero, one who relishes in the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie. So, he was a pitiable child forsaken by his parents from a young age. As she absorbed Xiao Lian's narrative, Mingyue felt a shudder in her heart, an inexplicable sense of suffocation washing over her, even as a mere listener. She could hardly fathom Yi Qiu's state of mind at that time. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she wondered how he would respond to the arrival of his biological parents. Many were keenly observing the circumstances surrounding the Yellow Crane Tower. Meanwhile, standing beside Eugene, Shaowui was drenched in sweat, anxiety coursing through him. He had not anticipated that just as Yi Qiu departed, Eugene would arrive seeking him, requesting an audience with Yi Qiu at once. Suppressing his fear, Shaowui could only force a smile and say, Your Highness, Yi Qiu has just left and is currently not within the tower. Just left? At these words, Yi Jin's fury erupted instantly. This ungrateful wretch. Does he think he can evade us knowing we would come for him? How audacious. Does he truly believe everyone must revolve around him? He has become quite bold. I have already humbled myself by coming to seek him out, yet he has chosen to elude me? The suppressed rage within him surged forth once more. Initially, I had hoped that following this ordeal, he would exhibit some restraint, comprehend his parents' tribulations, and abandon his childish temper. To my dismay, he continues to indulge in such trivial antics. Does he truly believe that without him, the days at the Wang residence would descend into chaos? That life would become unbearable? You, this instant, summon him to meet me, or else I shall dismantle your establishment. Upon hearing these words, Shaowui felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not question Eugene's resolve to demolish the Huanga Tower. If he truly carried out his threat, not a soul here could possibly intervene. It was over, utterly over. His dreams of prosperity lay shattered. Shaowui felt wronged. All he desired was to conduct his business in peace, yet he found himself embroiled in this predicament. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Su Wanqing stepped forward, her voice gentle as she spoke. Young brother, please do not fear. We merely wish to see our son. We harbor no malice. If you could kindly allow him to come forth, as long as he willingly returns home with us, we shall not impose upon you. Your Highness, I truly do not know where he has gone. Just moments ago, a one-armed elder suddenly appeared, seized him, and fled before I could even discern the man's appearance. However, I sensed his presence. It was exceedingly terrifying, likely a being of at least the 8th realm or higher. What? My son has been abducted? Su Wanqing's complexion paled as panic filled her gaze. She could not fathom how they had been so close, yet still arrived too late. Who was that one-armed elder? Why had he taken her son? Was it possible that Chiyo had unwittingly offended a powerful family in Hanjing City, or had his recent brilliance provoked someone to eliminate him, clearing obstacles for their own descendants? As these thoughts consumed her, Su Wanqing felt herself unraveling. She should have arrived sooner. After all, she had entered the city at dawn, nearly within reach of her son. Yet, whether by fate's cruel jest or mere coincidence, she always seemed to arrive just moments too late, never able to see him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, her emotions spiraling out of control. Mother. Yuqing watched her weeping with a pang of anguish in his heart, rushing to support her. Resentment bubbled within him. It was always this individual. Ever since his return, he had caused their mother to weep daily. Why could he not have died sooner? His existence had thrown the entire Yi family into disarray, depriving them of a single day of peace. Yi Jin, upon hearing this exchange, also changed countenance. A myriad of images flashing through his mind. Who had taken Yu Qiu? The one-armed elder? Was he an adversary from the past? Or simply someone envious of Yi Qiu's talents? As these considerations crossed his mind, an unseen aura of murderous intent began to emanate from him. If indeed it were the work of an enemy, he would ensure they paid a heavy price. Yi Yang, investigate immediately. Who dares to lay hands on my son? Yi Jin? Find him, and if my son suffers even a single hair's loss, I shall make them wish for death. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Yang nodded solemnly, filled with regret. He should have remained here. It was unexpected that such an incident would transpire in just a brief moment after his departure. As Yi Jin's words echoed in the air, the gathering finally grasped the situation. Goodness, is Yi Qiu truly his son? No wonder he bore some resemblance. This certainly adds a layer of intrigue. Who was it that abducted Yi Qiu? Did anyone witness the event? Who paid attention to that amidst the poetry recitation? A flurry of discussions erupted among the attendees. Above them, on the pavilion, Mingwei observed the unfolding drama in silence, fully aware of who had taken Yu Qiu. Yet, she chose to remain reticent. Now that her son was lost, was she only beginning to express concern? How genuine was this concern? Was it rooted in maternal instinct? Or was it a matter of her own reputation? Mingyue murmured to herself, struggling to comprehend the situation. If it were true concern, why had she entered the city so early only to wait until noon to search for him? It seemed more faade of hypocrisy than anything else. Miss, I believe it would be best if Yu Qiu did not return with them. It is utterly infuriating. Their eldest son is being pursued and has become a wanderer, yet they still have the audacity to organize a birthday banquet for the youngest? If I were in their position, I too would find it unacceptable. Mingyue nodded in agreement, choosing not to respond further. Chapter 69. Are the Lin and Yang families also here? A loud crash echoed through the grand hall as Yang Yinping abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Find him. I refuse to believe that a living person can simply vanish into thin air. Dispatch everyone to search, and if you fail to locate him, you shall never return. For 5 consecutive days, they scoured every corner but found no trace of his son, Yang Bai. Yang Yinping's fury was beyond containment. The worthless subordinates he had nurtured were of no use when it mattered most. The assembled crowd lowered their heads in silence, too fearful to utter a word. For the young master had disappeared right under their noses, and should anything happen to him, none would escape the consequences. Withstanding Yang Yinping's wrath, an elder slowly stepped forward and said, Patriarch, we have thoroughly searched all of Hanjiang City and found no sign of the young master. Logically, he just arrived in the city and vanished without a trace, without even having time to offend anyone. Is it possible that those who abducted him had prior grievances with him? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence. Yang Yinping cast a cold gaze at him, his voice low and grave. Are you suggesting it was Yu Qiu? The recent turmoil surrounding Yu Qiu, who had been pursued by the Zhang family, was common knowledge throughout Liang. Fearing retaliation from Yi Jin, Yang Yinping had sent his son away, only to have him disappear immediately after. Ironically, Liang remained unscathed. He had initially hoped to allow his son a few days in Hanjiang City to broaden his horizons. But now the young man was nowhere to be found. Yi Qiu's situation in Hanjiang City had become widely known, and this incident had drawn significant attention to his whereabouts. When the Song-led S-drink emerged, most families received news, except for the Yi family. After all, Yi Qiu's safety could be crucial to their clan's survival, and they regarded it with utmost seriousness. Yang Yinping dared not entertain the thought that Yi Qiu might have abducted his son. If that were true, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Patriarch, when Yi Qiu was in the holy land of repairing the heavens, He often endured unwarranted humiliation, and among his tormentors was the young master. Why did the Zhang family's second son meet his demise? Was it not due to prolonged oppression that compelled Yichio to rise in rebellion, ultimately leading to such an outcome? As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, and he continued, "Now, Yichio has gone mad. After killing the Zhang family's second son, he has fled without a care. Could he?" He hesitated, but Yang Yinping understood his insinuation. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the possibility he had dared not confront until now. The caution he exercised in dealing with Yichio stemmed from the Zhang family's fate. He could not gamble with the lives of his entire clan. If Yichio were indeed responsible, this matter had already spiraled into the worst possible scenario. An elder promptly emerged and added, "Not long ago, Yang Tianqing sought out Yichio." The clansman who reported back mentioned that a minor quarrel occurred at the Yellow Crane Tower, ultimately resolved with the intervention of Kong Yinfeng. Reluctantly, Elder Yang ceased his inquiries. Yet he too vanished on his return journey. Could this also be the doing of Yichio? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, with some skeptically questioning. Is that even possible? Rumor has it that Yichio's strength is merely at the 7th level of the first realm. How could he possibly rival Yang Tianqing? Besides, Lin's family members returned with him. Doubt lingered among the people, while Yang Yinping fell into deep contemplation, pondering, "Yichio, if it truly is your doing, even at the cost of my life, you must provide an explanation to the Northern King's residents." His tone was frigid, laced with murderous intent. Yang Yinping yearned solely for the truth. No matter how domineering Yi Jin was, he could not condone his son's indiscriminate slaughter. After all, he was a figure of prominence in the Borderlands. If he abused his power to enable his son's reckless behavior, how could he gain the world's trust? Currently, all clues and signs pointed towards one individual, Yichio. Yet the dilemma lay in the absence of evidence. Not only was the Yang family seeking proof, but the Lin family was also desperately searching for it, as all their dispatched experts had perished under mysterious circumstances. Even a peak elder of the 5th realm had gone missing. Let us all proceed to Cold River City to confront him directly. With a resolute tone, Yang Yinping could no longer wait. Each day his son remained missing brought him unrest. At his command, the entire Yang clan surged forth. Meanwhile, the Lin family members began converging towards Cold River City, for the one missing was their future heir, their sole legitimate son. The gravity of the situation left no room for carelessness. At the Yellow Crane Tower, Su Wanqing wept bitterly, anxiously awaiting news from those dispatched below. Yet, after a prolonged wait, they had found no trace of Yichio. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. In her mounting distress, she lamented, "Jin Ge, who could possibly harbor enmity against us to abduct our child? It is all my fault. I should have come sooner. Had I arrived even a moment earlier, perhaps he would not have been taken." As her emotions spiraled out of control, Yi Jin, observing her anguish, comforted her, saying, "My dear, do not fret. I have sent everyone to search for him. I believe we will have news soon." While reassuring her, he pondered who could have taken Yichio. Was it the one-armed elder? Among his enemies, none possessed strength beyond the 8th realm, nor did they fit that description. Who could it be? Or perhaps everyone here was deceiving him, and Yichio had not been abducted at all, but was instead deliberately evading him. After all, who would want to abduct him? If it was an enemy, then why was his brother unharmed, while he alone faced peril? As doubts lingered in the air, an urgent voice pierced through the commotion, drawing a throng of people into the Yellow Crane Tower. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, nearly half of Hanjiang City was captivated, eager to discern the unfolding events. However, the proprietor, Xiao Wui, felt a numbing dread in his heart. Just days after the establishment's opening, such a significant incident had transpired. How could one possibly conduct business under such circumstances? Amidst the clamor and crowding, Yang Yinping emerged with palpable fury, and upon spotting Yi Jin, he momentarily faltered. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, retreat was not an option. He approached without hesitation and inquired, "Your Highness, might I inquire about the whereabouts of your son? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him." At these words, the atmosphere became instantly charged with tension. Every breath in the vicinity grew taut, silence enveloping the crowd, for all were acutely aware that Yi Jin was currently in a volatile state. The audacity of the Yang family to approach him at such a moment was nothing short of reckless. Should Yi Jin unleash his wrath, none present would escape unscathed. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yi Jin's brows knitted together, and a palpable aura of menace swiftly descended. "What is it that you wish to ask?" Chapter 70, Without Evidence. What grounds do you have to suspect him? Yi Jin, exuding an aura of authority without anger, was taken aback. He never anticipated that. At this critical juncture of Yi Qiu's disappearance, the Yang family would come knocking at their door. What could their intentions be? Did Yi Qiu's disappearance somehow involve them? Just as he pondered this, the Lin family's entourage arrived, led by the family patriarch, Lin Wang. Upon entering the Yellow Crane Tower, Lin Wang immediately noticed Eugene and Yang Yanping. He approached and inquired, "Your Highness, may I ask where your son is? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him." Another party seeking out Yi Qiu. Above in the tower, Mingyue arrested her delicate, fair hands on the railing. Her interest piqued by the unfolding scene. What is happening today? Everything seems to converge at once. Why do so many wish to find Yi Qiu? What has he done to attract such attention? Throughout the day, Mingyue had done nothing but observe the spectacle before her. "Miss, I have heard. It seems that the young masters of the Lin and Yang families have mysteriously vanished in Hanjing City, and they might suspect Yi Qiu's involvement, hence their confrontation with him. Previously, when Yi Qiu was in the land of the repaired heavens, he had been vulnerable, often bullied by the scions of noble families, as he had not yet been reclaimed by the Yi family. After quarreling with Eugene and returning to the land of the repaired heavens, he had killed 2 sons of the Zhang family, leading to a relentless pursuit that caused him to fall into the abyss of the dead. Ultimately, he found himself inexplicably in Hanjing City. In light of these events, Eugene had been furious and vowed to make the entire Liang family pay for his son's transgressions. This prompted the Lin and Yang families to send their sons to Hanjing City, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Qiu there. Xiaolian explained in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. So, they are walking into their own trap? Forgive her. For she rarely found humor in life, but for some reason, after grasping the entire situation, she could not suppress her laughter. What is this called? This is called reaping what one sows. There is no pity to be found. Even if Yi Qiu were indeed responsible for their deaths, Mingyue felt they met their fate justly. The manner of their demise was rather amusing. To think they believed themselves to be the sole survivors, only to become the only victims in this affair? She suddenly found Yi Qiu's vengeful nature somewhat captivating. Throughout her life, she had detested those who held themselves in high regard, always posturing as though they were grand and noble, overly cautious in their actions. Cultivation is meant to be a pursuit of freedom and spontaneity. Life is fleeting, a mere day for a mayfly in the span of a century. Even in the realm of immortals, if one cannot transcend to the divine realm, one's existence lasts but a mere 10,000 years. If one is to be burdened by endless worries and considerations, what significance does life hold? To truly embody a spirit of unrestrained vengeance and unyielding resolve, as he does, is to embrace authenticity, though the outcome may indeed be chaotic. The question remains, would you rather live as a coward for a lifetime or be a hero for a mere minute? Xiaolian curled her lips and said, "Miss, I truly believe it is quite possible that he is the one responsible for this matter. After all, he has a criminal record. A person like him." As she was about to continue, Mingyue smiled slightly and interrupted. "All right, whether it was him or not is of little consequence. Given the misdeeds of those 2 pests from the Lin and Yang families, anyone with a sense of justice would never let them off lightly. Therefore, Xiaolian, remember this. Never underestimate a person's desire for revenge. Once he has no reservations, he can be more ruthless than anyone else, leaving no room for mercy." After a moment's pause, Mingyue continued. From the instant he departed from the Yi family, he had already chosen a path of no return, a path free from any constraints. Even if he were to annihilate the Lin and Yang families, what would it change? Every action has its consequence. If they had not indulged their son's reckless behavior from the beginning, how could they have invited such retaliation? The standards of good and evil cannot merely be judged superficially. One must delve into the causality of the entire affair. Hearing her mistress speak in such a manner, Xiaolian was taken aback. She had never heard Mingyue evaluate someone like this before. Moreover, she typically spoke little, yet today she had said so much. All in reference to Yi Qiu. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she curiously inquired, "Miss, you seem quite concerned about him. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you?" Upon hearing this, Mingyue's expression momentarily faltered, as if she had been caught off guard. After a brief pause, she denied it, saying, "Not at all. However, I do find myself quite eager to see his poetry. Yet, I have heard it said that a girl's affection for a man often begins with anticipation." Upon this revelation, Mingyue fell silent. "HM? Is that really the case?" She was unsure, but she knew that ever since witnessing Yi Qiu's poetic prowess that day, she had developed a keen interest in that building. In the Huanghe Tower, Yi Jing gazed darkly at the heads of the Lin and Yang clans, contemplating what could have transpired. Why had they come to seek out Yichio? Had that wayward son committed yet another transgression? Suddenly recalling that he had previously fled Liyang after killing the second son of the Zhang family, he wondered if he had made the same mistake again. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yi Jin demanded, "State your purpose for summoning my son." "Your Highness, I would like to inquire where you have taken my son. If my son has offended your young lord in any way, I am here to offer my apologies. I kindly ask that you return my son to me." For the sake of his child, Lin Wang pressed forward without hesitation, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing these words, Yi Jin immediately understood that his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. That wayward son had once again brought trouble upon himself. What could he possibly want by abducting the son of the Lin and Yang families? Was there not something he could have confided in him? Did he not have the strength to support him? A surge of indignation welled up within her heart. Now that the adversaries had come knocking, they were at a loss for whom to confront. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing immediately stepped forward and declared, "On what grounds do you accuse my son of abducting yours? Do you possess any evidence?" Her words rendered the two men momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had no substantial proof. However, based on the current clues, it appeared that Yichio was the only one with a motive for the alleged crime, making him the prime suspect. Yang Yinping lowered his voice, speaking gravely, "Your Highness, it is widely known that your son is not a stranger to such deeds. Previously, the Zhang family's second son met a tragic end due to a conflict with him. My son had some grievances with him while at the Sanctuary of Heaven, and now that he happens to be in Cold River City, it is difficult not to raise suspicions. Preposterous. How dare you demand my son? You must have the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard." With a fierce shout, Yi Jin was ready to unleash his fury. Su Wanqing coldly interrupted him, stepping forward and stating icily, "Suspicions? You think your mere doubts warrant my surrendering my son for your interrogation? I have yet to settle the score for your son's past bullying of mine. And now you dare to demand my child?" Chapter 71. The Long Path Ahead. I will always stand behind you in an instant. The atmosphere in the Yellow Crane Tower was charged with tension. No one anticipated that Yichio, who had recently been the center of attention, would attract such trouble. Amidst the commotion, Kong Yufeng emerged slowly, his expression grim. He declared, "I believe this matter is not the doing of young friend Yichio. I have faith in his character. He would never stoop to such despicable acts." "What does this have to do with you, Kong Yufeng? Why meddle in our affairs?" Yang Yinping retorted angrily, taken aback by the unexpected volatility of Kong Yufeng, who raised his hand as if to strike, only to be narrowly evaded. "Humph. While this may not concern me, your attempts to stir trouble in the Yellow Crane Tower certainly do. Furthermore, I am well aware of the kind of person Yichio is. He is upright and aspires to uphold righteousness. How could he possibly commit such a vile act? You claim he has kidnapped your son. Do you have any evidence? Without proof, I shall consider this a provocation against scholars like us. I prefer reasoned discourse. But I am not averse to using my hand if necessary." Upon hearing these words, every scholar present in the Yellow Crane Tower stood in unison. The faces of the Lin and Yang families turned pale, astonished that Yichio had garnered such immense respect among this assembly of learned individuals. What a sight! A call to arms, indeed. The Northern Reject Prince had not even lost his temper, yet they were creating such a ruckus. Hearing Kong Yunfeng's statement, Yi Jin was momentarily taken aback, utterly surprised by Yichio's elevated status among the scholars. If he truly was suited to follow the Confucian path, perhaps he could consider offering his full support. Su Wanqing gazed at him with disappointment, saying, "Eugene, how long do you intend to remain indifferent? Your son is being bullied, pursued, and now falsely accused, yet you do nothing. They are already encroaching upon us, and you still maintain your princely airs. Is this how a father behaves?" Yi Jin felt utterly humiliated by her words and rose, prepared to respond. "Mother, my father has his own struggles. As the Northern Reject Prince, revered by the people, if he fails to discern right from wrong and allows our son to commit indiscriminate acts, what will others think of him? Perhaps there is a chance he truly did commit this act? This matter is indeed perplexing. We should first locate him and ascertain the truth before making any judgments." Yi Qing interjected, "There is no point in arguing now. At this moment, no one knows Yichio's whereabouts, nor whether he is alive or dead." Observing the farce before him, Shaohui's lips twitched as he regarded Yi Qing with a look of incredulity. "Good heavens! You, the esteemed Northern Reject Prince. Even if you were to kidnap their sons or slay their entire families, who would dare utter a word against you? And yet, you are discussing." Su Chaofeng smiled as he spoke, revealing that he had already learned of Yichio's previous endeavors through Linny upon his return. He felt immense joy in his heart regarding this remarkable grandson, whose literary talents were nothing short of extraordinary. How could his grandson be an ordinary individual? It was merely that he had not yet been afforded the opportunity to showcase his brilliance. As the saying goes, heaven-bestowed talent must surely be of use. Wealth dissipated will return again. He simply lacked a chance, an opportunity to gain recognition in the world. Unlike Yu Qing, who had grown up under the spotlight, he had spent his formative years in the bustling streets, unnoticed and uncelebrated. The elevation of one's status inevitably influences the starting point of one's journey. Thus, it was no surprise that he had two sons, one hailed as a prodigy, a source of pride for the family, while the other was viewed as an ne'er-do-well, a squanderer of potential, lacking ambition. He felt a deep satisfaction knowing that Yu Qiu had successfully emerged from the mire, free from any constraints and liberated from the burdens of unfounded pressures. Listening to Su Chaofeng's earnest plea, Yu Qiu felt a tremor in his heart and replied, "If you desire poetry, esteemed elder, I can compose it at this very moment. No, there is no rush when we meet again. I shall take the time to appreciate it thoroughly." At this juncture, Su Chaofeng paused and added, "My child, do not bear any burdens. The path ahead lies beneath your feet. Walk boldly without concern for the opinions of others, and disregard the prejudices of the world. Simply tread your own path. Embrace your endeavors with confidence, for no matter what transpires, even if you are misunderstood by millions, do not fear, I will always stand behind you." Chapter 72, Young Rascal. I have long awaited your arrival. The voice of Su Chaofeng resonated from afar, gradually fading into the distance. Yu Qiu's heart was a tempest of emotions. It was a rare comfort to know that amidst this frigid world, there existed someone who genuinely cared for him. Do not lament the absence of kindred spirits on your journey, who in this vast world does not recognize your worth. How absurd, indeed. Gazing into the horizon, Yu Qiu spoke, "Old mentor, where shall I seek you henceforth? In due time, we shall meet again. Fret not," came the distant, aged voice, ultimately dissipating into the sky. Yu Qiu cast a glance at the table beneath him, where an empty wine jar teetered and then rolled off, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Nearby, a desolate tree bore witness to a vividly colored crow, which emitted a hoarse caw. The path lay at his feet. There was no need to heed the judgments of the world. With unwavering resolve, he ventured forth, even if his understanding was lost upon the multitude. Whispering the final words of Su Chaofeng, Yu Qiu descended into contemplative silence. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze had grown more resolute, and his heart's conviction appeared more steadfast than ever. By all that is sacred, who must I appease in this life of mine? With that thought, Yu Qiu departed from the precipice, retracing his steps toward the city of Hanjing. Su Chaofeng had already embarked on his journey. Yu Qiu was uncertain if they would ever meet again in this lifetime, silently hoping that his mentor would evade the impending calamity. From the moment he had partaken in the wine, Yu Qiu sensed the heavy pall of death surrounding Su Chaofeng, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. His departure was a venture to confront the looming tribulation. Should he succeed, he might yet ascend to new heights once more. In Hanjing, before the Yellow Crane Tower, the spectacle had drawn the attention of various factions, escalating in intensity. Yet, the principal figure remained absent. Xiao Wei was consumed with anxiety. The Yellow Crane Tower could be rebuilt, but he fervently wished for Yu Qiu not to return at this perilous moment. Should he come back, it could ensnare him in grave danger. However, his concerns proved futile as a radiant light descended from the heavens, gently alighting upon the Yellow Crane Tower. At the moment that figure appeared, all eyes turned toward him. Yu Qiu. Yang Yinping's voice, deep and resonant, called out his name, the hatred in his gaze reaching a fever pitch. Upon witnessing Yu Qiu's arrival, Su Wanqing, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward. After many days apart, she finally beheld her eldest son once more. Yet, before she could reach him, Yu Qiu stepped back, his expression calm as he surveyed his surroundings. "Child, your mother has finally found you. Let me see, are you injured? Have you suffered any wrongs?" Su Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke, yearning to embrace him. Yet, Yu Qiu retreated a step and replied, "Princess, please maintain your decorum." The cold utterance of princess left the gathering in stunned silence, while Eugene, filled with rage, rose abruptly from his seat. "Scoundrel, just a few days away from home, and you can no longer even call for your mother? Have you truly spread your wings then?" Su Wanqing gazed at him with utter despair. The title of princess fell upon her ears like a needle piercing her heart. She had envisioned countless possibilities for her encounter with Yu Qiu, yet never anticipated his resolute demeanor. Yu Qiu met Eugene's gaze without flinching, inquiring, "What do you mean by that, Your Highness? I find myself somewhat perplexed. I believe I made my intentions quite clear before, did I not? From this moment forth, I have severed all ties with the Northern Duke's residence. What brings you here today? Unfilial son, are you truly intent on cutting off all relations with us? Eugene's face turned an ashen hue, his eyes filled with icy resentment, a palpable sense of terror enveloping the room, weighing heavily upon all present. Yuchio remained unfazed, a faint glow emanating from between his brows, steadfast against the oppressive atmosphere. Haha, your highness jest. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of aspiring to the lofty heights of the Northern Duke's residence. My parents passed away years ago, and now, Yuchio stands alone, unburdened by familial ties. What need have I for the notion of parents? With resolute eyes, Yuchio answered Eugene while stepping further inside, his gaze lingering on Yuching, revealing a hint of a profound smile. He then turned his attention to the gathering of Lin and Yang families, finally grasping the nature of today's gathering and assembly to trouble him. How fortuitous that they all arrived at once. My child, do not speak in such a manner. Regardless of your sentiments, you are still my child, born of my 10 months of labor. No matter how much you may resent us, your mother holds no grudge. If only you would return home, whatever you desire, I would grant you. Su Wanqing attempted to utter more, but Yuchio interjected directly, enough. Spare me the pretense of a great mother figure. I seek neither your pity nor your charity. Scoundrel, who permits you to speak to your mother in such a way? At that moment, a youthful voice filled with fury rang out. Yi Qing lunged forward from the crowd with a swift strike. Watch out, Kong Yunfeng exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated Yu Qing's sudden aggression. After all, Yuchio was his elder brother, and despite any grievances as a younger brother, he had no right to take action against him. Thus, he was caught off guard, and by the time he attempted to intervene, it was too late. Yet, what no one expected was that, as Yu Qing's palm approached, Yuchio suddenly stepped back, a playful smile gracing his face. Haha, everyone witnessed that he struck first. I shall not hold back. Ecstatic within, he had been mulling over how to confront this insufferable brat, and unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself. With a swift sidestep to evade the blow, Yuchio grasped Yi Qing's arm, leveraging the moment to deliver a knee strike upward. Bang! With a spurt of blood, Yi Qing was sent reeling, several ribs undoubtedly fractured by the force of the impact, a testament to its ferocity. It was devoid of any emotions, purely a matter of personal vendetta. This sudden turn of events left all present utterly astounded. Eugene erupted in towering fury. Cease this instant. The terrifying aura of an enraged monarch instantly crushed down upon all present, forcing everyone to their knees under its overwhelming pressure. Such terrifying might. Su Wanqing's heart clenched with urgency as she rushed forward to intervene between the quarreling brothers. Suddenly, an explosive force erupted, violently separating the two. Cough. Another mouthful of blood sprayed forth as Yu Qing, his face deathly pale, was sent crashing into the wall. Yuchio, too, was flung backward. Amidst the chaos, Yuchio seized the moment to strike himself with a calculated palm strike, forcing a single drop of blood from his lips. Cough. He, too, spat blood, though not from Yu Qing's hand, but his own. Qing'e. Seeing Yu Qing grievously wounded, Su Wanqing instinctively rushed to his side, lifting him up. Meanwhile, Eugene cast a fleeting glance of concern before fixing Yuchio with a wrathful glare. You vile wretch. How dare you raise your hand against your own brother? The declaration left the entire assembly stunned. Kong Yunfeng's pupils constricted in sheer disbelief. Chapter 73. On how to ruin a genius. Was it not Yu Qing who struck first? Why then, has the blame shifted onto Yuchio? Simply because he bled? Yuchio bled as well. Kong Yunfeng was bewildered, initially. He struggled to comprehend why Yuchio harbored such animosity towards their parents. Now, however, a surge of fury welled within him. How brazen the injustice! The tempest of his wrath seemed to erupt in that moment. While others may tremble before Eugene, he would not yield. To hell with it. At worst, he would die, for the backbone of a scholar is resolute and cannot be easily bent. Just as he was about to unleash his rage, Yuchio suddenly restrained him, saying, Senior, there is no need for that. Upon hearing this, Kong Yunfeng felt even more exasperated. Look at this young man, so understanding. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall confront Eugene to the very end. However, Yuchio interjected, this is a matter between me and them. It is best to resolve it today, lest it drag on endlessly. Very well. You need only act, and regardless of your choices, I, Kong, shall stand unconditionally by your side. I refuse to believe that in this vast world, there is no room for a modicum of justice. Upon hearing these words, Yuchio cast a grateful glance at him and slowly emerged despite his apparent injuries. It seemed he was gravely wounded, yet in truth, he bore no harm. For Yu Qing had not laid a finger on him. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yichio gazed directly at Eugene and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, what a heart of malice. Eugene, have you finally revealed your hypocritical true self? You struck first and, after I countered your attack, I am now labeled as the cruel one? What then does that make you? A despicable and shameless scoundrel?" At this proclamation, Eugene's expression darkened. Realizing only then the overreaction he had just exhibited and the words he had misspoken, he endeavored to articulate a defense, but Su Wanqing interjected. "It is not as it seems, Chioer. Allow your mother to explain. Your father merely wishes to prevent you brothers from harming one another. He does not mean to cast blame upon you." "Enough." Yichio's voice rang out with indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You are not virtuous either. You claim to act in my best interest. Yet what have you done? Your eyes are fixed solely on your younger son. You see his wounds, but fail to acknowledge my own. Is this what you call caring for me? Ha ha, how utterly laughable." With that, Yichio's words silenced Su Wanqing, leaving her at a loss for retort. There is a saying that one's instinctive actions often reveal their innermost thoughts. When both were simultaneously pushed back, they saw only their younger son, neglecting to spare a glance at Yichio. They even reproached him for being heartless towards his brother. What of the strike he received at the Wang residence? "That is not the case, Chioer. Allow your mother to explain. I was simply anxious. You are both the apples of my eye, and I would feel sorrow for either of you if harmed. Cease your feigned sympathy. I have no need for your insincere pity. Furthermore, spare me your pretentious airs of authority. Over the past 2 decades, you have imparted no wisdom to me and possess no right to chastise me. Absurd. Utterly absurd." In that instant, the atmosphere of the tavern reached a crescendo, ignited by Yichio's words. The tension was palpable, showing no signs of abating, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Yichio would exhibit such audacity in conversing with Eugene. Eugene was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Yet he found himself incapable of retorting, for every word Yichio spoke rang true. With so many witnesses present, and with Kong Yufeng, the meddlesome scholar, lending him support, the crowd erupted with enthusiastic cheers. "Well said," came a fervent shout from within the throng, instantly invigorating the atmosphere. Witnessing this momentum, Yi Jin's expression darkened further. He had never expected Yichio to defy him to such an extent. Rebellion. Suddenly slamming his palm upon the table, an explosion of fury surged forth, accompanied by a palpable aura of lethal intent. The crowd's countenance shifted dramatically as they hastily recoiled. Kong Yunfeng, seizing the moment, surged forward, his right hand drawing a circle, channeling an immense force to counteract the onslaught. With a cough, blood spewed forth as Kong Yufeng nearly succumbed to the overwhelming power. Yet Eugene retained a modicum of restraint, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. The assembled crowd, now acutely aware of his formidable strength, began to comprehend why he was referred to as the Northern Demon King by beings from foreign realms. His prowess was far beyond what an 8th-tier practitioner like Kong Yunfeng could withstand. Upon witnessing Kong Yunfeng's injury, Yichio rushed to his aid, seething with indignation. "What is this? In a fit of rage, do you seek to silence us? Go ahead, can you slay us all? Can you quell the voices of the multitude? Unfilial wretch, depart from my sight. From this day forth, you are no longer my son, Eugene. Your life and death hold no relevance to me." Eugene was utterly incensed, and as his words fell, the Lin and Yang families rejoiced. Su Wanqing, stricken with desperation, cried out, "No, Chioer, quickly apologize to your father. I promise you, whatever you desire, I shall grant you. I implore you, do not act thus." Yichio disregarded her plea, fixing his furious gaze upon why to utter an unflattering remark. One might as well feed these miraculous elixirs to a pig, for even it could ascend to immortality, whilst you are lesser than a mere swine. With these words, Eugene coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face flushed with indignation. What, one may ponder, inflicts the gravest harm upon a person in this world? It is undoubtedly the profound wounds to the spirit. Today, he has truly grasped the essence of experiencing one's dignity being trampled and obliterated beneath another's heel. Su Wanqing, in a frenzy of concern, hastened to comfort him. Yet Yichio continued with chilling disdain. "Were I in your position, I would choose death over enduring such a disgraceful existence. Just as I remarked during my time at the Wang residence, do you genuinely believe yourself to be remarkable? You have merely feasted upon the family's legacy for a few years. In my eyes, you do not even measure up to a single hair on my body. Even without these resources, I could eliminate you with the ease of slaughtering a pig or a dog." Hiss. With Yichio's declaration, the atmosphere erupted in shock. My heavens, what an act of heartless cruelty. How ruthless, to reduce even a distinguished prodigy of the unaging mountain to such insignificance. How does one obliterate a genius? It is achieved through the most merciless means, wrenching him from the comforting embrace of a deceptive dream back into the harshness of reality. Chapter 74. To you, I am like a mayfly gazing at the sky. I have killed you. What does red temperature mean? In this moment, Yi Qing's eyes burned with fury, teetering on the brink of losing control. He could not fathom the reality of being bested by this worthless individual. Nor could he bear the scorn and disdain reflected in those eyes. Just half a month ago, those very eyes had been the ones he directed toward Yi Qio. In a moment of impulsiveness, Yi Qing contemplated rushing forth to humiliate himself further, but Yi Qio merely smiled, an eagerness evident upon his face. Come on, I can hardly wait. My anger is boiling. The more furious you are, the more exhilarated I become. Rascal, are you not ashamed? Step back. However, before Yi Qing could advance, the icy voice of Yi Jin pierced through the tension like a sharp blade, striking at his heart. He stared in disbelief at his father, who had always been a source of pride for him, now revealing an expression of disappointment. Having been the pride of his parents since childhood, he found it difficult to accept this stark reality. In that moment, the youthful exuberance he once possessed felt as though it had been severed in two, leaving him utterly dejected. He had lost, defeated by an older brother who had once lacked even the qualifications to tie his shoes. And now he had brought disappointment upon his father. Unable to bear the shame, Yi Qing drew his sword with the intent to end his life, prompting a desperate reaction from Su Wanqing. With a sharp crack, a handprint suddenly appeared on Yi Qing's face. He looked at Su Wanqing in disbelief. As she spoke through tears, what do you intend to do? After a minor setback, you wish to end your life? Have your parents raised you for so many years only for you to repay us in this manner? Your brother has stumbled. Must you also follow in his folly? With Su Wanqing's frigid words, Yi Qing's pride was utterly shattered. He collapsed to the ground, feeling the sting of betrayal even from his dearest mother. The world seemed to plunge into chaos, engulfed by feelings of despair, indignation, and loss. Observing her son in such pain, Su Wanqing rushed to embrace him, saying, "My child, I do not blame you. I only wish for you to understand that your father and I will always love you. Even if you are not exceptional. Even if you were to become a failure, we would never abandon you." Having already endured the anguish of losing a son, she could not bear to lose her last one. Witnessing Yi Qing's shameful resolve to take his own life felt as though her world was collapsing, making her truly realize how grievous her previous mistakes had been. Had they not scorned Yi Qio for his mediocrity, they would not have faced such dire consequences today. Hearing Su Wanqing's comforting words, Yi Qing's shattered heart began to mend, and he wept tears of regret. He was wrong. He should not have sought to punish his parents with his own demise, for they had never erred. They had always stood by his side. The one truly at fault was Yi Qio. He could not die. He must rise again. For he could not allow himself to become a source of amusement for Yi Qio. If he were to perish, Yi Qio would undoubtedly be the most delighted. He needed to survive, to thwart Yi Qio's schemes. Mother, I was wrong. Good child, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction, you remain your parents' beloved son. Let us return home. Mother will take you back. Tears filled Su Wanqing's eyes as she helped the pale-faced Yi Qing to his feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qio suddenly remarked, TSK, one cannot deny they are indeed a family. Look at this bond between mother and son. It is truly moving. Indeed. Kong Yunfeng nodded in agreement, though he found such familial affection somewhat distasteful. This family treated their eldest son and youngest son as polar opposites. He was beginning to comprehend Yi Qio's actions. Previously, he had nearly misjudged him as an unfilial descendant. Now, upon witnessing this, he thought to himself, what purpose do such parents serve? It's unfortunate. With disappointment in her gaze, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Qio, yearning for him to humble himself and admit a fault. Even if it were just a simple apology. Even if he refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing, she would have been content if he simply returned home with her. Yet, he did not. A multitude of grievances and a chilling sense of betrayal lodged in her heart, leaving her speechless. Yi Qing's expression was cold as he fixed his gaze on Yi Qio, declaring, "You scoundrel, just wait. This slap I received today, I will repay you in due time." The murderous intent in his words was palpable, with hatred reaching its zenith. He had lost, defeated by his own arrogance. Had he exerted himself from the beginning, perhaps his defeat would not have been so dire. He could only blame himself for viewing Yi Qio as the same insignificant cultivator he was a month prior. In the face of his provocation, Yi Qio glanced at him disdainfully, sneering, "With your talents, encountering me is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the sky, or a mayfly observing the vast heavens. Had I not squandered 20 years, you would not even possess the privilege to meet me." As these words fell from Yi Chio's lips, Yi Qing's face turned an even deeper shade of ashen, for this retort mirrored his earlier arrogance. An uproar erupted in the crowd, astonished by the audacity of Yi Chio's words. How brazen! After all, he was the esteemed heir of the Northern King and the holy son of Mount Bu, and yet he dared to belittle him so? Goodness! Today, I have come to realize he is equally as arrogant, which explains the creation of such audacious verses as "Let the wine flow." What a statement! A mayfly sees the sky. How utterly reckless. Yet, why do I suddenly feel an inexplicable thrill? The crowd buzzed with chatter, marveling at Yi Chio's arrogance, which pierced Yi Qing's heart like a sharp blade. Witnessing the conflict between his two sons, Yi Jin appeared suddenly aged, as if years had been added to him in an instant. He had never envisioned such a tragic confrontation between brothers. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he could not fathom why heaven would treat him so. Had he not given enough for the sake of the world? All he desired was a harmonious family. To see his children grow joyfully under his protection. Was such a wish truly too much to ask? Now, he beheld the fierce enmity between his sons, akin to sworn adversaries, each harboring a desire to annihilate the other. How had it come to this? He found himself in deep reflection, grappling with the anguish of despair. As he gazed upon his eldest son, he realized the intensity of his resistance surpassed his expectations, manifesting a resolute defiance. Perhaps the root of their discord lay in the actions of their parents. For the past 2 decades, they had been strangers, unaware of each other's existence. How could any bond flourish under such circumstances? The youngest son, indulged and nurtured since childhood, had naturally developed an air of superiority, tinged with a hint of genius. This arrogance was not inherently perilous. Rather, it became dangerous when it clashed with the deep-seated insecurities of one who had grown up in the mire. The resultant friction was akin to kindling meeting flame, poised to ignite. The rift between the brothers had reached an irreconcilable point. Even the bond of father and son had descended to its most extreme manifestation. Alas! With a heavy sigh, the once formidable figure of the North, the Demon King, finally bowed his proud head. He had erred, in a most grievous manner. "Have you truly made up your mind? Will you not return with us?" His voice trembled slightly, imbued with a tone of pleading as he addressed Yi Chio. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had conceded. Yet, the response he received was merely a faint smile from Yi Chio, who replied, "Your Highness, please take your leave." Chapter 75. How can one bow to the powerful? Yi Jin was rendered speechless. At this moment, Yi Chio's indifferent expression pierced his heart like a sharp blade, causing a sharp pang of pain. Could it be that my relentless suppression has driven him down this extreme path? He questioned himself, while the crowd erupted in a flurry of discussions. Only today did they truly begin to unravel the enigma of Yi Chio's past, finally realizing that he too had endured a period of profound oppression. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was utterly dazed by the contemptuous gaze from Yi Chio. Just a month prior, it was he who had directed such a look at Yi Chio. But now the tables had turned. What an audacious display. In that moment, Yi Chio truly showcased to Yi Qing what it meant to be proud. The disdain that emanated from the depths of his soul struck a heavy blow to Yi Qing as spirit. He had lost. He had fallen victim to his own carelessness, allowing Yi Chio to deliver a crushing blow in a single exchange. Otherwise, he would never have conceded so easily. Yi Chio, the humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. One day, I shall take your life. He almost shouted this in a hoarse voice. Yet what met him was a cold slap from Yi Jin. With a sharp crack, Yi Jin glared at him, coldly uttering, "You scoundrel, who do you intend to kill?" His eyes reflected a deep disappointment. He could hardly fathom that his youngest son, who had always excelled, would utter such treasonous words. No matter what, Yi Chi was still his brother, Yi Jin's son. Did he wish to kill his brother? Would he someday wish to kill his father too? Yi Jin was genuinely enraged. He felt powerless to discipline Yi Chio due to his own guilt, but Yi Qing had received the finest education and resources under his protection since childhood. If he failed to correct his son's erroneous mindset today, who knew what future misdeeds he might commit? Yi Qing was clearly taken aback by Yi Jin's slap. Momentarily unable to comprehend the situation, Yi Jin continued, "Regardless of his flaws, he is still your brother. Have I taught you to disregard your elder sibling and commit such acts of disrespect? No. After all these years of schooling, where have your manners gone?" Yi Qing lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of grievance, yet he dared not express it before his father. His behavior today had brought disgrace upon their family, turning him into a laughingstock for the world. Yi Jin felt a surge of fury, but considering the multitude present, he chose not to reprimand his son further in public. Instead, he spoke in a low tone, "Get back home. You are not to step outside without my permission." Staggering to his feet, Yu Qing, with the assistance of several guards, departed from the yellow crane tower. As he left, Yu Qiu felt a pang of reluctance, wishing to call out to him and prolong their conversation. How could I live without you? Alas, with Eugene present, Yu Qiu ultimately could not act, which left him feeling regretful. However, there was no rush. He chuckled softly, knowing that the journey ahead was long, and one could never tell who would ultimately shine. Sooner or later, I shall allow you to savor the fervent affection that your elder brother harbors for you, a love so intense it borders on anguish. Hiki. After this farcical episode concluded, Yi Jin cast a disappointed glance back at Yi Qiu, his lips quivering slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a word. In truth, upon hearing Yi Qiu's nonchalant mention of the prince, he had already comprehended that the rift between father and son had become irreparably vast. Had he recognized his own errors sooner, perhaps this unfortunate scene could have been averted. Ultimately, it was his misstep. He bore no resentment towards anyone, nor did he seek to vent his frustrations upon Yu Qiu, despite having scolded him vehemently on multiple occasions without once resorting to violence. In the end, Yi Jin departed, taking with him the reluctant Su Wanqing, who, despite her profound unwillingness, had to confront the harsh reality. Her son would truly not return. She lamented, regretting her belated realizations. And more so, she mourned the decision that had led her to abandon her child in Liang. Had she kept him by her side from a young age, even if entrusted to his grandfather, they might not have arrived at such a dire situation. Once Yi Jin had left, the crowd, still reeling from the tumult, suddenly recalled that today a spectacle featured another principal character. Immediately, all eyes turned towards the Lin and Yang families, who had been observant spectators. Lin Wang, emerging from the throng only after Yi Jin's departure, fixed his gaze upon Yi Qiu and declared, "Young Master Yi, I did not wish to intrude upon your affairs. Yet I find myself compelled by circumstance. I simply wish to inquire about the whereabouts of my son. Does he yet live? If you have indeed taken him, I implore you to return him. The Lin family is prepared to offer ample compensation for any offense my son may have caused you." With this straightforward question, another wave of tension surged. Witnessing the Lin family's formidable presence, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, beginning to feel concern for Yi Qiu. It was known that Yi Jin had just departed, and Yi Qiu's earlier words had been so resolute that no semblance of compassion remained. Given Yi Jin's character, it seemed implausible that he would condescend to aid in resolving this crisis. At this juncture, Yi Qiu had become the target of collective ire, ensnared in yet another predicament. As Lin's inquiry lingered in the air, Yang Yinping also stepped forward, coldly stating, "Yi Qiu, you would do well to return my son, or else I shall not hesitate to ensure your suffering, even at the cost of my own life." With this proclamation, the atmosphere grew even more charged with hostility. Observing their aggressive demeanor, Yi Qiu offered a slight smile and replied, "I cannot comprehend what you are insinuating, yet if you believe me to be easily intimidated, feel free to proceed without restraint. Even against 1,000 troops, I, Yi Qiu, stand ready to confront them with a single sword." This declaration heightened the tension once more. Yang Yinping, enraged and poised to take action, suddenly noticed Kong Yunfeng stepping forward behind Yi Qiu. The scholars following him instinctively advanced in unison, brimming with anticipation. Recognizing the implications of this scene, Yang Yinping understood that extracting any answers today would be nearly impossible. It is all the fault of that meddlesome Kong Yunfeng. Had it not been for him, they would not find themselves in such a passive predicament. Yi Qiu, do not assume that with Kong Yunfeng shielding you, you can rest easy. The reason others refrain from acting against you is merely due to the fear of your father, Yi Jin. Now that you have lost that identity, you are nothing. Yang Yinping delivered a harsh remark, and though a flicker of hostility passed through Yi Qiu's eyes, he concealed it adeptly, leaving those around him oblivious. He calmly responded with a smile, "I, Yi Qiu, take full responsibility for my actions and never involve others. If you believe I am to blame, then come forth. As scholars, we cultivate the righteous path and uphold the aspirations of heaven and earth. How can one bow their head and serve the powerful? It is merely a death. I have no fear of your slander and deceit." In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent and tense. With a sudden crash, a table collapsed, awakening the integrity of many scholars present. How can one bow their head and serve the powerful? What a profound statement. We, as scholars, must embody the dignity of our calling. If it is our doing, we shall acknowledge it. If it is not, even the mightiest cannot falsely accuse us. These damned aristocratic families have suppressed the teachings of Confucianism for far too long and have humiliated the scholars from humble beginnings. It is high time to settle the score. By heaven, let us rise. From this day forth, there shall be a rightful place for us scholars in this world. Chapter 76. The thoughts of the bright moon. I implore you, do not act recklessly. Observing the increasingly chaotic scene, both the Lin and Yang families wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to how a single utterance from Yi Qiu could incite such a throng of scholars. Lin Wang's countenance darkened as he beheld the advancing scholars, forcing him to retreat a few steps. That cursed brat! I hope it wasn't you. If I discover you are the one who abducted my son, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome end. Before he could finish his threat, a formidable force surged toward him, compelling Lin Wang to retreat once more. Within the Yellow Crane Tower, there were at least 100 scholars present, among whom were over a dozen formidable individuals of the 6th realm and above. The most fearsome among them, Kong Yinfeng, was reputed to be the foremost under the 9th realm. Should they truly harbor murderous intent, none would escape this place alive. Retreat. With the scholars yet to descend upon them, Lin Wang furiously issued the command to withdraw. In but a moment, the members of the Lin and Yang families arrived in haste, only to vanish just as rapidly, leaving no trace behind. Curse it! They fled with remarkable speed, daring to wreak havoc in the domain of scholars. The audacity, it is simply intolerable. I have studied the teachings of sages for centuries. Though I may not have grasped their wisdom fully, I possess a modicum of understanding in martial arts. If it came to blows, would I allow myself to be trifled with by those bald monks from the Tianyin temple? The atmosphere was charged with fervor. Witnessing this spectacle, a subtle smile graced Yu Qiu's lips. Excellent, excellent, excellent. How splendid. With but a few simple words, he effortlessly diffused the crisis, and in his heart, he cherished this assembly of scholars. Though they often appeared rigid, in times of peril, not a single one faltered. Indeed, they rose to the occasion. I extend my deepest gratitude to all esteemed elders. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, I fear I would have fallen victim to vile machinations. A debt of gratitude can scarcely be repaid. Thus, I shall refrain from further words. Today, I shall cover all expenses incurred at the Yellow Crane Tower. Waitstaff, bring forth the wine. Yi Qiu, seldom generous, waved his hand grandly, instructing those behind him to bring forth the wine. After all, the spirits were merely taken from the coffers of the young masters of the Lin and Yang families, who had helped him extricate himself from their troubles. Consider it a reward. A fine lad. I have longed for a hearty drink, yet my purse has often been light, allowing me only a half-cup daily. Today, I finally bask in your good fortune. Esteemed elder, you flatter me. It was entirely due to your gallant rescue that we find ourselves here today. Drink as you please, for there shall be no shortage of wine. Yi Qiu spoke with great magnanimity. After all, it was merely a matter of shedding a bit more blood. Who could blame him for their troubles? Ultimately, the burden fell upon their own son, if they had not sought him out. How could Yi Qiu possibly squander this bounty of wine? One must remember, every cause has its effect. Your retribution is my fortune. The trappings of feasting are not what I cherish. Rather, I wish only to remain blissfully intoxicated. Today, let us revel in a grand celebration, amidst laughter and merriment. Yi Qiu once more penned the verses of Bring in the Wine. High above on the poetic plaque of the Yellow Crane Tower, everyone was immersed in a realm of unrestrained elegance. Several individuals, struck by inspiration, composed exquisite verses, eliciting continuous admiration from the crowd. Yu Qiu also expressed his admiration. Although he could not comprehend the verses, it did not deter him from extolling their beauty. How amusing. My fondness for these scholars grows, for they are remarkably sincere. Nearby, on the pavilion, the moon, having observed this delightful spectacle from the beginning, could not suppress a laugh. The saying goes, a glance and a smile can bewitch 100 hearts. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. Perhaps, at this moment, only this line could encapsulate her beauty. Xiao Lian, watching from the side, was secretly astonished, inwardly exclaiming that the young lady might indeed be smitten with him. What should be done now? If the master were to discover this, he would likely be infuriated. She had never witnessed the young lady show such interest in anyone, especially a roguish man steeped in the ways of the world. How does one even describe such a phenomenon? It would be akin to a wealthy young lady suddenly taking an interest in a street urchin. It was utterly alarming. If the master, a devoted father, were to find out, he might very well be driven to the brink of apoplexy, his blood pressure soaring. The moon smiled faintly, casting a glance back at her, knowing precisely what the girl was pondering. However, she paid it no mind, offering no explanation, merely murmuring, "This fellow is truly intriguing." In her past impressions, those of her peers who exhibited any semblance of distinction were predominantly scions of noble families. They had been instilled with refined values from a young age, their comportment resembling that of figures molded from the same caste. Lacking any notably unique traits, they were characterized by excellence, grace, and an air of aristocracy. Yet Yi Qiu was different. He bore none of these attributes, exuding an unconventional nonchalance. No, to be precise, he embodied a spirit of rebellion. He could raise a cup in camaraderie with esteemed scholars, engaging in lofty discourse, yet he could also share thoughts on life with common folk. My lady, you cannot truly be falling for him, can you? Do not be foolish. Perhaps his current upright demeanor is merely a facade. In reality, he might be a fiend of the most depraved sort. I assure you, people today can be duplicitous. What appears virtuous on the surface may conceal a darker truth. You must not allow his talents to deceive you. Listening to Xiao Lian's words, the moon found them amusing. When had she ever needed a young maid to instruct her on discerning right from wrong? How old was she? Merely 15 or 16. And yet she dared to teach her. With a serene smile, the moon calmly replied, "I know well what manner of person he is. You need not elaborate further. In this world, the concepts of good and evil lack a universal standard for judgment. Individuals merely contemplate matters from the standpoint of their own interests. The noble families have constructed their thrones of power with the flesh and blood of countless individuals, only to demand that the world judge right and wrong according to their own criteria. Pray tell, do you consider them virtuous or malevolent?" Xiao Lian remained silent, feeling that the question posed was far too profound for her tender age to comprehend. What I admire is not merely his talent, but also his audacious courage to challenge societal norms and his unwavering resolve when confronted by the powerful. After listening to Ming Yue's words, Xiao Lian muttered softly, "Aren't you also from a distinguished family?" If the master were to hear this, he would likely spew blood in outrage. Mingwei, of course, heard her remarks but chose not to correct her. Xiao Lian was still young and merely a servant, oblivious to the harsh realities imposed by societal constraints. She remained unaware of the tragic circumstances that lurked behind the glamorous facade of being a young lady from a noble family. They were incapable of steering their own destinies, unable to even choose whom they wished to marry. In this world, not everyone possesses the privilege of turning a blind eye, like Su Chaofeng, who respects his daughter's choices. Many are unable to dictate their own fate, which is precisely why Mingwei strives so fervently in her cultivation. She yearns to break free from the shackles of destiny and truly govern her own life. The stark reality is that the gates of the wealthy are met with the gates of the wealthy, and the bamboo gates with the bamboo gates. Su Wanqing is fortunate. She can elope with her beloved without a care, wandering the world freely. This is primarily due to her enlightened father. Had it been anyone else, Yi Jin would have likely met his demise countless times. Yet, it is precisely this man, Su Chaofeng, who has forged the formidable figure of today's King of the North. Chapter 77. Who the hell did this? Damn it. That cursed Kong Yufeng. I will not let this go. Within a mansion in Hanzhong City, Lin Wang roared with a voice brimming with murderous intent. Today was supposed to be their most promising opportunity to uncover the whereabouts of their son, but unexpectedly, that meddlesome Kong Yunfeng appeared, accompanied by a group of impoverished scholars. They had no choice but to retreat, allowing Yi Qiu to remain at large for yet another day. The thought of this made anxiety gnaw at him. Every moment they failed to find their son only heightened the danger he faced. At this moment, the two families had gathered together. Lin brother, speak up. What shall we do next? This matter concerns the lives of our children. Every day we delay increases their peril. We cannot afford to linger any longer, Yang Yinping said in a somber tone. Lin Wang's gaze was icy as he pondered. You witnessed the earlier events. The relationship between that father and son has deteriorated beyond repair. We merely need to avoid Kong Yufeng. While he is away, we can seize that boy. Once we capture him, I am confident I can make him speak. A sudden surge of wrath erupted from Lin Wang, clearly indicating he was genuinely enraged. Yang Yinping expressed his concerns, saying, But, if our plans are exposed and Yi Jin learns of this, how shall we safeguard ourselves? Haha. Do not worry. Yi Qiu's earlier words have already wounded his parents' hearts deeply. How could he possibly care for Yi Qiu's fate now? He is likely preoccupied with comforting his little son. As long as we act discreetly, no errors will arise. Tomorrow is the poetry competition. Once it concludes, Yi Jin will return to Liyang, and then we shall strike. Hearing this, Yang Yinping contemplated earnestly. Steeling himself, he declared, Very well. Let us proceed as you propose. Damn it, we shall go all out. From this day forth, both our families shall dispatch all our experts to secretly monitor that boy. Should he make any move, we must be alerted immediately. He must not escape. Under the conspiracy of the two families, several pairs of watchful eyes suddenly appeared at a brightly lit tavern. Yet, unbeknownst to these vigilant observers, deeper in the shadows, another pair of eyes was watching them. So eager are we? It seems I have much to attend to lately. In a dim room atop a tall building, a middle-aged man with sword-like brows and bright eyes silently observed everything unfold. This man was Linny. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his gaze as he melted back into the shadows. The following morning, on the streets of Hanjiang City, several corpses suddenly appeared, their origins unknown, their faces unrecognizable, drenched in blood. They were an exceedingly terrifying sight. This spectacle drew a multitude of onlookers. When those from the Lin and Yang families arrived at the scene and beheld the bodies, their expressions darkened with horror. They recognized that the corpses belonged to their clan's experts, each one a formidable being of at least the sixth realm. With a loud thud, the sound of a slamming table echoed through the Lin family mansion. Lin Wang, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Damn that Kong Yufeng, his arrogance knows no bounds. How could he be so ruthless? What a disgrace for a scholar to simultaneously eliminate these skilled individuals without leaving a trace. I can fathom no one else capable of such a feat." He pondered for a moment, dismissing Yi Jin as a contender. For his style dictated that if he aimed to deal with the Lin and Yang families, he would not resort to underhanded tactics. Such methods would be beneath him. Excluding Yi Jin, Lin Wang could conceive of no one else who could accomplish this. "Lin brother, the current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Kong Yunfeng resides in the Yellow Crane Tower, and as long as he remains there, we have no means to act." Why the haste? I refuse to believe he can maintain his vigil over Yiqiu indefinitely. If he provokes me, I shall deal with him as well. Meanwhile, in the Yellow Crane Tower, Kong Yunfeng had just awakened, his countenance still weary. After all, he had endured a wave of anger from Yi Jin the previous day while striving to protect the scholars, sustaining considerable injuries, coupled with the excessive drinking afterward. He had slept soundly until dawn, scarcely recalling how he had returned to his chambers. Alas, alcohol is a hindrance. I nearly missed the poetry competition. That celestial intoxication is quite peculiar. I have consumed alcohol for half my life without ever becoming inebriated. Yet this peculiar brew, it silences me completely. How strange. As Kong Yufeng ruminated, he pushed open his door, only to be met with a cacophony of fervent discussions below. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of a passing waiter, "What is happening downstairs? Why the uproar?" "Sir, it is nothing of great import. There are suddenly several corpses in the street, and no one knows who is responsible. Everyone is merely speculating." At this, Kong Yufeng furrowed his brow and hastily donned his robe, descending to witness a throng of people in animated discourse. Pushing through the crowd, his frown deepened as he recognized the bodies. It was indeed several elders from the Lin and Yang families. This is peculiar. How did they come to perish here? Could it be that someone harbored ill intentions toward young Yiqiu, leading to a conflict? Realizing that he must abstain from alcohol for the next few days, he contemplated the gravity of the situation, for he had publicly vowed to ensure Yiqiu's safety and could not allow any misfortune to befall him under his watch. Scholars hold their credibility in the highest regard. A man without trust cannot stand, and once a promise is made, it must be upheld. Alcohol is too easy a path to folly. Thankfully, Yiqiu has not encountered any trouble, or I would struggle to forgive myself for such a lapse. Amidst the commotion, Yiqiu was drawn by the clamor, gradually making his way outside. Upon witnessing the body strewn about, he shouted, "Who did this? Damn it! Who is responsible? Those wretched scoundrels, what splendid materials for brewing they have squandered. Such waste. Did they not understand the prudent use of resources? I had intended to capture them in a few days, and now you have killed them? Who am I to pursue now?" The originally splendid plan was thus shattered, and Yiqiu found himself utterly defenseless. He had meticulously devised a strategy wherein capturing several elite members of the Lin family would be most advantageous for refining poison. They would then oversee the industrial production chain of wine, ensuring a continuous supply of heavenly immortal drunkenness to the tavern, thereby guaranteeing its smooth operation. The remaining formidable individuals could serve as bodyguards, responsible for maintaining order within the establishment. It was, in every sense, the perfect choice for a puppet. However, to Yiqiu's astonishment, merely a night had passed, and they were already dead? In an instant, his heart ached with unbearable sorrow. Truly, he was a poet of the highest order. His heart was too compassionate, unable to bear the suffering of the world, treating even his adversaries with such sincerity, devoid of any schadenfreude. This is what one calls vision. The onlookers gazed upon his heart-wrenching expression with admiration. They were filled with profound respect. If they were in his position, they could never fathom possessing such grand vision. Merely refraining from reveling in misfortune would be considered a sign of conscience. How could anyone, like Ichio, be on the verge of tears from such heartache? He was too kind-hearted. Chapter 78, The Poetry Conference, a serene reunion amidst the tumultuous clouds. Celestial cranes took flight. Atop the majestic Bailu Mountain, an expansive platform was teeming with people. As Ichio and Kong Yunfeng gracefully descended, they instantly captured the attention of many. Given Ichio's current renown, he certainly warranted such focus, for he had earned the title of the young poet immortal. Casting a discerning gaze around, Ichio maintained a placid demeanor. Donned in an inkwash robe, he exuded an air befitting a scholar. An aura of righteous integrity radiated from him, clearly signifying him as a remarkably upright and ambitious youth. Behold this grand spectacle, is it not awe-inspiring? Standing atop Bailu Mountain, Kong Yunfeng remained collected, adding, "Today's gathering is filled with illustrious figures and esteemed nobility. Observe my lead, and I shall introduce you to several distinguished mentors. Such connections will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors." Ichio regarded him with surprise, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed senior." Just as Ichio prepared to articulate his thoughts, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning to look, he beheld a luxurious airship gracefully landing atop the summit, from which emerged a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an extraordinary aura reminiscent of immortality. Lu Qifeng, the son of the floating light cave, to his astonishment, had also arrived. It was said that he excelled in poetry and song, possessing profound insights into Buddhist philosophy, and his academic prowess was unparalleled. Even when facing the heavenly sun, He Wushuang, he had never faltered. Moreover, whispers suggested that he possessed a divine constitution, a peerless physique of the current age, which had summoned celestial phenomena at his birth, marking him as a once-in-an-eternity Qilin child. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Indeed, the attendees were extraordinary talents, among the most charismatic figures of the imperial realm. The crowd murmured in admiration, and even Kong Yufeng expressed his awe, proclaiming him a true Qilin child, destined to become a formidable leader. However, while listening to the praises, Ichio's attention was drawn to another aspect they mentioned, divine bones. Instantly, his gaze intensified, fixated on Lu Qifeng with a hint of yearning. What a treasure! Should he manage to extract and pulverize it, combining it with an elixir, the body of the demon god could ascend to a new echelon. No. If he could directly absorb the power of the divine bone-s inscriptions, he might refine the demon god-s physique to its utmost potential. Gasping at the thought, Ichio realized that upon entering the summit, he had encountered such a prodigious talent. What did Ichio lack the most? Was it not his innate conditions? He possessed neither a so-called sacred body nor divine bones, relying solely on his righteous spirit, perseverance, and diligence. To compete on the same stage as these genuine prodigies indeed posed a challenge. If only he could have the same access to precious herbs and elixirs as Yi Qing had during his early stages, even without such resources, he would not fall far behind them. Yet, Ichio found himself devoid of such companions. Indeed, upon hearing of the divine bones, an immense curiosity towards Lu Qifeng surged within him. However, upon observing the formidable presence of several powerful figures accompanying Lu, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What need was there to bring such a multitude of experts for a mere outing? The greater the entourage, the more it betrays a lack of confidence. For a genius, confidence is paramount, if one cannot even believe in their own strength. How can they hope to become a titan who dominates the realms? With a silent resolution, Ichio turned away, realizing that he was currently no match for the two guardians beside Lu. To dwell on him would be futile. It would be far more gratifying to admire the beauty around him. "Brother Yi, you have arrived as well?" In his aimless wandering, Ichio heard the call of Brother Yi, initially thinking it was directed at him. However, upon turning, he discovered that it was Lu Qifeng addressing Yi Qing, who stood beside him. The two engaged in lively conversation, indicating a prior acquaintance and a cordial rapport. Ichio's attention then shifted to Yi Jin and Su Wanqing, who trailed closely behind him, mingling with various clan leaders and formidable figures present to witness the poetry competition. It was evident that Yi Jin commanded great respect, as admirers flocked to him wherever he went, eager to establish connections, even if it meant approaching him with unabashed boldness. In stark contrast, Yi Qiu's presence seemed rather desolate. He could not help but question the prowess of Kong Yufeng. What is amiss, esteemed senior? Why is it that, despite being an elder, no one approaches you for a greeting? Faced with Yi Qiu's probing inquiry, Kong Yufeng's face flushed, primarily due to his forthright nature. Over the years, he had known mostly adversaries, with few friends to speak of. Moreover, as a humble scholar, what reason would people have to seek his companionship? There were no tangible benefits to be gained. Haha, mere trifles of social interaction. I remain indifferent to the gaze of the mundane world. Kong Yufeng chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Now you understand the high regard in which Eugene is held, do you not? Upon his arrival, nearly all attention converges upon him, and those around him are inundated with admirers eager to curry favor. So, do you feel any regret? If only you would deign to lower your head. You too could be the object of admiration, as the son of the Northern King. Yi Qiu cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Haha, esteemed senior, you jest. Autumn is born under an ill-fated star and is unworthy of such treatment. Furthermore, even without this identity, I can still become a figure of global renown. His response did not surprise Kong Yufeng. It was precisely this spirit of defiance that he valued in Yi Qiu. Scholars may bend in many ways, but the spine and the knee must remain unyielding. After all, relying on gifts from others is never truly one's own. Only that which is genuinely possessed allows one to stand tall. Yi Qiu spoke with a calm demeanor, for he was no longer the rogue he once was. Following the emergence of those few poems, he had already established a significant influence in the hearts of many. Moreover, all of his achievements are the fruits of his own labor, unlike certain individuals who rely on their familial connections. He is inferior to me in every conceivable way. While Yi Qiu and Kong Yufeng engaged in casual conversation, Su Wanqing, in the distance, also took notice of Yi Qiu and instinctively felt drawn to approach. Suddenly recalling something, her expression dimmed, revealing a hint of melancholy. Madam, what troubles you? Yi Jin, noticing her unease, promptly inquired. Su Wanqing remained silent, merely gesturing with her eyes. Upon following her gaze, Yi Jin quickly spotted Yi Qiu not far away. He too was slightly taken aback, recalling the uproar from earlier, when Bai Luming had personally delivered an invitation to him. It was entirely reasonable for him to be here. Yet, confronted once more by their son, who harbored resentment towards them, they found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Since their return the previous day, they had been reflecting on their actions, ultimately concluding that they had erred profoundly. However, by the time they recognized their mistakes, they discovered that their son had already become completely estranged from them. This encounter was devoid of the previous intensity, marked instead by an unusual tranquility, with neither party seeking to engage with the other. Chapter 79, Humanity's Departure. Flowers blooming in the sunlight, yet my arrival is not timed with spring gazing longingly in the direction where Yi Qiu had departed. Eugene let out a deep sigh, murmuring, My lady, perhaps we should let go. All our years of toil were meant to ensure our child could grow up joyfully and contentedly, weren't they? Now, the world is at peace, the weather is fair, and the populace thrives in harmony, devoid of conflict and strife. If he can live happily, what does it matter if he is not by our side? Let him be. Fearing that Su Wanqing might struggle with this notion, Eugene gently urged her once more. He had contemplated extensively the previous day, and this conclusion was the fruit of his profound reflection throughout the night. Su Wanqing understood this truth as well, yet, as she stood before her son, she could not acknowledge him. She longed to hear him call her mother, a simple wish that remained unfulfilled. How she wished for her child to return to her side. She would sacrifice everything to compensate him. This seemingly straightforward desire remained perpetually out of reach. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. I only wish to hear him call me mother. I dare not even hope for his return to us. Is this small request too much for him to grant? Listening to Su Wanqing's heart-wrenching sobs, Yi Jin felt a pang of compassion, yearning to call out to Yi Qiu, yet lacking the courage to utter a single word. He was acutely aware that voicing such sentiments would inevitably lead to an argument. His memories of moments shared with Yi Qiu were predominantly filled with disputes, never a tranquil conversation. In the past, it had been different. No matter how harshly he scolded, Yi Qiu would humbly accept it, too timid to retort. But now, that was no longer the case. A single reprimand would evoke a retort that left him speechless and humiliated. Amidst the crowd, Yi Qing silently observed his parents, and he too noticed Yi Qiu's presence, a flicker of icy disdain crossing his gaze. Beside him, Lu Qifeng, taken aback, suddenly recalled something and remarked, Brother Yi, He must be the brother you spoke of, the one of little worth, correct? As a longtime friend of Yi Qing, Lu Qingfeng had gleaned some insights into the Yi family's affairs. He had previously heard from Yi Qing about an elder brother who had been lost for many years. Possessing mediocre talents, having adopted numerous vices while being oblivious to even the most basic noble etiquette, his frequent misadventures brought shame upon the family. With his father often erupting in anger, the sound of his reprimands echoing through their home. However, Lu Qifeng had only heard of this infamous brother. This was his first encounter with him. Indeed, he is quite as you described, lacking the demeanor of a noble youth, resembling instead those ruffians wandering the streets. Lu Qifeng quipped with a smile. Yu Qing cast a surprised glance at him, astonished that their opinions aligned so closely. But speaking of which, I heard. You were beaten yesterday? Is there any truth to that? Upon the mention of this matter, Yi Qing's expression darkened instantly. I merely underestimated the situation. I never anticipated that he would progress so rapidly in strength after only half a month away from home, catching me off guard. If we were to cross paths again at this moment, I could easily dispatch him with a single strike. At this juncture, Yi Qing's arrogance re-emerged, revealing his indomitable pride. Naturally, Lu Qingfeng held unwavering faith in his abilities. No matter, your parents are present, so you cannot act. Instead, glance my way. As a good brother, I must provide you with an outlet for your frustrations, he declared confidently, patting his chest. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Mingwei, who was passing by. A faint smirk gracing her lips. Hee, how intriguing. It seems a splendid spectacle awaits. Ignoring them, she proceeded directly toward the venue of the Grand Assembly. Her purpose for attending the poetry conference was to unwind and enjoy the show. Witnessing a grand performance firsthand brought her immense joy, especially if it involved Yu Qiu delivering a powerful blow that would delight her even further. Her discerning eye for character allowed her to accurately assess that Yu Qiu's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Yi Qing. Could Lu Qifeng truly seek trouble with Yu Qiu? At best, he was merely equal to Yi Qing. Was he not merely offering his head on a platter? Based on her observations of Yi Qiu, he would either refrain from action or, if he chose to strike, it would be decisive. The Lu family ought to prepare a coffin in advance. A sudden anticipation arose within her. How would Yu Qiu confront these oblivious adversaries? The prospect was utterly exhilarating. No, I must engage in some activity. Enthralled, Mingyue's eyes sparkled with inspiration. On the cloud platform, Yu Qiu presented his invitation and smoothly entered the final venue. He walked forward steadily, bowing respectfully to Bai Luming as he declared, Junior Yi Qiu, pay my respects to the esteemed director. Ah, Yi Qiu, my young friend, you have finally arrived. Bai Luming exclaimed, relief washing over him at Yu Qiu's presence. Throughout the entire poetry conference, he was unconcerned about anyone's absence, save for Yi Qiu. His absence would pose a significant problem. After all, he had already prepared his award speech. Who would he present it to if the guest of honor was missing? The director had personally extended the invitation. How could Yi Qiu dare to decline? Responding with a light-hearted laugh, Yi Qiu suddenly noticed a graceful figure in white appear beside him. Turning, he found it was Mingwei. Junior Mingwei, paying my respects to the esteemed director, she said, respectfully bowing and exchanging pleasantries with Bai Luming before shifting her attention to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, I believe this is not our first meeting. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Mingwei of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Ah? Yi Qiu replied, momentarily surprised by her sudden greeting. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me? Well, it is only natural. A man of my exceptional caliber is bound to attract admiration from many women. An inevitability. However, on my path through the demonic realm, I have no need for women. Beautiful women, perhaps, but only for indulgence. Upon this reflection, a faint yet gradually sinister smile crept upon Yu Qiu's face. How delightful it is that you have come to me, saving me a great deal of trouble. Ah, the idle chatter, Yu Qiu. What a pleasure it is to meet you. At the utterance of idle chatter, Mingwei appeared momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Her exquisite smile captivated the attention of countless men, truly a smile that could topple a city. You possess quite the sense of humor. I presume you often amuse the ladies, do you not? The celestial maiden jested. Yi Qiu, a mere scholar with a fragile existence, struggling to survive, lacks the energy to disturb the hearts of beautiful women. He vehemently denied the implication. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply that I have no exes, only you. Mingwei, with a knowing smile, cast her gaze toward a distant white silhouette, clearly having noticed Lianfeng long before. Her greeting and laughter towards Yi Qiu seemed deliberate. After a moment's pause, she continued, I have heard that you once had a fiancé. What happened? Did the relationship falter? He chuckled lightly. Ah. The celestial maiden possesses a sharp wit. Matters of affection rely on mutual feelings. One cannot force such things. While Yi Qiu maintained a facade of joviality, his mind was already concocting plans to ensnare this woman, intent on teaching her a lesson. A few drops of blood would allow her a taste of what it means to be a saintess. How dare she sprinkle salt upon his wounds? However, it seemed that brute strength would not suffice at this moment. This woman, a formidable blend of elegance and rebelliousness, could likely overpower Tin of Yiqing with a mere flick of her wrist. Not to mention, Yi Qiu is currently but a minor figure at the fifth realm. Therefore, cunning would have to be his strategy. In that moment, suddenly, truly unexpectedly, Yi Qiu was seized by a poetic inspiration. As if he had stumbled upon profound enlightenment. It is said that the world is adorned with vibrant blossoms, yet I arrive in a season devoid of spring. As these words escaped his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. What does this mean? Has the game begun? Chapter 80. The subtle thoughts of Mingwei and the pain of Lianfeng. A couplet of poetry suddenly ignited a stir among the crowd. After all, Yi Qiu is now a figure of renown, and most are well aware of his background and the trials he has faced. In light of his past, this line of poetry resonates with a newfound profundity. Humanity speaks of the radiant flowers of Liang, yet I arrived when spring had forsaken me. It seems to depict the picturesque scenery of Liang, but it also reflects the helplessness and regrets of life, akin to narrating his tragic romantic experiences. In this world, those who are deeply affectionate often find themselves tormented by indifference. Those who invest their heartfelt emotions are frequently left battered and bruised. Perhaps he once poured his heart into a relationship, striving to warm another with his fervent spirit. The crowd murmured, deeply contemplating the line, their hearts profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated that the charming and unrestrained poet, the immortal of verse, harbored such a painful past. Now that he has achieved success, one wonders if those who once wronged him feel any remorse. Even Bai Luming displayed a look of astonishment. Upon further reflection, new insights emerged. Each individual's experiences are unique. Thus the nuances they perceive differ. Some, with a more superficial understanding, might envision the breathtaking landscapes of Liang, which they have long heard of but never glimpsed. Finally, they have a chance to behold its beauty, only to find it not in its most splendid moment. Meanwhile, Mingwei contemplates how the world proclaims that parental love is greater than mountains. Everyone envies Yiqing's idyllic life, basking in the affection of his parents, growing up carefree and joyous, devoid of worries. No matter the challenges faced, his parents could resolve them, even orchestrating a grand birthday celebration that stirred the entire city. Yet when Yi Qiu approached with a heart full of joy, believing he too would receive such affection and live with greater ease, he was instead met with chaos and injury. Delving deeper, he might be lamenting his own failed romance. Perhaps he once endeavored for that engagement, but ultimately, he never managed to enter her heart, never securing a place therein. At this thought, Mingwei felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, prompting her to quip. What a poignant line. Humanity speaks of the radiant flowers of Liang, yet I arrived when spring had forsaken me. I wonder, do you still yearn for your fiancée? Not at all. Yi Qiu replied with a serene smile, a subtle curve gracing his lips. To speak candidly, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts regarding his fiancée. However, he found considerable intrigue in the enchanting saintess before him. Chuckling to himself, Yi Qiu felt a surge of poetic inspiration. Since he was here, he would not indulge in the antics of a mere swindler, a ploy only employed by the less sophisticated. If he were to play, he would play to the fullest. Poetry? It flowed effortlessly from his lips. He slowly approached the high platform, overlooking the mountains, and with a relieved smile, declared, to speak candidly, I once wished for a heart to call my own, to remain together until the end of our days. Yet ultimately, one discovers that all one has done is, in the eyes of others, nothing more than a jest. It is only through a belated realization that one understands. At this juncture, Yi Qiu was suddenly inspired once more, and I must emphasize that it was indeed a sudden epiphany. I had once directed my heart toward the bright moon, yet alas, the moon only illuminates the ditch. A sigh escapes, mingled with sorrow. At the moment those two lines of poetry fell, an instantaneous silence enveloped the gathering. Meanwhile, Mingwei wore a somewhat peculiar expression, as if sensing that these verses held a deeper significance. What could it mean? I hope you are merely referring to the moon in the sky. And who, pray tell, is the ditch? Good heavens! It seems the divine has favored us with such spontaneous brilliance. What a magnificent line! I had once directed my heart toward the bright moon, yet alas, the moon only illuminates the ditch. truly an immortal couplet. How shall we proceed now? The poetry competition has not even commenced, and he has already set the stage ablaze. A fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. Amidst it all, a figure clad in white silently observed, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. "Darling, are you all right?" Luji gazed at her dear friend with concern, yearning to approach Ichio and comfort him about the turmoil he had endured lately. Yet, upon catching sight of Mingwei beside him, her courage faltered. "I'm fine," Nianfeng murmured, her spirit seemingly lost, as Ichio's recent verses echoed persistently in her mind. Both lines, "The human world is adorned with vibrant flowers, yet I arrived when spring was absent, and I had once directed my heart toward the bright moon, yet alas. The moon only illuminates the ditch," seemed to beckon her, a relentless reminder of her past failures to cherish him, of the repeated wounds she inflicted upon him, leading to this very outcome. As she beheld Mingwei, who stood beside him and appeared even more accomplished than herself, she lacked the courage to acknowledge that she was Yi Chio's fiancée. The thought struck her as absurd. The current Yi Chio seemed to radiate a brilliance, as if touched by the divine, embodying the very image of the husband she had once envisioned. Yet, he was no longer the timid youth who had once trailed behind her, eager to please. He no longer belonged to her. Must one truly wait until lost to realize how precious someone is? When he was by her side, she failed to perceive any of Ichio's virtues now. He appeared to emanate light. In that moment, Lianfeng felt a disorientation, stifling Lu Ji's impulse to ascend the stage. Meanwhile, Yi Jin and Su Wanqing were also watching the scene unfold, their hearts pierced with pain. Su Wanqing, with tears brimming in her eyes, longed to embrace her son, who had been so wounded by their actions, to tell him, mother was truly wrong. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront Ichio's frigid gaze. She sensed that his recent verses, rather than merely addressing Lianfeng, were indeed a subtle indictment of them. How could her heart not ache? If only they had shared a modicum of concern for him back then, even a little, her son would not have strayed from her. It was their indifference, coldness, and disdain, fixated solely on their youngest son, that led to the unfolding of this tragedy. Observing the turmoil at the scene, Mingwei pondered, her heart racing. She found it peculiar that, even when confronted by those ancient and formidable threats, she had never experienced such tension. Why at this moment did she feel her heart quicken? Although his insinuation did not pertain to her, it created an illusion as if he were indeed addressing her. Was it merely because he used the name Mingwei? How amusing it was. Mingwei, oh Mingwei, you truly are being overly sentimental. Feeling a wave of disdain for herself, Mingwei refrained from further introspection, instead feeling a twinge of pity for Ichio. Unexpectedly, he was quite sentimental. Alas, his devotion had not been reciprocated. But what of it? Ichio smiled indifferently, suddenly inspired by poetic musings. After all, how few truly grasp the essence of deer, unaware that they dream of being fish all day long. What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. It is merely the ebb and flow of fate. Boom. As Ichio's words fell once more, the audience erupted with fervor. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Here it comes again, yet another timeless phrase. How does he conjure such brilliance, so effortlessly? Has he lost his mind? At this rate, why bother holding a poetry conference? It should be a solo performance. We are merely here to witness your artistry. An intense wave of discussion surged through the crowd, akin to a roaring tide. In just a few words, Ichio had elevated the atmosphere of this poetry gathering to its zenith. This was the eloquence of a scholar, flowing effortlessly. At that moment, even the haughty scions of noble families cast astonished glances his way. This fellow is quite remarkable. No wonder he can pen such masterpieces as Bring in the Wine and Yellow Crane Tower. What can one say? His 4 famous lines reverberate through the ages, worthy of deification. Damn it, what on earth does Ichio intend to do? Will he not allow us to enjoy ourselves? Amidst the cacophony surrounding her, Mingwei realized her objective had been accomplished. This was the result she had desired. Ichio had not disappointed her. As the foremost figure of the younger generation in the imperial state, and the most beautiful, Mingwei naturally drew considerable attention. Wherever she appeared, she was the center of focus. Her intention in doing so was simply to leverage the moment, to propel Ichio into the public eye. Did you not say, Eugene, that he pales in comparison to your youngest son? I am eager to see how he fares now. With this thought, Mingwei struggled to suppress a smile, quickly apologizing to Bai Luming before discreetly retreating. Chapter 81. Let the awards be presented directly. There is no need for competition with a resounding impact. Ichio's brief yet poignant words instantly captivated the attention of all present. In just a few lines of poetry, he managed to astonish the entire assembly, revealing his genuine talent. Incredulous gazes were cast upon him, with an unspoken desire to witness further exchanges, hoping to hear more exquisite verses. Haha, what a clever lad. I knew you must possess remarkable treasures. Why did you not unveil such splendid verses sooner? A hearty laugh shattered the silence as Bai Luming, brimming with excitement, clapped Yi Qiu on the shoulder. Marvelous. It seems there is no need for competition at this gathering. Let us declare the results forthwith. Upon hearing this, the elders, including Li Kanglin, hurriedly stepped forward. Elder, think twice, think twice. Bai Luming's proclamation left the group of elders utterly bewildered. Such a course of action was utterly inadvisable. They acknowledged Yu Qiu's literary prowess, which was more than sufficient for a champion, yet if the awards were presented now, the poetry competition would surely become a farce. How could they declare a winner before the contest had even commenced? How could they possibly host the next event after such a scandal? Haha, why are you all so anxious? I am merely jesting to lighten the mood. Do you truly believe I have lost my wits? Bai Luming chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively to signal the elders to withdraw. The assembly could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, having not anticipated this facet of his personality. Observing the students below, drenched in sweat from anxiety, Bai Luming could not suppress a grin. It was evident he would not undermine his own reputation. This poetry competition was not solely for the purpose of identifying a champion. He also sought to discover if anyone could compose works of the same caliber as Yi Qiu's. It was well known that Confucianism had long occupied a marginalized position in this world, primarily because most scholarly texts were monopolized by prominent families, leaving students from humble backgrounds with little access to literature. Consequently, the creation of timeless masterpieces was nearly impossible. This poetry competition, organized following the establishment of his academy to impart knowledge far and wide, aimed to assess the talents of these scholars. He hoped to identify individuals with potential, to nurture them, thereby contributing to the advancement of Confucianism. For this purpose, he had meticulously orchestrated a plan over several millennia, pouring his heart and soul into it, yearning to witness in his lifetime the emergence of learned individuals with a foothold in society. Very well, esteemed guests, please take your seats. Raising his hand, Bai Luming called out, and the students gradually settled down. Yi Jin and others occupied the VIP section, quietly awaiting their child's forthcoming performance. Today, it is my academy's honor to host the most talented individuals from across the land for this poetry competition. The essence of this gathering is solely to witness. As Bai Luming continued his lengthy discourse, Yi Qiu sat silently below, feeling somewhat drowsy. Yet, seated beside him was a woman he dreamed of whisking away, which alleviated his fatigue. He pondered the best method to secure her return. Ah, quite the conundrum. Yi Qiu had likely deduced the intention behind Ming Yue's earlier actions. What perplexed him was why she, a mere chance acquaintance, chose to assist him. Did she not fear the potential scandal that could arise from being too closely associated with him, which might bring disrepute to her family? It is important to note that she was the most captivating woman in the imperial state, possessing an unparalleled grace that drew the attention of all. Wherever she went, she was the center of everyone's focus. Not only was she rarely seen in close company, but she seldom engaged in conversation. She was regarded as a celestial being, aloof and indifferent to worldly affairs, living by her own whims. Such were the labels affixed to her. Or perhaps, she simply wished to vex Lianfeng? As he listened to their conversation, Yi Qiu sensed the subtle shifts in Lianfeng's expressions. However, he did not believe for a moment that this woman harbored any regret. He had witnessed her callousness firsthand. Attempting to sway her with feigned affection was a fool's errand, akin to trying to warm a stone that would not yield. Furthermore, Yi Qiu had never contemplated any further entanglement with her. The world was vast, and choices abundant. If their feelings were unreciprocated, it was best they part ways amicably, each walking their own path without entanglement. This was the most prudent course. As for his desire for women, that merely depended on his own inclination. Such matters were trivial for Yi Qiu. Merely hinting at the splendor of the Tang dynasty had already captured the hearts of numerous noble maidens, their gazes longing, as if they wished to dissolve into his embrace. The sensation was exquisite. This was the thrill of pretense. Countless scenes of protagonists flaunting their superiority played out in his mind, memories from his dreams. From the moment of his arrival in this realm, Yi Qiu vowed to strive and toil, determined that one day he would astonish the world with his magnificence. This was merely the first step. The journey ahead was long and filled with potential for glory. Observing the longing glances directed at him, Yi Qiu had unwittingly become the ideal suitor in their eyes. Clad in an ink-wash robe, he presented himself as a graceful gentleman, refined and elegant. How charming he appeared. Yet wait, how strange. Despite being lost in his daydreams, he noticed a troubling reality. None of the young maidens dared to approach him for deeper conversation. Was it possible that his charm was insufficient? A glance at Ming Wei beside him brought sudden clarity. Ah, how careless he had been. With her presence, who would dare to approach him? Before her, any woman would feel dwarfed and hesitant to vie for a man's attention. This woman had thwarted his plans. He had initially intended to entice a few naive maidens, hoping for warmth from a beautiful companion, or perhaps to find solace in those less appealing. Alas, before his schemes could even materialize, they had already crumbled. Nevertheless, all was not lost. There would be ample opportunity in the future. For now, his priority lay in preparing for the upcoming grand assessment. According to the rules of the poetry competition, all participating scholars must undergo 3 rounds of assessment before entering the final contest. Yichio, having already passed the initial 3 rounds due to his prior works Drinking Wine and Yellow Crane Tower, is exempt from the preliminary selections and awaits only the final questions. Besides him, several renowned scions from illustrious families and learned scholars have also secured exemption from the first 3 rounds, albeit in limited numbers. Are you feeling nervous? Inquired Mingwei, her beautiful crescent-shaped eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Since taking her seat, her thoughts have lingered on Yichio's earlier phrase, I intended to offer my heart to the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the ditch. The implication of those words was profound, leading her to suspect that Yichio might be toying with her, though she lacked concrete evidence. Nervous? Huh. It's merely a trivial affair, Yichio replied with a chuckle, taking a delightful sip from a jar of celestial wine he retrieved from his storage pouch. The innate ability of the bloodthirsty demon god instantly activated, filling him with a surging, fervent power that made his blood race. Your fiancé, he seems to be watching you, Mingwei remarked meaningfully. Yichio turned in confusion to see Lianfeng indeed casting him a look imbued with complexity. After uttering her statement, Mingwei, with an almost playful demeanor, leaned closer to Yichio, feigning intimacy. Suddenly, the sound of a cup shattering echoed through the air, while Lianfeng remained silent. Lu Ji was already gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 82. Am I in love with my sister-in-law? This is infuriating. The legitimate wife is still present. Yet she flirts with another man. What does that signify? Lu Ji, in her anger, stomped her foot, crushing the debris beneath her into powder. Observing Yichio and Mingwei engaged in light-hearted conversation brought an inexplicable discomfort to her heart. Initially, they had tirelessly journeyed for several days without rest, solely to locate him first. Yet upon finding him, all they received was his dismissive remark about meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Such words were profoundly disheartening. Even if he held no gratitude in his heart, he should not have uttered such a statement. Even more disheartening was their reunion, where he offered her no greeting and, in front of his fiancée, shared laughter with another woman. Listening silently to Lu Ji's grievances, Lianfeng's mind was clouded with unspoken thoughts, her expression complex. Yet she refrained from intervening. Over the past few days, she had been reflecting on her own mistakes, only to realize that, even though she had come to understand her errors, it was already too late. The man who had once followed her faithfully and obeyed her every command would no longer return. Enough, let us not dwell on this, she said, her emotions fraying. Unsure of what was happening within her, she had long believed that her affections were directed towards Yuqing. Since embarking on her journey in the everlasting mountain for cultivation, they had walked hand in hand through the years. She had always looked after him, and each time he shattered a record or achieved something remarkable, her heart swelled with joy. She had mistaken this feeling as love, only to awaken to the truth after this incident. This was not love. It resembled more of a familial bond. She had always regarded Yuqing as a younger brother, treating him as such for all these years. Yet she had misinterpreted this affection as her romantic feelings for him. Now, she found herself at a loss on how to face Yuqing and the Yi family. Even during the poetry conference, she chose not to accompany the Yi family. Why remain silent? Lu Ji implored. You should not conceal your feelings. It is clearly his fault. Yet he feigned such deep emotion, leaving you as the perceived heartless one. In her attempt to voice her discontent, Lu Ji wished to see her dear friend regain her strength. However, Lianfeng countered, you do not comprehend. You are unaware of the truth. Viewing the situation from my perspective, it is evident that I have been the one inflicting pain upon him. I am the ungrateful one, unworthy of him as he is now. As she spoke, a sting of sorrow unexpectedly welled in her eyes. After hearing her words, Lu Ji fell silent, her mouth opened as if to respond, yet no words escaped. The atmosphere was stifling. She was now engulfed in profound guilt, facing the scornful gazes of society without a retort. Among the esteemed families present, who was unaware of her betrothal to the Yi family, with Yi Chio's casual remark and the embellishment of a few verses, the matter swiftly transformed into the gossip of the entire gathering. In the crowd, many individuals were fervently contemplating the meaning behind the verses recited by Yi Chio, seemingly piecing together a coherent narrative. I originally directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon illuminates a drainage ditch. Who is the bright moon? Who is the drainage ditch? Are you truly foolish enough not to comprehend such a simple matter? It is widely known that the ageless saint son of Mount Pulo, Yi Qing, and the saintess Lian Feng have long been regarded as a celestial couple, their bond flourishing since childhood. Given the long-standing marital ties between the Yi and Lian families, a modicum of reflection would reveal the truth. Once this notion was articulated, the crowd erupted into lively discourse. Ah, I see. What you imply is that the person betrothed to the Lian family as princess is not Yi Qing, but rather his forsaken brother, Yi Chio. No wonder I always sense something amiss. Their ages do not align. So how could they be betrothed? The emotional turmoil lies here. In other words, the sister-in-law has developed feelings for her younger brother-in-law? How outrageous. How can this woman exhibit such indiscretion? Despite already having a fiancé, she fraternizes with her brother-in-law. For years, I believed them to be a couple, and I even supported their union for quite some time. This younger sibling is no better. Coveting his brother's beloved is utterly reprehensible. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the atmosphere gradually morphed into something eerie, particularly when recalling Yu Cho's line. Though people speak of the radiant flowers under the sun, I arrive when spring is absent, which heightened the tension to its zenith. It is profoundly tragic. Enduring years of being usurped, only to return and find his fiancée, he has never treated him kindly, nor has his family shown him any benevolence. What he believed would be a new beginning has turned into yet another abyss. As public sentiment began to shift, certain events from years past were gradually unraveled by these astute observers. Coupled with Yu Cho's prior experiences, they slowly unmasked the hypocrisy of Yi Jin. He professed that everything was for the good of the eldest son, yet bestowed all the advantages upon the youngest, indulging him excessively. Conversely, when it came to the eldest son, he only offered oppression and blame, failing to fulfill any paternal obligations. Upon hearing these discussions, Yu Qing's countenance darkened, his gaze, laden with murderous intent, fixated on the distant figure of Yi Chio. A man of pride throughout his life, how could he endure the scorn of others? What wrongdoing had he committed? From beginning to end, he had been a victim, previously unaware of the existence of a brother. He was also oblivious to the fact that it was he, not himself, who was betrothed to the woman he cherished most dearly. Cursed be you, Yi Chio. One day, I shall take your life. His heart roared in protest, as if to release all the fury within, yet the presence of his parents compelled him to suppress his rage. Sensing his turbulent emotions, Lu Qifeng, standing nearby, expressed concern. Yi Qing, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Yet it was evident to the discerning that he was far from untroubled. This lad could not conceal his feelings. Lu Qifeng could see the murderous glint in his eyes. His gaze soon shifted to Yu Chio, and he inquired, shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson? Do you have the confidence? Yu Qing replied skeptically. Lu Qifeng, feeling slighted, retorted, who do you look down upon? I am, after all, a distinguished scion of the floating light cave. To be unable to defeat a mere pawn would surely make me the subject of ridicule. Yi Qing's lips twitched. He had harbored similar thoughts before, only to receive a resounding slap across the face. Just wait and see. Soon, I shall make things difficult for him, ensuring he makes a complete fool of himself. Lu Qifeng smiled with confidence, viewing Yi Chio as nothing more than an inconsequential bumpkin. He radiated an air of inferiority, unworthy of sharing the same table with true scions of noble families. In fact, Lu Qifeng found it absurd that someone like him was even present in this gathering, as it sullied his own status. To associate with such common folk would inevitably diminish his own prestige. Upon sensing the disdainful gaze directed at him, Yi Chio paused momentarily, but soon his lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile, growing increasingly audacious. What are you laughing at? Mingwei asked in confusion, to which Yu Chio simply replied, it is not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. Chapter 83, with your talent. Meeting me is your greatest honor. What is Yi Chio truly contemplating? Perhaps Mingyue will never fathom it, for it transcends the comprehension of a normal person, unless she too is not quite normal. Hehehe, how amusing. The intrigue grows ever deeper. Might this young man be aware of my need for a divine bone and intends to offer his assistance? What a good soul, once I forge the human emperor banner. I shall appoint you as a deputy banner master. Initially, Ichio was uncertain how to provoke him. But now it seems he is eager to seek trouble with Ichio. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. In what manner would the other party attempt to vex him? Ideally, it would be a wave of irritation that culminates in an exquisite humiliation. However, to entice him into seeking Ichio, it would provide an opportunity to subdue him. Yet, not just yet, two formidable experts accompany him, complicating matters. It seems I must devise a strategy to first eliminate those two experts. As he pondered in silence, Ichio suddenly recalled a frenzied formation, his spirits lifting instantaneously. Excellent. It shall be you. While elation surged within, Ichio maintained an exterior of calm and composure, unperturbed. He merely awaited the conclusion of the 3 rounds of assessment. For the true spectacle was soon to unfold. The elders of the White Deer Academy were in a flurry, diligently reviewing submissions. After a rigorous selection process, several outstanding students began to emerge. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Who penned this White Dragon's chant? An exclamation escaped by Looming's lips, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated that. Aside from Ichio, a prodigious talent would also surface in this year's Cloud Summit Poetry Conference, capable of producing a piece that captivated his attention. Indeed, apart from him, numerous commendable works existed, yet few could truly astonish him. Director, this was composed by Xiao Wucai of the Xiao family. Xiao Wucai? What an unusual name. Bai Luming paused, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, is it from the Xiao family of Jiangling City? Precisely. Upon hearing this, Bai Luming was secretly astonished. As expected from the lineage of royalty, there was indeed substance. However, he was taken aback that such an ancient and illustrious family would participate in the poetry gathering. It was quite rare. This family is notoriously enigmatic, with its direct descendants seldom venturing into the world, thus the public knows little of them. Today, he was fortunate to witness an exceptional descendant of the Xiao clan. Amidst the spotlight of countless gazes, a striking young man clad in a crimson robe gracefully emerged from the crowd, his demeanor exuding youthful vigor. His appearance instantly incited a chorus of gasps from numerous young ladies, truly a sight to behold. Ichio cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, "Which family does this young master belong to?" Quite the arrogance. Mingyue chuckled knowingly. After all, he hails from royal blood, a prestigious family, the Jiangling Xiao clan. Such pride is to be expected. Jiangling Xiao clan. Ichio momentarily froze, realizing that it was the family of Xiao Wui. Regarding this young brother of his, Ichio held a profound appreciation. Capable, diligent, and sharing nearly identical experiences, the sole distinction lay in the manner of their departures. He had been cast out, while Ichio had chosen to leave. Xiao Wucai? How amusing. As he murmured the name Xiao Wucai, a slight smile played at the corners of Ichio's mouth. Wasn't this precisely the royal lineage he had long coveted? To encounter it so soon was truly unexpected. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to seize this opportunity. Such a heavenly chance could not be squandered if he wished to pursue the path of cultivation. Otherwise, he might as well return home to tend to pigs. With Lu Qingfeng and Xiao Wucai now unwittingly added to Ichio's hunting list, he recalled yet another figure. Yi Qing, along with Yi Wushuang. These were exceptional treasures he had long sought, divine opportunities bestowed upon him. Amidst the throng, Xiao Wucai ascended the elevated platform, making a striking appearance. Once he had basked in the limelight, the true performance of the poetry competition commenced. At the call of Bai Luming, all students were summoned to enter. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Let us commence the final examination of this assembly." As Bai Luming issued his command, all participants slowly rose, and Ichio quietly stood, making his way toward the lofty pavilion that crowned the mountain. This newly erected edifice, yet to be named, overlooked the majestic panorama of mountains, rivers, and the gently flowing waters of Dongding Lake, a sight of extraordinary splendor. "Brother Yi, do take note. You shall witness how I toy with him," Lu Qingfeng whispered, his gaze fixed intently on Ichio, who walked alone ahead. Yi Qing nodded, responding, "If you truly manage to teach him a lesson, I shall treat you to a drink afterward." "Haha, a trivial matter, no need for your invitation." "I can treat as well," Lu Qingfeng chuckled, dismissing it entirely. In his eyes, Ichio remained a mere commoner, unworthy of occupying the same esteemed space, especially devoid of the status of the northern prince's heir. For him, associating with such a figure was an affront to his dignity. As he entered the pavilion, he inadvertently collided with Ichio, and was about to unleash a torrent of insults. However, upon turning, Yi Qiu regarded him with a haughty gaze, akin to that of a person observing an ant. "What is it?" Ming Yue inquired, turning in confusion. Yi Qiu shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, "Nothing. Just stepped in a pile of dog feces." "Dog feces?" Ming Yue's expression morphed, and upon noticing Yi Qing behind, the realization dawned upon him. With this remark, Lu Qingfeng's previously poised insults were abruptly stifled, his face flushing crimson. "How dare you? Yi Qiu, you are but a lowly commoner. What right have you to call me dog feces?" He was utterly unprepared for Yi Qiu's audacity. After all, he was the holy son of the floating light, a prominent figure within the imperial realm, whose renown had blossomed while Yi Qiu was still scavenging in some forgotten corner for scraps. He is a foolish commoner. What right does he have to claim superiority? What is the meaning of being enraged by shame? Generally, such geniuses share a common flaw. They cannot tolerate being criticized by those they perceive to be beneath them in status or ability. Such an affront is an assault on their dignity and an insult to their pride. This is precisely what Yi Qiu anticipated. "Do you wish to provoke me? Then let us see who truly finds themselves in discomfort." The commotion outside the attic quickly attracted the attention of many. Yi Qiu glanced back at him, a playful smile gracing his lips, and said, "In my eyes, you are not much different from refuse. I understand your anger, but do not let it consume you. For what I speak is the truth. With your qualifications, merely encountering me is an immense privilege. To share the same roof with me is an honor that your ancestors must be celebrating in their graves. You ought to feel fortunate. For my ability to address you so calmly is the highest form of respect I can offer. This is not disdain, rather, it resembles a form of pity." Each word piercing to the core. And with that declaration, the atmosphere erupted. Good heavens! He is truly audacious. How dare he utter such words? It is important to recognize that he stands before the illustrious saint of floating light, a paragon of excellence. In his eyes, he has been reduced to mere insignificance. Chapter 84. Only the weak seek comfort, and you are precisely that. The moment Yi Qiu uttered these words, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. All eyes instantly turned toward him, including those of several young ladies and gentlemen from esteemed families. Lu Qifeng was incensed. He struggled to suppress the seething anger within him, never anticipating that Yi Qiu would exhibit such aggression. Before he could retaliate, his adversary had already launched an offensive, seizing the very lines that were rightfully his. Such audacity! "Lu, do not fall for his provocation. He is deliberately attempting to incite you," Lu Qing hurriedly advised, recognizing the danger of Lu Qifeng's escalating fury, which threatened to cloud his judgment. If a confrontation ensued, it could jeopardize his participation in the subsequent grand evaluations. "Am I unaware of his deliberate humiliation? Yet I cannot endure this affront," Lu Qifeng retorted, his indignation palpable. He could tolerate insults from those superior to him, but he would never accept degradation from someone beneath him, especially a mere commoner. Such an affront was a challenge to him and his lineage. Fixing a gaze filled with loathing upon Yi Qiu, he envisioned inflicting 1,000 tortures upon him. In response, Yi Qiu's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "Is this all? Such feeble aggression, and you dare seek a quarrel with me? I have yet to unleash my full potential, yet you are already on the verge of collapse. With such fragile mental fortitude, you would scarcely withstand the onslaught of those gaming aficionados. What gives you the right to contend with me? Yi Qiu, cease your posturing. Should it come to blows, I will not be bested by you," Lu Qing retorted, unable to contain himself at the sight of his friend being insulted. Yet, he was met with Yi Qiu's gaze, one steeped in supreme arrogance, as he proclaimed, "You? A mere wretch, daring to prattle before me, barking like a cur. To oppose me is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. How laughably presumptuous. You are nothing but an insignificant being. I could dispatch you with the ease of slaughtering a chicken or butchering a dog. What epitomizes arrogance? What defines unbridled hubris? Standing upon the steps, Yi Qiu looked down upon them as one would regard two mere ants, his eyes brimming with disdain. Lu Qifeng felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his eyes seemingly aflame, his teeth chattering as he struggled to restrain the murderous intent rising within him. Such insolence! Such audacity! How dare this impudent wretch so brazenly insult him? He was merely a rogue, yet he believed that donning the mantle of a poetic sage would elevate him to nobility? Observing Hong Wen and his companion, Yi Qiu deemed it insufficient, for he had endured far more than this. He had not forgotten the scornful gazes or the arrogance directed at him. "What's the matter? Do you doubt my prowess? How about you all come at me together? I shall allow you one hand," he declared, proceeding to casually place one hand behind his back, truly demonstrating what it means to be arrogant. At that moment, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Among them, He Wushuang silently observed the unfolding spectacle, her lips twitching as she remarked, "This guy is infuriating. I feel like giving him a good thrashing myself. Who can withstand such audacity? Do not speak of the parties involved." Even the onlookers were nearly flushed with indignation. Yi Qing and Lu Qifeng, both formidable figures of the sixth realm and paragons of excellence, were they truly so feeble in his eyes? If it were merely a matter of humiliating an ordinary cultivator, it could be forgiven, yet he chose to demean a prodigy in such a manner. This was akin to thrusting a sharp sword deep into their hearts, trampling their dignity underfoot. Lu Qifeng felt a surge of anger, but soon regained his composure, gradually realizing the terrifying nature of Yi Qiu's verbal assaults. If they were to follow his lead entirely, they would be methodically dismantled, their defenses utterly shattered. With this thought, a spark of clarity ignited within him. Suddenly, he scoffed, "Huh? You are but a discarded pawn, forsaken by your family, unworthy of even conversing with me. Do you believe that crafting a few verses can alter your pitiful fate? How naive. Before the true aristocracy, you are not but an ant, easily crushed at whim. If you were wise, you would humbly amuse me. Perhaps I might spare you some trifling reward, sufficient for you to survive a meager existence." Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. It was evident that those present had largely discerned Yi Qiu's lineage. Recognizing him as the son of Yi Jin, Lu Qingfeng's mention of this matter, particularly his repugnant insinuation of extracting favors, was a blatant affront to Yi Qiu's already awkward position. It felt like a dagger plunged into his very core. Was this truly his attempt at a direct retort? This fellow must surely be incensed. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Yi Qiu, for who would not desire the affection of their parents, the validation of their lineage? Yet, Yi Qiu was a child who faced constant rejection, an abandoned offspring scorned by those who should have cherished him. Perhaps this was the most profound thorn in his heart. Everyone anticipated an explosive reaction from Yi Qiu, eager to witness how he would respond to Lu Qifeng. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Qiu merely smiled faintly, betraying no anger. How could this be? Did he truly not care about the matter? This could not be. Was he genuinely disinterested in returning to the Yi family, in reclaiming his status as the heir apparent to the Northern King? Confusion enveloped the crowd. Only Yi Qiu bore a sly smile, recalling the words of a certain celestial being. "Are you bewildered as to why I do not rage?" Lu Qifeng fixed his gaze upon him, desperately searching for any trace of dissimulation. He could not fathom how, in the face of such verbal onslaught, Yi Qiu could maintain his composure. Surely, this apparent indifference was a fade. If he possessed even a shred of conscience, a vestige of sentiment, he could not possibly remain unperturbed. Yet Yi Qiu chuckled softly, saying, "Those with shallow minds often become enraged by the curses of others, elated by their praise. Yet, such sentiments are merely reflections of external perceptions. To live governed by the opinions of others is a pitiable existence. Your life is indeed lamentable. Your entire life has been devoted to seeking the approval of others, living for their commendations. Your vision is confined to a minuscule realm, once obtained. You cherish it as a precious treasure, unable to part with it. Little do you realize that what you hold dear is perceived as mere refuse in the eyes of others. In essence, you are but a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, existing in your own narrow world." As Yi Qiu's words fell like autumn leaves, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It remained uncertain whether he was chastising Lu Qifeng or condemning everyone present. Yet, he was far from finished. Ignoring Lu Qingfeng's reddening face, Yi Qiu continued, "I have repeatedly stated that you are nothing more than an inconsequential character, lacking in vision, breadth of heart, and strength. You attempt to assail me by exploiting my background, perceiving me as a pitiful being unacknowledged by my family? It is only the weak who crave the validation of others, who seek solace in times of trouble. You are, indeed, a weakling." With that, Yi Qiu cast a gaze imbued with a hint of pity towards Lu Qifeng, then turned his eyes to Yi Qing. "Do not misconstrue this. My words strike not only at Lu Qifeng but at you as well, Yi Qing. Feel the fury, young man. Let your impulsiveness drive you. Come seek retribution. I await your challenge." Chapter 85. Arrogance. His arrogance knows no bounds. With Yi Qiu's words resonating through the air, the atmosphere instantly erupted like the sound of a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of shock. My goodness, what audacity! How dare he adopt such a posture? A perfect embodiment of an ant shaking a tree, absurdly overestimating oneself. Akin to a frog in a well. This fellow is even more presumptuous than I had imagined. In this world, those capable of composing a poem as audacious as the wine is ready must undoubtedly possess an extreme level of arrogance and pride. He has indeed achieved this. truly looking down upon everything. Yet it remains to be seen whether his strength can uphold such arrogance. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. Within the grand hall, Eugene and the other distinguished guests were also witnesses to this spectacle. Upon hearing Ichio's words, which echoed the sentiments of the weak, their hearts trembled. He had never anticipated that Ichio could articulate such a statement. In his recollection, from the moment he reclaimed his son, the character and mannerisms exhibited by Ichio could be encapsulated in one phrase: timorous and indecisive. He lacked the demeanor of a true man, exuding self-doubt. A mere slight criticism would lead him to bow his head in submission, afraid to err. This was a point of disdain for Eugene. He believed his son should embody the virtues of a stalwart man, bold enough to defy authority and unwavering in the face of adversity. He envisioned a man of integrity, decisive bravery, and exceptional wisdom. Throughout the month of observation, Ichio exhibited none of these traits, leading to his profound disappointment. Yet today, he found himself realizing he had been mistaken. He had never truly understood his son. The shortcomings he perceived were non-existent within Ichio. With disbelief in her gaze, Su Wanqing contemplated intervening to halt this farce, but Eugene suddenly restrained her. "Madam, let the children resolve their own matters." His eyes shimmered with surprise. He was eager to witness what further declarations Ichio might make. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the peculiar glances from those around began to weigh heavily on Lu Qifeng, his expression darkening. In this moment, he finally comprehended that he had been diminished. Standing high above them, he viewed them as mere insignificant ants. From the outset, they had been defeated. At least in this exchange, they lacked the ability to retort. Yet, he was reluctant to accept this reality, as it threatened his pride and dignity in the future. In that instant, Lu Qifeng spoke coldly. "Ichio, I concede that your verbal prowess is indeed remarkable, but to establish oneself in this realm, mere words will not suffice. Do you dare to challenge me?" Boom. With this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. Was he issuing a challenge? What an exhilarating turn of events! This promised to be the highlight of the poetry conference, the prodigy from the floating light cave confronting the unknown disciple of the heavenly repairing land. Once the heir of the Northern Rejection King, the spectacle was becoming increasingly captivating, igniting fervor amongst all present. Due to this poetry gathering, the event was never merely about solitary poetry writing. It undeniably included elements of camaraderie through competition. This is precisely why so many brilliant individuals were invited to enliven the atmosphere. When Lu Qifeng boldly issued a challenge to Ichio, the ambience surged to a fever pitch. "Accept his challenge," echoed through the air. At that moment, every gaze converged upon Ichio. Lu Qifeng, equally fixated on him, gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, straining to contain himself. Ichio regarded him for a considerable time before, with an air of supreme arrogance and disdain, reciting the words he once spoke to Lu Qing. "If you do not cultivate, you are akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you do cultivate, you are but a mayfly witnessing the vast sky." Shifting his focus to Lu Qing, Ichio continued, "Were you not my brother, you would lack even the merit to stand before me." Silence enveloped the surroundings, an eerie stillness that was palpable. In such a setting, such declarations struck like an underwater bomb, unleashing tumultuous waves. Ichio reveled in the madness of the moment, recalling the words of Su Chaofeng. "The path lies beneath your feet. How to traverse it? It is up to you." Having chosen this path, he was resolved to embrace utter madness. Ha ha ha. Anger? Anger is the mark of the weak, a futile howl of incompetence, lamenting the heavens, fate, and the passage of time. Do you wish to challenge me? Logically, you lack the qualification. However, today, I have decided to show you some pity. With a tone dripping with arrogance, Ichio spoke, a mocking smile illuminating his face. On the surface, he appeared exceedingly conceited, yet internally, he was brimming with delight. "Very well, very well, very well. I shall follow this rhythm. At last, I have caught an opportunity, haven't I? Ha ha. You take the initiative to challenge me? I was just pondering how to deal with you all. No, no, I mustn't laugh. It would be too conspicuous." Struggling to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips, Ichio continued, "How about this? Engaging with someone of your caliber is simply lackluster. Why not have two of you come at me together? After all, it's all in a day's work." Boom. What does it mean to astonish the entire assembly? What is the essence of extreme arrogance? Such audacity. Ichio, I, Lu Qifeng, shall not coexist with you. The roar of fury erupted, confirming Ichio's assertion. The weak can only express impotent rage. At this moment, Lu Qifeng was aflame with indignation, his temper flaring. He was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Each prod to these so-called prodigies ignited precisely as intended. Indeed, among the young and renowned, these so-called geniuses typically share a common flaw: arrogance, impulsiveness, and an overvaluation of reputation and dignity, often prioritizing them above life itself. They are unable to accept defeat, nor can they tolerate mockery or provocation from others. Yi Qing cast a murderous glare at Yi Qiu, astonished that the latter regarded him with such disdain. Once upon a time, Yi Qiu had merely been a lowly thug in his eyes. How could he now dare to stand before him and utter such words? A surge of murderous intent erupted, and in an instant, a tempest swept through the air as their energies clashed violently. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Throughout this, Yi Qiu maintained a condescending demeanor, looking down upon them with scorn. The elders of the White Deer Academy witnessed this scene and turned their attention to Bai Lu Ming. They expected the old man to intervene, but to their surprise, he smiled and remarked, if they are not youthful and reckless, what else can we call them? Let them have their arena." With a single command, the elders stepped forward, and in an instant, bone inscriptions flickered throughout the grand hall, materializing into a solitary, ethereal arena. Yi Qiu, Yi Qing, and Lu Qingfeng found themselves at its center. Observing this spectacle, Yi Qiu drew a deep breath, gazing skyward with a sigh of anticipation. I have finally awaited your arrival. Chapter 86. My dear younger brother, I long for you. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? This moment resembles the instant when Sun Wukong's lotus seal was unbound in Journey to the West. In this poignant scene, Yi Qiu can only express his gratitude to the heavens for their generosity toward him. As the void arena materialized, the surrounding space instantly warped, leaving all spectators profoundly shaken. After all, the animosity fueling this confrontation had been palpable from the very outset. In this pure clash of grievances, who shall emerge victorious? 1 against 2? How intriguing. Among the crowd, Mingyu silently observed the unfolding drama, refraining from uttering a single word. She was eager to ascertain the true extent of Yi Qiu's prowess, hoping that he would not disappoint her. After all, should he be bested after such grand proclamations, it would be a considerable humiliation. The spectators were equally engrossed in the impending battle, particularly Yi Jin, Su Wanqing, and Lian Feng, who regarded it with the utmost seriousness. This was due to the fact that 2 of the 3 participants were closely related to them, notably Yi Jin and Su Wanqing. As both were their sons, 2 brothers entwined in a tumultuous rivalry. "Jin Ge, do you think we should intervene?" Su Wanqing expressed her concerns, as the prospect of either Yi Qiu or Yi Qing being harmed was unbearable to her. Yet, the moment these 2 brothers met, they were bound to clash, impervious to any attempts at reconciliation. It remained a mystery whether they bore grudges from a past life or if their sibling bond was irreparably strained. Yi Jin also felt a twinge of worry, but chose to suppress it. Let us observe for now. Although Qing can be a bit arrogant, he knows where to draw the line. He should not cause any serious harm. Besides, even if danger arises, with me here, Qiu will be safe. Yi Jin held a firm confidence in his own abilities. He did not believe that Yi Qiu could triumph in this encounter, despite having previously injured Yi Qing. That victory had stemmed from Yi Qing's negligence, as he had initially fought with merely 10% of his strength, mistakenly viewing Yi Qiu as the same first-tier cultivator he once was. Even at 20%, he could easily vanquish him. Thus, that defeat could hardly be considered a true loss. It was merely a consequence of underestimating his opponent. As for Yi Qiu's current strength, Yi Jin remained uncertain. Since leaving home, Yi Qiu's cultivation had become an enigma, shrouded in a layer of righteous aura that concealed his true abilities, even from Yi Jin's discerning eye. However, he did not believe that, in a truly fair contest, Yi Qiu would stand a chance against Yi Qing, especially with Lu Qingfeng also in the fray. A 1 against 2 scenario offered no hope of victory. Meanwhile, Lian Feng watched anxiously, wishing to intervene in this fraternal conflict. Yet, as she prepared to step forward, she hesitated. She found herself questioning her authority to act. Should she approach as Yi Qiu's fiancé? Yet, he had so readily cast aside even the identity of a nobleman's betrothed, so what weight did her status carry? Realizing this, Lian Feng halted. She had forfeited her capacity to mediate this discord. Upon reflecting on this, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced her heart. It was only now that she realized the insignificance of the identity she had once disregarded. In the wake of its loss, she found herself filled with an inexplicable sense of regret. What could be the reason for such feelings? Was it due to his gradual transformation into the embodiment of the ideal partner she had once envisioned? Yet, should love not transcend such superficial appearances? More crucially, Should it not hinge upon the dynamics and mutual understanding between two individuals? With a pained expression, Lianfeng dared not to yearn for more, resigning herself to quietly observe. In the arena, Yi Qiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the two in the distance, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. He proceeded leisurely to retrieve a jar of wine, uncapping it and tilting his head back to drink deeply. Arrogant and conceited. How dare he indulge in wine while facing us? Little did he realize that this very act incensed Lu Qifeng to the core. He had never fathomed that one could exhibit such audacity, disregarding their existence entirely, treating them as nothing more than inconsequential ants. Damn it, Yi Qiu. Today you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Lu Qing's fury ignited. With a mere gesture, a priceless spiritual sword descended from the heavens. This move was reminiscent of one he had witnessed from Su Qiaofeng. Yet Yi Qiu had merely replicated the form, lacking the profound essence that Su Qiaofeng possessed. With a slight smile, Yi Qiu waved his right hand gently, and in an instant, a formless domain was unleashed. What? Within the ink-washed realm. The space entered a wondrous state of being. As the drops of ink fell, an overwhelming force of law manifested itself. Yi Jin was taken aback, utterly astonished that Yi Qiu possessed such a formidable domain. To wield the brush and paint the heavens. This was a supreme skill of Confucianism. How could he have acquired it? Internally astonished, this technique left him utterly shocked. At Yi Qiu's tender age to master such an ability, he could potentially ascend to the heights of Confucian supremacy, perhaps even aspire to become a sage. It was simply unfathomable. This fellow surpassed his wildest expectations. If left to grow unrestrained, he may well become the next Mingwei. Amidst the crowd, He Wushuang silently observed all of this, her heart filled with astonishment. Yet, as she contemplated, her gaze turned cold, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Her eyes flitted between Yi Qiu and Lu Qing as a resolution began to form within her. At the moment the ink-washed realm took shape, a stroke of ink fell from the heavens, sketching a resplendent line. Lu Qifeng and Lu Qing's expressions shifted dramatically, sensing a tremendous sword intent sweeping across the expanse. This is bad. This fellow has been concealing his strength all along. We have been deceived. Lu Qingfeng's complexion paled as he hastily summoned a brush, attempting to unravel the domain. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a wave of sword energy descended from the sky. Damn it! With a resounding crash, Lu Qingfeng was sent reeling back with a single encounter, while throughout the entire exchange, Yi Qiu remained utterly unmoved. This is what one calls a dimensional strike. There are no extravagant tricks, only an overwhelming force. In this battle, what Yi Qiu desired was precisely this effect. You fancy yourselves as young prodigies, do you? Heh! I reiterate, in my eyes, you are but insignificant creatures. Have you ever experienced darkness? As the two desperately resisted the frenzied onslaught of countless sword intents, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. Suddenly turning around, they beheld a figure materializing behind them, almost whispering in their ears as it spoke. How is this possible? When did he arrive behind us? Yi Qing's pupils widened in shock. Such speed could never belong to a mere 5th-tier cultivator. Not even a 7th tier could achieve this, one might surmise. Yet Yi Qiu had accomplished it. As if he were the sovereign of this realm. Taking another swig of wine, Yi Qiu sighed deeply towards the heavens. Ah, this is the feeling I have long awaited. My dear brother, I have missed you dearly. Chapter 87. Is that arrogance? That is absolute confidence. Yi Qiu. Perish. Under such immense pressure, Yi Qing finally chose to erupt. He unleashed a sword strike, and the terrifying sword intent instantly tore apart the fabric of reality. As if the heavens and earth had been split open. Supreme treasure technique. At the moment the golden bone inscriptions enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere surged with fervor. After all, it was the royal house of Bei, steeped in profound heritage, that imparted such a supreme treasure technique to him. What a jest! With his status, wouldn't such a treasure technique be something he could refine at will? His family would be eager to present it to him. In this scenario, Yi Qiu might very well suffer, having squandered 20 years without the support of a powerful family background. Defeating his brother with merely a Confucian Dao Saint domain seemed a daunting challenge. The crowd murmured, feeling a sense of injustice for Yi Qiu. From the battle thus far, the talent Yi Qiu displayed was no less remarkable than that of his brother, who had been hailed as a genius since childhood. Yet, their lives were starkly different. In the skies above, the explosive bone inscriptions crackled, and Yi Qing's sword intent surged to unprecedented heights. The overwhelming aura was truly awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the land, as ominous clouds gathered in a sweeping tide. In this ink-wash world, Yi Qiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pushing his right hand outward. In an instant, a colossal sword, forged from ink and essence, slowly materialized in the heavens above. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What sword technique was this? Even Yi Jin expressed his surprise. The defiant sword intent exhibited by Yi Qiu left him in admiration. Its power was no less formidable than any supreme sword technique in existence, perhaps even surpassing Su Chaofeng's Peach Blossom sword technique. As the heir of the Listening Tide Sword Pavilion, Su Wanqing perceived the situation more profoundly and felt a greater shock within. She sensed that Yi Qiu's sword intent contained boundless truths of the heavenly laws, devoid of flashy maneuvers. It emanated the overwhelming force of the divine. No Qing, is destined to lose. Her complexion pale, she shook her head in disbelief, murmuring to herself. At the moment Yi Qiu unleashed his sword, she realized that Yi Qing could never rival him in the realm of swordsmanship. Their understanding had reached an insurmountable chasm. Boom! At the moment when the two swords clashed violently, a fierce wind swept through, nearly scattering the arena. Bai Luming took a gentle step forward, pushing with his right hand to quell the turbulent sword intent. With a cough, Yi Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Yi Qiu, who looked down upon him from the heavens. In that instant, his former arrogance appeared utterly foolish. He had been like a jester, underestimating this time. It was a wholly direct confrontation, devoid of any underhanded tactics. He was neither careless nor hesitant, having committed himself entirely. Yet, he still faced defeat. In a true sense, he succumbed to his brother, who had never been regarded with any significance. Lu Qingfeng watched this scene, a surge of anger swelling within him. Failure was not an option. His eyes blazed with fire, and in an instant, a searing flame erupted from his being. The fierce wrath surged forth, and amidst the flowing fire runes, a divine bone gradually revealed itself on his body. Yi Qiu's eyes brightened immediately, fixated on the location of the divine bone, his heart leaping with joy. Aha! I have found it. What a precious treasure. Regrettably, the presence of so many people made it difficult to act. Otherwise, he would have seized it right away. However, it was of little concern. That which he coveted would not escape his watchful gaze. You may survive the first day of the month, but you shall never outlive the 15th. Everyone witnessed that I had no intention of entangling with them. It was they who insisted on provoking me. And only when pushed to the brink did I retaliate. Alas, those who are excessively kind are often the easiest targets for bullying. Yet, I am precisely too kind. Trouble seems to find me at every turn, inescapable. The moment the divine bone erupted, an overwhelming power nearly shattered the entire realm. And the blaze engulfed the sky like a fire dragon, relentlessly battering Yi Qiu's domain. Lu Qingfeng made his move, delivering a powerful punch towards Yi Qiu, sidestepping. Yi Qiu evaded the brunt of the blow. With the ethereal grace of the breezing wind technique, he moved like the wind, appearing and disappearing without a trace. In an instant, the heavens and the earth bore witness to two figures in relentless pursuit, embroiled in an intense struggle. Yi Qing, why are you dawdling? Get over here and stop him. After several dozen punches that failed to land even a single blow on Yi Qiu, Lu Qifeng was filled with rage, feeling as if he were a dog being evaded. How could he endure such humiliation? At his urging, Yi Qing finally snapped out of his daze, his eyes suddenly flashing with murderous intent. No, I have not yet been completely defeated. With a spark of fury igniting within him, Yi Qing unleashed the full force of his being, charging forward like a cannonball. However, he did not anticipate that a sword would slice through the air. Yi Qiu's movements were exceedingly peculiar and swift. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to shimmer, tearing through the void to reach the opposite end. Throughout the fierce and intense battle among the three, Yi Qiu toyed with them in a manner akin to play. All who witnessed were left in utter astonishment. Heavens! This is unbelievable. Where did this fellow learn such supreme divine arts? Could it be that he is truly an unparalleled prodigy of cultivation, able to comprehend them on his own? Such talent, having languished for 20 years, yet still able to toy with two genius supremes, left me unable to fathom what form he would take had he not squandered those 2 decades. All were astounded. Perhaps his current achievements were born from desperation. That kind of escape from the brink of annihilation, breaking free from the abyss of the undead, where a single misstep would lead to irreversible doom. In this dire predicament, he has forcefully unveiled his true self. My heavens, it appears that his earlier proclamation was not mere bravado. If he were to cultivate his abilities, those who encounter him, such as Yi Qing and the others, would indeed resemble frogs in a well gazing at the moon above, or ephemeral insects witnessing the vast sky. How ruthless! Is this arrogance? No, it is unwavering confidence, absolute confidence. Not only the gathered crowd, but even his closest kin, parents and fiancé exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. Impossible. How could this be? With a pale countenance, Lian Feng struggled to believe the scene before her. Is this person still the fiancé she knows? The more exceptional he becomes, does it not highlight her past folly in underestimating him? A wave of anguish surged within her at this moment. He could likely vanquish not only Yi Qing but even her, should she join forces, as they might still prove insufficient against Yi Qiu's current prowess. His state of mind is invincible. Unless faced with an absolute domain of dominance, no one, regardless of who they may be, could contend with him. Chapter 88. From beginning to end, you are unworthy to be my opponents today. Yi Qiu truly revealed to the world what it means to embody invincibility. With an air of nonchalance, he effortlessly neutralized the relentless onslaught of his two adversaries, enveloping the Inkwash realm in chaos. Following the initial wave of overwhelming strikes, he refrained from employing any arcane techniques, instead choosing to toy with his opponents in a mockingly playful manner. Is this all you are capable of? Feeding off the blood of your kin, expending such vast resources, and yet you have achieved this pitiful state? Yi Qiu remarked with disdain. At times, I hesitate to belittle you, but I must speak the truth today. Just a fraction of the precious elixirs wasted on you would empower a mere pig to surpass your abilities. The biting sarcasm ignited a furious flush in Lu Qifeng and Yi Qing. They yearned to retort, yet the undeniable reality silenced them. I will kill you, Yi Qiu. Lu Qingfeng's furious roar shattered the air as he disregarded all caution, brandishing a painted fan that, upon its unfurling, summoned a powerful force in an attempt to ensnare Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unexpected move, as his body was suddenly ensnared. Just then, Yi Qing lunged forward, a frigid sword slicing through the air, seemingly poised to turn the tide of battle. Yet, in a startling display, a surge of righteous energy erupted from Yi Qiu, enveloping him in an imposing defensive barrier. The clash of the sword against the barrier resonated with a thunderous sound. And before Yi Qing could process the situation, Yi Qiu surged forward. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, I have arrived. Savor the warmth of my fervent affection. It is sure to be quite the experience. His laughter bordered on madness as a wave of righteousness erupted, tinged with an unsettling fervor. He launched a knee strike that carried an unfathomable force, the extent of which perhaps only Yi Qiu comprehended. With a sickening thud, Yi Qing felt as though his very organs were shattering under the impact, and even his spiritual energy could not withstand it. His body shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling him far beyond the nine heavens. But it was not over yet. Yi Qiu summoned a sword from the heavens, ready to perform a lethal incision. No, Qinger. Upon witnessing this, Su Wanqing sprang into action, entering the arena to catch the barely conscious Yi Qing. As Yi Qiu's deadly sword descended once more, she waved her hand gently. A torrent of sword intent surged forth, dismantling all of Yi Qiu's assaults and sending him careening backwards. Damn it. I knew it. Yi Qiu reflected. His reluctance to strike earlier was merely to avoid their interruption should he act too soon. Regret washed over him. He wished he had indulged longer in their despair, relishing their crumbling resolve. Caught unawares by Su Wanqing's sudden intervention, Yi Qiu felt his blood surge with fury, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Lu Qifeng, seizing what he believed to be an opportunity, swiftly struck with an open palm. Damn it! If I cannot move, it does not mean you are exempt. Fueled by an intense rage, Yi Qiu's fury found its outlet upon witnessing Lu Qingfeng's audacity to approach at such a moment. In the instant Lu's palm struck, Yi Qiu's righteous energy erupted forth, and he retaliated with a powerful counter. The collision of their formidable forces sent Lu Qifeng flying, while Yi Qiu only staggered back a few paces. Initially, he did not need to retreat to dissipate the force. He merely lamented how Su Wanqing's earlier attack had disrupted the concentration of his internal energy, leaving him unsteady. After all, Lu Qifeng was an adept of the Eighth Realm, far beyond Yi Qiu's current capabilities. Yi Qiu, you are gravely injured. Today shall be your demise. Lu Qifeng exclaimed with derision, quickly regaining his composure after being hurled away. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Qiu stood firm the next moment, casting a disdainful glance his way and retorted, Is that all you have? As he spoke, Yi Qiu produced a flask of wine and took several hearty swigs. Onlookers were bewildered. How could he drink at such a critical juncture when he was already injured? Was he courting death? Only those who had experienced the intoxicating effects of celestial drunkenness could fathom Yi Qiu's rationale. The potency of that wine was exhilarating, igniting a tempest within one's blood, akin to an adrenaline rush. Even on the brink of collapse, it could restore one's fighting spirit in an instant. Ah, celestial drunkenness. This lad truly possesses remarkable prowess. Bai Luming observed the unfolding battle with quiet interest, well aware of the wine's formidable effects, while discreetly stroking his beard. He shot an annoyed glance at Yi Jin and his wife. Their interference had tilted the already uneven scales of battle further in favor of their younger son. Nevertheless, Yichio, even in solitude, had not succumbed to despair. That sip of wine was his opportunity for a turnaround. With the wine coursing through him, Yichio's vitality surged, awakening the bloodthirsty demon talent within him once more. Letting out a wild howl, he resembled a frenzied demon, his pale visage adorned with a ghastly smile. I have long proclaimed that from the very beginning, you are unworthy to be my adversaries. Your 20 years of relentless cultivation, seizing opportunities, and vying for fate, all to emerge from the throngs of millions, was merely to attain the privilege of encountering me. Boom. With another audacious proclamation. His expression conveyed the sentiment that genius merely served as a threshold to witness his existence. Such confidence, such audacity. Lianfeng trembled slightly, unable to fathom how. In just a month, Yichio had transformed into a figure she could only look up to. Was this the pride that resided within him? This overwhelming aura that regarded all other talents as mere ants was precisely the image of an ideal companion she had envisioned. However, you are commendable, though merely a fraction better than some worthless individual who relies solely on familial protection. With a heartless jab, Yichio noted Lu Qing's gradually improving expression and swiftly struck again, fearing that he might truly recover. That would not sit well with him. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from Yi Qing's mouth, his face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. As the son of the Northern King, Yi Jin, how could he have ever endured such disgrace? Today, Yichio seemed to have stripped away his dignity, ruthlessly trampling it underfoot, shattering it into pieces. Enraged, the efforts of his earlier life felt like nothing more than a cruel jest. He could not accept this reality. It was as if he had stepped into a realm of darkness, his eyes instantly reddening, betraying a murderous intent. I shall kill you. Breaking free from Su Wanqing's support, Yi Qing charged once more. No, Qing'er, do not engage with him any further. You are no match for him. This statement pierced Yi Qing's heart like a dagger. Even his most respected mother believed he could not contend with that worthless opponent. Upon hearing those words, Yichio's lips curled into a flower-like grin as he laughed. Haha, yes, yes, yes. Just like that. Come on, kill me. Even your mother thinks you are incapable. What right do you have to challenge me? You insolent fool. Chapter 89. The hypocritical refusal of the Northern King with murder in his heart. Yi Qing no longer hesitated, launching the most ruthless attack. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines as they witnessed the murderous intent emanating from his sword. The stakes had risen. A life-and-death duel was imminent. The rivalry between these brothers had become increasingly intriguing, each intent on bringing the other to ruin. What could have led to such a tragic confrontation between them? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, it became evident that Yi Qing's injuries were multiplying as their battle intensified. Yi Jin could no longer remain passive. He realized that Yichio had not fought with his full strength, instead toying with Yi Qing. He had consistently held back, sparing his younger brother's life. Yet Yi Qing was different. Each of his strikes was lethal, and any moment of hesitation from Yichio could result in a fatal outcome. Seeing this unfold, Yi Jin's expression darkened. How could his once proud son have devolved into such a savage being? Did he not perceive that his elder brother had always been lenient towards him? Outrage surged within him. Get down here at once. A thunderous shout echoed from outside, an overwhelming force pressing down upon Yichio, who felt his body grow heavy. He deftly stored the gathered blood in his spatial pouch, striking Yi Qing back with one hand while his body was propelled backward. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Make no mistake, this was intentional. Life is but a performance, reliant on one's skill in acting. To convincingly portray a fool while ensuring one's own escape, one must occasionally showcase their talent. Indeed, upon witnessing Yichio's apparent injury, Kong Yunfeng's fury ignited. What a disgrace. His righteous spirit erupted as he unleashed a palm strike, attempting to withstand Yi Jin's oppressive aura. However, in that brief encounter, he nearly vomited blood from the impact. At a critical moment, Bai Luming stepped forward, his aged hand resting upon Kong Yunfeng's shoulder. In an instant, a purer essence of righteousness enveloped the surroundings, countering the forceful onslaught. Yi Jin's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. His intent had merely been to separate the two brothers, never to target anyone specifically. Yet Kong Yufeng, a meddlesome individual, had intervened. Nevertheless, since his aim was to protect Yichio, Yi Jin chose not to hold a grudge, after all. Having such a formidable sage at Yi Chio's side was indeed a blessing. As Yi Chio teetered on the brink of collapse, Yi Jin swiftly retracted his aura, while Yi Qing, shaken by the shout, fell to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. "Stop this, my child." Su Wanqing, helpless, watched the scene unfold. Rushing forward to cradle her precious son once more, she could no longer bear to witness the fratricidal conflict. Her heart teetered on the edge of despair as she had been observing, fearful that any involuntary movement might inadvertently harm Yi Chio. Yet if she refrained from intervening, Yi Qing might very well fall victim to his brother's wrath. Caught between her children, she found herself in an agonizing dilemma. Observing the chaotic clash, the powerful onlookers discerned a deeper significance. No wonder these two, though brothers by blood, appeared as if they were enemies, swords drawn and tensions high. The disparity in the treatment of their two sons by their parents is nothing short of stark. To inflict severe harm on the elder son for the sake of the younger one, can this truly be the action of responsible parents? Is this the distinction between favoritism and disdain? Previously, when I heard that Yi Chio had severed ties with Eugene, I thought him irredeemable, a wayward child. Yet now, I find myself believing he made the right choice. In a household where the parents unconditionally indulge the younger son, the rightful heir stands little chance of survival. It is laughable that a figure as illustrious as the Northern King, a hero and a paragon for the world, could conceal such hypocrisy beneath a facade of noble integrity. Is the life of the younger son deemed valuable while that of the elder is not? Yu Qing's sword is drawn with intent to kill, yet it is Yu Chio who continually concedes. Instead of gratitude, the younger son only intensifies his demands. Is this truly the product of their upbringing? The onlookers struggle to comprehend this. If such favoritism towards the younger son exists, why the earlier fervor in seeking out the elder? This has stirred the entire community of Liang. The eyes of the public are discerning. Throughout this battle, Yu Chio has displayed no flaws. In contrast, his younger brother, who has enjoyed a superior education and is renowned throughout the land, reveals his own ugliness. It is even more perplexing that, despite the elder son's unparalleled talents, intellect, and strength, far surpassing those of the younger son, he is still met with disdain. Is it merely because he is the firstborn that he is expected to meet their ideal standards, while the younger son can be exempt? If this is the case, then the atmosphere in this household is unbearably stifling. For no matter how well the elder son performs, he will never achieve complete satisfaction in his parents' eyes. As he improves, their expectations only escalate to the utmost. This obsession can become the final straw that crushes one's spirit and obliterates one's life beliefs. Perhaps this is the very reason Yi Chio chose to leave. Born of humble origins, he is being asked to embody an unparalleled genius. Is this not an unreasonable demand? Even if he were to achieve such heights, they might never acknowledge him, instead attributing his success to their coercion and training. The crowd buzzes with discourse, and among them are several young scions from noble families, their expression somber. The oppression Yu Chio face today is not unlike their own. Of course, this represents only a fraction. Another group revels in their privilege, believing that no parents could ever truly neglect their children. They simply wish for their offspring to thrive, to become influential figures who can elevate the family to new heights. Are they in the wrong? The debate over right and wrong unfolds vigorously among the crowd. The educational failure of the Yi family serves as a moment of reflection for all present. Yi Jin's approach mirrors that of many parents, who, though empathetic, fail to recognize the destructive consequences that may arise from such oppressive favoritism, leading to fraternal strife. In essence, Yi Chio, under such oppression, chose to sever ties with his family. Had he possessed a more feeble disposition, might he have succumbed to this relentless pressure, gradually losing his dignity as a human being? Forever ensnared in the shadows? It is believed that few in this world can emulate Yi Chio, thriving independently of familial support. In that moment, the assembly cast admiring glances toward him. Many learned individuals regarded Yi Chio as a deity. His unwavering spirit, unyielding in the face of authority, captivated all the scholars present. We, as scholars, ought to aspire to be like Yi Chio. Sensing the discourse spiraling out of control, veering towards an unfavorable direction for himself, Eugene appeared to age considerably in an instant. Had he truly erred? The most dreadful realization is that of hindsight. The whispers and murmurs around him resonated clearly in his mind. When he first welcomed his son back, he was indeed a ruffian, a street delinquent. Yet, he had also contemplated change, earnestly endeavoring to learn the manners of the aristocracy and to be filial to his parents. However, he always felt it was insufficient. believing he could achieve more, without considering. He had grown up in the mire. What could one reasonably expect him to become? Chapter 90. Could that possibly be the young master? Impossible. The young master is truly formidable. He has neither benefited from the protection you provided nor enjoyed the family support you offered. What do you expect him to become? A globally renowned prodigy like Yi Wuxuang? Just because he is the eldest son and your offspring, Yi Jin, must he achieve such heights to be deemed your son? This question has become the sharpest thorn in Yi Jin's heart. He seems to understand why his eldest son's defiance is so vehement. He has received no advantages from the family and has not been sheltered as Yi Qing has been since childhood. A child who has struggled to survive in the dark. Narrow crevices of life cannot possibly have a temperament that you can easily suppress. His extreme resistance is entirely a consequence of Yi Jin's own making. Observing the restless crowd, Yi Chio's face betrayed no emotion, yet his heart was filled with secret delight. Indeed, one must possess the art of performance. All those green tea novels he had perused were not in vain. They were invaluable lessons. You, Yi Jin, consider yourself a great hero, a remarkable figure? Then allow me to personally unveil the mask of hypocrisy you wear. Let me see just how much your so-called reputation is truly worth. Hee upon this thought. Yi Chio nearly burst into laughter, yet he managed to suppress it, lest he ruin the act. You have called me ugly and inferior in every way? Now open your eyes and see who truly pales in comparison. Your precious son lacks even the qualifications to carry my shoes. Is this your pride? Yi Chio had not intended to be so brazen, but after being enlightened by Su Chafeng, he had completely liberated himself. Damn it. I am here to make my way in this world. Do not think that just because you are the king of the north, or even if the heavens themselves descended, I would grant any favor to words that offend my ears. Regardless, once this battle concludes, I will bid them farewell for good. In this vast world, where is home not found? Just as I proclaimed when I departed. I, Yi Chio, will not die upon the grave of the Yi family, lest I tarnish their name. Life is sustained by spirit. Having come this far, if I must live in humiliation, then death would be preferable. If pushed to the brink, I shall take you down with me. After all, I have already borne enough infamy. I fear not the added stigma of patricide. Boom above in the heavens, thunder rumbled. As if even the divine could no longer bear to witness this. The scene shifted. Beneath the rolling dark clouds, Lu Qifeng rose once more. His eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. Anger and impulsiveness had evidently clouded his judgment. Yi Chio, today I swear to kill you. The voice, laden with murderous intent, rang out. Today Lu Qifeng has suffered unprecedented humiliation. The esteemed saint of floating light, the legitimate son of the Lu family, finds himself here, ridiculed by an abandoned child. If word of this spreads, he would no longer be able to stand tall before his peers, destined to become a laughingstock for all the world. Yi Qing may concede defeat, for he is, after all, the younger brother of Yi Chio, and his family will surely concoct an excuse on his behalf. Even if it means claiming he lost intentionally. However, he cannot afford to lose. Observing Yi Chio's determination to settle their fates in a life-and-death struggle. Yi Chio's lips curled upward slightly as he steadied his disordered breath. In an imperiously arrogant tone, he proclaimed, I shall slay you as one would butcher a chicken or a dog, effortlessly. An insignificant insect dares to shake the roots of a tree. How laughably presumptuous. In an instant, Lu Qifeng was incensed by these words, disregarding all else, even if it meant incurring the ire of the northern reject prince's manor. He was resolute in his intent to kill Yi Chio today to quell his pin-up fury. He felt the divine bone within him erupt once more, radiating a brilliant blaze, as the overwhelming majesty of a supreme being descended upon them. Enveloped in this sea of flames, Yi Chio appeared particularly solitary in his white attire. Beyond the fray, it seemed a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, as the fire engulfed the entire Inkwash realm, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Outside the tumult, Su Wanqing had just brought her youngest son outside when she suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned her gaze back. Upon seeing the blood at the corner of Yi Chio's mouth, along with the vast inferno surrounding him, her heart trembled. No, my child. She wished to rush forward to intervene, but it was already too late. Yi Chio was completely engulfed by the flames. No one could perceive the scene within. Yi Jin, witnessing this, contemplated intervening, yet the duel was not over. If he took action, what would the world think? Would they consider the northern reject prince's manor incapable of handling defeat? With this thought he froze, a pained expression crossing his face. He regretted his earlier attempt to prevent the brothers from harming each other, inadvertently injuring Yi Chio in the process. Yet, he felt compelled to act, for without intervention, one brother would undoubtedly perish while the other sustained grievous injuries. As an elder brother, Yi Qiu might refrain from harming Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was in a tempest of rage, and no one could restrain him. His desire for vengeance was so intense that it instilled a sense of dread in Yi Jin. If Yi Qing dared to unleash such lethal intent against his own brother, would he not similarly turn against his father in the future? This child had been spoiled, believing that everyone in the world should yield to him, without considering why they would do so. If this mindset is not corrected promptly, he would surely suffer greatly when facing those from foreign realms. After all, the bloodthirsty and savage beings from other worlds would not care that he is the son of the Northern Reject Prince. Boom! From the heart of the inferno, deafening roars reverberated, leaving all spectators oblivious to the events unfolding within, save for the knowledge that the battle raged fiercely. Various precious techniques and runes surged forth, nearly shattering the void itself. After a half-hour of relentless combat, suddenly, a disheveled figure burst forth from the flames. Before anyone could discern clearly, a hand emerged from the inferno, seizing him once more. Boom! Another tremor shook the ground. The Liu family members were thrown into a frenzy. How could they shake the unsettling feeling that the figure who had just escaped the inferno, only to be pulled back, was their own young master? Impossible, surely. The power of the young master's divine bone is something we have witnessed. Within the sixth realm, few can withstand his onslaught. Although Yi Qiu possesses formidable strength, he can only barely subdue the young master when his divine bone remains dormant. Once it is activated, the young master will undoubtedly dominate. I too find this unlikely. Several elders exchanged furtive glances when suddenly, a figure emerged once more from the sea of flames, calling out in desperation. Save me. This time, they heard and recognized him clearly. Good heavens, it truly is the young master. What are we waiting for? We must save him. This revelation sent a chill down their spines. In an instant, several figures darted forward, plunging into the inferno to rescue the barely conscious Liu Qingfeng. As the flames receded, Yi Qiu's silhouette gradually reappeared before the world. Young master, Liu Qingfeng had already lost consciousness, his body drenched in blood. The elders of the Liu fam chapter 91, Genius? Improvisation? When Liu Qingfeng arrived, he was brimming with vigor. Yet, when he departed, he was carried away by others. Perhaps the Liu family had not realized that their young master's greatest reliance, the divine bone, had already found its way into Yi Qiu's storage bag. This was made possible by Yi Qiu employing a form of magical deception, an ancient secret technique recorded in the supreme demonic scriptures, rendering them unable to perceive the truth for a short while. By the time they discovered it, Yi Qiu might have already fled to the ends of the earth. Haha, fortune favors me. This sensation is simply exquisite. Yi Qiu had not anticipated that events would unfold so smoothly. It was beyond his expectations. Thanks to Liu Qifeng, who, knowing that Yi Qiu would find it difficult to act amidst a crowd, had unwittingly ensnared himself in a trap of his own making. What a splendid individual he is. The position of deputy flag bearer of the future human emperor's banner is yours. I declare it. Who would dare oppose? Dare you dissent? Dear commentators? Should you dare, you shall face the consequences. In a single graceful motion, Yi Qiu descended, still as charming and captivating as ever, his demeanor unchanged. It seemed as though, after this fierce battle, his aura had become even more formidable, his realm seemingly elevated by a level. Mingyue was secretly astonished. How could it be that Yi Qiu, who should have been utterly exhausted, appeared rejuvenated after defeating Liu Qifeng? What exactly had transpired? Why did Liu Qifeng seem so weakened upon his departure, as if vitality had been siphoned from him? Something was amiss, profoundly so. This individual exuded an unsettling aura that was somewhat terrifying. While one might assert that his methods were unorthodox, bordering on the practices of a sinister cultivator, he was, in fact, cultivating the righteous essence of the heavens and earth. His righteousness had a tinge of the sinister. Ultimately, the only assessment Mingwei could conjure was the simplicity of that one phrase. Beyond that, she found herself at a loss for further descriptors. Aha, what a fine lad. I previously thought you were merely a poet, but it seems your martial prowess is equally formidable. Kong Yifeng let out a hearty laugh. This day brought him immense joy, especially after witnessing Yi Qiu's overwhelming defeat of two celestial prodigies. His heart was bursting with delight. Who dares claim that scholars cannot fight? Step forward now. Bai Luming, with a gentle smile, observed the somewhat tense atmosphere and spoke. Esteemed guests, a minor incident occurred moments ago, but it is of little consequence. The poetry conference shall commence as scheduled. I invite all students to take their seats in preparation for the final assessment. The victor shall receive a carefully prepared gift from Bai Lu Academy, a twin flower from the other shore. As Bai Luming's words echoed, the ultimate showdown of the poetry conference officially commenced. Yet, following the recent commotion, the glances directed at Yi Qiu and Yi Qing revealed subtle shifts. Yi Qing, once exalted by them, now resembled a clown whose facade had crumbled, subjected to scorn. In contrast, Yi Qiu, who had long been dismissed, had garnered the respect of all. What fault did he possess? He was merely seeking a glimmer of hope for himself. If even this were deemed erroneous, what else in this world could possibly be right? As he slowly approached the pavilion, he once again brushed past Yi Qing, who cast a scornful glance at him, one that mirrored the disdain he had once felt towards his own brother. The gaze conveyed all that was needed. He did not utter another word, as if to speak further would be a personal affront. Witnessing that look ignited a fire of indignation within Yi Qing. Yet he found himself powerless, his hands falling to his sides, his head bowed. Defeated, utterly and completely defeated. In a realm where he was once adept, he had succumbed to the brother he had always held in contempt. He no longer possessed the courage to participate in the forthcoming competition, for that was the very domain in which Yi Qiu truly excelled. Why subject himself to further humiliation? Qinger, do not despair. Your mother believes in you. You remain the most remarkable genius in this world. A momentary setback is inconsequential. What truly matters is your resolve to rise again. You must not allow yourself to fall into despair, but rather gather your strength, Su Wanqing softly consoled from the side. She did not wish to see her younger son lose himself completely due to this defeat, succumbing to despondency. After all, he was their son, nurtured for 18 years, and had always been their pride. Regardless of his achievements, even if he failed to secure a commendable ranking, they would never blame him. Yanfeng stood silently to the side, observing the scene with a heavy heart. She believed that were the roles reversed, Yi Qiu would receive no comfort, only endless reproach, frustration at his lack of ambition, anger at his insufficient effort. Once inside the pavilion, Yi Qiu settled himself with composure, gradually regulating his breath, while others remained oblivious to the earlier turmoil. His mind was as clear as a mirror. In truth, he had nearly lost at the final juncture, hindered by Su Wanqing's interference and Yi Jin's pressure, which had nearly caused a surge of blood to his head, leaving him gravely injured. Had it not been for Lu Qingfeng's timely provision of a blood pack, Yi Qiu would certainly not be sitting here in good health. The illusion spell's effect would likely last no more than half a day. I must act swiftly. I need to acquire the twin soul flowers and make my escape. Afterward, in this vast world, who could possibly contend with me? He mused, reflecting that the materials had been nearly prepared. Aside from the last 2 dragon bones and the soul-devouring stone for the Emperor's banner, he had gathered nearly everything. These final items would be the most challenging to obtain. Yi Qiu might need to personally descend to the tomb or venture into the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, relying on purchase alone would render him at a loss for time. Time was of the essence, and he was unwilling to squander it. Furthermore, the Lu family could not afford to grant him much time, and similarly, the Yang and Lin families were watching him closely. According to Yi Qiu's estimates, they would likely strike after the poetry competition concluded, so he had already devised an escape route. When he returned from the mysterious celestial path, he had mentally prepared himself for potential troubles. Rest assured, while I may falter in combat, I am certain in my ability to flee. In the loft, Bai Luming, occupying a position of prominence, gazed down and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed scholars, I trust you have noticed. This loft is a newly constructed edifice of Bailu Academy, dedicated solely to the pursuit of knowledge by students from all corners of the world. Within its confines lie over 100,000 sacred texts, encompassing the entirety of Taoist principles, Confucian truths, and Buddhist philosophies, among others." At this juncture, the assembly was taken aback, a wave of astonishment sweeping through them. They cast respectful glances toward Bai Luming, a revered figure in their eyes. This scholar, unlike Gu Zhengyang, solely endeavors to forge pathways for learners, ensuring they have access to literature. It can be said that in the current realm of the empire, Bai Luming undoubtedly occupies the foremost position in the hearts of all scholars, rightfully earning the title of a sage. With a sweeping gaze, Bai Luming smiled and continued, "Today, with the loft newly established and yet unnamed, I propose we do something rather engaging. Those present here are all remarkable talents, figures of significant repute. I hold great confidence in your foundational knowledge, so let us indulge in a bit of excitement. How about an impromptu challenge?" With this, Bai Luming surveyed the room with a smile and elaborated, "The first challenge of this gathering shall be themed around this loft. You will each spontaneously create a name for it, and the one who prevails shall have their poem bestowed upon it. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement, while Yuichiro could barely suppress a smile at the corners of his lips. Genius? Impromptu? When these two words converge, it is certain that many minds have already conjured a clear answer. Chapter 92. No one dares to step up? I will. However, this poem, to be precise, it should be referred to as a parallel prose. Within it, many allusions are present, though a small portion does not align with this world. Naturally, from a historical perspective, Hanjiang City once served as the capital of an ancient dynasty, and many of its stories and geographical names bear striking resemblances. Yuichiro carefully compared, discovering numerous coincidences that, with slight modifications, could seamlessly fit the current context. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. A genius? Impromptu? At this very moment, no poem could be more fitting for the scene. As this examination prompt emerged, the entire venue was instantly engulfed in fervent discussion. This prompt, centered around this loft, allowed for free expression, with no restrictions imposed. Among the crowd, many eager young talents were poised to showcase their skills, yet none dared to put pen to paper. Firstly, they feared that writing too hastily would lead to a misinterpretation of Bai Luming's true intent. A misstep could cost them the chance at the top position. Secondly, without a guiding introduction, the scope for writing felt overwhelmingly vast, leading to indecision. Thirdly, those who frequently attended such gatherings understood that to stand out amidst the plethora of works, one must build upon the momentum of a preceding piece, allowing for comparison to highlight their own excellence. Observing the tense atmosphere, where no one dared to take the initiative, Bai Luming could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Just then, a resounding voice pierced the crowd, declaring, I will. Yuichiro stood up slowly, a confident smile gracing his face. He is stepping up? The assembly was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. What does he intend to do? Is he unaware that in such gatherings, those who seek the spotlight too early often fall swiftly from grace? Does he possess such unwavering confidence in himself? Or has he relinquished his ambition for the top spot? The crowd's bewilderment grew, and even Yi Jin and Su Wanqing furrowed their brows in contemplation. He wished to urge Yuichiro to step back, but found himself at a loss for words. A pang of regret struck him. He lamented not having taught his son over the years, as this was likely Yuichiro's first time participating in such a competition. He was oblivious to the hidden rules and tricks of the trade. Eagerly showcasing his brilliance could easily render him a stepping stone for others. Those who follow need not craft a masterpiece. They merely need to overshadow him slightly to claim victory effortlessly. A sigh escaped Eugene as he shook his head in resignation. This competition was Yuichiro's singular opportunity to gain renown, and it lay within his area of expertise. Though there were barriers between father and son, he had often dreamed of his son achieving widespread fame and accomplishing a legendary feat. Blame lay with himself. Over the years, he had never afforded Yuichiro the chance to experience such grand contests, leading him to become proud and reckless upon achieving even modest success. As Yuichiro ascended the stage, exuding an aura of confidence, he surveyed the audience, a wave of amusement washing over him. Heh, a bunch of rustic simpletons. Do they truly believe I am ignorant? I was merely toying with you all. As soon as this piece is unveiled, if any of you have the courage, come forth and accept my challenge. Should you succeed, I shall address you as my esteemed father. Inwardly, I rejoice. What a serendipitous opportunity this is. In such a setting, with such a fortuitous chance, if this poem does not come to fruition, it would indeed be a pity. Stepping onto the stage, Yuichiro turned around, gazing down at the crowd, and declared, since no one has taken up the pen, I, Yi, shall compose a preface today to offer you some inspiration. The subsequent verses will be penned by you. As Yuichiro spoke with a playful demeanor, he cast a smile towards all the scholars present, indicating that he would only write the beginning, leaving the main body to them. The audience was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such humility from him, only a prelude. The crowd stirred. Some expressed admiration for Yuichiro's audacity to take the lead when others hesitated to write. Yet, others scoffed internally. Merely seeking attention. As if he could craft remarkable works and stand out in this grand competition, claiming victory? Such arrogance, believing himself superior, dismissing the talents of the world. Individuals like him are destined to face a tremendous downfall due to their hubris, leading to a life of obscurity. The crowd buzzed with discussions, both praise and disparagement mingling in the air. Everyone was eager to see what Yuichiro would produce. Among them, Shaoitsai looked on with disdain, thinking to himself, a mere clown. Mingwei observed silently, sensing the mocking glances around her, and couldn't he help but smile inwardly. She truly wondered what this fellow was up to. Nonetheless, it should be quite entertaining. She mused, having interacted with him earlier. She did not believe Yuchio to be entirely ignorant. On the contrary, he was quite cunning, fully aware of every twist and turn. Engaging in a battle of wits with him might lead to one's downfall. Lu Qingfeng and Yi Qing were cautionary tales in that regard. Amidst the anticipatory gaze of the multitude, Yuchio bowed to Bai Luming, who nodded in acknowledgement. "What great spirit!" he praised. "Bring forth a brush. I shall personally prepare the ink for young friend Yuchio." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yuchio replied gratefully, then turned his gaze to the poetry board before him, revealing a mischievous grin that gradually morphed into audacity. A heavenly opportunity. Just watch. Today I must don this guise. Not even Jesus could stop me. Mark my words. At the moment the brush met the board, four grand characters boldly appeared. Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Ting? Interesting. Is this the name he has bestowed upon this pavilion? The crowd began to murmur, all eyes fixated on Yuchio's brush. He inscribed, "In the old town by the cold river, the new abode of the white deer. Stars divide the wings of the chariot. The land meets the peaks of Heng and Lu." Merely a glitch, hardly worth mentioning. Quoting the classics, a common tactic, merely boastful rhetoric. The crowd chuckled, scoffing at his efforts. However, following the utterance of the subsequent phrases, the expressions of those present suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. Embracing the three rivers while encompassing the 5 lakes, commanding the barbarian realms and guiding the O and U, the splendor of nature and the treasures of the heavens. The dragon's light piercing the void of the bull and the dipper. How intriguing. Bai Luming was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Yuchio possessed such profound knowledge of Hanjian City. It was as if he had grown up in this very city. Even Yi Jin was left perplexed. As far as he remembered, Yuchio had not visited Hanjian City before. How could he be so well versed in its history and geography? What they were unaware of was that throughout Yuchio's past 20 years, the name Hanjian City had frequently surfaced in their drunken discussions. The knowledge that Yuchio had acquired could be attributed to his 2 companions, whom Yi Jin referred to as dubious friends, Su Mufeng and Lin Qi. Their yearning for Hanjian City had reached an almost obsessive level, and each time they indulged in drink, the city would inevitably be a topic of conversation. The clouds disperse and the rain ceases, revealing a clear sky. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose soar together, while the autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky. Hiss! As this line was spoken, the countenance of everyone in the room transformed dramatically. Chapter 93. The Tower of Tingwang overlooks the riverbank. What constitutes a profound shock? If the preceding verses had failed to instill a sense of awe, then with the commencement of this line, the atmosphere of the gathering underwent a complete transformation. Those who had been eagerly awaiting Yuchio's downfall, intent on stepping atop his poetic reputation, now displayed expressions of sheer terror, sensing an impending calamity. A sense of regret washed over He Wushuang. He suddenly believed it unwise to have allowed Yuchio to perform. His piece had erupted like a thunderclap on a clear day, overwhelming the assembly and leaving the subsequent participants at a loss for words. How could they possibly match the magnitude of the astonishment he had invoked? Not only He Wushuang, but even Yi Qing revealed a look of unwillingness and despair. He could not bear the thought that Yuchio, with merely a hint of his literary prowess, had rendered him utterly humiliated. It echoed the sentiment he had expressed: "Were you not my brother, you would lack even the right to meet my gaze." This declaration pierced his heart like a steel fork, shattering his pride into fragments. Falling dusk and solitary wild geese soar together. The autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky. What a splendid line! At the moment those words were read, Bai Luming's body began to tremble. His gaze drawn towards the balcony. The river view, mirroring the sky, unfurled before him, a flock of egrets soaring high. In that instant, a sudden darkness enveloped the heavens and earth, as if ensnared within an infinite realm of meaning. The inkwash of nature surged forth, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The crowd abruptly looked up, witnessing the winds rise and the world lose its color. An ominous sign. A sense of dread settled in the hearts of the onlookers. No one had anticipated that the moment this line was inscribed, it would indeed summon such a portent. Immersed in the sea of poetry, Yuchio remained unfazed. Yet the cosmic energies of heaven and earth flooded into him, as if anointing him with divine insight. At this sight, the entire audience was astounded. Yi Jin stood up in shock, while Su Wanqing's face bore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly their son? The same child they had known, who had wandered far from home? Lian Feng's complexion paled. At that moment, Yuchio appeared as a true celestial being, while she felt as insignificant as a mere mayfly, destined to gaze upward. A masterpiece, a transcendent creation. My heavens, I never anticipated that in this lifetime, I would witness the birth of such a monumental work. What a fulfillment! What a splendid poem of the Tower of Tingwang! This is a divine creation, untainted by us mere mortals. The crowd stirred, chaos erupted within the hall, and countless scholars cast adoring glances towards him. At that moment, Yi Qiu was a deity in their eyes. The heavens soared high and the earth stretched wide, awakening to the infinity of the universe. Joy and sorrow intertwined, revealing the transience of existence. Marvelous, simply marvelous. It is unfathomable that such a gifted soul exists in this world, capable of crafting poetry of such celestial caliber. As Yi Qiu's verses resounded, a surge of righteous energy erupted from the very fabric of the cosmos. A tempest suddenly swept through the entire attic, enveloping it in an ethereal inkwash landscape. Yi Qiu's aura surged, elevating him to an unprecedented level. He had broken through. Once again, he had transcended. In the span of a few verses, Yi Qiu's cultivation evidently ascended from the first tier of the wheel C to the third tier. This astonishing rate of advancement continued to escalate. Everyone was astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the pursuit of Confucianism and Taoism could be so remarkably effortless. It was as though he had harnessed the very forces of nature to ascend to immortality in a single stride. Yet, this perspective belonged to the uninitiated. For those well-versed in the intricacies of the discipline, Yi Qiu's experience was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Countless scholars toiled for decades in their studies, barely accumulating a modicum of heavenly essence, with the difficulty of their breakthroughs surpassing that of the celestial path manifold. They must not only study diligently, but also comprehend the profound truths therein to achieve enlightenment in a single moment. This was a divine reward bestowed solely upon those who devote themselves to learning, a consolation for their relentless years of effort. Mountains and rivers may prove insurmountable. Who mourns the lost souls upon the path? Serendipitous encounters are but strangers in a foreign land. In an instant, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within. Oh, heavens! What celestial verses are these? I lack the courage to continue reading. At that moment, all doubts and scorn were shattered. Yi Qiu truly demonstrated what it means to be a prodigious talent. But the spectacle was far from over. Yi Qiu seized his brush and composed anew. Old age may grow stronger, yet will not sway the heart of a white-haired man. Though impoverished, one remains steadfast, never relinquishing the aspiration to soar. With the utterance of these lines, a tremor coursed through Bai Luming's form, and a surge of majestic energy erupted, elevating him to the realm of immortals. Yi Jin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this ascending to the realm of immortals?" Bai Luming had indeed transcended. Breaking through the 10th boundary, the crowd erupted in fervor, as none could have anticipated that beneath Yi Qiu's momentum, Bai Luming, who had been trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th boundary for millennia, would ascend in a single day. He had shattered the age-old curse, preventing scholars from attaining the immortal realm. A hearty laugh escaped Bai Luming, who was wholly immersed in Yi Qiu's magnificent preface to the Pavilion of Prince Ting. In that moment, his state of mind was invincible. No one in the world could rival him. What profound insights on life he gleaned. What does it mean to dazzle through the ages? What is it to astonish the world in a single proclamation? Today, Yi Qiu truly unveiled to the world the essence of spontaneous genius bestowed by the heavens. Though the North Sea may be distant, the soaring winds can still lift one high. The eastern dusk has passed, yet the mulberry trees are not yet too late. With each resounding phrase from Yi Qiu, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Thus, he composed yet another poem. The Pavilion of Prince Tung stands by the riverside, adorned with jade and echoing the melodies of song and dance. Its painted beams soar toward the clouds of the southern shore at dawn, while pearl curtains draw close to the rain of the western mountains at dusk. Idly drifting clouds reflect in the tranquil pond. As time flows on, seasons change. And how many autumns have passed? Where is the Emperor's son within the pavilion now? Outside the railing, the Yangtze River flows endlessly. Thunder roared across the heavens. Dark clouds enveloping the skies, resonating with a sound that reverberated throughout the land. It seemed to herald the emergence of this timeless masterpiece. As Yi Qiu immersed himself in the fragrant world of ink and brush, appearing as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, captivating all with his presence. At the moment Bai Luming ascended to the realm of immortals, an overwhelming surge of talent rushed towards Yi Qiu. This talent, originally belonging to Bai Luming, departed his body upon his ascension, not returning to the hands of the world, but instead entering Yi Qiu's being. In an instant, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the wheel C. With a hearty laugh, Yi Qiu was astonished by this unexpected fortune, not anticipating such a windfall. Blessed by the heavens, he proclaimed himself as the exemplar of all scholars, urging others to revere him as divine. What? You dare to challenge? As the multitude of talent coursed through him. At that moment, Yichio's body underwent a profound transformation. The vast aura of the cosmos was further elevated, imbued with a hint of sage-like essence. A sacred body? No. Have you mistaken something? I, the greatest demon of the universe, am being subjected to this? Sensing the changes within, Yichio experienced an unprecedented sense of strength. A duality of existence, one demonic and one righteous. Little did he realize that before his demonic form could manifest, the sacred body had already emerged. A divine gift rather than a result of his own refining. Where could he seek justice for this? Chapter 94. Is there anyone who can match it? The thunderous roars resounded through the heavens, as Yichio stood majestically amidst the vast expanse, basking in the baptism of countless talents. At this moment, he was the most radiant figure under this celestial dome. Where is the noble son of the pavilion? Outside the railing, the Yangtze River flows endlessly, above the 9 heavens. A dragon-esque chant seemed to echo, reverberating through the clouds, refusing to subside. The minds of the onlookers were overwhelmed by the resonance of the grand Tinwangusu. Leaving them in a daze, their thoughts blank. It was not until Yichio descended from the sky that the crowd regained their senses. After a considerable pause, one person rose from the throng. A divine creation. A divine creation. What a magnificent Tinwangusu, stirring the soul, worthy of being hailed as the greatest work of all time. Suddenly, a fervent discussion erupted among the audience, as countless scholars were driven to madness. Throughout their lives, they had sought to craft a piece that would immortalize their names. Yet they found themselves unfulfilled. Little did they expect that Yichio's impromptu masterpiece would reach heights they could only aspire to. In their eyes, there was only admiration, pure admiration, truly deserving of the title poet immortal. He stands as the foremost talent of this era. Is there anyone who can follow this? With a sweeping glance, countless gifted individuals bowed their heads in silent discontent. The likes of He Wushuang and Xiao Wucai displayed expressions of frustration, seething with anger. Damn Yichio, how dare he ruin my prospects? An inward curse echoed in Xiao Wucai's heart. The moment Yichio pinned this Tinwangusu, he realized there was no longer any need for him to write. For no matter how he attempted, he could never reach the pinnacle that Yichio had set. With a presence that could even sway heaven and earth, who else in the world could surpass him? Those noble heirs who had hoped to ride upon his coattails to victory now wore faces of resignation. They were mistaken. They should not have allowed Yichio to take the lead, for once he appeared, it was destined that everyone else would merely serve as witnesses on his path.